Chapter 146. The first earthquake warning outside the Marching Ant Company. This is a temporary venue. Many reporters are looking forward to seeing them from time to time. Now things are very troublesome, and the unknown instruments of the Marching Ant Company have already become international events. However, the Marching Ant Company did not respond to this. That instrument, the network upload, is a seismograph, and the analysis is well founded. But the Marching Ant Company did not really confirm the news, and everyone just guessed. The reception of the Marching Ant Company should give an answer. The Marching Ant Company has been pushed to the forefront because of the instrument. If you don't give the necessary answers, you will have troubles in the future. In the anxious waiting of everyone, Chen Mo appeared very quickly. His appearance immediately became the focus. All photographers, all put the lens on Chen Mo. This young man is the master of the Marching Ant Company and one of the current people. Chen Mo appeared in front of the microphone. Everyone was quiet and his eyes burned. After sweeping a circle, Chen Mokai said, "I came out today and made a formal response to the island country to salvage our company's instruments." Chen Moi opened his mouth and many people whispered. In a short sentence, Chen Mo has admitted that the instruments that the island country has taken away are confirmed to be marching ants. The instrument is the test equipment that our company puts in international waters. The salvage of the island government has caused losses to our company. We have contacted the embassy of the island to deal with this matter. There is specific news. We will announce it to the first time. Everyone. Chen Mo's words are not painful, and all reporters face each other. They are sure that things are definitely not that simple. Until now, the Marching Ant Company has been ignorant of the device, and there must be something unknown in it. I heard that the equipment was dropped by the expedition team. Is this true? This incident has caused misunderstandings to the international community and damaged the image of the country. What is your response from the army ants? When the reporter came out with this question, the turmoil on the field. This reporter's question is sinister. The reporter who asked the question with black-rimmed glasses, dark skin, looks not outstanding, looks a bit Sven. Feeling the eyes of everyone, the reporter stared at it, but still remained calm, but did not dare to look directly at Chen Mo's eyes. Chen Mo looked at him deeply. To repeat, the equipment was cast by our Marching Ant Company. We are in the international waters. It is a normal test equipment. We are normal research activities, and the island country salvage our company's equipment. The fault is not with us. The equipment that your company puts on is a seismograph. Is this true? Is the Marching Ant Company studying seismographs? A female reporter took the microphone. You all want to know the answer? Chen Mo glanced around the field and saw a lot of burning eyes, only smiled. It is indeed a seismograph. When the words came out, the field became noisy. Seismographs. This has been a rumor on the internet, but now Chen Mo personally admits, no evasive. This sentence is more official than the official. The official website sent a message the wrong way and the intern blocked the knife. This is Chen Mo personally said. The meaning is completely different. Chen Mo's sentence almost affirmed the guess on the internet. Many journalists have reported Chen Mo's paper on earthquake warning. At that time, it was reported that the cynicism on the internet directly drowned the major news platforms. That is almost the biggest cyber violence in recent years. Now Chen Mo once again bluntly said that the Marching Ant Company is studying seismographs. If it is implemented according to the original paper, everyone owes an apology to the Army Ant Company. So, the seismograph has been researched. You have already put in the test. What is the test result? Can it really predict the earthquake? The seismograph will fall into the hands of the island country, and the related technology will not leak. There is theoretically predictable, but the technology has yet to be verified. There is not much activity in the area we are testing. There is news that we will contact the local government as soon as possible. There is no possibility of technology leakage. The press conference has just ended, and various reports on the internet have appeared. In particular, Chen Mo personally admitted that the study of seismographs was almost a blockbuster in the quiet Big Lake. In some people's saliva, The Marching Ant Company has already made the instrument. Not to mention whether it can be used, at least the Army Ant Company has already worked hard in this regard. With seismographs, many people don't care about other things. More people are concerned about whether the seismograph can be used or not, and it will fall into the hands of the island nation, and some technologies will leak out. The news quickly spread to foreign countries. It is a big thing to say that the instrument that can predict the earthquake is in any country. The media cannot ignore it. When the news just came out, it attracted the unanimous ridicule of the foreign media, just like the original paper just came out. They all think that the Marching Ant Company is using a scorpion to carry out surveillance activities. Li Lingfeng is black-faced. He has already contacted the embassy of the island country. Now the other party has excused all kinds of excuses. Obviously, he does not want to return it, at least for the time being. They are just a company, and there is no way to take the island country. They said that the instruments were found in their territorial waters. Now they are confirming who they belong to. There will be news to reply to us. Not only that, but I want to apply for a visa to go to the island to handle the case and refused to sign. They think that people in our company may be engaged in espionage. When I heard Li Lingfeng's words, Chen Mo and Zhao Minit's faces were not very good. The island countries want to swear, don't return the equipment to them. Maybe they want to make the equipment research thorough and return it to them. Now, in this way, they have also cut off the way they are coming back. If this is the case, then don't worry. One day, when the island country asks for help, I will let them know what is disgusting. Chen Mo talked. Do you know that technology will not leak? Zhao Minits looked at Chen Mo. I don't know what I'm studying. There is no core algorithm, seismographs. It's a bunch of technology combined. Those technologies are in many countries, but they don't have this combination. The most important thing is the algorithm in the chip. That is the soul of the instrument. The chips were burned when they forcibly salvage. Zhao Minits did not question Chen Mo's statement. In this regard, plus 10 of her, she could not compare with Chen Mo. If you want to do it, you must do it to the outside world. They all know that it is unlikely that they will come back. Even if I come back, I have to go through it for a long time. The barbarism of that country is not the first to hear. If the instrument is a scientific research team, it will not be a few days before they come out. They are just an ordinary company. The scientific research team has helped them to invest in the instruments. This matter has been handed over to you. I don't have to spend too much energy here. The instrument is broken. I have to repair it again and waste too much time. Zhao Minits promised to leave with Li Lingfeng. Outside of the debate on the seismometer, Chen Mo's time was once again idle, and the matter of the seismograph was ignored. He knows that even if he works hard, the hope of getting it back is still very small. It's a waste of too much time, not worth it on a broken device. It was only a quiet day that didn't last long. After a week, Chen Mo received the first earthquake warning. Ago, the seismograph sent back information. The Western Pacific Ocean, 37.5 degrees north latitude, 146.2 degrees east longitude. This area, geomagnetic anomaly. 2 hours later, an earthquake of magnitude 6.0 on the Richter scale will occur. The depth of the source is unknown, and the source center is unknown. The voice of the ink girl will be interrupted by Chen Mo, who is in the experiment. This is the first earthquake warning since he launched the seismograph. The seismograph test reaches 5.0, and after a destructive earthquake, it will send back a warning message. Now is the time to detect if the seismograph is useful. Chapter 147, Salvage again. Not only was Chen Mo received, but the island's radar also received this signal from the seabed. Just the signal is encrypted, and outsiders cannot decipher the information. But it can be determined that the location of the signal is not far from them, and the signal is continuous and the radar is easy to receive. Hey! Shi Tengxuan hangs up the phone and turns his gaze to the deputy. I immediately turned around and found an unknown signal in the east. The specific location of the signal has been notified above, and the last Chinese expedition team passed by. The unknown signal is likely to be from the instrument invested by the Marching Ant Company. The instrument that was picked up last time has been damaged, and he has no idea what the scientific researcher got from the instrument. If this signal is sent by the seismograph, and then take another one, it will definitely be another. On the surface, they said that they could not see the technology of China, but they knew very well that many technologies in China have already surpassed them. The Marching Ant Company is a rising rookie, and no one dares to underestimate the company that has not been established for a long time. It's not just him who has the same idea. The US military, which is free sailing in the Pacific Ocean, also received this signal. The practice of Marching Ant Company seismographs is well known. At the beginning, the Huaqiu expedition team was inspected in this sea area. Even if you don't believe that marching ants will succeed, try it. In the unlikely event that they succeed in copying the device, the meaning becomes different. After all, this is a high-tech product. The Marching Ant Company has already overstepped the road in artificial intelligence, surpassing many countries and companies. Such a high-tech company will certainly not use funds to make such jokes. Even if the earthquake warning technology was not available, the submarine communication technology was also good. After all, it is possible to transmit signals on the seabed. This communication technology is not yet in control by other companies. When Carter receives the signal, he goes to the source of the signal. They all know that the Huaqiu expedition team, in this area, not only invested in a device. Anyway, this is international waters. Who it is? Anyone who does this kind of thing will do it. Mirko, the American warships and the people of the island countries are rushing to the place where the seismographs send signals. They want to take the seismograph. Chen Mo's office area. The ink girl suddenly spoke. Grass. Chen Mo could not help but swear. This grandson is addicted to his seismograph. At the bottom of the sea, there are 6 in total. If a signal is found, it is taken away, and as such, his loss will be greater. After the anger, Chen Mo calmed down. You must think of a way to deal with it, otherwise you will sit and wait, and you will only suffer from suffocation. Contact Zhao Minitz. Zhao Minitz is the president of the Marching Ant Company. It is necessary to give a notice to such a big event. Otherwise, Zhao Minitz will be caught off guard and cause unnecessary troubles. Big boss. What are you looking for? Upon receiving the call, Zhao Minitz heard some tired voices. I just received a message from the seismic apparatus installed in the Western Pacific. In the next 2 hours, an earthquake will occur. I am going to post this message on the official website and tell you, Chen said. What? Zhao Minitz's voice increased by 8 decibels. It seems to be an incredible thing. Now it's a test. It's still uncertain. You messed up. It's very troublesome. I know. It will be more subtle, and this news must be released. Must be sent? Zhao Minitz asked. For sure. Can you tell me why? You will understand later. This matter can't be explained at once, and the news must be sent, Chen Mo said. With Zhao Minitz, the US military and the island people are going to fish his seismograph. This is impossible. The source of intelligence is a huge problem. Then you pay attention. Don't mess. I will inform Ling Feng. Let the Public Relations Department prepare for public relations. This incident is not a trivial matter. Regardless of success or failure, the impact on the Marching Ant Company will be enormous. Success. The Marching Ant Company has become one of the most talked about companies in the world. Failure. The Marching Ant Company will be laughed at by the whole world, which is the consequence. Do not worry. After Chen Mo hangs up the phone, he looks at the computer screen. Publish an alert message on the official website. Remember, implicitly, all the words of the earthquake are removed, and the map is added by the way. Okay, Mom. Wanting to let the Americans and the islanders dare not move, he can invade the navigation system so that they can't get to that position. But in doing so, the symptoms are not cured. If they want them to dare to use their equipment, they must let them see the power. If he has to fish his equipment, he must be prepared to offend him. In the case of earthquake warning, in the country, any unit or individual must notify the government before issuing an early warning message, and let the government decide whether to release relevant information. This is to prevent individuals from using these things to make a living and cause unnecessary confusion. But he is now releasing the Western Pacific region, which is still 100,000 miles away, not domestic, so he does not have to worry about these things. In the next 2 hours, the Western Pacific Ocean, with a north latitude of 37.5 degrees, a longitude of 146.2 degrees, and a 6.0 level, the depth is unknown, and the center is unknown. A short message appeared on the official website of the Marching Ant Company, with a picture of Pacific coordinates. Because this is the first warning, Chen Mo chooses to be subtle, at least in the absence of it, to avoid a lot of trouble. The Marching Ant Company released the news. It seems to be an earthquake warning. Those reporters who are concerned about the official website of the Army Ants Company, after seeing this news, climaxed. This expression seems vague, omitting the keyword I, but it is still very obvious. This kind of writing is about the description of the earthquake. After the announcement of the seismograph, the Marching Ant Company first published news about the earthquake. The key is time. 2 hours in advance. 2 hours, enough to do too many things, not to mention other, life-saving can definitely be. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. After the first media forwarded the message, almost all the media that were seen went to the official website of the Marching Ant Company to forward the message. The time when this news is released will become a sign. If the earthquake really happened 2 hours later, then this time will mark the news that humans are far from forecasting the earthquake, and then a big step forward. However, if you engage in an oolong, I am afraid that the Army Ant Company will carry a lot of nicknames. The news was also sent abroad at the first time and was reported by foreign media. In this era of developed information, less than an hour has been known to all countries. The Marching Ant Company sent a message to shake the world. The news of dare to release the earthquake so boldly is only one of the marching ants. Everyone is looking forward to it, especially those countries that have suffered from earthquakes all year round. Hey! Shi Tengxuan reflected the phone. Go forward at full speed and head to the target location. The Marching Ant Company announced that there will be an earthquake within 2 hours, and the location is the coordinates of the signal. He got the news that there was a US fleet in the waters of that area. Although the island country and the US military are allies, they are not as irony as they might be. If there is a real earthquake, it means that the technology of the Marching Ant Company is really useful. This seismograph will be a vital instrument, and it has been ordered that he must salvage it. Not only is Shi Tengxuan, but the US military is also rushing to the target waters at full speed. Chapter 148, Oh Chen Mo, an apology. Third Moore. Carter looked at the coordinates on the radar and his brows were close. It's getting closer and closer to the Marching Ant Company's announcement, but still doesn't feel any anomalies. Is the seismograph a fake? Carter had to float up on this idea. Being able to warn the earthquake 2 hours in advance, how to listen to it is a bit of mystery. If it is really so terrible, the Marching Ant Company will be amazing. When Carter was thinking about things, he suddenly felt a sway of the warship, making him unstable. One on the wall next to him. What happened? Carter supported the bulkhead of the warship and felt a strong sway, which was unstable. Do not know. Others, like Carter, suddenly swayed and made them feel overwhelmed. Not long after, the warship recovered smoothly. After Carter stood firm, he was hit by a bag and looked at the helmsman with dissatisfaction. How is this going? We don't know that there are no winds and waves on the sea, and suddenly it seems to have a huge thing swimming in the water. The other crew looked around with a sullen look. The crew, including the crew on the deck, was also amazed. Fortunately, they just responded quickly, or they might fall into the sea. It's not a good thing to fall into the water here. Suddenly thinking of a possibility, Carter's eyes were indefinite. Continue to sail and head to the target waters. His task is to pick up the equipment from the source of the signal and then bring it back to provide the scientist with research. As for other things, it is not for him. The sea was calm and there was no abnormality. But it was not calm outside. Not long after the earthquake came out, the U.S. Geological Survey released a message: the Western Pacific Ocean, the Northeastern Seas, a magnitude 7.9 earthquake, with a focal depth of 20 kilometers. The earthquake center north latitude 37.2 degrees, east longitude 146.0 degrees. A tsunami warning was also issued at the Pacific Alert Center in Hawaii. Almost at the same time, the Island Meteorological Bureau also issued the same earthquake news and triggered a tsunami warning. The waiting time is always long. Whether it is the network in China or the external network, the discussion on the seismograph has not been suspended for 2 hours. However, as time went on, there was still no movement. The first buzz appeared, and soon, the official Weibo of the Marching Ant Company became a place where the sprays were assembled. A variety of ridicules, all sorts of ugly questions, all can be found on the official Weibo. The news of the earthquake appeared when many media published an article ridiculing the Marching Ant Company. At this moment, the world is quiet. Liu Qiang looked at the news on his mobile phone and his eyes were complicated. In the Western Pacific Ocean, the magnitude 7.9 earthquake has a focal depth of 20 kilometers. The center of the earthquake is 37.2 degrees north latitude and 146.0 degrees east longitude, which is not far from the location predicted by the Marching Ant Company. Although the magnitude of the earthquake varies widely, it is not important. His hometown was destroyed by the earthquake, so he came to the coastal area to find a job. The Marching Ant Company is developing technology that changes the world, and he, with the money of others, writes articles and remarks that discredit the Marching Ant Company. At this moment, he felt a sense of shame, a sense of guilt, filled with his body and mind. Over the years, his job has been hired by the Water Corps to smear a company, star and individual. He is the network sprayer hated by netizens, the Wu Mao Party. He used to ignore this before. As long as he had the money, let him conscience, it does not matter. Now, he suddenly feels that his work has been so shameful these years. What appeared in his head was the scene of the rescue of the people when the earthquake occurred in his hometown. There have been too many stories. Liu Qiang's hand was shaking, his eyes staring at the computer screen. The same as him, not only him alone. In every corner, many people look at the news on their mobile phones, and their eyes are similar to those of Liu Qiang. This is the face, a fact that breaks all their faces. The Marching Ant Company is changing the world, and they are using the keyboard to spray the world, and a little bit of conscience. They feel that their behavior is ridiculous. When the cigarettes were left with cigarette butts, Liu Qiang spit out a white smoke and extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Delete the smeared article that has been written and create a new title. We owe Chen Mo an apology. Not only him, but also the other corners of the computer, but also delete the smeared articles that are ready to be sent out. Rewriting. There is only one idea in everyone's mind. This great company should not be hacked. In the online world of China, the most concerned is not the loss of the earthquake and the length of the casualties. The earthquake occurred in the northeastern waters of the Western Pacific and has nothing to do with them. What they want most is an apology to the Marching Ant Company and Chen Mo. Experts banned the sound, the smudged media banned the sound, and the spray banned the sound. Any articles and remarks that discredited Chen Mo and the Marching Ant Company disappeared instantly. Those who used to smear the ants of the Army Ants Company all apologized to the official microblog of the Army Ant Company. The news of the earthquake came out less than 10 minutes. The server of Weibo collapsed, not being attacked, but being crushed. The official Weibo of the Marching Ant Company rose more than 5 million in less than half an hour. Below the news of the Marching Ant update, the comments are all apologies and praises. Unlike the domestic media, the Western media fell into a collective silence after the earthquake news was confirmed. They don't know how to report. In the last second, I was still laughing at the Marching Ant Company, and I was beaten in the next second. Their reports seem so ridiculous. Not only the media, but even netizens have collectively banned. The news is too shocking. Quakeseer's technology has been able to predict earthquakes, and it is so accurate and accurate. Soon, some media and individuals who publicly mocked Chen Mo and the Marching Ant Company, deleted their own articles, began to report on the earthquake, and circumvented the topic of marching ants. Although many media want to circumvent it, it is impossible to circumvent a topic that is the seismograph of the Marching Ant Company. The news of the Marching Ant Company means that early warning of earthquakes has become possible. This news is even more shocking than the magnitude 10 earthquake. Especially for the countries of the earthquake zone, this is a great news. The evolutionary process of human beings is a struggle history against nature. Scientific and technological means make it possible for mankind to fight against nature. Another major natural disaster is almost foreseeable to be mastered by humans. The whole world is shocked. Like the joys of the world, in the Western Pacific, a group of people are also very happy. Carter is in the cabin command room, quietly looking at the display in the cabin. They have reached the waters where the signal has been sent, and the sonar has been released. Found, sir, this is it. A soldier pointed at an unknown object on the screen. Well, what is this? Carter asked. It is the instrument that sends the signal, and the current role is unknown. Prepare the ropes and pick it up, Carter said, licking his lips. His mood is a bit excited. This is an epoch-making technology. If you can bring technology back, it is definitely a great achievement. If you want to climb 2 more layers, he can get a better position. Sir, the fleet of the island country is driving towards this. A soldier ran over and said, Island? Carter instantly understood that the island country also wanted to fish this seismograph. Don't care about them. Prepare to salvage the work. The group of slaves, not afraid to come. Chapter 149, Earthquake Bureau came. Human understanding of nature goes further. The news of the earthquake confirmed that it was not long before the official of the Army Ant Company issued a document. This article immediately became the focus and the object of forwarding. In the case of seismographs, the Marching Ant Company is a well-deserved protagonist. If the seismograph is thrown into a zone where earthquakes occur frequently, it will save countless lives. The Marching Ant Company has been surrounded by people from major media, hoping to interview Chen Mo. But let them down. This agitated person did not appear in front of everyone. My brother, the US military took away a seismograph. The voice of the ink girl makes Chen Mo's face black. Unexpectedly, the other party was still unscrupulous to catch the seismograph. There are 4 seismographs left under the Pacific Ocean. The seismograph has been tested successfully, and he now has the confidence. He originally thought that the seismograph warning was successful, and those people did not dare to be so unscrupulous. I did not expect him to underestimate the thoughts they wanted to get a seismograph. If you are still tepid as it was last time, I am afraid that those people think they are bullying. After releasing the news, the country that took the Marching Ant Company seismograph, within 3 days, will send the seismograph back and compensate the loss of the Marching Ant Company. Otherwise the consequences will be at your own risk. Chen Mo issued a warning, not for individuals or companies, but for a country. As soon as the announcement came out, it was added to the incident of the hot seismometer. This is the first time I heard that a company dares to publicly warn a country. However, many people understand the Marching Ant Company. The confirmation of the technology of the seismograph allows the Marching Ant Company to have this confidence. The crime of army ants, which means that you want to cooperate in seismological equipment, it is even more difficult. Everyone only thought that the Marching Ant Company was warning the island nation, but did not know that there is still a United States inside. The news that the United States took the seismometer was not announced as the island nation, so outsiders did not know. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is the Marching Ant Company to settle accounts for the island nation. After the fall, Chenggo and Li Chengzi, 2 people, quickly walked into the building of the Marching Ant Company. He was the director of the Earthquake Administration. When he came out of the seismograph of the Army Ant Company, he also knew that he was only concerned about it at the time, and did not put too much thought into it. After all, this kind of thing, before it is confirmed, no one dares to express opinions, otherwise it is very troublesome. It is different now. The Marching Ant Company successfully warned of the occurrence of the earthquake. The location is terrible, even time, and roughly the same. This technology has far surpassed any previous technology. The Department of the Seismological Bureau is not up to the top, and their status is very embarrassing. They are responsible for the development of various disaster relief equipment and instruments, as well as maintenance of seismic stations. The vast territory of China, the earthquake station, there are many platforms, located in remote mountainous areas. Their employees risk their lives and go to various uninhabited places to inspect equipment. In the past, there were geological members who were killed on the way, but these things were not known to outsiders. Many unsung heroes are fighting behind. Every time there is a catastrophe, their earthquake bureau is the first to be embarrassed. All kinds of ugly words, even think that the earthquake bureau does not exist. With pressure, they have to continue working. No one knows the efforts of the geological players and researchers behind their seismological bureau. Chen Mo's earthquake warning news. He also worried for 2 hours. It can be said that those 2 hours are the 2 hours that he has lived the longest in his life. It was already disappointing. However, when the earthquake occurred, he was smirking at the news. This is the first time he has been happy with an earthquake since his lifetime. After several contacts, he found Li Chengzi and hoped to come over with him and see Chen Mo. In order not to be so loud, he was alone, and he found Li Chengzi together. After entering the Marching Ant Company, Chenggo's mind calmed down. He also met the world. But for the first time, the robot came to be a greeter. Chenggo had to sigh the technology of the Marching Ant Company. It has been a long time without such tension. The person he wants to see is a person who wants to change the world. When the seismograph came out, it was not much to send Chen Mo 100 Nobel Prizes. He must come over and let other people come into contact with Chen Mo. He is not at ease. Not long after, Chenggo saw the people he wanted to see. A young man who looks ordinary is not a three-headed or six-armed man, but he is more confident than ordinary young people. Next to him, Zhao Minitz, president of the Marching Ant Company, and Xiao Yu, the legendary Chen Mo's girlfriend, meet again. Chen Mo and Li Chengzi shook hands and then reached out and took hold of Chenggo. This is Comrade Chenggo, the director of the Earthquake Administration. Li Chengzi introduced to Chen Mo. There is no accident about Cheng's identity. After the seismograph came out, the higher level people came over and he would not have any accidents. Director Cheng, it is a great honor to meet you. Chen Mo smiled. I am honored. Chenggo said, the two are Miss Zhao Minitz and Miss Xiao Yu. Director, hello. Xiao Yu and Zhao Minitz also shook hands with Chenggo. Talk inside. Chen Mo took a few people and walked into the reception room. Mr. Chen, should you know the purpose of my visit here this time? Cheng Yuegang sat down and slammed his hand and couldn't wait to speak. Is Secretary Cheng coming over for the seismometer? Chen Mo said. Yeah. Cheng Yuoshong nodded. When you tested the seismograph, I was concerned. Teacher Wu Zhen told me. To be honest, I didn't have much hope at the beginning. Chenggo did not hide it. At this time, it would be a bit fake to say that the flattery of the flattery. It's just a Marching Ant Company that always creates miracles. Chenggo said, this time, I am cheeky and want to ask Mr. Chen for help. Chenggo is a little embarrassed. After all, they have not made much effort before. It is really difficult to say this time. Dr. Cheng wants me to install a seismograph in China? Chen Mo asked. This matter, do not have to think about it, also know the meaning of Chenggo. Indeed it is. Chen Mo said. Chenggo immediately laughed. This young man, who is smart, seems to be a good person. I am afraid this can't help. Chen Mo shook his head. The cost of seismographs is very high. If there are too many words across the country, our company can't afford it. Because of this way, Mr. Chen added 20 seismographs and installed them in other test areas. If the instruments are really useful, These instruments are purchased by our Seismological Bureau, and we will give you the cost. Chen Guo said. If you have 20, you can do it. If you have the cost, make sure the instrument is useful. Then we will discuss it in detail. Chen Mo extended a finger. 100 million. Yes, Chen Guo immediately agreed. They are now seeking benefits for the people. As long as the instrument is really useful, a little more money, it will not hesitate to grant him. After talking about some detailed things, Zhao Minutes took Chen Guo to visit the army and company. In the reception room, only Chen Mo and Li Chengzi were left. Chapter 150. The opponent of death. Li Chengzi looked at Chen Mo. He wanted to see if this young man really had 3 heads and 6 arms. Now Chen Mo is a national treasure. On the internet, Chen Mo has even been given the nickname, the opponent of the of death. The advent of seismographs is to save people from the hands of death. Now Chen Mo's reputation in China has reached its peak, beyond the scope of genius. Many people say that Chen Mo will be the greatest person in the 21st century. Chen Mo, who has gathered countless reputations, is still young and terrible. His future is full of possibilities. Even Li Cheng's capital has to sigh that this young man is too horrible. After you successfully warned the earthquake, Chile, Indonesian people have contacted. There may be high-level visits. Needless to say, you also know that one of their purposes should be for the seismograph. Li Chengzi said, I believe soon, their ambassador will contact you. Chen Mo nodded, and both countries were among the biggest victims of the earthquake. It is normal to attach importance to seismographs. This seismograph is not a trivial matter, and it has great diplomatic benefits. Li Chengzi said, can you guarantee that the technology has not leaked out? Crap. Chen Mo said, these technologies will not leak out. You can rest assured. It's okay to get rid of that? Li Chengzi asked. Nothing. The seismograph that has been taken away has become a pile of broken copper and iron, not much use. Chen Mo shook his head. In this case, I am relieved. Li Chengzi said, seismographs, in addition to warnings, can also gain the goodwill of the world. In addition to economic interests, there is still a huge diplomatic interest. If they are acquired by other countries, it is a huge loss for them. The technology of seismographs is no small matter. The government and people of any country want to get this technology. However, they did not participate in the whole process, and even when the seismograph of the Marching Ant Company was taken away, there was not much action, because at that time, no one believed that Chen Mo would succeed, only thought it was a farce. As a result, Chen Mo has succeeded, and it is beyond everyone's expectations. This is a complete paper on earthquake early warning research. Chen Mo took a paper from his backpack and handed it to Li Chengzi. The last published paper is not a full version. I will apply for a patent after the seismograph. This paper, should it is helpful for the current earthquake research, you can transfer it to Mr. Wu Zhen. Li Chengzi looked at Chen Mo's papers in a strange way, and he did not expect that Chen Mo would suddenly give him this. For him, this may be precious, but for Chen Mo, this paper is nothing at all, as long as it is not the manufacturing technology of the seismograph. In a short time, the technology of the seismograph is impossible to give to other people. This is a money-making instrument. In addition to bringing huge economic benefits to this instrument, it also has the reputation of the company. After the seismograph message was confirmed, the network was now clean. The articles that smeared the Marching Ant Company have disappeared without a trace. Then I will thank you for those who have suffered from the earthquake disaster. Li Chengzi took the paper Chen Mo gave him and solemnly collected it. Seismographs are based on a theory of Chen Mo's thesis. This paper is as important as any top technology. Li Chengzi and Cheng Jiulai also rushed and went in a hurry. But when they left, they all had smiles on their faces. They didn't come long, but they also got the answer they wanted. The news of the Marching Ant Company seismograph continues to ferment. The warning from the Special Marching Ant Company seems that the island nation has not taken this matter seriously. Many island country netizens, even in the commentary area of relevant news, sneered at the innocence of the Marching Ant Company. The United States did not publish any news that was taken away by the US military. Therefore, It is impossible for outsiders to know about the US seismometers. Norfolk Naval Base. Carter smiled and looked at the seismograph surrounded by many technical experts. They grabbed the seismograph before the arrival of the island nation. The first earthquake warning was the information sent by the seismograph he had picked up. This shows that this seismograph is available and can also predict earthquakes. For the warnings of marching ants, they are not the same thing. If this is what the Chinese government said, there is still a bit of weight, but the marching ant company, they did not look at it. Now they just want to get the technology about the seismograph quickly, and the rest are fake. After a long time, the first skin of the seismograph was removed. After seeing the situation in the seismograph, many scientists immediately became dumbfounded. Destroyed? The lines, boards and chips they can see have all been burned out, completely different from the intact appearance. After opening the outer casing, the scorching smell of scorching rushed out, causing a group of experts to rush back. What is going on here? Everyone looked at Carter, and Carter's smile was also on his face. How do I know? Carter thought about it, but did not say it. Why did the seismograph become like this, and he didn't know what was going on? I don't know. Carter had no smile. His face was a bit ugly. When we salvage, it still works. Many technical experts face each other. Is that if you got it? Who was broken? A tall officer looked at Carter dissatisfied. No. Carter shook his head. What is this going on? The tall officer, the tone is very bad. Our people have never touched it. I don't know. I will monitor him immediately. The tall officer was black-faced. This seismograph was taken from the site of the earthquake at the bottom of the sea and took a lot of risks. It has been determined that seismographs are available. If they get these technologies, they will accept the praise of the whole world, and the prestige will be upgraded. The result will now be turned into a film. Not only Carter, the leader of the island navy, Shi Tengxuan, also really bowed his head, listening to the scream of the chief's face. Sir, when we arrived, the Americans were already fishing equipment, and we couldn't intervene. Don't make excuses, you can't get it. I don't like to listen to the interface. Sitting in the chair in front of him, an old man with a black face. The last time I recovered was a damaged seismograph. It was not easy to find another opportunity this time. The result was preempted by the Americans. After the earthquake, seismographs have confirmed that earthquakes can be warned, and this technology has become crucial, especially for their island countries. He slammed the tea on the table into the entrance, and the old man opened his mouth. You go along the route that the Huaxiu expedition team passed last time and search for instruments with sonar. They definitely have not only voted for 2. Sir, the scope is too big to search. There is no way, but also give me a way to come. The old official was shot on the table. I want a good seismograph, which is related to national security. Hey! Shi Tengxuan took a banquet and left his face intricately. Chapter 151. Zhao minutes as Chen Mo opened his eyes. In the morning, a few rays of sunlight hit the room, with a warm color in the quiet. The seismometer thing kept his nerves tight, and now things are coming to an end, and he is also relaxed. Lie in bed and enjoy a rare peace. After a while, the door will open. Xiao Yuo came in and saw Chen Mo, who had already woken up, with a smile on his face. Get out of bed, it is time to go to work. Seeing Xiao Yu's gentle smile, Chen Mo also laughed. The heartstrings were also slightly manipulated, and when he saw Xiao, his mood was always unconsciously relaxed. Not long after, Xiao changed clothes, dressed in professional attire, long hair tied up, less soft and soft, looking very lean and confident. Finishing the small fishing of the clothes, I found Chen Mo staring at her, and her face became unconsciously shy. Although he is already his person, this gaze will still make her unable to eat. The sleepiness disappeared and Chen Mo also got up from the bed. After the washing, Xiao Yu has also simply made a light makeup. Chen Mo sat on the table and seriously ate breakfast. White porridge with omelettes and a chopped apple is very simple. These are all made by Xiao Yu, although there is no shortage of money. But Xiao Yu did not ask the nanny's idea. insisting on making breakfast for Chen Mo every day. For the preparation of breakfast, Xiao is very attentive every time. The fruits are different every day and the style of breakfast is different. Xiao also sat on the table and saw Chen Mo eating with gusto, and her mouth hangs a smile. This kind of atmosphere, like the one she moved to Chen Mo's renting house, changed her life, but the people did not change. Look at me like this, do you think that I am so handsome? Do you have any thoughts on me? It really does not matter to you. Xiaoyu smiles like a flower. After eating in the warmth, after going to the company, the two also started their own work. Xiaoyu is Zhao Minit's assistant. To help with some affairs, Zhao Minit sometimes gives some things to her, and she is very busy. The technology of the seismograph has been completed, and Chen Mo will start to study the superconducting materials at room temperature. The discussion about seismographs is still very crazy. Many media hope that Chen Mo can come forward with a positive response, but Chen Mo is not interested. The boss. The relevant procedures for the production of seismographs are already being processed. Zhao Minit seems to be very motivated. Now the Marching Ant Company has become the most well-known enterprise in the world and will be the greatest enterprise in the future. A business empire, under her management, is an unparalleled achievement for her. Yeah? Chen Mo nodded and took the information that Zhao Minit handed over. What is going on now? What reaction? Overwhelmingly the topic. Zhao Minit smiled. Seismographs have made the Ant Company's fame and fortune, and the corporate valuation companies on Wall Street have rated the Army Ant Company as the world's most valuable company. The valuation of the Marching Ant Company has made many experts do not know how to judge. The valuation is too high. Many people will disagree. The valuation is too low, and it is necessary to attract boos. The value of the Marching Ant Company cannot be measured, but the stake in the Marching Ant Company is still concentrated in the hands of Chen Mo, and the possibility of listing in the future is not great. Chen Mo's worth can no longer be described by normal wealth. His prestige has reached its peak. Just the name Chen Mo is worth hundreds of billions. As an entrepreneur, this achievement has gone beyond the scope of entrepreneurs. As the president of the Marching Ant Company, Zhao Minit has also become one of the most influential female figures in the world. What she will do next is the production of seismographs. With the help of the Seismological Bureau, the Marching Ant Company has contacted well-known geological experts and geophysicists in China, and the production and installation of seismographs will also be carried out simultaneously. The wind is too strong recently, you don't want to make any big troubles anymore. Zhao Mlao said. Muxuya the wind will destroy it. This sentence has been passed down from ancient times to the present, but it is not a simple word, but a real experience. Why do you say that? Chen Mo asked. We are too busy. This is not a good thing. The wind is too strong, which means that we are in the field of vision with many people. We should be glad that the seismograph has not touched the interests of the supergiants, otherwise it will be a steady stream. Trouble, said Zhao Minit. We just got up from the trouble. Chen Mo smiled. This time, the previous influence is limited. After the seismograph comes out, the value of the Marching Ant Company cannot be estimated. The equity is all in your hands. The giants have not got a benefit, and some people will stare at you. Second time, you should have a lesson. Chen Mo announced the news of the earthquake prediction. Let her hang a heart. At that time, Li Lingfeng had been prepared for the worst, only to predict success, and to make the shock become a surprise for the dead. If you go on like this, the Marching Ant Company can't stand Chen Mo toss. Chen Mo nodded. Then I have a low-key point during this time, and I promise not to make trouble, but to be a child. He looked serious and looked at Zhao Minit. You have to pay attention to personal safety issues. If the company doesn't have you, you will get rid of it immediately. Zhao Minit became serious in the next second, and his face changed quickly. Even Chen Mo was surprised. Yes, Chen Mo nodded. The last few things made him very sensitive to this kind of thing. There is one more thing. Some ambassadors of countries with frequent earthquake disasters have already contacted the company. They want to know the information about the seismograph and are very interested in the seismograph. What kind of information? Chen Mo asked. The accuracy and price of earthquake warnings are the issues that they are most concerned about. If you are accurate, no one can say that 100% success. 80% should be. But the last time the first warning was successful, the data will continue to be collected in the future. The specific data must be tested before the production. If the production, the cost should be at around 3 million. How much do you want to sell? Chen Mo looked at Zhao Minutes. Studying him is okay, but doing business, he is not as good as Zhao Minutes. 50 million. Zhao Minutes extended 5 fingers. Seeing the price that Zhao Minutes said, Chen Mo sighed with a sigh of relief. This pricing is a bit embarrassing. Is it very unexpected? Zhao Minutes smiled. But I didn't finish it. I'm talking about $50 million. Chen Mo looked at Zhao Minutes with a ghostly look. Now, looking at Zhao Minutes' face with a smile, he feels cold. What is it? Compared with Zhao Minutes, he is simply a child of innocence and kindness. I don't know which day I was sold by Zhao Minming. Why are you looking at me like this? Zhao Minutes glanced at Chen's sinister expression and smiled slightly. If you have money, but you don't know how to do business. We are not doing business with ordinary people. We are with one. The country does business. How do you say that? Chen Mo asked. Graphing knows. When the Western monopoly, 5,000 yuan a gram, after our country broke the monopoly, now the price of cabbage, the lowest time a few dollars a gram. Now we are a monopoly, why not kill? If the seismograph was developed abroad and the price was $100 million, our country would have to buy a few scalpers because it is related to the safety of the people. Well, the poverty that once was, has limited my imagination. Chen Mo smiled. This time, I have not been able to pass this business. Zhao Minutes smiled and shook his head. Although Chen Mo was very skilled, but the grassroots origin, the company's business, he did not touch much. Don't look at his current status, but in thought, he has not really grown into a qualified upper-level person, and there is still a lot to learn. Therefore, Zhao Minutes will find ways to let Chen Mo go to those forums and communication platforms. Chapter 152, Super Earthquake. Shi Tengxuan is in a bad mood. In this sea, he let the fleet pull the sonar to patrol back and forth. However, after 2 weeks, there is still no gain. He knows the general route of the Huaxiu expedition team, but the Pacific Ocean is terrible. To find a seismograph that sinks into the sea, it is a needle in a haystack. The last seismograph was discovered by them because of the signal. It's just that the seismograph sends a signal only when the earthquake strikes. This is a headache. The whole country of the island country is in the earthquake zone, and it has always been a disaster. Because the earthquake is particularly large every year, they are determined to have the technology of the seismograph. With the early warning technology of seismographs and earthquake warning, they can avoid many losses. Holding a telescope and looking at the boundless sea, Shi Tengxuan's face turned black. The instrument that I used to take away from the Huaxiu expedition team was originally thought to have earned it. The result was found to be bad. The core technology has been lost, and the seismograph has long since lost its effect. He did not know whether the seismograph that the United States had taken away was in good condition, but he had already given him a death order and must return a good seismograph. The command of the devil. Shi Tengxuan reflected the telescope. His mouth groaned. Just as he complained, a soldier in a white sailor suit ran over and his face was excited. The captain, 80 nautical miles northeast, found long wave signals, and other directions, a total of 3 signals. 3 signals? Shi Tengxuan reflects ecstasy. Record all signal coordinates immediately to the sea where the nearest signal is. Yes, Captain. The marching ant company. Chen Mo was interrupted by the voice of the ink girl. Mogo, West Pacific. 3 seismographs simultaneously signal. Simultaneous signals from 3 seismographs. Chen Mo's eyelids jumped up. He was informed by Wu Zhentong on the location of the seismograph. In order to increase the scope of seismograph monitoring, the seismograph is only every 80 kilometers or more before it is placed, and the approximate location is in the Western Pacific. Separated so far, and issued an earthquake warning, He felt that this time things would not be too small. An island warship, and a US warship, are turning heads to the direction of the seismograph. The Ink Girl said again. This group of greedy ghosts, don't forget to take advantage of this time. Shenmo's face is a hole. Let them catch it. In the future, they will have to repay it. What is the level of the 3 seismograph warnings? 5.0, 5.1. 5.3. The focal depth and the focal center cannot be monitored. It may be a super earthquake that will occur in other areas, and these 3 places will be affected. He also had this kind of hunch in his heart. He heard the Ink Girl say so. He is more sure of the thoughts in his heart. When is the time? The news from the seismograph was an hour later, said the Ink Girl. After hearing the news of the earthquake, Zhao Minutes was confirmed by Zhao Minutes. Chen Mokai spoke. Ink Girl, in the official website, the West Pacific. An hour later, earthquakes occurred in 3 places, with maps, and finally added a little, there is the possibility of a high-level earthquake. Some time ago, Zhao Minutes let him act in a low-key manner. Don't come out and provoke things. He did it and hid in the laboratory to do research. It's been half a month. Although there are news on the web to discuss seismographs, but there are already many. In the context of this drama, any major scientific achievements will not last long, and the headlines of the play are the real headlines. Now he decides to make another high profile. When the news of the seismograph warning came out, many people were convinced that there was some noise on the network as time went by. Many people think that the last time the Army Ant Company was a cockroach encountering a dead mouse. Coincidence? Can predict the second time, it is still a problem. This time, as long as the prediction is successful, the performance of the seismograph can be truly hammered. This time it may be a higher level earthquake than the last time. He also wants to see how big the earthquake will be. He has a bad feeling, and this is definitely a big event. The stealth half-month Marching Ant Company once again released other news about the earthquake. When the news came out, it was a stunned and immediately became the focus of attention. An hour later, in the western Pacific Ocean, the northeastern islands of the island will have an earthquake, and there is the possibility of a super earthquake. The shorter the message, the bigger the matter. Super earthquake. It is terrible to think about it. Many people think of the earthquake that occurred in the island country that year, the tsunami caused by the earthquake, the huge loss to the island country, the tens of thousands of lives, and the leak of nuclear power plants. Until now, many people live in the shadows, homeless. Return. Another super earthquake was the tsunami in Indonesia. The news was transmitted to the island country in the shortest time, but many island people did not buy it, but many people chose to believe it. I took things with me and drove away from the beach home. This kind of thing, even if it is a 10th chance, can't take risks. The debate over the Marching Ant Company seismometers has revived, and time has passed in the debate. Yi Hao Yondan looked at the sea from time to time. He couldn't see anything other than the blue water. Suddenly, Yi Hao's 2 pupils shrank, his spirit was full and his eyes widened. The sea suddenly surged. It was a fish school. The fish swarmed on the surface of the sea and the dolphins. This scene is very rare. It feels like a dolphin is praying, and strange great clouds appear slowly in the sky. All of this seems to be a big anomaly. As an island nation, it is not uncommon for such a thing. It is a cloud of earthquakes. Due to the abnormal magnetic field, electromagnetic waves affect the high-altitude ionosphere, so that the water vapor and dust are not randomly arranged in order to form a seismic cloud. Did not think much. Yi Hao immediately picked up the phone and dialed the captain's room. Shi Tengxuan reflected the phone and picked up the telescope and looked at the sea. Sure enough, the fish swept out of the water and there was a vision of a cloud of earthquakes. The seismograph that the Marching Ant Company placed on the seabed signaled that the earthquake would come soon. However, this has nothing to do with him. His task is to get a seismograph. He has a bad premonition. And there are signals in 3 directions. This means that there are earthquakes in all 3 directions, and I am afraid that it is not as simple as I thought. The fleet speeds up and moves in the direction of the seismograph signal. Captain? the headquarters came to the news. The Marching Ant Company released the news. 1 hour later, there may be a submarine earthquake in our sea area. The headquarters hopes that you will be careful. The reported soldiers handed a piece of paper to Shi Tengxuan. An hour. Shi Tengxuan whispered and finally nodded. The team slowed down. Time passed by in a minute, and the earthquake was different. The Marching Ant Company has predicted it once, and this time it is correct, which shows that the seismograph is really useful. In every corner of the world, teachers, students, drivers, scholars, and all kinds of people, all holding mobile phones, waiting for news updates. 1 hour lost in the phone. On the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, strange sounds came out. The earth moved, the huge cracks appeared, and a catastrophe broke out. Chapter 153, Catastrophe Island of Sendai City. Takagi Akiko is sitting on the sofa eating snacks, watching the play of Doraemon on the TV, and keeping his eyes open. High-intensity work let her lose the motivation to go out to play. Now just at home, just hiding in the house watching TV and eating TV, this is the supreme enjoyment. Do not have to think about other troubles. Oh, the strange sounds sounded, and the TV's picture began to flash, making her feel wrong. Then, the phone received the message. Earthquake. The warning message on the mobile phone made her heart shrink, and she did not put down the phone, and the things in the room began to beat. I didn't want to think about it. Takagi Akiko immediately lost his snacks and didn't even wear shoes and rushed out of the room. Like the end of the world, shaking her heart, let her heart smashed. Last minute, I was still immersed in the ease of cartoons. At this moment, her body was already dominated by fear. She experienced a lot of earthquakes, and every time she let her feel panic from her heart, like being crushed by the neck of her death. The next second will suffocate. There is only one voice in her heart, leaving the house and going to a safe place. At the moment of rushing out of the house, Takagi Akiko felt that the whole world was bright. Going to the nearest open space, Takagi Akiko fell to the ground, pale, and gasped. It is like defeating death again, and she has already taken off. More and more people are gathering in the open space where she is, and everyone's face is panicked and scared. The world is shaking, the sound of the collapse of the house is filled with her mind. In less than half a minute, let her experience a moment of life and death. The feet without shoes have been cut by gravel. She does not know. Not long ago, it was still a bustling area, and it was already devastated. Looking at this scene, her eyes were a bit sluggish. Broken wall wreckage, painful mourning, a face with fear and a person crying in the ruins. Sadness, fear and despair are filled with everyone's heart. Monitoring shows that in the northeastern seas, a magnitude 8.9 earthquake occurred, and the epicenter was about 150 kilometers away from Sendai. The Island Meteorological Agency, the staff face a bit sad. After the Marching Ant Company released the news of the earthquake warning, the Meteorological Agency closely followed the various seismic stations. We will strive to send earthquake warnings to ordinary people in the first time. Of course, we hope that this warning is a false news. Unexpectedly, the super earthquake still happened. This location is in the same sea area as the big earthquake of the year. It is not far from the location of the last magnitude 7.8 earthquake. The news of the earthquake and the tsunami warning were released. Kato's face was unusually ugly and had to make this order. Now that it is not the worst, he only hopes that the tsunami will not happen. Otherwise, this level, I am afraid that the coastal areas will suffer again. The Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, the Island Meteorological Agency, and the U.S. Geological Survey issued a tsunami warning at almost the same time. The news of the earthquake in the island country immediately attracted the attention of the whole world. The tsunami warning has been issued, and people living on the island have panicked. Many people were vividly witnessed by the tsunami that year. And now the natural disasters are coming again. If you don't care too much, some people drive and start to rush to the nearest high ground. Kishimoto looked at the fish in the box and smiled on the face. This voyage, no doubt, is a huge gain, as long as you land. This time, You can earn twice the usual money. For him, it was a big harvest. Captain, received a tsunami warning. When Quanban was happy, a crew member ran over. A major earthquake occurred, 150 kilometers east of Sendai. The meteorological agency issued a tsunami warning. Upon hearing this sentence, Kishimoto's hair was erected. He has been able to see the port. At this time, he told him about the tsunami warning. Tune your head, immediately turn around, go to the sea at full speed. Don't go to the beach. Kishimoto did not hesitate to think about the tsunami disaster. He felt cold in his heart. Everyone returns to the cabin. Immediately. Kishimoto did not want to go directly to the rudder, turned the bow, toward the direction of the sea, rushed out at full speed. There is also an ominous premonition in his heart. The big earthquake of that year almost killed his life. Now when he mentions the earthquake and tsunami, he has a shadow in his heart. Like him, the ship that was preparing to dock, after receiving the alarm, turned the bow at the first time. The ship on the coast has also sailed. The scenes of hundreds of ships appeared in the port, including some large ships. What they have to do now is to drive the ship to the open sea level to avoid the tsunami. Magi Prefecture. Anjing looked at the road that had been stuck in traffic, with despair on his face. I just escaped from the earthquake and now issued a tsunami warning. The source of the earthquake is similar to the earthquake of that year. If a tsunami occurs, they will be the first target here. In the last catastrophe, they were the hardest hit areas here. The scene of the year reappeared and the road was blocked by the escaped car. Looking at the mountains in the distance, how close, but no car, want trush. It is impossible. All kinds of jealous people on the road have already escaped from the car. Road congestion has become more serious and almost impossible. He regrets a bit. Why not leave the army and company when it issued a super earthquake warning? But when friends advised him to go together, they should go out to travel. It is impossible to leave now. Seeing the scene in front of him, he knows that he can't waste time. Thinking of this, Anjing also came down from the car and ran towards the distant mountains. Now that someone is willing to change his car with a bicycle, he will not hesitate to agree. The road has been completely blocked, and all kinds of escaped people on the road have panic on their faces, and hate the mother to not give them 2 more legs. The tsunami is approaching, and the contours of the tsunami uplift can be seen at sea level. At the moment of entering the harbor, the funnel-like harbor makes the height of the waves bigger and bigger. On the seawall, high waves on the sea level have been able to be seen. Akashi stood on the hill, watching the waves coming from the beach, with calm on his face. Just watching this wave, I am afraid that the disaster will not be small. This scene reminds him of the tsunami that year. I have experienced a life and death, that feeling, and now he is still vivid. In the face of the disaster of nature, human beings are as weak as ants and have no resistance. Rumble. When the seawater is poured in, the bigger waves form and rush into the land, and it is unstoppable. The sea has spread to him, and it is impossible to escape. The ship was lifted, rushed into the land, crashed into a house, and then the house was flooded with huge waves. The vehicles parked on the road have been lifted by the waves, and as the waves drift, the gatherings are more and more, just like the garbage of nature. Looking at the waves that are getting closer and closer, the face of Akashi is expressionless, which is a kind of indifference to death. The tsunami has arrived, and he can clearly see that the vehicles that are too late to escape are being swallowed up by the sea and disappeared. With him, there are still many people, screams and crying, connected in the mountains. The home they depend on is once again submerged by the sea. Panic, stunned, and overwhelmed, can't stop, just hope heaven, no disaster. Chapter 154, Black Merchant Asahi Shimbun, Meteorological Agency News. At 14:25 on the 13th, a 7.4 magnitude earthquake occurred in Sendai City, in the Pacific Ocean, with a latitude of 37.8 degrees north latitude and 142.2 degrees east longitude. An earthquake of magnitude 8.9 occurred with a focal depth of about 20 kilometers. The earthquake caused a tsunami and hit Magi Prefecture. According to current statistics, the earthquake and tsunami have caused 5,000 deaths and 20,000 missing, and the data is still rising. CNN, U.S. Earthquake Exploration Bureau News, at 21:25 on the 12th, Hawaii time, in the western Pacific Ocean. 37.8 degrees north latitude, 142.2 degrees east longitude, a magnitude 9.1 earthquake occurred, with a focal depth of about 21 kilometers. The earthquake caused a tsunami and attacked the island nation. The highest tide of the tsunami may exceed 25 meters. CCTV, at 13:25 on the 13th, capital time, the Pacific Ocean. 37.8 degrees north latitude, 142.2 degrees east longitude, a magnitude 9.0 earthquake. The focal depth of about 22 kilometers. The earthquake caused a tsunami, attacking the island country Magi Prefecture, Fukushima and other places. At present, the latest official data has caused 5,437 deaths and more than 20,000 people have disappeared. Reuters, in the northeastern part of the island country, an earthquake of magnitude 9.0 occurred, with tens of thousands of deaths and injuries. The Marching Ant Company had warned of the arrival of a super earthquake an hour ago, and the casualties could be reduced. Why are there so many casualties? Financial Times. The island's earthquake and tsunami are expected to cause more than $150 billion in economic losses to the island nation. World News. Fukushima was once again hit by the earthquake and tsunami, and the nuclear leak crisis may become more serious. Nuclear fuel can pollute groundwater, and Fukushima will become even more dangerous. On a global scale, the public once again discussed the safety of nuclear power plant facilities. South Korea has once again appeared against the construction of nuclear power plants. Moscow News Network. Affected by the earthquake, the island moved 5 centimeters to the Mariana Trench. The Mariana Trench accelerates the eastward expansion, and the islands are sliding at a speed of 1.5 meters per year to the Mariana Ditch at 200 kilometers. The fault has become more fragile, and there have been several similar major earthquakes. The island will become possible. Overwhelming. All kinds of news. The eyes of the whole world were attracted by this great earthquake. Reports at all levels, all kinds of news, are talking about major earthquakes and tsunami events. An hour before the earthquake, the Marching Ant Company had already warned of the disaster, but it still caused so much casualties and losses to the island nation, and many people began to ponder. The disaster can be alleviated, but the islanders chose not to believe in the marching ants, so the disaster did not decrease much. The world is immersed in the earthquake of the island country earthquake and tsunami. The United States, China, Russia, Australia and other countries have sent rescue teams to the island countries. The United Nations rescue team is also rushing to the disaster area. Various occasions, various prayer activities were held spontaneously throughout the island nation. The entire island nation is immersed in a sad atmosphere. Gradually, there were some voices on the island's network. Why is the Marching Ant Company warning news? But nobody cares. Because the Marching Ant Company did not inform the exact location of the super earthquake. This disaster was caused by the selfishness of the Marching Ant Company. Why didn't the Marching Ant Company disclose the technology of the seismograph? Why doesn't the Marching Ant Company announce the exact location of the super earthquake? Is the Army Ant Company so selfish? The Marching Ant Company is strongly required to disclose seismograph technology. As soon as this voice appeared, it soon appeared on international news media and various social platforms. Various media have asked the Marching Ant Company to disclose seismograph technology. In addition to the news of the Great Island earthquake, this news has also become a mainstream voice. Now the Marching Ant Company has successfully predicted 2 earthquakes. which shows that the seismograph is really useful. As long as the seismograph is installed in the area monitoring of frequent earthquakes, many people can be saved. An international moral paradox that really forces the Marching Ant Company. As for the manipulation behind this kind of sound, ordinary people are not known. Not long after the news came out, the Marching Ant official responded. The earthquake occurred in the territorial waters of the island country. The seismograph of the Marching Ant Company was not near the source of the earthquake and could not detect the level and center of the earthquake. As for the voices that demanded the publication of technology, the Marching Ant Company did not intend to pay attention to it. This kind of problem with almost brain damage is a fool. The earthquake in the island nation did not have any impact on them, but once again let the Marching Ant Company have a limelight in the international arena. This kind of thing, the Marching Ant Company has tried to be low-key, except for a brief response. Other things did not show up at all, and did not publish any views on the earthquake in the island country. At this time, the Marching Ant Company is still doing things normally. Li Chengzi, Chenggo and Yao Yi came together and looked at the office building of the Marching Ant Company. The three people were somewhat impressed. This Marching Ant Company is really amazing, and it has done something that no one can do. This time Chen Mo and the Marching Ant Company are really within the scope of attention to the top. The three of them just walked the Army Ant Company and saw Chen Mo and others waiting at the door of the lobby. Mr. Li, Yao Shuji, Director Chen Mo hurriedly greeted the three and walked with the three to the reception room. Just sitting in the reception room, Chen Mo said, "This time, all three of you are looking for me at the same time. I am really surprised. Is there something important? We just happened to happen. We just met together." Yao Yi smiled and said, "My business is not a secret matter. Let me talk about it first. Panhai is preparing to create a smart city and increase the image of the city. The most advanced intelligent platform. I want to invite the Marching Ant Company to participate in this." Zhao Minutes looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded slightly. She said, "Yes, things in this regard. I will go back and talk to Secretary Yao in detail." "That's good." Yao Yi smiled. "The other thing is that the production license for the seismograph has passed, and the production lot number has come down." Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes looked at each other with a clear heart. The function of the seismograph was vividly reflected in the earthquake of the island nation. The high-level people probably wanted to install the seismograph quickly, so they would let them pass. When the two looked at Chenggo also said, "I came here this time and wanted to tell you that we are going to purchase 200 seismographs to establish an earthquake warning network in the provinces where earthquakes occur frequently in China." "What about this price?" "The cost price is about 3 million. Chen Mo said, "It is also a small thing that our company does for the people affected by the earthquake in China." "That's good. I thank you and the Army Ant Company for the people in the country." Chenggo looked at Chen Mo with amazement. This young man really knows the general. "But some production equipment, you need help, or we have to wait for our equipment to come in order to mass production. It will take some time." Chen Mo said, "This bag is on me." Li Chengzi's big bag. Now the above attitude is very clear. As long as the earthquake warning network can be built early, try to meet Chen Mo's requirements. This time he came here for this matter. "This time I came over and brought the news." Li Chengzi said, "I hope that you can give priority to helping the country establish an earthquake warning network. What help is needed, you can tell me." "Yes, the establishment of a domestic earthquake warning network will only want to export." Chen Mo nodded. "Can you give me a tax-free preferential policy?" "I will help you with this." Li Chengzi said, "I am very curious, what is the price of the export?" $50 million a unit. Zhao Minutes smiled. When her words came out, the three men on the field almost burst into swearing. "The cost is 3 million, and it is necessary to sell $50 million US. This Zhao Minutes, the knife is not a general flaw." It seems that Chen Mo brothers let Miss Zhao manage the company is correct. Yao Yi laughed. "Production costs, only you have to keep it secret." "Yes." The three men smiled. "In the past, foreign companies used a monopoly to disgust them. Now it seems that the wind and water are turning. Not Black is not a qualified businessman. Chapter 155, Island Country Buying. The three simply said something, and after getting a satisfactory answer, they left the Marching Ant Company. The news of the casualties of the earthquake in the island country attracted the attention of the whole world. One reason is that the earthquake is too big and has to attract global attention. The Fukushima nuclear accident has become more serious and fearful. Another reason is that the Marching Ant Company has given predictions before the arrival of the super earthquake, but the casualties are still surprisingly large, which is somewhat unreasonable. Ordinary people pay attention to earthquake disasters, and governments in various countries are concerned about marching ants. Earthquake prediction. One may be a coincidence, the second is not a coincidence. Natural disasters cannot be controlled. What they can do is to try to reduce casualties in disasters. Now that the seismographs are coming out, it is undoubtedly a great event for countries with frequent earthquakes. The ambassador of the island state contacted us. Xiaoyu went into Chen Mo's lab and said softly, "They want to know about the seismograph." Zhao did not take the idea and asked me to come up and ask you what you mean. Chen Mo put the already synthesized silicon carbon into the bottle and stopped the action in his hand. "I didn't come back to salvage our seismographs. I still want to buy seismographs. I will hang them. Don't give them a reply. Wait for them to open up. Send the seismographs back, compensate us for the loss, then talk about the seismometer, otherwise free talk." Chen Mo did not want to say, "When I first salvaged the seismograph, I also wanted to hang the Ant Company. He is a vengeful, the island country is disgusting with him, and now it is his turn to go back. Such a good opportunity, he will never let go." "Good," said Xiaoyu. In these 2 days, ambassadors of many countries have contacted the Army Ant Company. The seismograph business, as Zhao Minutes said, is not working with individuals or companies, and their partners are based on the state. In countries with frequent earthquake disasters, the damage caused by earthquakes is hundreds of millions every year. 1/10 of these losses are enough to install the seismographs in every corner of the country. Therefore, as long as the seismograph is really mass-produced, he does not want to buy it at all. In addition to the need to deploy an earthquake warning network in the country, there is another country that has shown a strong purchasing intention, which is New Zealand in the South Pacific. New Zealand is one of the countries most desperate to get seismographs. In recent years, the number of volcanic eruptions and earthquakes has increased significantly around the world. Experts predict that there will be big movements in the Earth in the next few years, which will be earthquake-prone. Scientists have discovered that their largest fault in the New Zealand Hikarui subduction zone has been awakened from the slumber of the previous year's earthquake. Experts predict that if there are 3 faults in New Zealand, there will be a devastating earthquake in New Zealand. The most terrible is the tsunami that may be caused by the earthquake. Therefore, after the Marching Ant Company confirmed that it could predict the earthquake, New Zealand could not wait to send people to negotiate with the Marching Ant Company about the seismograph. In addition to New Zealand, there are several other countries that have already contacted them, but the price is too high and hesitating. Chen Mo is not in a hurry. Now the output is not big. First, the domestic network will be provided. The island country wants to buy it, depending on his mood. After Xiao left, Chen Mo continued to focus on the experimental equipment. During this time, I continued to experiment and finally synthesized some normal temperature superconducting materials. However, in terms of purity, it still does not meet the requirements. These materials, made of ordinary conductors, are no problem, but to make superconducting chips, it is necessary to purify the supertemperature superconducting materials. In order to save costs and achieve mass production, the purity of the material must meet the requirements during the first synthesis process. Island State Embassy. Ricefield Jinnan's face was very ugly. He did not expect to contact the people of the Marching Ant Company, and the result was directly rejected by the other party. How to say? He is also ambassador to China. and he was so rejected that he was very upset. The marching ant company did not even say the reason for rejecting him, making him even more unhappy. The earthquake and tsunami have just passed, and the country is busy in disaster relief. But now in China, the aftershocks continue. People have to worry about when the next big earthquake will come. After the disaster, the technology of seismographs is urgently available in China. If there is such a technology and predicts the arrival of the next earthquake, those voters will certainly support their current party to be elected as the prime minister of the next government. Now the order given to him is to hope to get the seismograph technology. If not, buy the seismograph and go back. The marching ant company has been able to predict the earthquake. If the next catastrophe comes, they can't predict it. This is the government's inaction, and then they will fall into endless trouble. More likely to be attacked by the opposition party, let their resignation resign. As far as he knows, New Zealand, Chile, Indonesia and other countries with frequent earthquake disasters have begun to contact the army ants and get some news. But he came to contact, but he at a closed door, so that he could not come out with a sigh of relief. Now that the army ant company has seismograph technology, it is unlikely that it will be acquired through abnormal means. The marching ant company has been noticed by Huaxia's top management. If they are, they will be caught as they were last time, angering the marching ant company, not to mention the seismograph. A part cannot be obtained. Tao Dan Jun. Will it be because of the last seismological incident, the marching ant company did not pay attention to us? The seismograph we picked up did not return to the marching ant company. Yokoi said next to it. He is the counselor of the embassy and is responsible for assisting the work of the embassy. This time, he was asked to get a seismograph, and he also assisted. If this is done, he will also get a credit. Ricefield Jinan patted his head and realized it. The seismographs of the last marching ant company were picked up. They ignored the marching ant company and even refused the visa of the marching ant company staff to go to the island country. Originally thought that the marching ant company would be aroused for this incident. The result of the marching ant company just give a painless response. The marching ant company is definitely not happy with them in this matter. What do you do? Inada Jinan looked at Yokoyu. The last time, I have already got a crime army ant company. The best way is to return the seismograph to the marching ant company, Yokoi said. Would it be too faceless? Inada Jinan thought about it. A government that compromises with a company and can't get through it. We don't make too much noise. Now the media's eyes are on the earthquake. As long as the movement is not too big, we will not be noticed. Ricefield Jinan nodded meditation and picked up the phone. I will contact the country. Now the pressure on the island government is very high. When I heard the request of Inada Jinan, I immediately agreed. The seismographs they picked up, the core boards and chips have burned out, and no useful technology has been obtained. Now I want the island government to have a lot of troubles. I only want to do my best to import seismographs to appease the mood of those people. Damaged seismographs have not been of much value to them, and the research has been studied. Chapter 156. This is a traditional virtue. Zalminitz put down the phone and raised a slight curvature in the corner of his mouth. The island people opened up and knew the seismographs that were returned by the initiative. It is estimated that they meant what they meant. However, the other side requires a low-key transaction, which is definitely not a small face. This is interesting. If you destroy their seismographs, you can send them back directly and do nothing. This kind of loss business, she cannot do. The big boss, the island country said, they made a mistake and mistakenly used our company's instruments as monitoring instruments. We are ready to send the instruments back to us 2 days later. Zalminitz directly found Chen Mo. The island people are quite good at thinking, just refused. They remembered it. Chen Mo smiled lightly, not too much surprise. This is expected. The island country must compromise. Otherwise it is impossible to want a seismograph. The seismograph will be sent to the coastal port, and he will let us go there to receive the seismograph. They want to send the seismograph back privately, don't want to make a noise. Chen Mo immediately understood the key. There is no mention of compensation and apology. You are talking about it. A country compromises with a company. From any angle, they are very embarrassed. But now the initiative is not in their hands. They don't want to be open. We open ourselves. Call some reporters in the past. Get a banner. Come to a simple return ceremony. Do not want to be public and open. Zhao Minutes smiled. This can be. When they took the seismograph, they blacked us. When the seismograph is now, why don't you go back? It's the traditional virtue of China. Chen Muzhen smiled. What do you want to do? Zhao Minutes looked at Chen Mo strangely. You will know when you get there. 2 days later, the port of Marina. Ricefield Guinan stands in front of a container, which is the seismograph sent back. Next to him is Yo Koyu and a translator. Although he personally came back to return the seismograph to the Marching Ant Company, he was very upset, but in order to buy the seismograph, he could only come over with his head. Seeing Li Lingfeng coming down from the car, Notion Jinnen's brow furrowed, and then smiled, like an old friend who had not seen for many years. Li Lingfeng, who he saw, was the executive of the Army and Company who was looking for him to negotiate the seismograph last time, not Chen Mo. Hello, Ambassador Ricefield. The boss has already felt your sincerity. Let me pick you up. He is waiting for you at the company. Li Lingfeng said generously. Okay. Ricefield Jinan immediately nodded with a smile. Let's check the instrument. Li Lingfeng and the staff made a greeting, and took the rice paddy Jinan and others to get on the bus and walked back to the Marching Ant Company. On the way, Ricefield Jinnanpi laughed and laughed. These Chinese people are all like a kind, showing a small kindness. It is stupid to treat people as VIPs. Not long after, the group returned to their Marching Ant Company. Just getting off, the smiling face of Inoda Jinan is there. He saw dozens of reporters, with long guns and short guns facing him, and the flashlight could almost brighten his eyes. A feeling of being deceived comes to mind. Originally, I wanted to return the seismograph to the Marching Ant Company in private. I didn't expect the other party to call the reporter. Even more hateful, the Marching Ant Company actually took a stage and pulled a banner. Island government's return of seismological ceremony. Seeing the banner, Inoda Jinan slammed a fire, almost swearing, giving you something, and doing a ghost ceremony. Even Yo Koyu, who is next to him, doesn't look too good. The Marching Ant Company is afraid that others will not know about it. The ambassador of Ricefield, welcome. Chen Mo smiled and greeted him, shaking hands with Ricefield Guinan. Mr. Chen, we are sorry about the accidental use of your company's experimental equipment. We have confirmed that it is your company, so I sent it to you personally. Already at this point, even if there is anger, he can only lie in his heart, pretending to be very graceful. At this time, it is very troublesome to go away and want to cooperate with the Marching Ant Company. Oh, the guest does not say so much. Chen Mo, right-handed, walked with the small stage of the Ricefield Jinan Zhao. I feel your sincerity, so I specially set up a temporary stage for the general public to witness this moment. Also let the people of the world see what the epoch-making seismograph looks like. At this time, a dump truck pulled a container into the Marching Ant Company. Just stopped. More than a dozen staff members ran forward, opened the container, lifted the seismograph from the container and walked to the stage. A group of reporters boiled up. This is the seismograph that has recently been raging. This seismograph was seen on the salvage photos published by the island nation, but this is the first time so close, so positively photographed the seismograph. After the seismograph was placed on the stage, Chen Mo and Inoda Jinan also went to the stage. Let's take a photo. Chen Mo smiled. Ricefield Guinan stretched out his hand and held Chen Mo's palm, slamming the smile on the face of the reporter, but his heart was gnashing his teeth. Do you have any words to say about the rice paddy ambassador? Chen Mo asked. Upon hearing the translator's translation, Ida hurriedly shook his head. I won't say it, this is too sudden, I am not prepared. Then let me say a little. Ricefield Jinnan's eyelids jumped straight, and I don't know what Chen Mo wanted to do, but he left the stage with the staff. Chen Mo smiled and took care of the microphone, and the scene was quiet. I am very pleased that the island government today took the initiative to return the seismograph and apologize to the marching ant company. Glad you, grandfather. The following rice-field Jinan almost spewed out a blood. He finally understood that Chen Mo asked him to come to the company, which was a pit. This is the first deep-sea seismograph that appears in front of the public. It has historical significance. The marching ant company will donate it to the museum collection in Bnai City, but I have a regret. Chen Mo's regret? When I heard the regret, everyone raised their ears. Unfortunately, this super earthquake did not warn the exact location. Chen Mo sighed. Many people on the internet asked us why we didn't say the exact location of the earthquake. I don't want to say it, I can't say it. We could have warned this time the specific location of the super earthquake. This time, everyone is commotion. Ricefield Jinan's eyelids jumped straight and there was a very bad feeling. We have placed a total of 6 seismographs in the Western Pacific, the northeastern part of the island. This sea area, located at the junction of the Asia-Europe plate and the Pacific plate, is one of the most frequent sea areas, so it became our test seismograph. The best place. When Chen Mo's words fell, the projection of a sea area appeared on the white cloth behind Chen Mo, with 6 clearer dots on it and the center of the earthquake. There are 2 seismographs in the 6 seismographs, which are closest to the sea where the big earthquake is located. The first one is the seismograph that was salvaged. It was just put into operation and was salvaged. I was born and died, so I regret that it failed to warn the earthquake. In the rice field, Jinan heard Chen Mo's words. A heart smashed up and his body was tight. What did Chen Mo want to do? Open up to them for trouble? Those reporters have already culminated at this time. This is super big news. The first one died. This is very unfortunate. The second one is the biggest regret. It can also warn the location of this great earthquake. The first time to send back the warning message is the second seismograph. The sea area. As a result, the signal was interrupted shortly after the first signal was sent back, and it was detected and signaled. Who is it? I don't know. The 2 seismographs closest to this sea area have been taken away. It is impossible to predict the location of this major earthquake. This is my biggest regret. Chen Mo sighed. Chapter 157. Karma. Chen Mo's words set off a huge wave. Everyone did not expect that there is such a hidden feeling. The 2 seismographs closest to the super earthquake were all salvaged, making it impossible for the marching ant company to accurately determine the location of the super earthquake. This is a natural disaster, but it is also a man-made disaster. If the second station, as Chen Mo said, was taken away because of the prediction of the last earthquake, then things are a bit complicated. Who took the second seismograph? Island country, United States. The reporters on the field immediately took out the names of the 2 countries. The island country has had a previous record and is the most suspicious. It is able to salvage seismographs in the northeastern waters of the Western Pacific Island countries, and there is also a United States. In addition to these 2 countries, they can't think of any country that will salvage seismographs. Everyone looked forward to it. Chen Mo once again said, "This is a very pity regret. I hope that in the future, this regret will not happen again." Chen Mo did not continue to speak, and ended his speech without pain. His purpose has been reached, and the rest of the matter has nothing to do with him. The ceremony is short and the amount of information is large. The second seismograph of the marching ant company was taken away and was the closest seismometer to the super earthquake, which prevented the marching ant company from accurately predicting the arrival of the super earthquake. The news of the earthquake in the island country is already enough, and the island country is not calm. Now Chen Mo broke the big news. So many people can't calm down. The video of Chen Mo's speech was quickly uploaded to the social networking site of the island nation. When the time is up, the people's complaints are boiling. The number of deaths caused by the earthquake and tsunami has risen to 7,264. And the number of missing people is 23,140. Because the government took away the seismographs of the marching ant company, it was impossible to accurately predict the major earthquake, which indirectly caused this huge loss. Under the leadership of the opposition party, the voice against the island government has emerged, criticizing the government's willingness to go, leading to this catastrophic disaster. Protest. The more troubled with the support of all kinds of ghosts and gods. There are countless kinds of remarks on international social media. The topic of the island country to die become the mainstream. Chen Mo took a few short sentences and seized the headlines of the major media, causing a sensation in public opinion. He does not say this, ordinary people will not know, just think this is a natural disaster. Now that this is the case, many island people regret it. The handcuffs picked up the seismograph of the Marching Ant Company, indirectly causing the disaster, the causal cycle, and the retribution. The second seismograph was taken away and became the focus of attention. Island State Embassy. Ricefield Jinan looked at the newspaper in his hand and his face was dark and terrible. This time I went to the Marching Ant Company and was pitied. He did not expect that he would encounter such troubles. The words that Chen Mo said are only personal regrets. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it, but the information revealed has given the island government a black hole. He also had trouble, and the domestic call came over and smacked him. This matter has nothing to do with him from beginning to end. The seismograph was fished and had nothing to do with him. Chen Mo's words were also Chen Mo's business. Because he was there, this black pot was on his body, and now he can't wait to kill the media that talks. The ambassador. The Marching Ant Company just gave a reply. Yo Koyu came in and cautiously said, "Say." Ricefield Jinan is pressing anger and squeezes a word out of his teeth. They said that the seismograph has been damaged and we must double the compensation to talk to us about the seismometer. The appearance of Yo Koyu cannot see the joys and sorrows. He is fortunate that this thing, the person who was blacked out, is not him. He is also very upset. They just want to buy seismographs and reduce the losses caused by the earthquake in China. As a result, Chen Mo's words caused them so much trouble. Double compensation? Ricefield Jinan brain door violently jumped, holding the teacup in his hand. How much? $100 million. When I heard this number, Jinan rushed to the brain and almost violently walked away. Why don't they grab it? Is it gold? His lungs were almost blown up. A seismograph, $100 million? If it was not rational, he rushed to the Marching Ant Company to find Chen Mo theory. The seismograph is worth $50 million US. Other countries want to buy it. It is also the price. They say that it is very difficult to manufacture. Yo Koi said he learned about the other embassy staff and it was $50 million. And it must be booked and delivered within 1 year. Ricefield Jinan calmed down. Anyway, he didn't pay for it. He bought it at home, bought it for money, and didn't buy it. This time, the black pot made him very unhappy. He didn't even have a mood to negotiate with the Army and Company. After drinking the tea in his hand, Inada Jinan took a deep breath and opened a domestic call office. Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz were sitting, and neither of them spoke. Only the robot was pouring tea to the two people, and the office kept a strange silence. Zhao Minitz's gaze made Chen Mo's heart feel a little hairy. I have a long flower on my face. Chen Mo touched his face and broke the surprise. You said that the ceremony is still going on. Is this thing? Zhao Minitz asked. Actually, anyway, I don't break the law, and I am telling the truth. I don't even have to take advantage of the people of the island. I admire your ability to make trouble. Zhao Minitz shook his head and said, you didn't tell me about the second seismograph. You didn't ask me why I want to announce the earthquake warning. Zhao Minitz nodded. When Chen Mo wanted to announce the earthquake warning, she had already let Li Lingfeng prepare for the crisis public relations, and the warning came true. She did ask the reason. Because at that time, the second seismograph was taken away. We will not announce it. Let them know the value of the seismograph. When the next signal is sent, they will salvage again. If this continues, the seismograph test will be in vain. Not many people will believe us. Zhao Minitz nodded and changed to be her. He would hesitate to announce it, But why Chen Mo is so confident that the seismograph warning must be correct? What should you do if the warning fails at the time? What can I do? Isn't the scientific test failure normal? Chen Mo's hands spread, and it didn't matter. He does not believe in the technology of the technology library. There will be failures. Your heart is really big. Can you tell me who was the second seismograph? Zhao Minutes is sure that Chen Mo knows the news of the second seismograph, but it is inconvenient to say it. United States. Chen Mo throws an unexpected answer. I was hesitant at the time. I would like to tell the United States to take out the second seismograph. It caused the conflict between the people of the island and the US government, and then let them bite the dog. But think about it and finally give up. After all, the United States denied it. I can't take the evidence. Fortunately, you didn't say it, or the company has to get into trouble. If you have a heartfelt guess, you can guess that you deliberately clarify things. Zhao Minutes said. So obvious, Chen Mo said, touching his nose. It's very obvious. We have already gone out of this matter. We haven't made trouble recently. What we have to do is to make a fortune. After this lesson, no one should dare to touch the seismograph. Zhao Minutes looked at Chen Mo. Are you sorry that this incident has not successfully dragged the United States into the water? You are right, Chen Mo said with a smile. But I believe that paper can't keep the fire. Sooner or later, I will definitely show it. I will definitely eat melons. Chapter 158, Dog Bites the Dog. Compliment. Shi Tengxuan reflected the U-disc in his hand to Anu and Xin, sitting in the opposite position, silently. Because the marching ant company spoke and said the impact of the seismograph, the government is now in greater trouble. They were enough headaches for the disaster relief. If the seismograph is not handled well, they may fall into a political crisis. The opposition party has been holding the leader's position. The photos are here. Anu Angxin unplugged the computer's U-disc and said calmly, "Yes, sir." Shi Tengxuan nodded. Anu believes that the glasses are still expressionless. When the Americans took the seismograph, did the fishing boats be nearby? It seems that there are 2 fishing boats. Shi Tengxuan looked down and thought about it. This matter is confidential and cannot be known to others. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Anu's tone is cold and with a warning. Understand. Shi Tengxuan guessed what Anu Xin wanted to do and immediately nodded. With the permission of Anu, he left the office, and for a while, he needed to take a vacation. Because the seismograph is that he has fished up and earthquakes, there are many contradictions, and he is inevitably the object of attention and attack. Not long after Shi Teng left, a man with a cold face walked into Anu's office. The pictures were sent to the internet, and the fisherman took it. Anu Angxin handed the U-disc to the man. "Yes, sir." The indifferent man took the U-disc, did not ask, turned and left. In the hall, when Chen Mo was watching the mobile phone, Xiao Yu came out of the room. The body was wearing his floral dress with his first date, and his long hair was scattered on his back, just like the beginning. The current small fishing looks very confident, often with Zhao Minutes. The people who come into contact are different, so invisible. The temperament has also changed. Come with me to the beach. Xiao Yu's eyes are delighted, and Chen Mo's eyes are very useful. Chen Mo looked at the weather and said, "Is there rain outside?" "There is." Xiao Yu's shallow smile made him unable to refuse. This sensible girl, he will not refuse. Seeing Chen Mo's movement, Xiao Yu immediately took his arm and went outside. On the seawall outside the villa community, Chen Mo supported the umbrella, and Xiao Yu held his arm and walked quietly. Chen Mo feels very comfortable. It has not been a walk for a long time. This is the first time it has rained. After a busy period of time, this tranquility is especially relaxing and enjoys a rare leisure. The sea breeze with full moisture, and the long skirt of small fishing. Xiao Yu looks very quiet, and occasionally closes the hair that is blown by the sea breeze. Looking at the sea under the night, Xiao Yu gradually became ecstatic, then folded his hands and closed his eyes. Chen Mo did not bother, quietly watching Xiao. He was the first time to see Xiao reveal such a sincere face. Not long after, Xiaoyu opened his eyes again and snuggled in his arms. When I was young, I always liked to go to the beach and wait for my dad to return. I once heard that a ship in the village had an accident at sea and never returned. On that day, I ran to the beach and cried, wishing, my father who wants to go out to sea can return safely. Chen Mo was a little distressed and tightened her. This is the first time Xiao told him about childhood. Later my dad came back and saw me sitting on the beach crying like a big cat, giving me a present, a colored conch that he picked up at sea, very beautiful. The small fisherman's hand opened, revealing a small colored conch. The texture is very delicate, the surface is rough, and the night color cannot cover the bright colors. This is the first gift my father gave me. When I was young, my sister wanted to grab my conch. Later I hid it and kept it until now. At that time my dad said that the conch could hear the sound of the sea. Since then, every year today, I took this conch and went to the beach to make a wish. Thinking of Lilai, a serious wish to the sea, Chen Mo would like to laugh, but he did not dare to laugh. It's interesting to hear Xiao's anecdote when he was a child. Until now, I still like to take this little conch and come to the beach to make a wish. Xiaoyu said, after more than 10 years. What are you wishing? Chen Mo asked. When I was young, I hoped that my father would return home safely and read well. My father bought me beautiful skirts and toys. As he spoke, Xiaoyu himself laughed. What did you just make? I won't tell you for the time being, I will tell you later. Xiaoyu showed a slight playful color. Go back, I am a bit cold. Early the next morning, Chen Mo rushed to the company with Xiaoyu. Now that the seismograph is on the right track, Zhao Minutes will handle the rest. So he only needs to study with peace of mind. Merg brother, the island people expelled the Americans to take away the seismograph. Chen Mo Gang entered the office. The ink girl reminded. Is the island nation out? Chen Mo said with amazement. What time? Last night. Chen Mo immediately opened the news and saw the picture of the seismograph in the United States. This was beyond his expectation. He did not expect that the island nation would secretly find someone to publish the pictures. But now these things, he is just a spectator, has nothing to do with him. The fishermen of the island nation broke the news, and the US military took away the seismograph. The news of the second seismograph. In the recommended news, there are quite a few of these news. This was last night. The island people broke the news on Twitter. Is the United States taking the second seismograph? This topic is very hot now, and successfully grabbed the headlines of the island earthquake. There were still people who doubted Chen Mo's words. After all, Chen Mo said that it was possible, and did not see anyone taking the seismograph. Now that the picture is coming out, the evidence is conclusive, and Chen Mo's guess is correct. This news has made the domestic blame of the island country find a vent. On Twitter, the island people are already crazy about Americans, because they believe that the United States took away seismometers, causing the disaster not to be accurately predicted. Now that Twitter has been in full swing, the netizens of the two countries have already launched an unprecedented confrontation on Twitter. The eyes of the island nation also shifted from the earthquake and focused on the removal of the second seismograph in the United States. The earthquake and the tsunami, as well as the aftershocks, the anger of the island nation has nowhere to vent, and now there is such an opportunity. It is impossible to easily settle down. The network of both sides fought and upgraded instantly. Different from the two countries, the domestic netizens, the voice of gloating, the owner pitied the dog, and now the dog bites the master, and reports of mutual confrontation, seeing domestic netizens screaming. In the office, Chen Mo looked at the news with interest. This time it was 2 birds with 1 stone and 2 pits for them. He was very happy. This is the result of taking away the seismograph. Now, in the island country, because of this catastrophe, the intensification of social conflicts, and the insufficient handling of the government's disasters, the protests have started, and the island government has fallen into a political crisis. The second seismograph was the news of the United States, which successfully diverted the attention of the people and turned the contradictions of the people into the United States. The island government did not have to bear such great civil pressure. In the island country, there is an invisible hand that manipulates the direction of public opinion. Now that the two netizens are smashing each other, this can only be regarded as a civil dispute, which has nothing to do with the official, and the news is not official. These two countries are originally inconsistent with each other. This situation is in full compliance with the practices of the islanders. This move by the island country is very good. However, these things have nothing to do with Chen Mo as the initiator. Chapter 159. I am an alien. Chen Mo took a mask and goggles, wore a white lab robe, and carefully removed the reaction vessel inside the instrument. The separation in the reaction vessel was followed by an off-white crystalline powder. Chen Mo carefully looked at the crystal powder and looked at the color, which is similar to the previous synthesis, but the purity cannot be judged by the naked eye. After the crystal powder is washed and dried, Chen Mo takes a teaspoon and begins to check the purity of these crystals. After a long time, Chen Mokai stood up straight. With a purity of 92%, the first stage of synthesis, which can achieve 92% purity, has been successful in more than half. The initially synthesized material is not required to be subjected to a second silicon-carbon purification, and is sufficient to form a superconducting circuit. But his goal is not to stop the superconducting material with the circuit, but the superconducting chip. Using this material to make a superconducting chip is his goal. Mo brother, Xiaoyu's sister entered the experimental area. Chen Mogang wanted to test the silicon-carbon powder, and the voice of the ink girl interrupted his movement. The data that was just synthesized is recorded. Chen Mo took off his attire, left the lab, and just walked out. He saw the small fishing boat coming up in the corridor. Some equipment produced by the seismograph has been sent, and Zhao asked if you want to go over it. Xiaoyu saw Chen Mo open so fast. Chen Mo was surprised. Not long ago, he told Li Chengzi that the seismograph production equipment was not enough, and gave him a list. He did not expect the equipment to come so quickly. The efficiency of these special things is not as fast as usual. Chen Mo did not refuse to leave with Xiaoyu. Zhao Minutes is working in the parts processing factory. This is the processing of the acquisition. In addition to the necessary parts production, the parts of the robot and the parts of the seismograph are processed here. To this end, Zhao Minutes also led the headhunting company, a high salary to dig a few senior fitters. The seismographs tested were assembled at this factory. More seismographs are needed now, and production will be done here. After seeing Chen Mo, Zhao Minutes greeted him. These are the equipment that Mr. Li sent people. Zhao Minutes walked to the front of the equipment with Chen Mo, both precision machine tools and parts processing equipment. With these devices, they are enough to increase the speed of seismograph production several times. These masters are all senior fitters who have joined the factory. After introducing the equipment, Zhao Minutes began to introduce the factory's fitters to Chen Mo. Master Liu Meng, Master Hong Hailong, Master Wang Jiadong. They all have more than 10 years of work experience. The factory originally had several old fitters. The last time Chen Mo came to the factory to assemble the seismograph, I saw that there are a lot of talents. Scraping, grinding and mechanical assembly of these pliers work, as well as some of the most sophisticated models, molds, measuring tools, still need to rely on the craft of the workers for precision machining. He is not good at this, so these talents, for him, the more the better. The places to be used in the future, certainly a lot. Hello there. Chen Mo smiled and shook hands with several people, and also shook hands with other workers on the field. The enthusiasm for him, everyone is a bit flattered. Now Chen Mo can be said to be a world-class man. The influence of seismographs is huge, and Chen Mo is also well received by the whole people. The boss behind them is a marching ant company. All employees know that many people have never thought of being able to get close to Chen Mo, especially some employees who just came in, seeing the big boss so intimate, and a little more sense. How many people are there? Chen Mo asked. Including the newly joined 3 masters, There are a total of 24 people. Every fitter master, we have selected the youngest and the best craftsman from the factory, and apprenticed to several masters as a future talent reserve. The manager in charge of the parts processing plant immediately took over. Not bad. Chen Mo nodded. The production and assembly of seismographs will be put here later. Every seismometer is very important and is related to the lives of many people. Therefore, the quality of each part is very high. Good psychological preparation. Understand. Many workers have solemnly focused on the earthquake. The earthquake incident in the island country has not yet fallen, and they have a deep understanding of the disaster. And the wages here are not low. They must be taken seriously, or they will lose their jobs. After a round trip in the factory, I checked the production and processing workshop, and together with the workers, Chen Mokai left. How is the seismograph now? Are there orders from several countries? Chen Mo asked. During this time, the island nation and the United States fought on the internet, but the officials of both sides did not respond. The United States has taken the seismograph in the international waters, and it is not an island country. There is no problem for the island nation. The island government has even ignored this matter. We are watching, because we have to network in China. There is no export for the time being. Many countries are only understanding the price. Because they are too expensive, they are all waiting to see. But no hurry, only the world masters seismograph technology. The price is high to buy. This is the convenience of monopoly. Zhao Minitz said with confidence. On the road of development in China for decades, the monopoly of losses, more than once and twice. Samsung's memory monopoly price increase some time ago, and OLED screen pit them, is to bully them without technology. There are still many monopoly technologies in the world, and they are selling them at a high price. Even some technologies can't be bought at a high price. They can now use the monopoly technology to go back nausea. Sooner or later, they will come to the door to buy it. When they want to sell it, they will see their mood. Anyway, the army and company is not short of money. Right, Zhao Minitz, you go to import a lithography machine. Chen Mo said. Do you want to make chips? Zhao Minitz looked at Chen Mo incredibly. This monster. The next target area is chip technology. Really think. Chen Mo did not conceal, but the room temperature superconducting materials should be concealed. With his current ability, the room temperature superconducting materials will be available, and he will bring endless troubles. I just want a lithography machine as an experimental device. I feel that I am an alien. Zhao Minitz reluctantly sighed. She knows that Chen Mo wants to enter a field and will definitely make a difference. The previous products have already proved. The middle-end lithography machine. The problem is not big, but want high-end lithography machine. It is very troublesome. It is estimated that it cannot be obtained. Zhao Minitz said. Embargo? Chen Mo immediately thought of a problem. Yes, the top-end lithography machine is monopolized by the Dutch ASMA company, and the Netherlands is a member of the Van Assen Agreement. Europe wants to export high-tech products to us, and must be approved by the Americans. Now the top 7 nanometer lithography machine, including 14 nanometers UV lithography system technology, the country wants to import. The group of Westerners, against us, just like a thief. A lot of technology, before the country did not master, is a high price. Once the technology is mastered, it means that the price of the sky becomes the price of cabbage. Many companies in Europe and the United States have closed down. The most important reason is to try to stop the rise of China, and sometimes those countries do everything. If you can't, 22 nanometers is okay, no more. 32 nanometers, I just used to experiment. If they don't want to sell, there is no need to buy, you just need to get more precision. The lithography machine will do, Chen Mo said. Must have a lithography machine? Zhao Minitz asked. Yes, I need to make a special chip design. Chapter 160. What technology? Although Zhao Minitz believes that the company does not need to develop chips for the time being, but Chen Mo needs anything, she will not object. Her annual dividends are so many that many people are jealous. Chen Mo hired her so much money, not to question his decision, but to complete his orders. Now Chen Mo needs a lithography machine. Her task is to take the lithography machine back. As for what to develop, Chen Mo thinks that the timing is right. She will know, just like a robot. After confirming Chen Mo's request, Zhao minutes left and was ready to find a lithography machine for him. Chen Mo also returned to the office. If it is just a simple chip development, he does not need a lithography machine. Just design the chip layout simulation, send the layout to the foundry, and then get the sample for technical verification. But he is not developing a normal chip, but a superconducting chip. The material is different and highly confidential, and he must test it himself. Therefore, if you want to design and manufacture superconducting chips, the lithography machine is necessary. Not only the lithography machine, but also the packaging machine. He will not let others know that he has studied room temperature superconducting materials before he has the right time. On the sofa, Chen Mo closed his eyes and entered the technology library. The science and technology library is his greatest strength. There is endless technology and a lot of technology. He can only watch drooling. At the stage of technology apprenticeship, he has 8 technical technologies to complete. Now that the normal temperature superconductor has been completed, he needs to conduct the next scientific research. If you don't need to complete a project, you can get the second technology. He can't wait to take it all. Now it's time to prepare for future research. However, the Science and Technology Library stipulates that a second technology can only be achieved by completing a technology. Every time you enter the Science and Technology Library, there is a feeling that ants break into the human library. Looking up in front of 100 meters high bookshelf, humble, small, confused. This is a unique feeling. He couldn't tell how many books were hidden here. In the vast universe, the Earth does not even have a grain of dust. Not to mention the fact that he, the human being who lives on the Earth, is so small that there is almost no sense of existence. Human beings have little understanding of the universe. Relative to the universe, the emergence of human beings is only a moment. There are countless unknowns in this world. This scientific library is the best evidence. After feeling, Chen Mo focused on the open space in the center of the library. In 8 directions, 1 book in each direction. The direction of chemical material is already blank, leaving 7 books, quietly suspended in midair. In the Science and Technology Library, Chen Mo did not know how many civilized technologies he had. At the beginning, Xu Lao said that the technology that makes people immortal and flying is also in the library. With the highest authority, you can get to know more about the technology library. So far, he has only made 2 steps forward, and he has a long way to go. This is a process of exploration. After a round trip, Chen Mo focused on 7 books, applying physics, computers, biomedicine, mechanics, ecological environment, military, energy. To complete these 7 books, he is eligible for higher level of authority. In 7 books, after watching a circle, Chen Mo set his eyes on the computer. 8 major technologies. Materials are the easiest to achieve, as long as there are data and experimental conditions. So he started by selecting the piece of material. Among the remaining 7 books, the computer is undoubtedly the most familiar. Not too much equipment preparation is required. When the hand is placed in the book disappears at a speed visible to the naked eye and turns into a spot of light into his head. Massive information instantly crowded in his mind. Chen Mo's body was awkward, sitting on the ground with a big ass, gasping for a big breath. Now he has a feeling of nausea, feeling whirlwind, and suffocating in the chest. Vomiting. Chen Muzhen was on the ground and began to retching. The feeling of nausea and fatigue makes his stomach make waves. The amount of information this time is much larger than the last time. When I received the information on the superconducting materials at room temperature last time, my head had only a sense of dizziness and weakness, and after a while, I was relieved. The amount of information was too large, and the brain didn't adapt. He felt his head explode, and his deep nausea and fatigue were full. Now look at the bookshelves of the library, all of which are upside down, more horrible than the motion sickness, and the chest is unbearably terrible. Chen Mo, Chen Mo. I don't know how long it takes for an anxious call to appear. It is the sound of a small fisherman. Chen Mo endured a strong sense of nausea and walked to the door of the Science and Technology Library. His eyes were blind and he seemed to be drunk. Just stepping out of the door of the Technology Library, Chen Mo on the sofa opened his eyes. The feeling of nausea and dizziness is still there. Just woke up. Chen Mo turned over and stretched his head and vomited on the sofa. Don't scare me. Xiao Yu sat on the sofa and patted Chen Mo's back, his voice crying. Spit for a while, the disgusting feeling disappeared a little. Chen Mo was lying back on the sofa. Drink of water. Seeing Chen Mo slowly, Xiao Yu hurriedly poured a glass of water and carefully placed it on his mouth. Drinking 2 mouthfuls of water, completely relieved, Chen Mo will focus on the surrounding. At this time, the small fish, the eyes are red, and the eyes still have dried ear marks. Seeing the appearance of a small fisherman, Chen Mo's heart was warm. How could this be? Isn't it just good? Nothing. Chen Mo Qiang smiled, and now his head is still a little dizzy, and he is weak. The feeling of the massive amount of information that had just poured into my head made him almost faint. The body has been strengthened, and there is still such a strong sense of weakness. You still laugh. You have spit it like this. There is no blood on your face, and you have nothing to say. Where is it uncomfortable? Xiao Yu was sitting next to Chen Mo. His eyes were tender and he could not wait to give him a full body examination immediately. It's okay, just suddenly a little uncomfortable. Chen Mo said. No, I will take you to the hospital for examination. Xiao took out his mobile phone and just got ready to make a call. He was taken away by Chen Mo. It's okay, believe me. You are like this. How can I believe you? You don't go to the hospital for examination. I don't trust. Xiao Yu caressed Chen Mo's chest and said softly, go to the hospital to check it. Seeing the tears on the face of Xiao, Chen Moxin was soft and gently smothered her. Well, accompany you. I'm a little tired now. Can I go to sleep? Brain power consumption. Now the head is very heavy. I feel the ceiling is spinning. Just want to sleep well. Well, go to the hospital with me after work. I will make an appointment with the doctor. Xiao picks up the phone and dials a number. After she hangs up the phone, Chen Mo has been resting on her lap and slept. Carefully removed Chen Mo's head, and Xiao Yu took the broom on the robot's hand. Thank you, Ink Girl. Just now, the Ink Girl notified her by phone, otherwise she still didn't know Chen Mo's abnormality. No thanks, Xiao Yu's sister. After the robot opened, he went back to the lab and left the space to Xiao Yu and Chen Mo. After cleaning the floor, Xiao sat back on the sofa and quietly looked at Chen Mo. Until the evening, Chen Mo Kai opened his eyes. All the fatigue has disappeared, except that the stomach is a little hungry, and there is no other difference. This huge amount of information has left him with a lingering fear. I didn't exercise much during this time. It seems that I need to exercise and strengthen my physical fitness in the future. Otherwise, I will not be able to take the next time to get more information. Xiao Yu still fell asleep on the sofa. Chen Mo did not bother, began to check, this time what technology is, let him almost fainted. Chapter 161, Americans Come. Chen Mo Gang recalled that a huge amount of memory emerged from his mind. Supercomputer. After seeing the technology, Chen Mo is no wonder that there is such a huge amount of information. Technology apprentice, in the stage, the technology obtained is one level higher than before. He also has a better idea. Using superconducting materials to build a superconducting computer, the performance will be qualitatively changed, but only if a superconducting chip is designed. And buying a good lithography machine is also a problem. After Xiao woke up, the two left the company. Under the insistence of Xiao Yu, Chen Mo still followed her to the hospital for examination, at least giving her a peace of mind. In the next few days, Chen Mo was guarded at home as a pig, and a larger table of seafood every day. A small fisherman who usually doesn't buy expensive ingredients, bought a lot of surprises. If it wasn't Chen Mo, this girl would definitely move back the store. Eat TV dramas every day, go out for a walk with a small fishing at night, Don't worry about research, quietly come over for 4 days. Going back to the company, Chen Mo went to his office. Welcome back, Mercedes. Just came in. The ink girl opened. Yeah? Chen Mo sat back in the office chair. The last thing. Did you inform Xiao? Yes, I checked your body temperature, suddenly lowered, and the body showed abnormal symptoms. I informed Xiao, you sister. The ink woman did not deny. It's getting smarter, Chen said. When my brother is in trouble, I will judge for myself and make the most favorable decision for you. The ink girl said, Mom, go. You will not blame me. What do you guys do? I am boasting you. Chen Mo said, now start designing chips. During the rest of the day, he did not do nothing. When he was idle, he digested the knowledge of supercomputers. In a few days, the vast amount of knowledge has been won by him. Now supervise the supercomputer design and assemble a superconducting computer when the superconducting chip comes out. The power of strong artificial intelligence lies in its powerful computing power, especially the strong artificial intelligence with autonomy. Therefore, it is very appropriate to give this kind of thing to the ink girl. Design requires the use of software and algorithms, which is undoubtedly the most proficient in Mexico. Although the ink girl was developed by him, in this respect, Chen Mo is not as good as the ink girl, and the efficiency is very fast. Which chip? Asked the ink girl. The chips used by robots, as well as the high-efficiency chips used by supercomputers, Chen Mo said. Now the ink girl has already asked him questions, and the spirituality is getting higher and higher. This shows that the ink girl is slowly growing and evolving. Zhao Minutes walked into Chen Mo's office. Is the body okay? It's okay. Chen Mo stopped the action in his hand and looked at Zhao Minutes. Is there something for me? The US ambassador to China, Mr. Terry, is in the reception room and wants to talk to you about the seismograph. Zhao Minutes said, I contacted the previous 2 days, but at that time, because you were not feeling well, I pushed away. I thought that this American is very strong and hard to support. Chen Mo stood up and left with Zhao Minutes. How is the production of seismographs? The production of the test machine some time ago gave the employees experience. The 5 high-precision machine tools that Mr. Lee sent were better than ours. Now the employees have mastered the skills. Because they are not producing deep-sea seismographs, the process and materials are relatively simple. Assemble 3 sets. Not bad, Chen Mo said. Right, Li Danny and Asmo are in contact. They refused our order. We are only willing to provide more than 32 nanometers lithography machine for us. Zhao Minutes said, because the Wasner mechanism is controlled by Americans. It is forbidden to provide UV and NX 1980D to China. They want to sell and have a lot of trouble. She didn't have any accidents about this incident, and she didn't have much hope. Until the current globalization, there is still a technical blockade against China. Western countries have tried every means to stop the rise of China, and the most sophisticated instruments are almost embargoed on them. Chen Mo looked at Zhao Minutes and meditated and shook his head. There is no need. At present, the mainstream chip manufacturing process is 14 to 32 nanometers, and UV is not expected, but 22 nanometers or 32 nanometers is also okay. But above 32 nanometers, it has been 2 or 3 generations behind. This precision lithography machine does not meet his needs. He wants to study the superconducting chip. The material's normal temperature superconducting material can't make the fab OEM. But he doesn't want to use such backward equipment to make superconducting chips. Originally there are ready-made instruments. He does not want to manufacture lithography machines for the time being. The development of the lithography machine, he can let the ink girl carry out, but the production process requires a lot of precision instruments, which is more troublesome. His time should be placed on the main scientific research. After the industrial park was built, robots could be made to produce these instruments. Now it seems that there are other ways to think about it. Terry sat in the reception room of the marching ant, with no expression and no mood. He contacted the marching ant company 2 days ago. It may be uncomfortable for the marching ant company because of the seizure of the seismograph. Therefore, The Marching Ant Company did not have a cold on him. This time personally, he has already explained his sincerity. The United States has also been deeply affected by the earthquake. The instruments that are picked up are bad, and it is necessary to purchase seismographs. Otherwise, there is a big earthquake, and the Americans are suffering. Seeing Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes coming in, Terry immediately stood up. Hello, Chen. Hello, Ambassador Terry. This time, what's the matter? Chen Mo and Terry simply shook hands and sat down on the sofa. This time, because of the seismograph. Terry went straight to the theme. Last time, we got an instrument in the Pacific Ocean. I didn't know it before. It was a seismograph of the Marching Ant Company. It was recently discovered that it is your company. Ready to return it to you. Chen Mo has to admire Terry's art of speaking. They did not contact the United States about the seismometer. Terry's words pushed the blame and made them unable to pursue it. Then I want to thank you too? Chen Mo asked. Of course not, just the instrument. When it was under the sea, it was damaged. Because of this, I didn't know how to open it with you before. I am afraid that you think we are broken, Terry said. Oh, there may be a little fault. When the other person talks like this, he really can't find an excuse to pursue responsibility. That instrument, you can send someone to pick it up at any time. I personally thank the Marching Ant Company for bringing the gospel to mankind against the earthquake. You are a great company. I have only said this to your company. Thank you for your compliment. Chen Mo smiled. This time Mr. Terry came over himself. Just because of this, there is one more thing. Terry licked his hand and his face was serious. I heard that your company will export seismographs. I want to know about this. Sorry, Mr. Terry. Zhao Minutes, next to him, interjected, our production is insufficient. In the future, we will not be able to meet the needs and will not be able to export for the time being. Chen Mo had no comments on Zhao Minutes' interjection, sitting and watching. But Mr. Terry values our company so much, and we are not uncomfortable. President Zhao, do you have a way? Terry immediately laughed. We don't want much, we need two for the time being. We will import more if there is a need. There is one way. Zhao Minutes glanced at Chen Mo and smiled softly. Chapter 162. Seismograph Change Lithography Machine. The seismograph is not exported for the time being, but we need a UV to do the experiment. We can exchange UV. We are happy to exchange with you. Zhao Minutes said. Chen Mojing looked at it. If he could get a lithography machine and two more seismographs, he wouldn't mind. If Ambassador Terry feels impossible, then we can wait for our seismograph to export and come over and trade with us. Zhao Minutes said slowly. Mr. Zhao's condition makes me very powerless. Terry said, we don't have UV. What about other conditions? Others, our company is not lacking. Zhao Minutes shook his head. I believe that Ambassador Terry will have a lot of magical powers and there will be ways to get it. Miss Zhao is really looking at me. Terry shook his head and smiled. In this case, Mr. Terry is going to be disappointed. You are still waiting for our company's seismographs to export. Come over, of course. If you place an order now, we will also accept it. Whenever possible, give you a seismograph. The price is not expensive. $50 million. Zhao Minutes said this, next to the female translator who came over Terry, listening to the corner of his mouth. The price is not expensive. $50 million US. If this is to be released, it will become a classic small gold. After hearing the price, Terry's face was shaking. He heard about the price of the seismograph, but did not expect this price to be true. Can't the price be low? Terry asked. No, it's the same. Every country is this price. Our output is very low. We are not sure when we can place the order. But if there is a lithography machine, as long as the lithography machine arrives, we will immediately sum 2R for you, said Zhao Minutes. Terry is immersed in contemplation, which is a difficult problem. They want seismographs. The main purpose is to study. The seismographs that were last collected were damaged. They didn't get much useful technology. This time they wanted a good seismograph to go back. If the seismograph's operational warning mechanism is developed, they can produce seismographs. Compare this to the cutting-edge technology that many countries want. Can you show me your seismometer? Terry didn't respond to the first time. He needs to contact the country and reply further. There are models of seismographs in our company. You can take the Terry ambassador to see. Zhao Minutes said. Okay. The group went to the product exhibition area of the Marching Ant Company. In the company, with a specially set area to showcase the company's products. After visiting Terry, after leaving, Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes went to the office. The Americans took the initiative this time. What do you think? Chen Mo asked. Push off the responsibility of fishing seismographs and get new seismographs. Their damage, not much research value, wants a new return. They want to study the technology of seismographs. Zhao Minutes pointed to the focus of the problem. Is this seismograph or UV technology? Is there hope? Chen Mo asked. He didn't refuse on the spot. He just hoped. I just used their eagerness to get a seismograph and traded with them. Even if they don't have a technical blockade, we will place an order for ISMA, and it will take 21 months to get the lithography machine. This is a bit faster. It's better to open the news, use 3 seismographs, and exchange lithography machine. Try it, maybe there is an unexpected gain. Chen Mo said. Now the countries of the world, staring at the technology of the seismographs in his hands, are not 1 nor 2. The price thrown by the Army Ant Company is too high, and the seismograph is not exported for a while, and many people have money and can't get it. The Marching Ant Company is willing to release the seismograph, and the companies that are interested will never be less. Yes, anyway. Whoever exchanges is not necessarily the United States. There are many countries with lithography machines. Zhao Minutes nodded. In the afternoon, the Marching Ant Company was willing to use 3 seismographs in exchange for a UV news, which was officially announced. The news immediately caught international attention. The earthquake in the island nation has not really subsided yet. The Fukushima nuclear leak became more serious in the earthquake, and the news that the United States took away the Marching Ant seismographs, causing the island countries and the American people to exchange each other, is still circulating on the internet. The seismograph was the biggest protagonist of the earthquake. Because of the emergence of seismographs, the earthquake became predictable, and the countries with many earthquake disasters were staring at the seismographs of the Marching Ant Company. Now the Marching Ant Company exchanges the lithography machine with a seismograph and is immediately concerned by many media. The domestic semiconductor industry has not developed, and it is not a poor chip design capability. It is also one of the reasons for the lack of high-end lithography machines. The news of the Marching Ant Company released a big signal. Marching ants are preparing to enter the semiconductor market. All the way, the army ants catch who is unlucky. For semiconductor companies, China has another potential opponent, which is a cold back. Intel headquarters. What do you think of the Ant Company for the Marching Ant Company? Paul looked at Barrett, the main seat of the conference room, and there were several other leaders or directors of Intel. Army ants want to enter the semiconductor field. They must develop new strategies to deal with this nest of ants. Wherever they go, will make people feel scared. Don't worry, Paul. Barrett said. The semiconductor field, not just a company, said it came in, but I am a bit interested in this seismograph. It's better to take out EUV and change them. If you can reverse the technology of the seismograph, the company's stock and reputation will be even higher. Sitting opposite Barrett, the hair has been grayed out, Intel chairman Andy looked at the other people in the conference room. His words, let all the people hold on. I also think that they can be considered. They just want a lithography machine. Although they are scarce, we have, and the next batch of goods is also shipped very quickly. In recent years, Europeans have embargoed on the Chinese embargo. Ames has already shown signs of loosening. After 2 years, Huaxia people will have a lithography machine. We don't need it here. We have one less, which has little impact on production, and we can buy one at any time. The youngest man on the field said. He is Wilson, the CEO of EA, and now the 12th director of Intel. Other people on the field have also fallen into meditation. In recent years, Many European countries have already lifted some technical embargoes against China. With the rise of China, this trend will become bigger and bigger. Now there are interests, they have no reason to look at it. If we use seismic instruments to study earthquake prediction technology, mastering the production of seismographs will have a great impact on the company's reputation and revenue. The Marching Ant Company relies on this and becomes the same giant as them. The valuation is even more up to the sky. Paul, the initiator of the conference, did not expect that the style of the conference was actually biased in this direction. South Korea, Samsung headquarters conference room. Sitting at the conference table are other executives of the Samsung Group. Everyone is sitting in danger and dare not have any big moves. Lee Jiangxi looked at the seismograph on the projection and looked blank. This thing is the seismograph that has been raging during this time. He is very interested in this technology, and if he can master the technology of the seismograph, the influence of the Samsung Group will become even bigger. They are the shareholders of ASMA, have the priority to pick up the goods. A UV has little effect on them. The next batch of UV will soon arrive. They have a bit of grudges with the Marching Ant Company, but cooperation in the competition is the normal state of business survival. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Samsung is able to become a large group that controls the South Korean economy from a small trading company. The seismographs of the Marching Ant Company, each of which is $50 million. The news they know. High price monopoly, this is their favorite means. Things are air, and more money. This instrument that can predict disasters, those countries have to buy. Originally, the Marching Ant Company did not export seismographs to the outside world, and they could not get it at the moment. Now is another good opportunity. They will not let go. The price of UV is $110 million US, and the seismograph is $50 million US. Even if 3 sets are returned and then sold to other countries, the business will not lose. People and the Army and Company contact, tell them that we are willing to exchange with them. But we want 4, Lee Jiangxi said. Chapter 163, Lithography Machine to Hand Intel, Samsung and the two companies are willing to exchange seismographs. This answer is beyond Chen Mo's expectations. Originally thought that there is a company that is willing to exchange, they are already very happy, because their purpose is to get the lithography machine. There are 2 companies now, and he is asking for it. The cost of the seismograph is not high, and he will not mind if he has a lithography machine. The 2 companies all want 4 seismographs, and there are no other requirements, said Zhao Minutes. 4 sets? They don't suffer. Chen Mo said, change with them. Anyway, this is not bad. Now that the news has not been published for a long time, the 2 companies have contacted them. The meaning is obvious. They use seismographs to study earthquake warning technology. Okay. Zhao Minutes immediately agreed. Seismographs are used for export. Since they dare to export, they are naturally not afraid of technical leaks. The core chip, the algorithm inside and the seismograph system are all encrypted. It is almost impossible to get the algorithm. So Chen Mo is not afraid that they can imitate the seismograph. Even if all the hardware is built, there is no core algorithm and seismograph system, it is just a shell, no effect. Both parties want to change, so they traded with the 2 companies and did not receive any resistance. South Korea and the United States want to get seismographs. Marching Ants and Huaxia want lithography machines, all of which are cutting-edge technology, and both sides need it, so the exchanges are not restricted by the 3 governments. 2 weeks later, the exchange between the 2 sides was successfully completed. Kai Shangjiang sat in the reception room of Intel Corporation. His face was red and with a smile. It seemed to have a big happy event. Not long after, seeing Paul walk in, the face of Ikegami River, immediately like a blooming chrysanthemum. It's more like welcoming the arrival of the host. President Paul, I am very happy to meet you. On the charming face of Ikegami, Paul despised in his heart and did not show it. Is the ambassador of the pool personally come over? What is it? Paul's mood is also good, because the smooth exchange with the Army Ants Company to get seismographs, Their company's stock price has risen in the past few days. Intel's market value is also rising. The impact of seismographs, beyond his expectations. Now only get seismographs. Their market value has been optimistic. If the earthquake warning technology is really handed, their company will definitely be in his hands, rising to another height. President Paul: This time, I want to ask about the seismograph. Can you sell a seismograph to us? Shangjiang is not nonsense. He smiles and enters the subject, and he speaks cautiously and is afraid of offending people. Seismometer. I need to consider this matter, Paul said. If the seismographs are sold to the islanders, this means that their research will have one more competitor, which they do not want to see. Although the island countries are small, the research capabilities are definitely stronger than their one company. Now sell the seismographs to the islanders. They are making wedding dresses for others. President Paul: When can I have a reply? This price is good. We are willing to bid $100 million to buy one. Kai Shangjiang said. Now there is an urgent need for seismographs in the island country. Who is uncertain, when will the next earthquake come over? After the last big earthquake, there were 2 large aftershocks, and their losses were not small. They need seismographs in any country. Like this, I will reply you later. Paul thought about it. The same scene happened in South Korea. The island country can't wait to get a seismograph, but the island government has no lithography machine and can't exchange with the Army and Company. The Army and Company is not selling it for a while. Only 2 ideas can be played. The 2 companies that just got the seismograph did not trade with the island nation. The seismographs that they spent so much on their mines could not be handed over to the island nation to make a wedding dress for the island nation. At the same time, Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz walked in the park of the company headquarters. Now the company headquarters is undergoing the final renovation. The park has a basic prototype. Building a headquarters industrial park, plus rushing to work, cost them a lot of money. The headquarters of the marching ant company is called the Nest, which is the nest of the marching ants. The ring structure of the headquarters is like an ant nest, not too high, but the floor space is large. The low-profile version of the nest, but the shape is different, is not steel structure. The outside is wrapped in irregular glass, beautiful. In addition to the basic office area, there are restaurants, supermarkets, gyms and function rooms, as well as internal meeting rooms and external meeting rooms. Each area, like the cavern in the nest, the inside of the ring, and various passages, leads to each area. The center of the ring is a green area, which looks like a glass-built nest. Next to the headquarters building, there is another form of nest, which is an independent research institute with a connecting channel between the headquarters and the headquarters. There are also factory workshops, warehouses and staff quarters in the park. The planning of the headquarters is for 10,000 people to stay and work. It is now in the final stage, and it will take several months to get into use. Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz: At this time, the institute is in the past. The 2 lithography machines exchanged by the seismograph were airlifted back. Because it is a special instrument, after returning to the airport, it will be transported back to the research institute at headquarters through emergency procedures. Because our temporary headquarters, there is no constant temperature room. It was shipped back here. Now the lithography machine is being placed in a constant temperature container and sent to the underground thermostatic chamber of the institute. Zhao Minitz introduced. They don't have to worry about security issues. At the beginning of the construction of the park, the institute and the headquarters building were built with priority. The research institute and the headquarters building, the renovation has been completed, and many experimental equipment is also installed. To be precise, the headquarters building and the research institute can be put into use now, but the staff quarters have not been completely renovated, so it takes 3 to 4 months to stay. In the institute, there are security guards, monitoring and security systems, which are similar to the temporary headquarters. Annan and Black Hawk are responsible for security here, and all security personnel are veterans. Chen Mo listened carefully to Zhao Minit's introduction. Soon, the group entered the institute. No one is staying now, and the institute looks a little empty. After the lithography machine was in the clean room, after wearing protective clothing, several talents entered the institute. In the second-floor basement of the institute, Chen Mo successfully saw the lithography machine in the constant temperature room, which did not look big, and there was a clear logo of ISMA. The two lithography machines are added together and none of them are large. This kind of lithography machine is composed of 50,000 parts. Once, Huixia tried its best and did not have the equipment available. The packaging machine has a melting furnace, which is being purchased. With the lithography machine, other machines are much simpler to buy, said Zhao Minutes. Yeah? Chen Mo nodded and looked at the packaging machine. Can the machine work normally? The technicians checked it. No problem. Zhao Minutes said. That's good. For the two machines, they took a lot of effort, and now they have saved a lot of trouble. At least his superconducting chip research can go smoothly without worrying that the technology is too backward. With superconducting chips, the research on superconducting supercomputers is not much hindrance. But all this, after staying at the headquarters, can only begin. After checking the lithography machine, he strolled around the headquarters campus, and Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes and others rushed back to the company's office building. Chapter 164, Semi-Smart Computer Virus. Jiangnan City, a network cafe. Lin Xiu put down the mouse in his hand, took a bottle of iced cola from the refrigerator, and hurriedly ran past the 83rd machine. After handing over the cola to the young man who is playing the game, he ran back to the service desk and set his sights on the computer screen. She has been working as a temporary worker for a few months. Lin Xiu can think of the few ways to make money, and the bonus of the Marching Ant Company computer programming competition is her only hope. The reward rules for the Marching Ant Company computer design competition have all come out. The first prize is 1, the prize is 2 million, and the price of the purchased software is calculated separately. The second prize is 2. The prize is 800,000. The third prize is 5, and the prize is 300,000. The consolation prize is 10,000. She only needs to get the top 8. It is possible to get a bonus, and the younger brother has money for treatment. Since she decided to learn the Chinese programming language, she has been immersed in the world of Chinese programming languages every day for several months. There is no computer at home. She can only come to the internet cafe to work, use the computer. Because she is still a student, internet cafes are not willing to hire her. I asked for several, and the owner of this internet cafe promised her to let her stay part-time and do hourly work. It is not far from the school, and every day after school, come here to help. When there are many people, fill the network fee, send drinks, sit in front of the computer when you are free, and learn Chinese programming language. To this end, she also deliberately added a group of Chinese programming languages to learn from others' experiences. In the past few months, Lin Xiu has come here every day, and the wind and rain are unimpeded. It is not until 11 o'clock in the evening to go back. The Chinese Ant Company's updated Chinese character programming language textbook, she has bought a total of 3 sets, for which it also spent the only amount of money accumulated. When you are in class, read the book on Chinese programming languages. After class, come here to watch the instructional videos and then learn the programming software. The tutorials and videos published by their Marching Ant Company, she came back and forth, and looked at it no less than 5 times. It's very tired to learn, but there is a hope in my heart that keeps her going. If you persist, your brother will have hope. In the computer programming competition of the Marching Ant Company, she didn't have a heart. If she wanted to participate, she had to program a software. In the exchange group, what she saw was prepared in a team manner. A few months of sleepless nights, from a novice to a Chinese programming language to a master of the current master. Now on the computer, there is her hard work during this time, and like Chinese character programming code occupies the compiler. Seeing the code above, Lin Xiu's heart began to calm down and continued to focus on the code. Large-scale game. She can't design, she is designing an antivirus software, hoping to succeed. As long as she succeeds, she is then taken by the marching ant company, and she has hoped to cure her brother. Today is an important day. The code she wrote is about to complete the prototype. As long as the prototype can be successfully repaired, this antivirus software is the software she saw in the Marching Ant Company Chinese character programming language programming contest. 2 hours later, Lin Xiu stopped his movements. After detecting the error correction, Lin Xiu looked at the code on the compiler and had a bad feeling. Somehow, she felt terrified. Maybe too nervous, Lin Xiu comforted himself. After saving the code, Lin Xiu can't wait to build the app. There are many people in the internet cafes this weekend, many of whom are students. In addition to occasionally someone coming over to recharge, buy a drink, no one noticed her counter, next to the network management, is also playing with the phone intently. At this point, Lin Xiu raised his heart and placed the mouse on the icon of the application, and the heartbeat began to accelerate. Finally, double-click on the app and your eyes close together. Time seemed to be still. Lin Xiu slowly opened his eyes and saw the empty table. She held it. Missed. Oh. The next second, the internet cafe began to be noisy. All the computers, one after the other, the screen all jumped out. Playing the game, at the most critical moment, the game screen disappeared and the person in the seat immediately jumped up. Webmaster, what happened? What happened? How did the game fall? Grass. We are in the black position, and we are playing the last big crystal. I am eating the chicken final. At #yen%. Various buzzing sounds. The entire game interface of the entire internet cafe, all disappeared. Each person has an angry color on his face. The icons disappeared one by one, as if they were viruses. After a scream, everyone focused on the computer screen. Sure enough, the icons on the desktop of the computer disappeared one by one. After all the icons disappeared, the picture was stuck and the mouse could not move. The webmaster who is playing the mobile phone wakes up instantly, panicking and looking at the computer host computer, and surely sees the icons on the computer desktop disappearing one by one. You wait, I ask what is going on. The network administrator dialed the phone while restarting the computer. However, the host just turned on, still an empty desktop, without an icon. After the other computers are turned on, they are also all desktops, and all the software disappears. Lin Xiu looked at the application of the only antivirus program on her computer desktop, and her eyes were flustered. It seems that you have a big disaster. Lin Xiu, what is your desktop software? Next to the network management, I just got ready to use Lin Xiu's computer to test the problem and immediately saw the only antivirus program on the desktop. Outside the internet cafe, the same server computer, the same symptoms. This situation quickly spread to all corners of Jiangnan City. Chen Mo is synthesizing room temperature superconducting materials in the laboratory. Chip design, Ink Girl combined with the chip design layout of other companies. After this time, 24 hours a day to optimize and modify, simulation, and now the layout design has been completed. The next step is to verify the chip design. Now that the lithography machine is in place, other devices are on the way, and these things don't take him to worry. Zhao Minutes will help him arrange it. What he has to do now is to synthesize more normal temperature superconducting materials, purify silicon carbon, and when all the equipment arrives, he can start making superconducting chips. There is no need to worry about the seismometer now. The networking of seismographs in China is rapidly expanding. With the support of the state, every time a group of seismographs are produced, they will be sent to earthquakes frequently and installed in densely populated areas. During the period, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake was successfully predicted, promptly reminded that no casualties were caused and the losses were within the minimum range. With this successful prediction, the people have more confidence in the seismograph and are more convinced of the seismograph. Every time a seismograph comes to a place, it will be welcomed by the road. Domestic networking. Experts from the National Academy of Sciences specifically choose the address and location. These things, do not worry about them. The Marching Ant Company needs to do is to produce seismographs, and to ensure the quality of the seismograph can be. As for foreign countries, first complete the domestic networking, and then think about the export of seismographs. While Chen Mo is purifying pure silicon carbon, the voice of the ink girl interrupted Chen Mo's action. Merg brother, a new semi-intelligent computer virus appeared in Jiangnan City. What? Chen Mo stopped the action in his hand. Semi-smart computer virus? He was the first to hear the virus. There is a semi-intelligent computer virus in Jiangnan City, and the virus is programmed in the Chinese character programming language, said the ink girl. Chinese language programming, semi-smart virus. Is there any special place? Chen Mo was immediately attracted by the words of the ink girl. It has a small piece of program code, which belongs to the category of intelligent program code. The virus is a network virus. The code of the antivirus program is wrong. The enemy and the enemy are not divided. All the software is treated as a virus to kill. Most importantly, it has a little intelligence. The computer that can automatically spread through the network and infect the regional network is a semi-intelligent virus. Now in Jiangnan City, nearly 20 million computers have been infected with this virus in just 20 minutes. So serious. Chen Mo was shocked by this number, and his face was cautious. Stop the spread of the virus and transfer the information of the producer of the virus. Chapter 165. Grandpa, don't cry. Compliment. Jiangnan City was attacked by computer viruses. In less than half an hour, infected nearly 10,000 computers. Such a big news was immediately noticed by the media in Jiangnan City. The spread of the virus almost broke the record. In half an hour, more than 20 companies, half of the entire internet cafes in Jiangnan City were infected with computer viruses, and there were many personal computers. In the internet cafe, the video that Lin Xiu was taken away by the police was also popped up by people watching inside the internet cafe. When the video comes out, it attracts more attention. The young girl who is less than 18 years old is the protagonist of this virus incident. And many people are not as good as they are. Now the virus is still spreading, but the speed has not started so fast, and there are still information about people infected with viruses from time to time. At present, there is no antivirus software that can kill this virus. The Public Security Bureau has issued a network security warning. The virus spreads through the network, and the computer that infects the regional network, as long as the server is infected, the network connected to the entire service area will also suffer. Lin Xiu sat in the chair and his body trembled uncontrollably. Opposite her, Ning Qiu and Wu Zhao, two young men and one woman, the two calmly looked at Lin Xiu. They have already investigated that the computer virus produced by Lin Xiu, according to incomplete statistics, infected nearly 10,000 computers in less than 30 minutes. This new type of computer virus, the ability to spread, is horrible. This is the most horrible computer they have ever seen. If you can't find a solution in time, the entire computer in Jiangnan City will suffer. Fortunately, the computer virus did not invade the traffic control system and banking system of the Public Security Bureau, but only infected ordinary computers without protection systems. Otherwise the nature of this matter will become more serious. Why are you making a computer virus? Wu Zhao asked. Next to him, Ning Qiu quietly wrote a transcript. I am making antivirus software. I don't know if it is a virus. I didn't mean it. Lin Xiu's eyes were red, not only because he was arrested, but also because of the software failure, and her brother's surgery fee was not settled. Why do you do antivirus software? Wu Zhao, no expression, continue to ask. I want to see the programming competition of the Marching Ant Company. I want to get the bonus and treat my brother. The younger brother needs surgery. Is there any way to kill the virus? They tried all antivirus software installed into the infected computer. The final result is that the antivirus software disappeared on the desktop, A trace cannot be found. Tens of thousands of computers. This influence has already made people feel terrible. If it is a network that invades the government, this kind of communication capability will cause the entire government office network in Jiangnan City to fall into the middle. The infected computer, like a blank machine, cannot install any application software. Now Jiangnan City's media have set their sights on their Public Security Bureau, hoping that they can give a statement as soon as possible. I don't know where the program is going wrong. How to check and kill? I need to think about what went wrong. Lin Xiu bit his lip and tried to keep his tears back. What about the virus program? Wu Zhao still looks blank. I saved it to the cloud disk. Lin Xiu said. Account password. Asked about the police. Lin Xiu knows everything and explains everything. She now only hopes to alleviate her sin. Thinking of the grandfather who was worried about day and night, Lin Xiu's tears continued to fall. Comrades, will you make a mistake? Xiao Xiu is usually very embarrassed and will not do bad things. Inside the police station, a shabby old man looked nervously at the police officer in front of him. Hearing that Lin Xiu was arrested at the police station, he almost couldn't come up. At this time, the old man, his hands all dirt, did not have time to wash his hands, and rushed over here. She has admitted that the computer virus was made by her. We haven't determined this yet. You are her grandfather. Do you know she is making a computer virus? I don't know what a computer virus is. I only know that Xiaozu is definitely not harmful. It must be a misunderstanding. Police comrades, I beg you, let Xiaozu, she still has school, and will take the college entrance examination next June. The old man blinked red. I beg you to let her go, or her future will be ruined. I beg the police uncle, let go of my sister. My sister is not a bad person. The little boy who was brought by the old man shouted milk. Seeing the worn-out, pure-eyed little boy, everyone was sour. It's okay, little brother, we investigate clearly. Your sister can go back. A policewoman squatted down and smiled with a smile. What is the name of the younger brother? My name is Lin Chenxing. Grandpa said, this name can make me grow up healthily, said the little boy. He and Xiao Xiu are the children I adopted. They are all orphans. When I was born, I was less than 2 years old. I just learned to walk. I stood next to the trash can and cried my mother. There is a letter on his body that reads his date of birth and basic information. He has congenital heart disease, more serious. The treatment fee is more than 80,000, and there has been no money for treatment. A few months ago, Xiao Xiu said that she wanted to participate in any company computer game and get a bonus to her brother. Xiao Xiu, I watched her grow up. She would never do bad things. Beg you to let her go. She still has school. The old man blinked red and touched the boy's head. Grandpa, don't cry. The police sister said that my sister is fine. The little boy said to his head. This scene, let everyone on the field, a hot eye. The virus incident was spread throughout the country in the news of the day. The virus is still spreading. I don't know why. The speed of communication has not started so crazy, but it still exists. Major internet security companies have no way to deal with this virus. The Chinese character programming language is a programming language that has just come out of the Marching Ant Company. There are not many people who are interested in it. Those network security technicians didn't even understand the program. Wang Zi with glasses carefully looked at the program code of this virus incident. They tried it out with a computer and it was indeed the procedure of this virus incident. Among the network security personnel, he is one of the few people who learn Chinese programming languages, but he is amateur and has no professional research. The Chinese character programming language is a brand new computer language that you have to learn for a long time. Nowadays, the work is urgent, and there are not too many breaks in normal times. I will not go to learn Chinese programming languages when I am free. The virus incident. The location of the outbreak is Jiangnan City. Let them Jiangnan City exposed a face in China. As a network security officer with many years of experience, the procedures written by a little girl are helpless and they are hit hard. If advanced hackers do, they are not so upset. Are you finding a killing method? asked a majestic middle-aged man. Secretary, I haven't found a way to kill. Wang Zi shook his head. The virus program is written by the Chinese character programming language. This language, the army and company did not release it for a long time. There are not many people who know. I only know the fur. Technical help. The marching ant company is the best choice. Chapter 166. Thank you. Jiangnan Hotel. Lan Xing looked up at the luxury hotel and secretly screamed. Staying here for one night, the cheapest room. There are thousands. Is the employee of the marching ant company extravagant to this point? But now is not the time to think about it. They technically help the marching ant company. I wanted to send people to the coastal city, and the people who came to the army and company came in person. It must be said that the acting style of the marching ant company is indeed different from ordinary people. Not long after, Lan Xing saw 4 people coming towards her side. After seeing the people coming, Lan Xing's look flashed incredible. Chen Mo, the big boss of the marching ant company, and his legendary girlfriend Xiao. She couldn't think of what the marching ant company said was actually their big boss. Is the Jiangnan City Bureau so face up? Will the army ants company's amnesty come over? In an instant, Lan Xing will get rid of this idea. Even the top leader of Jiangnan City may not be able to bring in the big boss of the marching ant company. Hello, are you coming to pick me up? Chen Mo stopped in front of Lan Xing with a smile. Oh, yes. Lan Xing hurriedly nodded. Mr. Chen, please get on the bus. Chen Mo nodded and got into the car. Xiao Yu followed closely and sat down beside him. This is a medium-sized business car, 4 people plus Lan Xing, not crowded. How is the virus now? Chen Mo asked. The speed of transmission is slow, but it is still spreading. There is still no antivirus software that can kill this virus. We are not proficient in the Chinese programming language, and we are a little helpless about this virus. Lan Xing did not hide. Okay. Chen Mo did not have an accident. He told the ink girl to stop the virus from spreading wildly and did not completely stop its spread. Just don't let it infect hospitals, banks and governments. As long as the government department and the national security department are not affected, the crime will not be too large. The semi-intelligent virus that Mo said is not the same as the current computer virus. This kind of virus can automatically spread through the network, and the current firewall is useless to it. Think of a firewall as a wall. This semi-smart virus, like a living bug, can easily find the hole and drill into the wall. It's not that the ink girl stopped it. This bug will completely infect the entire computer in Jiangnan City. He can kill this bug, but he didn't. This is an excellent opportunity to promote the Chinese programming language, and it is more useful than the propaganda of their marching ant company. About 20 minutes, the car entered the Public Security Bureau. Just getting off the bus, Chen Mo saw a man with a majestic look. He saw the policeman and knew the top leader in the bureau. Gan Cheng saw Chen Mo and immediately greeted him. The marching ant company only said that someone was already in Jiangnan City, and did not say that it was the big boss of the marching ant company. It wasn't Lan Xing who sent the information back. He didn't know that the big boss of the marching ant company actually came over. Mr. Chen, you can come over in person. It's great. Gan Cheng greeted him and took Chen Mo's hand. Director, hello. Chen Mo also smiled. Now this virus is bothering us. It is spreading in society now. It is a bit troublesome, Gan Cheng said. Can you take me to see the girl first? Chen Mo said. Yes. Gan Cheng nodded immediately and walked into the bureau with Chen Mo. This girl is Lin Xiu, a student of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. Lin Xiu's face is stunned, and now she doesn't know what to do. The last time I saw Grandpa crying in front of her, she was anxious and overwhelmed. Now that Grandpa is old, he is a crime. She is worried that Grandpa can't stand the excitement. Sitting in the room, Lin Xiu bit his lip. His eyes have no focal length. After a while, after the door was opened, she subconsciously looked at the door. After entering 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, Lin Xiu stayed after seeing the face of the coming person. This face, she is no stranger. Chen Mo, the big boss of the marching ant company, is the founder of the Chinese character programming language and is regarded as the most talented person in China. She wondered if there was an illusion and imagined that a hero could come to save her. It's just a girl who can't be ordinary. How can Chen Mo's character come to see her? Self-deprecating in my heart, my eyes are nailed to Chen Mo. Hello, my name is Chen Mo. Chen Mo sat down in front of Lin Xiu. You don't have to worry. We are here to help you. After Chen Mo opened, Lin Xiu had a godless eyes and slowly lit up. Not an illusion? Lin Xiu looked at Chen Mo. His eyes were a little late. Hello, my name is Chen Mo. Chen Mo saw that Lin Xiu did not respond and spoke again. You. Hello. Lin Xiu bit his lip. His eyes were a little red, and he didn't know what to say. Can you tell me the reason for this? Chen Mo said. I want to participate in the computer programming competition of the Marching Ant Company, and design an antivirus software with the Chinese programming language. I don't know what went wrong, it becomes a virus now. I didn't deliberately spread it, I really didn't mean it. Lin Xiu said, tears in the corner of his eyes. Don't cry. We are here to help you. Xiao couldn't bear it. He took out a paper towel and handed it to Lin Xiu. How long have you been learning the Chinese character programming language? Chen Mo asked. Chinese character programming language came out. I started to learn. I read the textbooks in the classroom. I didn't have a computer at home. I usually went to the internet cafe to do the hourly work and practice programming with the computer of the internet cafe. I just want to participate in the competition and take the bonus to my brother to treat the disease. I didn't mean it. Chen Mo looked at the middle-aged man with gold wire glasses and a thin face. He is a lawyer of the law department of the Army Ant Company, Li Huai, a senior lawyer. Boss, due to unskilled or mistaken operation techniques, the data, applications and data stored, processed or transmitted by computer information systems are damaged, and does not constitute a crime of destroying computer information systems. She is a consequence of negligence, non-subjective intentional crime, no gain of any benefit from it, lack of subjective elements of crime, so she will not have something. Li Huai pushed the glasses and said. When I heard Li Huai's words, Lin Xiu's eyes immediately convinced him. But it is best to prove that she is writing antivirus software, technical errors. This is the case. This evidence is more favorable. Li Huai said. Yeah? Chen Mo nodded and looked at Lin Xiu. Have you heard it? When the police recorded the confession, did you say that? Lin Xiu focused on nodding. His eyes have been placed on Chen Mo's face, full of hope. Then you can rest assured here and you will be able to go out soon. Chen Mo smiled. Thank you. Lin Xiu looked at Chen Mo and said with gratitude, I will definitely repay you. When you come out, thank me again. Now I need to go out and give you proof of innocence. After Chen Mo finished, he got up and left. Seeing Chen Mo's back, Lin Xiu's fist clenched, and tears did not listen to it. Thank you. When Chen Mo walked out of the room, he looked at Gan Cheng. Now show me the program she wrote. As soon as he spoke, Gan set up to lead him and walked in a room. Now Chen Mo wants to help. He is asking for it. Chapter 167, Selling Your Debts. Chen Mo is not the first time to see the program. He also saw this program when he asked the ink girl to collect Lin Xiu's information. Other technicians are watching Chen Mo, and seeing the big boss of the Marching Ant Company personally, this opportunity is rare. This is an antivirus software. Chen Mo looked at Gan Cheng. The very clever antivirus software just made a mistake. Let it become a demon from angels. How do you say that? Gan Cheng asked. Writing such a long code, there is an error. It is inevitable. She also made a mistake when writing. This mistake makes the software powerfully contagious. When the software is judged as a virus, the software disappears one by one. Situation. Chen Mo said. Is there any way to stop it from spreading? Gan Cheng asked. It's very simple. Use this antivirus software to kill the wrong program. Just modify these pieces of code a bit. Chen Mo deleted some of the code and revised it. It didn't take 10 minutes to stop. Yes, now you only need to install this program on the computer with the virus. and you can use the original program to kill it. Chen Mo copies the generated program and puts it on another infected computer. After the successful killing, Chen Mo plugged in the internet and connected to the network. Everyone is afraid, if they are infected with the internal network of the Public Security Bureau, then the fun will be big. However, the situation they thought did not appear, and the hearts of the people were put down. The first software was downloaded and installed, not disappearing as before. They believed that the virus had been killed. Get it done. Chen Mo stood up. Now you can release this program for free, temporarily free of charge, and someone will take back its ownership in the future. You should not pass the program code, otherwise it is infringing. The latter technicians face each other. Their helpless virus software. Chen Mo came here, less than half an hour, all done. This is the gap. Or use the virus software, they think. Now things have been solved. When can the girl go out? Because the technical mistakes have caused the present consequences, and they have not caused national security, technology leaks, and it does not constitute a crime. If you want to sue her, I will let my lawyer follow up on this case. Chen Mo's words made everyone on the field surprised. Mr. Chen, are you related to that girl? Gan Cheng asked. When she comes out, she will become an employee of the Marching Ant Company as long as she is willing. It seems that she is so lucky that Mr. Chen can come over personally. Gan Cheng also saw Chen Mo's determination and felt that this girl was indeed lucky. The consequences of technical errors do not constitute a crime. However, the impact of this matter is too great and the necessary civil compensation. Mr. Chen, it's rare to come once. How about going to my cup of tea? It's a thank you for technical support. Gan Cheng turned the subject. Yes. Chen Mo nodded. Chatting with Gan Cheng and refusing his invitation to be a guest, Chen Mo left the Public Security Bureau with Xiao Yu and others. The virus-killing software was quickly released, along with the announcement, as well as the investigation of the virus incident. Once the news was announced, it was reported by major media. The virus is programmed in the Chinese character programming language, and the common antivirus software cannot detect the killing. The incident was also caused by a technical error. After a few months of silence in the Chinese character programming language, this situation occurred when it appeared. The software written in the Chinese character programming language perfectly bypasses the computer's firewall and invades the computer, which makes people have to sigh. When the news came out, the Marching Ant Company published an article. Network security is no longer there. When the article came out, it immediately attracted the crowds of many media. The sentence in the article is particularly eye-catching. Pandora's box has been opened, and in the near future, the virus program written in the Chinese programming language will unscrupulously invade the existing computer system. This sentence, the meaning is very obvious. Computer viruses written in Chinese programming languages will become the main source of new computer viruses in the future. Existing computer systems and antivirus software will not stop the spread of this virus. Many of these words of the Marching Ant Company will be suspicious, but they have to be vigilant. The computer virus that appeared in the first Chinese programming language infected tens of thousands of computers in half an hour, which is a good proof of its strength. Lin Xiu walked out of the Public Security Bureau and his face was relaxed. After experiencing this, she feels a lot of growth. Just want to leave. A car stopped in front of them. Seeing the people coming down from the car, Lin Xiu settled. His eyes stopped on two figures. It was Chen Mo and Xiao Yu who helped her this time. Hello. Chen Mo smiled. Hello, thank you. Lin Xiu took a deep sigh. I will definitely repay you. The last time you said thank you, you won't have to repay. Chen Mo said, this time I want to talk to you. You said, as long as I can do it, I must do it. Lin Xiu said, here is 500,000. The password is the last 6 cards. For you. Chen Mo took out a bank card and handed it to Lin Xiu. When I saw the bank card and thought of something, Lin Xiu's face was ruddy, biting her lip and looking at the small fish, and did not reach for it. This is the money to buy your software. Your antivirus software is sold to our company. Realizing the misunderstanding, Lin Xiu hurriedly turned red. "You help me this time. The software is for you." "I don't want it," said So. Lin Xiu's eyes are still staring at the bank card. She is very eager for the money and treats her brother. Chen Mo did not recover the bank card. "Then, when I lend it to you, I will pay back later." "But I have no money." Lin Xiu hearted. "Then sell your debts." After Chen Mogang finished speaking, he screamed and almost jumped from the ground. Xiao Yu took a look at him. He is joking. What he means is that if you want, you can work in a marching ant company. These are paid as wages and paid to you in advance. "Can I enter the marching ant company?" Lin Xiu's face was amazed and his eyes were red. "Your Chinese programming language is very good. You can enter, but you should go to college first, and when you have time, help the company develop software." Our company's senior software program staff, the monthly salary is starting at 50,000. So you don't have to worry about not getting money. You can't do it either. This is the money to buy your antivirus software. "Thank you, Xi. I will definitely pay you back." Lin Xiu took the bank card in the hands of Chen Mo. His eyes were grateful and complicated. "Don't thank me, be confident. You are very good." Seeing the back of Chen Mo and Xiao Yu, Lin Xiu slammed the bank card and his tears continued to fall. "I will repay you if I am a cow." After that, Lin Xiu took the bank card and ran back home. On the road, Xiao Yu was holding Chen Mo's arm and his eyes were very bad. "Selling for debts. I eat you, live with you. Do you want to sell your debts?" "You are a kitten. It is already mine." Chen Mo laughed. "Who is yours?" The original little temper disappeared instantly, and a smile appeared on his face. For Chen Mo's little love words. "Her immunity is 0. "Not yet." "Then work hard. I want to eat fish tonight." Chapter 168, Brewing inside the hotel room. Xiao Yu was wearing a pajamas sitting on the sofa, eating snacks and watching TV quietly. Chen Mo was blowing her hair. "Every time I wash my head, as long as Chen Mo is around, Chen Mo helps her to blow." Although things are small, it is a tacit understanding between the two. "Chen Mo, do you know the virus incident? The Public Security Bureau will ask us for help," Xiao Yu said, asking the doubts of his heart. Before the Jiangnan Municipal Bureau contacted the Army Ant Company, they had arrived in Jiangnan City. Moreover, Li also came over together. Chen Mo seems to know in advance that the Jiangnan Municipal Bureau will provide technical assistance to the Marching Ant Company. "I have the power of the Prophet. Do you believe it or not?" "I believe you have a ghost," said Xiao Yu. "Actually, I came over and didn't know that they would ask for help. This time, there are two purposes," Chen Mo said. "The first purpose is to take you out for a few days. I have been so tired recently. Take a few days off." Hearing the concern in Chen Mo's words, Xiao Yu's eyes showed the color of joy. "The second purpose is to come over and help the girl once. She is a rare talent. After spending a few months, she will thoroughly understand the Chinese programming language. If she pulls it, she will definitely be a programming expert. And this virus a bit special." "What is special?" asked Xiao Yu. "This virus belongs to the category of semi-smart virus. Her software has a piece of code and belongs to smart code. So the virus is very special and spreads very fast. When I was in Bnai City, I intervened. Otherwise half of Jiangnan City to be infected." "So serious?" Xiao Yu was shocked. "So I said that the girl is a personal talent, actually wrote a smart code. If it does not help her, her life is probably ruined." A thought of heaven and hell, like the program, write a few lines of code, from antivirus software become a virus program. Help others, and then let people sell you to pay debts. Xiao Yuki sour, like a smile and looked at Chen Mo. "Traveling with me is a fake. Help the girl is the real purpose of your coming here." "Hey, how do I smell a sour taste?" "The taste of vinegar." Chen Mo put down the hairdryer and smelled it on Xiao Yu. "Get out of the way, I am not jealous." Xiao Yu pushed Chen Mo's head and his face was reddish. Chen Mo grabbed Xiao Yu on his thigh. "Now things have been solved. I will take you to the mountains to play with water tomorrow. I heard that the scenery in Jiangnan is beautiful. but I will eat sweet and sour fish tonight. After losing his helmet and abandoning the armor, Xiaoyu was picked up by Chen Mo and entered the room. Wang Zizing seriously looked at the teaching video of the Chinese character programming language. The virus incident has dealt a lot with him. As a technician working in cybersecurity, it is a kind of crit damage to the program written by a high school girl. This incident, the Marching Ant Company gave them technical support, but does not mean that the Marching Ant Company will provide them with free technical support next time. The employees of the Marching Ant Company are not recruiting to work for them. A similar situation rises, and their technicians may be smashed again. As excited as he is, there are several other technicians. They want to break their heads and can't solve them. Chen Mo only took less than 10 minutes to get it easily. This is the technology gap. Now I have no work at hand, and I am free to learn Chinese programming language. This new computer language, I saw it when I first came out, learned a little, was not proficient, and did not see the teaching video. Look again, it seems to feel very good. Just as he focused on teaching video, suddenly, the computer's screen began to flash. Wang Zi, who watched the video, was sober and awake, and he had not waited for him to react. The computer was black. There is a mask on the screen, half gray, half shadow, red pupil, evil smile looks more like ridicule, very awkward. This kind of logo, they saw it for the first time. It was impossible to identify which hacker organization was the symbol. I grass you hashat yen. Wang Zi couldn't help but swear. Just after the virus incident, his incompetence has been very frustrating. At this time, the hacker came to repair the knife and invade the system in the bureau. The computer screens of other staff members also showed a black screen, and a black and half white mask appeared. Hurry up, work, guys. Wang Zi's expression is dignified, and the other party quietly invades. Absolutely only the first-class master can do it. The aftermath of the virus incident has not passed, and then the incident has occurred, and the rice bowl is difficult to protect. The other party's invasion of their system at this time is simply a provocation of red fruit, tracking the other's location. It's all fake addresses, and the other party uses the downtime. Every technician has a 12-point spirit for them. This is the battlefield, full of invisible smoke. After 5 minutes, the computer returned to normal, but no one had the joy of winning. The air has become quiet in the office. Look at what files are missing. Wang Zi took the lead. Others started checking the computer and soon heard a voice. The program code file for the virus event was copied. Other documents are in good condition. The other party is coming from this virus program code. Everyone has a huge doubt in mind. There are a lot of files in the bureau, and the other party only takes the virus code, which is very strange. The secretary has come. I don't know who said it. The atmosphere is quiet. What happened? After Gan Cheng came in, his look was dignified. The network was hacked and it has now returned to normal. The code of the virus event has been copied and other files have not been lost. Wang Zi said. Why is this? Gan Cheng knew the horror of the procedure. Because this matter has just been closed, I am preparing to save the document into the file, and the result is hacked, said a staff member. Gan Cheng's face was black, and a wave of unrest had started again. This incident has just subsided, and this has happened again. The program was circulated, but it was very troublesome, and no one knew what the consequences would be. This matter must be notified above. Try to prevent it. If it is used as a tool to attack the network, the consequences are unimaginable. The news that the Jiangnan City Bureau official website was hacked could not be concealed. The half black and white mask hanging on the official website is particularly conspicuous. Not long after, the Jiangnan City Bureau issued a message that the City Bureau network was invaded by unknown hackers, and this matter will be traced to the end. Jiangnan City Bureau has been provoked, unscrupulously invaded the City Bureau network, but also took away the code of the virus program. The whole body retired. This is playing their face. As for the lost documents, it is impossible to announce them to the outside world. The computer virus incident, because the Marching Ant Company came forward, plus the antivirus software has come out, has now subsided. The virus is a normal computer user. All the software is deleted, but the hard disk data is not damaged, so the loss is not big. But they don't know, another bigger viral crisis is brewing. Chapter 169, Kidnapping a City. Wang Zizing looked at it with a book, which was a Chinese character programming language tutorial published by the Marching Ant Company. The last time I hacked into their system and took the virus software, there was no news. The internet is a very complicated world. The other party uses IPs from all over the world to invade their computers. It is hard to find out who is doing it. Several times the global virus crisis did not find those planned senior hackers. They are a small police station. Want to find is tantamount to a needle in a haystack. Even if they know people, they can't shoot them. At most, they are handed over to Interpol to handle this matter. Fortunately, the last time the loss was not large, so only the announcement was issued. These people wrote a review report, and the matter was turned over. After this incident, let him pay more attention to the learning of Chinese programming languages. A senior hacker of the other party, trying every means to invade their computer, just for the virus program. Certainly not so simple. Wang Zi, look at this news. A female colleague next to me said, there is a hacker organization that calls itself a clown and issued a warning on Twitter abroad. This Friday, there will be an unprecedented global scale. The internal cyber-terrorist attack reminds the world of the Black Friday of this online world. Their logo avatar is the mask that last invaded our computer. Upon hearing this, Wang Zi's spirit shocked and immediately looked up at her computer screen. Sure enough, I saw a piece of news with a video on it. His English is not bad. The text of Twitter is all understandable. What do they want to do? Wang Zi frowned and stretched his head and looked at the video carefully. He didn't notice it. The female colleague on his face was reddish and looked at his eyes a little shy. I don't know. They won't put out the virus file that we took from us. That virus is very contagious. Impossible. That virus. We have released antivirus programs. They are released. There is antivirus software in the first time. They are doing nothing. Hackers are one of the smartest groups in the world. Such a simple thing. It's impossible to think of it. Wang Zi, are you free tonight? Amount? Question mark. The warning of the clown organization has already attracted a lot of media attention and has been reported. This sudden hacker organization has never heard of this name before. Now dare to warn the world with blatant warnings. Many people are just a joke. After all, cyber-terrorist attacks on a global scale have never happened. There have never been any hacking organizations that dare to issue such warnings. As time goes by, the clown organization publishes news every day, as if it is counting down. At the beginning there was still concern, and it was later ignored as a prank. The Western Friday arrived smoothly. On Twitter, the clown organization updated Twitter again. My heart is like this face, half pure white, half shadow. I can choose to let you see, or you cannot let you see. This circus performance is about to open. First pay tribute to Master Chaplin. Chaplin's half-sentence quote makes the media concerned with this news inexplicable. London, England. University of London. Here is the world's leading institution of higher learning. Alice is working on a research paper in the dormitory. She is conducting an economic study on the future of the internet economy. As a doctoral student at the business school, this paper will be her doctoral thesis. In the UK, it is difficult to study the internet economy. She feels that it is necessary to go to China. China's internet economy is already a well-deserved world leader. Just saved the data. Suddenly, she felt the computer screen flashing. A mask appeared on her computer screen. Half pure white, half shadow, scarlet haze, especially strange behind the mask. The evil smile is printed on the mask, more like a mockery of the world. After seeing the picture, Alice twitched and hurriedly clicked with the mouse for a few moments without any reaction. What happened? Alice was anxious, trying to restart, showing the picture, or the face of a clown mask. The computer on the entire campus instantly turned into a half black and white mask. In the London Police Department, A large number of police officers stared at the computer screen that turned into a clown screen, and fell into a strange silence. This scene appears in banks, hospitals, stock exchange markets, subways, supermarkets, companies and other corners. In just 1 hour, half of London, all service-type venues, occupied by this black and white mask. For a time, half of London was in a shackle. The news quickly spread, and the whole world was in vain. In less than an hour, the virus infects half of the city of London. As for how many computers, no one counts. Statistics have no meaning, and economic losses are the concern of everyone. The panic mood began to spread. Unprecedented, in the history of computer development, there has never been such a large-scale virus attack, leaving almost the entire city into a shackle. London falls. Times. The era of cyber terror is coming. Wall Street Journal. Annoying clown. European Daily. The network is completely gone. Warning from marching ants. Global Times. The London network was infected for an hour and various explosive news appeared. The clown organization once again entered people's field of vision. I thought it was just a prank. I didn't expect that an unprecedented cyber-terrorist attack really came. The first place the hacker chose was London, England. At this moment, all the people know the intention of paying tribute to Chaplin. This is the hometown of Chaplin. The fall of London caused global panic. The stock market also fluctuated. A financial center is so easy to be attacked by hackers. The previous attack of the Eternal Blue and the Eternal Heart is nothing short of this clown crisis. Not long after the London network, the British Prime Minister at 10 Downing Street gave a televised speech, calling on domestic network experts to go to the University of London to cope with the network crisis. Other countries have issued urgent orders to strengthen the protection of the network. This is a huge lesson. London stopped for an hour. No one knows how much the economy will lose. In this informatized world, for the first time, financial center cities have been shut down. Securities and financial markets have announced that they will stop trading, and the specific date of the reply is unknown. An hour, the whole world was shocked by this cyber-terrorist attack. In the second hour after the news came out, the clown organization once again posted a message on Twitter. The London incident was initiated by us. We will take full responsibility. We have successfully kidnapped the city and ransom £100 million. Within 3 days, settled in Bitcoin. When the news came out, the world was shocked, affected. The price of Bitcoin has soared, and it has doubled in just 1 hour. A cyber-hacking organization has openly wanted to marry a country. This has never happened in the past. This is the first time that a hacker organization has threatened a country. Chapter 170. Message Marching Ant Company. Zhao Minitz is sitting opposite Chen Mo. There is good news. Zhao Minitz spoke. What good news? We have applied for the Chinese Character Programming Language Environment Project and have also entered the National Torch Project. The Education Professional Committee has approved the pilot training of Chinese character programming language projects in all primary and secondary schools in Banhai. So fast? Chen Mo said with amazement. Crap. The virus incident in Jiangnan City. People pay attention to the special language programming language. This kind of developmental things, they cannot care. Zhao Minitz said. Chen Mo nod. The virus incident in Jiangnan City and the London's clown virus crisis may make people see the true value of the Chinese programming language, so it will be approved so quickly. With the promotion of the country, he is not worried about the Chinese programming language. London has planted this time. What do you say next? Zhao Minitz looked at Chen Mo. Ghosts know what will happen. Maybe the British will compromise. If this continues, the UK will suffer a lot. Chen Mo spread his hand. But this thing has something to do with us. Related to us? Don't scare me. Zhao Minitz's face became more cautious. Remember the virus incident in Jiangnan City? After the virus incident, the Jiangnan City Bureau was hacked and the virus code was taken away. This virus can be used in just 1 hour, and there is the credit for that code. This virus, it is written in the Chinese character programming language. Hearing this, Zhao Minzong breathed. This incident is not directly related to them. then it is fine. Isn't that serious last time? Zhao Minutes asked. Surely being modified and optimized? Chen Mo shrugged and couldn't explain it. He couldn't say that he had let the Ink Girl intervene. That program is a bit special, similar to the Ghost virus. The firewall can't detect it. The virus program written in the Chinese character programming language is different from the previous viruses, so the general antivirus software is difficult to find and kill. The last virus was a semi-smart virus, and the existing computer system was invaded without any resistance. But if you want to kill, you can. The software written by Lin Xiu only needs to improve the function, can detect the existence of semi-smart virus. Now I can write software to kill the clown virus. Do you think there is room for maneuvering here? Chen Mo said. Zhao Minutes thought about it and immediately shook his head. No need to kill, anyway, it is not our home. It is just this opportunity to enter the corporate office market, with a safe selling point. Enterprises will be willing to buy for data security. Chen Mo did not oppose Zhao Minutes' thoughts. With the release of antivirus software, they can get some benefits, but the benefits are too small. Relative to the enterprise office, the profit brought by antivirus software is insignificant. The outbreak of the clown virus did not touch their interests, but also brought them benefits. There is no need to kill the virus. This opportunity, let the Marching Ant Company into the office area of the company, it is logical for them. The more chaotic the market, the greater their chances. After breaking down, the cybersecurity of the old era was trampled in this incident. Before the resumption of stability, there was a huge gap in the computer office market. There are usually no big winds and waves, and their computer operating systems want to enter the market, which is hard to add. The clown virus, the foundation of computer network security, is a good time. The cybervirus incident is more like a dying war in the dynasty. As long as the strategy is right, the new ruler can take the upper position. The cash cows in the corporate office have been coveted for a long time, but they can't find a chance to get a break. Their computer operating system has been out for a while and has not been released to the public, in the channel of the Army Ant application store and the PC ecosystem. The application channel has been opened. The office ecology, the initial improvement, and the intelligent assistants make the office faster. In this field, we have not entered yet, but the potential is large enough. However, before entering the market, we can announce another news. What news? Chen Mo asked. Don't you always want to promote the Chinese programming language? This is a good opportunity. Free advertising all over the world. To the outside world, the clown virus is written in the Chinese programming language. Zhao Minutes said, after the event is fired, the homeopathic system is announced. Yes. Chen Mo did not hesitate to agree. After Zhao Minutes left, Chen Mo continued the finishing of supercomputer technology. A few days ago, Xiao played in Jiangnan for a while and relaxed for a while. Now it is time to put it back into work. The production of room temperature superconducting materials has been handed over to robots and is currently capable of small batch production, which is not a problem for his research. What he has to do is a superconducting computer. With a superconducting computer, the Ink Girl will run faster. The amount of computation of a supercomputer is greater than the amount of human computing for 100 years. Once completed, it will become the real brain of the Ink Girl, and he will also be helpful in studying advanced artificial intelligence and other research in the future. The emergence of the clown virus caused panic in the internet market. London's clown virus has shattered internet security. The current network has no security at all. All the intelligence agencies in the UK have been dispatched. The address of the hacker has not been found yet, and there is no way to remove the virus. In the existing antivirus software, the signature code of the Chinese character programming language virus, the virus database has not yet. The antivirus software cannot identify and kill the virus, plus no one is proficient in the Chinese character programming language, so that the current global software tells nothing. Foreign media are paying attention to the tweet of the clown organization. This is the largest virus attack in the history of computer development. The abduction of a city has become a reality today with the rapid development of information. No one knows which city will be the next city to be attacked. At the Globe newspaper office, Lee Tae-jun always felt that he had neglected some things. This was about the clown virus, but he couldn't think of it. Iron Army, Marching Ants officially announced that the clown virus is written in the Chinese character programming language. If you want to find a killing method, you can start with the Chinese character programming language. At the office of the Globe, a female colleague took a notebook and walked to Lee Tae-jun, putting the computer in front of him. Right, it is here. Lee Tae-jun was awakened by a word. What's the matter? The female colleague next to her face was so powerful. You don't think this clown virus is similar to the virus in Jiangnan City last time? Remember the computer virus incident in Jiangnan City? After the virus incident, the clown had blacked into the network of the Jiangnan City Bureau. What do you mean? The virus used by this clown is the virus in Gangnam. Yes, after the last incident in Gangnam City, the Marching Ant Company said that network security no longer exists. Now it is said that the virus is written in the Chinese character programming language. This computer language comes from their hands. They must know that the clown virus has Jiangnan City, the gene of the virus code. Lee Tae-jun thinks that the more likely this possibility is. Before that, there had never been a computer virus that spread so fast. After the virus incident, the Marching Ant Company warned that network security no longer existed. The warning just fell, and the clown virus kidnapped a city. There is no connection between them, and he is not believed to be killed. Post a message and send a message immediately. Chapter 171, Welcome to Us. The past and present of the clown virus. Global news. The Marching Ant Company. The virus is written by the Chinese character programming language. People's Daily. The Marching Ant Company announced the news. Phoenix News. There is no news about the clown virus now, and London has responded that it will not compromise with any hacker organization. Many people are looking forward to what the hacker will do next, or where is the next city to be attacked. The Marching Ant Company announced the news at this time, and new news appeared, which also successfully attracted the attention of many media. The virus was written by the Chinese character programming language. This news, the public will also be suspicious. The Global Report reported that the news was taken. The virus incident in Jiangnan City was too short. It didn't take long before many people remembered that there was a virus and a girl who wrote the virus. I did not expect that the clown virus that captured London, the predecessor, is actually a code written by a humble girl. Determined that the clown organization had attacked the Jiangnan City Bureau, the credibility of this news soared. This news soon appeared in the major media, more fierce, but also dug out by the media. The Jiangnan virus incident was terminated by the intervention of the Army Ant Company. The girl who wrote the program has returned to the campus. These messages naturally caught the attention of Western media. The Marching Ant Company said that the virus is a Chinese word programming language creation. How to crack the clown virus. A new type of virus in the new computer language. The Marching Ant Company may have a way to kill it. The Chinese character programming language has successfully landed on the pages of major Western media. This brand new computer language, when it first came out, was reported by some media and gradually disappeared into the eyes of ordinary people. This time it reappeared, but it appeared in this terrible form. Many people are full of disgust and awe in the Chinese programming language. The comments on the entire news are all about how difficult it is to learn Chinese. No matter what other people's impressions of the Chinese programming language, this special language is indeed remembered by the world. This language has also successfully entered the vision of major hacking organizations. At the headquarters of Q, Zhu Honghua sat in the office and looked deep. This network crisis made him have to reconsider the development of the company. Cybersecurity is no longer there, and he is very impressed with this sentence. As early as the China Internet Conference, Chen Mo said this sentence. At that time, Chen Mo only said an ambiguous answer. From the words, he heard that there will be a change in the next network crisis. However, when he asked Chen Mo about this question, Chen Mo gave him a future uncertain answer. This answer is a bit meaningful. Now Chen Mo's words are fulfilled, and the fragmented network security is a huge crisis and a machine for reallocating the market. The change has also appeared, but the direction of this change, he had to think carefully. Chen Mo's precise prediction is like a prophet. He knows that the real dissipator of the eternal heart virus crisis is also Chen Mo. He now has to think about the problem from the perspective of the Marching Ant Company, and Chen Mo may know the direction of this change. Suddenly, Zhonghai's flash of light flashed. Chinese character programming language. From the current news, this event, from beginning to end, is related to the Chinese programming language. The Jiangnan virus incident, this London Fall incident, is related to the Chinese character programming language. Perhaps Chen Mo said that the change was related to this language. Zhonghai thought about it and picked up the phone on the table. Secretary Wu, release to recruitment information, recruiting programmers who are proficient in Chinese programming languages. Not only the Seven Tigers, Huawei, Ali, Penguin, Qiandu and other major network giants, have begun to recruit programmers of Chinese programming languages. For a time, the unpopular Chinese programming language became a fragrant. Unlike the quietness of the country, London is still in a bad mood. The banking system was paralyzed, the gas station, the airport transportation system, and the government office system were all hacked. It is the financial center of the UK and one of the financial centers of the world. This time it was attacked and the losses were immeasurable. The clown virus, the impact is beyond imagination. The world is looking for hackers for this incident, and no one is seen. All major network security companies are paying attention to this clown virus. No matter what company has any way to kill this new type of virus, there is not much chance of prevention. Outside the City of London building, the Rain is holding a microphone and standing in the cold wind waiting quietly. She is a reporter for Phoenix News. The mission is to follow up on the latest developments in the clown virus incident and record the living conditions of the citizens after the network in London. The airport air command system was hacked, problems occurred at the airport, and many flights were delayed. The computer in the stock exchange market has been hacked. Once the market is opened, it cannot be traded. One network is a clown, and the major companies are even more sorrowful. The impact of corporate office is very big. When a computer is connected to the internet, it will be a virus. You must format the hard disk and reinstall the system. Once connected to the network again, it will be infected again with viruses. The virus spreads through the computer network. It is more troublesome than they think, and it is pervasive. The computer's antivirus software is ineffective. The computer can't be connected to the internet. Now local news in London, in addition to newspapers, either go to the streets to interview, or use a mobile phone to refresh the news and check the local latest. Even if it is a message, it can only be transmitted via mobile phone. She learned through her peers that waiting for the Mayor of London to have a response, so she and the photographer came to wait early. This is the first road response of the Mayor of London since the outbreak of the clown virus. The attitude of the Mayor of London will give them a clear picture of what is going to happen. "Hey, you said this clown, what is it sacred?" the photographer asked, shaking his body. "It's not a common uncomfortable to wait in such a place." "You ask me, who do I ask?" Yuya laughed. When the two chatted about the sky, the crowd stunned, and the Rain hurriedly called the photographer and immediately ran over. A middle-aged man came out of the city government building and appeared in the lens of everyone. The appearance is only about 45 years old, but a white hair is particularly obvious. He is the Mayor of London, Sadika. Sadika glanced around and opened his eyes to the camera. The City of London has hit the largest online virus crisis in history so far. The clown organization threatened us in exchange for a ransom of £100 million. We will not compromise with any hacker organization and will not pay any ransom to the hacker. We feel that we have offered a reward of £2 million to buy intelligence information about the hackers involved in this incident. When Sadika's words came out, it immediately caused the commotion of the reporters on the field. This news, also through live broadcasts, spread the entire world in the first place. Not long after his news came out, the clown organization re-released the tweet message, "London's ransom will double to £200 million. When to trade, when to lift control of the London network system." The next goal has been okay, we like the Statue of Liberty, welcome us, New York. Chapter 172, Meeting Mayor is sitting in the office and browsing the news. It is all about the clown virus. This virus has made internet companies scream. No one knows which one is the next city. As a small internet company, they also want to research software that kills the clown virus, but it's easy. The power of the United Kingdom has not studied the software for killing this virus. The Chinese programming language. Mayer snorted. This Chinese character programming language, for Western programmers, is simply a book of heaven. They want to learn. Chinese must first pass. Chinese is the most difficult language to learn in the world. This computer language is simply tormenting people. Manager, not good. While he was licking the Chinese programming language, a female secretary ran in. "Have you seen the mouse, Miss Leah?" Mayer asked. The clown organization just announced the news that the next city is New York City, said Leah. "The clown? Is there a circus in New York to perform?" Mayer smiled. Then, the atmosphere was quiet, and Mayer's brain turned instantly. "You just said clown organization? Damn clown, I hate the circus." Net immediately disconnected the network. Mayer's pig-like cry shook the entire office. The clown organized a tweet to let the city of New York grow its way. The first time someone got the news, the person who was in front of the computer thought of breaking the net. Kidnapping a city makes people fear the name of the clown. New York has fallen. A tweet that allows people in a city to take the initiative to break the net never happened at any time in the past. And the clown virus has begun to spread in New York. Mongo, the latest news. The clown released a message saying that New York was imprisoned in a network cage and ransomed $200 million. The US government announced that it would not compromise with hackers, and the FBI offered a reward of $5 million for the clown. Shenmue is sorting out the technology of the supercomputer, and the Ink Girl will open it. Things are getting more and more interesting. Shenmue stopped and took the water cup that the robot handed over. "Mongo, do you want me to stop the virus from spreading?" asked the Ink Girl. "No, this matter has nothing to do with us for the time being, and it will stop, and they will not thank us." "Why? Last time, did you let me stop the virus from spreading?" "Why didn't you do this time?" asked the Ink Woman. "The location is different, and the domestic market is fluctuating, which is not good for us. Now the shock of foreign markets, especially the panic in the internet field, is good for us. The bigger the impact, the easier it will be, and the easier it will be for us to enter this market in the future." Shenmue put down the water cup and walked to the window to stand up, overlooking the bustling city of Bnhai. "We have an interest in us, so don't stop them." "Can't think so. Do you know the game theory?" Shenmue said. "No," said the Ink Girl. "According to the calculation formula of game theory, it is now a clown organization and other collective multi-party games. We are still outsiders. What decisions do we make for our optimal decision-making and the most profitable decision? Sit on the benefits of fishing." "That's right. Every decision can be calculated using game theory. It can produce the best decision. But sometimes it can't be executed according to the calculated answer. Game theory is not a panacea. Human participation, destined to have emotional doping. So the last time I stopped the virus from spreading, this time I didn't stop it. And there was emotional participation. When we think about it, we will mix our personal feelings. When your thinking has emotions, when you are no longer a bunch of cold data, you will understand that a decision is not only about interest, but also other things to consider. Ink women don't understand human emotions. This is a slow learning. Just ask me if you don't understand. Shenmue carefully taught that he could feel that the Ink Girl is growing. Now, if the Ink Girl only listens to him alone, she must teach it well, or it will cause trouble, and the consequences will be serious. At least let the thoughts of the Ink Girl be more humanized, and face it later, not cold data. The meeting room of the Marching Ant Company was filled with people. If anyone sees it, it will definitely be found that, except for Chen Mo, the top executives of the Marching Ant Company are almost sitting in this conference room. This is the second time this year, the second round of collective meetings of the Army Ants Company. The meeting room was silent, and everyone played at 12-point spirit. The meeting was very solemn. It was not a conference call. Instead, the heads of various city branches were called and there must be major events to be announced. The company's business was handed over to Zhao Minit's management, and Chen Mo did not participate in these meetings. Chen Mo is not there. Zhao Minit is sitting in the chief. On her right, in turn, Julie, Li Danny, Wang Sijia and others. On the left are Li Lingfeng, Zhang Yi, Lao Luo and others. Xiao Yu is sitting outside the conference table. Julie is the head of the market system. Li Lingfeng, the head of the administrative system. Zhang Yi, Lao Luo, Li Danny and others, are the first people to follow Zhao Minit to join the company, and also the person in charge of the company's systems. Other people are hired by professional managers and senior management after the company develops. Xiao is now the assistant to the president. He does not participate in the company's high-level management, so he is unable to attend. However, the special nature of Xiao's identity, Zhao Minit let Xiao listen and learn from experience. Now the meeting begins. Zhao Minit looked at the time and announced the start of the meeting. This meeting is a bit awkward. Some of you may not understand the situation. Please let Lao Luo briefly introduce it. Okay. Lao Luo stood up and nodded to the crowd on the field. He opened the computer projection and began to introduce the situation. During this time, our R&D department developed a brand new computer operating system. This computer system is based on the development of the Marching Ant system. We call it the Termite system. With the help of the boss, we have perfected the computer system. Ecological development is also carried out at the same time. At present, the application channel of the Marching Ant system has been opened, and the Intelligent Assistant Xiadi computer version has been established. The office ecology of the computer system has been initially completed. Test data shows that with the Intelligent Assistant Xiadi, the voice control system, including documents, Excel, the general office efficiency increased by 40%. Computer systems have unique security, and we have not yet discovered a virus that can invade computer systems. Now the clown virus, kidnapping 2 international financial centers. The loss is immeasurable. Network security is fragmented, and all companies are frightened. We believe that this is an opportunity, and the security of termite systems will become a new choice for corporate offices. When Lao Luo's words fell, there was a noisy whisper in the conference room. Be quiet. When Zhao Minit opened his mouth, the scene instantly became dead. The Marching Ant Company was brought up by Zhao Minit, and the prestige in the company was second only to Chen Mo. Danny, report on your system. Zhao Minit turned his head and looked at Li Danny. Okay. Li Danny took the report and stood up. The office hardware equipment designed by the R&D department, including tablets, notebooks, and desktop computers, has entered the production stage a month ago. At present, it has produced 200,000 units and is ready to serve market. Li Danny sat down and the field was silent. The company is studying the computer system and they are completely unaware of it. Now that the company's actions are ready to enter the corporate office, this news has come too suddenly. Everyone knows, with this virus crisis, we have to enter the corporate office. Your task is to promote our products to the cities where each branch is located. Zhao Minit said. Julie, what about your situation? Julie stood up and nodded to everyone. The product promotion plan has been formulated, and it will be sent to you in time. The advertisement can be placed at any time. The conference is also ready. The venue is at the Marina Theatre. The invitation has been sent out. A product launch can be held in the future. Chapter 173. What's wrong? Marina Theatre. Numerous reporters and Marching Ant fans have entered the press conference. When the news of the product exhibition of the Army Ant Company came out, it attracted people's attention. So far, There are not many products of the Marching Ant Company. The emergence of epoch-making seismographs has consolidated the unstoppable dominance of marching ant companies. Even if the clown virus crisis now dominates the news section, the news of the Marching Ant Company still has a place. Many reporters came to participate in the products of the Marching Ant Company. All want to see the Marching Ant Company. What products will be released this time? Every time the products of the Marching Ant Company are always unexpected. Xiags took the phone to the stage and was a little nervous. After the first live broadcast of the Marching Ant Company, she had a lot of fans. Now signing a live broadcast platform, when the webcast is live, it is also a well-known net-read. The Marching Ant Company held another press conference. She flew the plane the day before yesterday and came back from the capital to broadcast the conference. The number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 300,000. And the screen has been occupied by the barrage. Guess what is the product of the Marching Ant Company? Xiags said to the camera. Mealman, mother girlfriend, electric big cucumber. What is the stalk of the rice man? People are iron, rice is steel. Originally, the style was quite right, slowly changing, and the train was full of screens. I saw that Xiags was speechless and had to admire the brains of netizens. Not only Xiags, other media, but also the broadcast of the Army Ant Company. There are some foreign media. The theme of this Marching Ant Company is new students. This theme reminds them of the market fear brought by the current clown virus. Many people have guessed that this product may be the antivirus software of the clown virus. Many news reports that the Army Ant Company has software to kill the clown virus. The viable Army Ant Company has never responded to this matter, and the senior officials did not accept any interviews. After a short video, Zhao Minutes boarded the stage and everyone calmed down and stared at her. The launching ceremony of the Marching Ant Company is always open to the simplest form of various complicated forms. Hello everyone, thank you very much for taking the time to attend our company's press conference. Zhao Minutes made a greeting and turned to look at the big screen. This time our company has 4 products: Smart Whiteboard, Smart Notebook and Smart Office Computer. There are 3 pictures on the big screen, but there is no trace of the 4th product. The advantages of the 3 products. We combine the 4th product. Her words just fell. 3 products on the big screen, the picture lit up. The logo of the Marching Ant Company appeared. 5 seconds later, a computer desktop with a cartoon image of marching ants appeared. This scene is unclear. So, I understand that the 4th product is a computer system. Computer system. Domestic computer system. I haven't waited for Zhao Minutes to open up. The netizens who watched the live broadcast blasted the pot instantly. With the first person's prompt, everyone else wakes up. The 4th product is a brand new computer system, Termite. When Zhao Minutes' words came out, the scene was awkward. Following the smartphone operating system, the Marching Ant Company released a computer system. Previously, there was no news in this regard. No one knew that the Marching Ant Company was developing a computer operating system. The Termite system is a computer operating system based on the Marching Ant system architecture. It is equipped with a smart assistant and can control the computer by voice. This function should be familiar to everyone. That is, the function of the butterfly iPhone. Zhao Minutes began to use voice operations to demonstrate the operation of the computer system. Looking at the software carried on the computer, under the control of Zhao Minutes' voice, the audience was full of surprises. The Termite system has 3 major advantages. The first is its high efficiency. The system is equipped with intelligent office assistants, which greatly improves the office efficiency. The second is the Termite system, which is compatible with Android and Marching Ant system applications. Open on the computer. Zhao Minutes introduced the functions of the 3 products, but the functions are mainly in the corporate office market. Because of the ecological application problems, plus the user habits, the ordinary civilian market, they are temporarily unable to reach. The third advantage is its security. The termite system is based on the development of the marching ant system and inherits the security of the marching ant system. The termite system comes with a smart firewall that blocks all known computer viruses, including the clown virus. Xiaominits left a blockbuster. Now the two cities that the Joker virus has kidnapped still have no meaning to solve. The two countries did not want to compromise with hackers. They did not catch hackers. Both cities are suffering huge losses at all times. Windows, Linux, Mac and other systems are all contained in the clown virus. Now the Marching Ant Company said that the computer system they released can intercept the clown virus. This sounds like a huge conspiracy. The Marching Ant Company wanted to finger the market of the company office early. Enterprises need office PCs. The market is stable, there is a strong willingness to pay, and the termite system is launched today in the wake of the clown virus, which perfectly meets the needs of the market and can stand firm in the corporate office market in the shortest time. This incident is a good opportunity for the Tansy Army Ant Company. The reporters on the field began to get excited. In just 5 minutes, the major media kept updating the news pusher news. They finally understood what the theme of the conference was. After the fear of the new life, when the termite system came out, the clown virus was no longer fear. Everything is a coincidence, or the clown virus incident itself is a conspiracy. Xiaominits began to introduce the other advantages of the product. This is a big opportunity for marching ants to enter the office field. The biggest feature of mainstream office PCs is stability and security. Commercial organizations use laptops, mainly to store trade secrets and important documents. These files are leaked or lost, and the consequences are very serious. The clown virus appeared, leaving the existing office PC. Security disappeared. At this time they enter the market and are the best choice. In terms of price, the notebook is 8,999. The desktop computer is 4,999. The smart whiteboard is 30,000. The computer system, the normal version 388. The professional version 888, the flagship version 1680, and the enterprise version are discussed in detail. Product pricing has more advantages than similar products, plus the advantages of termite system security, smart office packages, etc. has great temptation for enterprises. When the Army Ants Company issued a battle post, who can crack the marching ant system and reward 2 million. Until now, no one has gotten these 2 million, and there is absolutely no doubt about security. The launch of the marching ants has just ended and the network is in full swing. All the well-known forums have news about the termite system. On the micro-blogging topic list, the Marching Ant Company once again topped the list. The clown virus crisis has left many companies unstoppable. There are now computer systems that can withstand the clown virus, and many companies are relieved. As long as the company can work with peace of mind, don't worry about files being stolen and data lost. Money is not a problem. Someone has installed and tried it, and the performance of various systems has also been released on the network. Once the experience video was released, it attracted countless netizens. As time goes by, more and more trial messages about the marching ant system. Most of the news is discussing the feeling of use. Many people's evaluations are good, just because of the long-term use of Windows. Some places are not used to it. It takes a few days to adapt. Smart Office Assistant is very easy to use. Various experiences have been commented out, increasing the heat of the termite system. Xiaominits sat in the office and looked at yesterday's sales data. Judging from the current situation, the market has responded well, and the panic caused by the clown virus has caused many companies to take the initiative to change the termite system. Foreign companies, especially those in London and New York, also contacted them to purchase the enterprise version of the termite system. The termite system works well, but the disadvantages are also good, but it is not compatible with computer games and can only be used as an office computer. Now there are only some common office software, other ecological development. It will take a while. These things, not the ones of the Marching Ant Company, need many internet companies to develop the ecology of termite systems. Li Lingfeng pushed the door into Zhao Minit's office and his face was somewhat cautious. After the launch of the new product, the heat is really big, and new troubles will follow. Looking at the face of the careful Li Lingfeng, Zhao Minitz put down the documents in his hand. In her impression, Li Lingfeng's work has always been calm, and such a hasty situation rarely appears. What? Chapter 174, Very Resort. Li Lingfeng sorted out the emotions and handed the folder in his hand to Zhao Minitz. These are screenshots of online articles and comments. Some people hired the water army, saying that we created this virus crisis, destroying our opponents and paving the way for termite systems. Zhao Minitz took the file and opened it. The clown virus is written in the Chinese character programming language. The most familiar with this set of computer languages is the Marching Ant Company. The predecessor of the virus was a virus crisis in Jiangnan. According to the information obtained by insiders, the virus crisis is also solved by Chen Mo. The program code was purchased by the Marching Ant Company and the program fell into their hands. The clown virus has left global cybersecurity companies at a loss. When the network security was fragmented, the Marching Ants suddenly released the termite system, claiming to be able to resist the attack of the clown virus. The Marching Ant Company has the ability to stop the Jiangnan virus incident, and may also solve the clown virus incident. For the sake of consideration, the release of the termite system makes the company's interests higher. Or another possibility. I also think things are a bit too much. Put melons and watch the big show. Seeing the analysis of the article, as well as comments from netizens, Zhao Minitz frowned. Analysis of the head is the road, logic is no problem, but only from a personal perspective. There is no indication that the Marching Ant Company is the mastermind of making the clown virus, but it guides the reader in this direction. Most importantly, they released the termite system and made a lot of money. It was the only company that profited from the clown virus crisis. No matter which aspect of analysis, the biggest suspects are them. For her to be an ordinary person, she must also point her finger at the Marching Ant Company. Not only these, the mainstream media in the West, but also accused the Marching Ants Company. They attacked us to create this virus incident. Li Lingfeng said. Zhao Minitz turned to the last few pages, and she saw the reports of foreign media, and allegedly blamed the Marching Ant Company for letting them publish the virus-killing software. The usual means, we touched their interests. This is to create pressure for us. Zhao Minitz said the document. Unfortunately we are not abroad, they have no way for us. This kind of thing, the Marching Ant Company experience is not 2 times. Do you want to respond externally? Li Lingfeng said. Respond. The clown virus has nothing to do with the Marching Ant Company. Please ask the relevant platform to delete the articles and comments that smashed the Marching Ant Company. Nothing else needs to be said and no need to do it. Zhao Minitz thought about it. After Li Lingfeng left, Zhao Minitz continued to process the documents, not because of online speech, but also had any special actions. These things must be positively responded, otherwise they will be said to be guilty conscience. And when they talk again, they will be more and more black. The easiest way is to have no tricks and tricks. The paradox attacks experienced by marching ants are not one-sort-wise. Many people are looking forward to their accidents. The release of termite systems has touched the interests of many people. In the corporate office field, competition is small, but the main competitors are oligarchy. Now the Marching Ant Company is swaying and adding the performance of the termite system, causing them to panic. Nowadays, the network is full of arguments made by the Marching Ant Company to make the clown virus. From the current situation, the Marching Ant Company is indeed very suspect. The Marching Ant Company gave a painless response that made people look weak and had a feeling of punching on cotton. Seattle, a single-family villa. Vice stared at the computer screen, and thick glasses could not cover the exhaustion in his eyes. He is a special technician of Microsoft Corporation, mainly doing things that the company can't officially do. It is popularly known as black hat hackers. The identity of these people will not be announced, and only a few people inside the company know. Senior hackers of unique communication forums. The forum has hackers from all over the world, and the computer is probably the boss of a company, an executive, or a teacher or student of a school. Many people exchange technology with each other in the forum, but they don't know each other's information. In this forum, asking for identity information is a taboo. During this time, the most popular exchange on the forum was the Chinese programming language. The clown virus makes this language into the eyes of hackers. Hackers, whether black hats or white hats, are technical paranoias, and this new set of computer languages has become an area of new technology, because hackers have found that programs programmed with Chinese programming languages can be poisoned by antivirus software, become a ghost virus, always lurking in the computer, and can be activated remotely at any time. It's just that Chinese is too difficult to learn, so that he can't do anything about the programming language of Chinese characters. After the termite system came out, it was threatened by the clown virus, and the Marching Ant Company invaded the office field, which was as horrible as a locust. The company asked him to contact the person in charge of the clown organization and wanted to talk to the other party. He had sent out information in the forum for a week, such as the mud cows entering the sea, and did not receive any response. While he was browsing the post about the Chinese programming language, a message prompted him to come out of his focus. "You looking for me?" The simple 3 words, "Let's have a short doubt," suddenly thought of something. Vice raised plate. "Clown, you only have 1 minute." Without confirmation of identity, Vice will be suspicious. However, at this time, the other party looking for him. There should be no hackers boring to do this kind of prank. "My boss wants to talk to you," Vice said. "After an hour, I will contact you and ask your boss to come over." Seeing the news, Vice blinked, or dialed the phone. He can only believe that the other is a clown. A car enters the villa of Vice. The car stopped and walked down a middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses and bald head. Outsiders here will definitely recognize it. He is the current president of Microsoft, Nadella. After the rule of Microsoft's legendary Gates, there was another generation of tyrants, Ballmer's leadership. A few years ago, Microsoft remained profitable, but the company was on the decline. The technology world is changing rapidly, and all technologies are developing rapidly. A few years ago, Microsoft, watching Apple crazy gold, they can only rely on Office and Windows to eat old. The world has entered the mobile era, cloud technology is developing, and they are stalling. At that time, Microsoft, the company, was full of fierce competition, and the intrigue in the office. So many people worried about this generation of legendary companies. The sound of singing has also appeared. At this time, the board let Ballmer abdicate and announced that he would serve as the new CEO, and he became the 3rd CEO of Microsoft. He is not a well-known manager. He has experienced the ups and downs of Microsoft. He is more like a veteran. When I first took office, many people questioned his ability to be a CEO. As soon as I took office, I will use cloud service as the core of Microsoft. The new technology will bring new challenges to Microsoft, and bring new life to Microsoft, which is eating the old. Now the market value of Microsoft has doubled, higher than before the economic bubble burst, reaching a historical peak. Today, Microsoft is welcoming a new challenge. After the clown virus came out, it was a big blow to Microsoft. Windows system fell across the board. Originally thought that repairing system vulnerabilities can lift the crisis. The result is not a system vulnerability. The clown virus, able to bypass the Windows firewall, has no obstacles to invade the system. This conclusion has caused Microsoft to vibrate up and down. The language of the Chinese character programming language has also entered their field of vision. During this time, the company has specialized personnel to study the Chinese character programming language. The time is too short, The Marching Ant Company does not give them time to directly announce the termite system. Corporate Office is a piece of fat meat from Microsoft. This piece of fat meat has been separated by Apple and umbrella companies because of previous mistakes in decision making. After he took office, he has already snatched back some. Now the Marching Ant Company has a big foot and gives him a strong sense of crisis. This meat-eating marching ant, in which field, will be frightening. Now we can only use the very means to fight for time. In response to this virus crisis, what they need most is time. Vice saw Nadella coming in, some cautious, and hurriedly called him to sit down. He said that he would contact me an hour later, and now there are 10 minutes. Nadella nodded and sat on the sofa, waiting quietly. Chapter 175. Transaction sat in a chair and stared at the news on the forum. Nadella stood behind him, still calm and relaxed. It has already arrived at the agreed time. When the message appears, has a good body and quickly opens the message. Do a deal, Nadella said. Wes did not dare to neglect, and immediately responded to the clown in accordance with Nadella's words. What transaction? You are on Twitter. In my opinion, send a sentence. I will give you $1 million. Nadella stared at the computer screen. The sound was no waves. What? Thank you for your support from the Marching Ant Company. As soon as his words came out, Wes sitting in the chair shook his fingers. The boss wants to tie the clown organization and the Marching Ant Company together and take the connection between the Army Ant Company and the clown organization. But to think about it, Vice's hand is not slow, according to Nadella's words. Sent to the clown. After the news was sent, the atmosphere was quiet and both of them were waiting for the clown's reply. 2 minutes passed and there was no movement. Couldn't help but glance at Nadella. Seeing that Nadella didn't move, he didn't say anything, waiting quietly. After 3 minutes, the news came over again. 10 million. Seeing this news, couldn't help but take a breath. This clown is in the eyes of money. Say a word. Actually dare to say this price, up to 3 million, or the transaction is cancelled. When Vice sent this sentence, the picture was quiet again. 2 minutes later, the message came over again. The deal. How do I confirm that your identity is true? Nadella said. 2 minutes later, the next goal, Tokyo. Prepare Bitcoin, give money first, then send. After the clown finished, the computer screen was silent again. But this time, the protagonist will not appear again. Nadella walked back to the couch and meditated. After a while, Nadella turned on the phone and saw the clown release a new tweet. London, New York. Within 2 days, no ransom. I will make an indiscriminate attack on 2 countries. Next station, Tokyo. Please prepare for ransom, $200 million. Nadella put down the phone. It has been determined that the other party is a clown. And now the transaction is no problem. Now buy Bitcoin and contact him for trading. Nadella looked at the Vice ropeway. Good. Immediately nodded. The news of the clown once again stirred up waves. Just after the news came out, Tokyo government agencies and the Tokyo stock market were attacked by the clown virus for the first time. Before the clown virus spread, the personnel of major institutions immediately disconnected the network cable to minimize losses. I can't access the internet, but the main computer is not infected with viruses. If the files are not lost, I can still work normally. The news of the virus came out for 5 minutes. Various news reports were uploaded on the internet. Many people are still attacking the Marching Ant Company. Their suspicion is the biggest. The Chinese character programming language is created by the Marching Ant Company. Together with the previous virus program, it fell into the hands of the Marching Ant Company. Huaxia has not been attacked. Anyone has reason to believe that this is done by the Marching Ant Company. It's just a Marching Ant Company, except for an official response that doesn't hurt. No other action. Those who want to attack the Marching Ant Company can't catch the fulcrum. The Marching Ant Company is not a listed company and it is impossible to make a fuss about the stock price. And the Marching Ant Company is within China. Foreign capital can't help. In China, there is no company that is willing to take the initiative to provoke this strong army ant. The sniper was very loud. But the marching ant company did not lose much. The virus attacked Tokyo, and the termite system, which claims to be resistant to the clown virus, was fired again. U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, Office of Science and Technology. This is one of the 4 departments of the CIA. Each technician is an expert or senior in a certain technical field. Morrison was a computer expert who was recruited to collect intelligence for the CIA. After the outbreak of the clown virus, his task was to find the clown organization. At this point, Morrison looked dignified and his fingers tapped on the keyboard. Next to him, there are many other technicians who are also nervously tracking the address of the clown. The clown organization sends tweet, which is the only target they can track down. Not long after, Morrison stopped and looked at the map popping up on the computer. His face blackened. More than 100 addresses are distributed in every corner of the world. Only one address is correct in these addresses. One by one confirmed that they are not so human. How? Asked a strong and majestic middle-aged man behind him. He is the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, Beng Pei. Only one of these addresses is correct. Morrison said, need to be excluded. Notify the action department, let them go to these places. Confirmed the address information. Pompey's face is a bit gloomy. The address is distributed in all corners of the world. The difficulty is very large, but must be confirmed one by one, even if the agents are exposed. So do. Those who do not catch the clown organization will only lose more. A villa in Seattle, seeing Bitcoin trading success, stopped and looked at Nadella. This is the biggest Bitcoin he has ever bought. This cryptocurrency is theoretically worthless and is essentially a bunch of data. But the recognition of the group is large. Let it exist value, just like the consumption of diamond jewelry. The essence is stone, but the group of identity is huge, so that jewelry has value. A variety of hype, coupled with more and more people entering the Bitcoin transaction, has allowed Bitcoin's price to climb to the point where it is now nearly $20,000. Vice is a master of the internet industry. He knows that Bitcoin is often used between hackers or some underground transactions. It is not a special requirement, otherwise he will not buy Bitcoin. Contact him, Nadella said. Vice nodded and immediately sent a message to the other party. Not long after, the clown sent an account. Send it to him. For the average person, there are a lot of $3 million. But for them, this money is nothing. Let the marching ant company continue to use the clown virus to promote the termite system and enter the corporate office field. Their losses are thousands of times more than this. As for the clown's remorse, he considered it. He can only gamble that the gambling clown will follow the agreement. Now that the clown virus is raging, the marching ant company has trouble and can give them the most time. Happy cooperation. Ask him, can you sell the virus program and antivirus software to us? $20 million US. Seeing the clown replying information, Nadella said quickly, not interested in. After 3 simple words, no matter how sent the message, there was no reply. Nadella calmed her face, took out her cell phone, and watched the clown's tweet. 1 minute and 1 second passed, and as time went by, Nadella's calm face showed a slight change. The clown hasn't sent a tweet yet. I'm afraid that $3 million is lost in the water. He was disappointed, and when he was ready to put away his mobile phone and leave the villa, the information pushed together made him feel shocked. Chapter 176. Why's the sunshine that slid out of the window brought a warmth to this winter, and it was a pleasant morning. After washing, leaving the room, I saw that Xiao was preparing breakfast for him. Chen Mo will smile and sit next to her. Just done it, eat it hot. Xiao handed the hot milk to Chen Mo. Since Chen Mo's inexplicable vomiting last time, Xiao has paid special attention to the diet. Okay. Chen Mo responded, took the milk, smiled and looked at Xiao Yu. Look at me. Why? Eat breakfast. Chen Mo stared. Xiao Yu also smiled. You are not hungry when you look at me? Yes, it's a good meal. Chen Mo then nodded. Continue. I like to listen. Praise me. Xiao Yu laughed, picked up the eggs from his own hands, and peeled them into the bowl of Chen Mo. In the eyes of outsiders, This man is calm and confident. But when I return to the villa, or when I am with her, sometimes it looks like a big boy who grows up. Only this big boy belongs to her alone. The breakfast was finished in a warm atmosphere and the two went out to the company. During this time, the Marching Ant Company was attacked by various public opinions, and there were many troubles, but these things were not handled by Chen Mo. The company's large and small affairs are handled by Zhao Minutes. Chen Mo only needs to do his own research, and he does not have to worry about the company's troubles. Chen Mo's car, not far from the company, slowed down. Far from being able to see the door of the Marching Ant Company, surrounded by many reporters. When I first arrived at work, there were so many reporters. This situation first appeared. This scene makes Chen Mo brow wrinkle. Xiao Yu also saw this scene, and then took out the phone to just opened the news page and saw a bunch of news headlines. The clown admits that he has received technical support from the Army Ant Company. The Marching Ant Company secretly supports the clown organization. The clown virus is a conspiracy of the Marching Ant Company. The clown and the Marching Ants fall out. Chen Mo. This. Xiao handed the phone to Chen Mo. Chen Mo's eyes glanced and saw the news content, and immediately knew what was going on. The clown organization posted a message on Twitter, thanking the Marching Ants for their support. When the clowns organized their tweet, they were late at night, and now the news has spread to every corner of the world. The clown virus is at its peak, and the world is paying attention to it. The emergence of such news is undoubtedly the most central of the Marching Ants into the storm. It seems like a lot of trouble. Xiao Yu said, "We were framed by the clowns." She has access to almost all the secrets of the Marching Ant Company. Chen Mo's lab. She is free to enter and exit the company's affairs. She is one of the best known people. Never had to support the clown organization. Go back to the company first. After entering the company, Xiao went to his job, and Chen Mo went to his office. Just arrived at the office, Zhao Minutes appeared. Entering Chen Mo's office area, Zhao Minutes said, "At 1 o'clock in the morning, the clown is on Twitter, and released a message, thanks to the support of the Marching Ants." Now the news has spread around the world. Almost all media think that we and the clown organization collusion, and because this thing has fallen out, now the trouble is not small. What do you think of the clown? Chen Mo asked. The clown organization released this news. To be honest, I can't figure it out. We have nothing to do with them. The only thing that can be explained is that he hates us for releasing the termite system and lowering the danger of the clown virus, leading to it is more difficult to make a ransom, so give us trouble. See, Chen Mo did not speak. Zhao Minutes sorted out the ideas and continued to analyze. From the time we released the termite system, we and the clown organization stood on the opposite side. In addition, the media had doubts about this before. Now the clown is releasing this news. Thank you on the surface, but the exposure is that we are falling out with them. We are very passive. What are you going to do? Chen Mo asked. Now the market is skeptical about our credit. The clown is very bright. He is dark. We are clear. No matter what attack, we are suffering. Now we can't do too much action. We can only respond simply. They are now in a dilemma. Antivirus software, not taken out before, being so troubled by the clowns, it is even more impossible to come out, or even more suspicious, even sitting on their charges. And they want to promote termite systems, release antivirus software, and termite systems are optional. Many secret promoters have used this news to do articles on Marching Ants. Even the termite system has a back door, which is convenient for the Marching Ant Company to obtain private documents of user data. The handling is not good and the trouble will only get bigger and bigger. This thing is handled according to what you mean, Chen Mo said. After Zhao Minutes left, the Ink girl suddenly said, Mom Go, I know who is the mastermind of this matter. Oh, is there a story inside? Chen Mo immediately came to the interest. Talk about it. Who is the mastermind? Someone spent $3 million to let the clown organization send this sentence. $3 million? Really willing? Chen most likely surprised. $3 million is not a small number. Used to let the other party send a sentence, This is a real word. Who is such a local tyrant? Chenmo asked. IP is in Seattle, according to the address. It is this person. When the ink girl fell, she jumped out of Vice's personal information. The information shows that he is a computer master and is currently unemployed, but every month, Microsoft will give him transfer money, like salary. But Microsoft employees do not have his identity information. Microsoft. Chenmo instantly understood. Chenmo was not surprised by the push behind the ink girl. The termite system was released, reaching the interests of the office sector. In particular, Microsoft, the computer systems market, is Microsoft's strongest and most important market. Now marching ants enter the market and rob their market, threatening them the most. $3 million in one sentence has already been blooded. Would you like to announce this? Asked the ink girl. No, we don't have substantial evidence. Now many media are discrediting us, and no one believes it. It only makes people excuse themselves. Well, it's really complicated. The ink girl said quietly. Microsoft used this method to discredit them, indicating that Microsoft is now feeling threats on termite systems, which is a good thing. Regarding Microsoft's search for clowns to organize him, Chenmoji is in his heart, and there will be a better chance in the future. He will definitely report the revenge of the present, and now there are more important things. Ink girl, give me the information of all members of the clown organization. Originally, the clown organization brought benefits to the marching ant company. He didn't want to pay attention to these people. So at the beginning of the virus outbreak, he didn't stop the ink girl, and he was not interested in knowing the information of the clown organization. After this tweet came out, they and the clown organization had changed from the enemy of the enemy to his enemy. It is necessary for him to know the enemy's intelligence information, even if he does not intend to deal with them for the time being. Information determines the win or loss of the game. The ink girl is in the network. She can know as long as the information appears on the network. In this game, the clown organization has no chance of winning, so in the current situation, he does not intend to kill it for the time being, otherwise it is easy to solve, like the Jiangnan virus incident. Now that the clown virus is raging, the marching ant company gets benefits from it. They don't have to stop, but the bigger they make, the more they benefit. Okay. The ink girl opened. Not long after, there were several pieces of information on the computer desktop. Chenmo's eyes condensed and began to look carefully. Looking at the last page of the information, Chenmo has a color of interest in his eyes. After thinking about it, Chenmo said, Ink girl, give me the details of this Wee Eyes. Chapter 177, The Purpose of the Clown. Huibai City, an orphanage in the suburbs. A young man with black-rimmed glasses and a big box came in with a smile on his face. It was winter, and the weather was warm today. He just came in and the children who were playing immediately surrounded him. Well, brother, you are here. Why, brother? Every child's eyes are full of joy, and he seems to regard him as his own relatives. Seeing these gaze, Wise warmed his head and patted the box. Brother bought you new clothes. During the time, the child who surrounded Wise cheered, thank you for your brother. Wise, you are here. During the noise of several children, a plain old man walked out of the house and saw Wise with a friendly smile. President Wise smiled and put the box in his hand down. There are winter clothes I bought for the children. Every time I come, I buy these things. The old man sighed. Despite the hardships in the hospital, there are government help and some social donations that can barely be maintained. You will come if you come later. You don't have to buy these things. Yeah? Wise nodded. Give the clothes to the children. Good. The old dean nodded, opened the box, and distributed it to the child in joy according to the size of the clothes. The old dean is sending something to the children. Wise looks at the girl in front of the easel, not far away, with a gentle color on his face. Wise's eyes made the girl rush to dodge, and some panicked. After slowing down, the girl smiled at Wise, made a gesture of greeting to him, and continued to focus on the drawing board. Seeing her focus on the appearance, Wise did not bother. Sitting on the side of the stool, watching her quietly. Chen Mo wore a sweater and a black jacket, wearing the scarf that Xiao Yu gave him, which is no different from ordinary youth. Looking at the dilapidated orphanage in front of him, Chen Mo no expression. Behind him is Wang Hai and White Pearl. Just entering the orphanage, I saw the children who were laughing and playing, and Wise sitting next to the girl. Wise, who was watching the children playing, saw Chen Mo, and his pupils shrank and stood up immediately. As a programmer, he could not recognize Chen Mo. Chen Mo should be in Bnai City, suddenly appearing here, let his heart sink. Hello, who are you looking for? Wise Zhao. Chen Mo came over. Let's talk. Chen Mo glanced at the girl who was painting, sat down on a stool not far away, and quietly watched the children playing in the orphanage. What do you want to talk about? Wise also took a stool and sat down next to Chen Mo. He is a wise man, and Chen Mo suddenly finds him, certainly not a coincidence. Do you like that girl? Chen Mo looked at the girl who was painting. What do you want? Wise suddenly nervous. She has nothing to do with my business. Seeing the appearance of Wise, Chen Mo smiled and shook his head. I am not coming to trouble you. Can you tell your story? I am very curious. Why do you volunteer in this humble orphanage? Because this girl. Wise looked at Chen Mo deeply and hesitated for a long time. No, I am also an orphan. I grew up eating hundreds of meals, so I often go to volunteers. Her name is Tang Xuan. A year ago, when I came here as a volunteer, I saw her and I like it at first sight. I am on this quiet girl, so I come here often. A person who likes to be a volunteer creates a clown that threatens the security of the world's cyber. The clown is half pure and half shadowed. Is that you? Chen Mo said. Wise's body froze, looking at Chen Mo incredibly, then calmed down. The matter of your company has nothing to do with me. I have already withdrawn. Wise did not deny that after Chen Mo said the clown, he knew that Chen Mo must know his identity. It is because you quit, so I came to you. I am very curious, why are you quit as the founder of the clown organization? Chen Mo asked. Wise fell into silence, and Chen Mo did not speak. Are you coming to arrest me to see the police? Wise asked. If I want you to go to the police, I don't have to come over myself. I have a list of all the members of the clown organization. Hearing Chen Mo's answer, Wise looked down and didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, he opened his mouth. After the Chinese character programming language came out, I launched a technical exchange group on the forum, named Clown, who are all interested in the Chinese character programming language. After the Jiangnan virus incident, we know that the virus is written in the Chinese character programming language. We are all curious, what is the code of the virus, and it has such a great power. So you invade the city bureau and take away the code files. Chen Mo said. Wise nodded, sorted out his thoughts and said, after getting the code, we found a secret. The virus can actively spread on the network. The current system firewall does not have much effect on it. It can infect the whole area in the shortest time. The network then passed to the next area. This code makes them ecstatic. So I want to use this virus to control the online world and achieve the purpose of getting money? Chen Mo asked. No. Wise shook his head with self-deprecating on his face. The reason is ridiculous. How do you say that? Chen Mo asked. Wise's self-deprecating appearance made him very interested. They control the network just to prove their technology and sense of accomplishment. They kidnap a city and blackmail a country's sense of accomplishment. Their purpose is not money, just for fun. Wise calmly said, I am not so extreme, so I quit. The next thing happened. As for why they framed you, I don't understand. Maybe it's just for fun. Maybe your termite system threatens their plans. This answer surprised Chen Mo. These behaviors are indeed extreme. Tell Chen Mo what he knows. Wise is not saying more, looking at the girl who is painting. Why do you like her? Not to say. Chen Mo no longer asked the clown. These things are not important to him. She is a dumb woman, congenital. She knows my heart, but has always been inferior to worry. Wise said. You are not determined, her concerns are inevitable. You can't let her tell you? Her situation is even more afraid of being rejected. Chen Mo said. Wise looked at Chen Mo, thought for a while, nodded slightly. Thank you. I said at the beginning. The purpose of my coming here is not to find you trouble. Is to ask you, are you interested in joining the marching ant company? Chen Mo asked. Upon hearing Chen Mo's invitation, Wise was surprised in his eyes and suddenly did not know how to answer him. Why? Wise asked. This era is changing. We need talents who are proficient in Chinese programming languages. Chen Mo said, with higher wages, you can better help orphanages. It is better to be an obscure programmer than in a company. I think about it. Wise said. I am waiting for your reply. I am in a hurry and have not prepared anything. Since I am here, it is impossible to come empty-handed. Here is 100,000. You give it to the dean, let them buy winter clothes and quilts for the children. After bidding farewell to Wise, Chen Mo left the orphanage. Among the information that the ink girl gave him, there is the detailed information of Wise, so he will come over. This is a principal talent. When Chen Mo Gang stepped out of the orphanage, the phone rang. Chapter 178. The invitation above. Seeing the caller ID, Chen Mo was amazed. Li Chengzi's call at this time made him somewhat surprised. Didn't he find him because of the clown virus? It is unlikely. Looking for him. He was looking for him at the beginning of the outbreak of the clown virus. There is no reason to contact him now. Chen Mo brothers, don't come innocent. When the phone was just connected, Li Chengzi's hearty voice was heard. There are some troubles. I am in trouble now. What are you looking for at this time? Chen Mo asked. One thing, I want to inform you in advance. Li Chengzi said, the earthquake warning network has been tested. 5 days later, the nation's earthquake warning network was officially launched. The earthquake observation station in the capital. The head of the summit will personally attend the launching ceremony. I would like to invite you and the president of your company to come to the launching ceremony. Is there time? Chen Mo immediately understood what the meaning of Li Chengzi's head was. He did not hesitate to say, this must have time. His courage is not big enough to enlarge the head of the pigeon. That's good. Then I will reply to it. Li Chengzi said. It is good. Chen Mo hangs up and takes the car and leaves. Now the marching ant company is almost a full network attack stage, and the clown organization has brought a lot of trouble to the marching ant company. Many companies are skeptical that marching ants are working with clowns, worrying about problems, refusing to use termite systems and computer equipment, and letting them lose a lot of users. Although the marching ant company is not bad, it has a bad reputation. The participation in the inauguration ceremony of the earthquake network and the appearance of the marching ant company may yield unexpected results. The next day, Chen Mo returned to the company and went to Zhao Minitz's office. At this time, Zhao Minitz is worried about the break of the marching ant company. The clown's words shut them in a dead end. Zhao Minitz, there is something to inform you. What? Asked Zhao Minitz. Li Chengzi informed me that 5 days later, the ceremony for the launch of the earthquake warning network will be attended by the heads of the heads. I am invited to attend the ceremony with you. Is there time? I dare say no time. Zhao Minitz feels that the whole world is bright. It is estimated that nothing is more important than this. How are these 2 days? Chen Mo asked. How else? Or was it bombarded with all kinds of true and false news? The clown organized this move, and we will be a soldier. Now it is a bit passive. If there is evidence, it is estimated that Interpol will find us. Zhao Minitz said. I was thinking about the way to break the game. This earthquake networking ceremony is the best time. The clown doesn't have to worry about it. When necessary, the clown organization can be abolished at any time. Zhao Minitz was surprised to see Chen Mo and did not understand the meaning of his sentence. You don't really have any connection with the clown organization? Crap. I tracked the address of the clown organization members and was able to announce their identity at any time. Really? Really? Do you want to announce it now? Chen Mo asked. Don't announce. Don't post it. Zhao Minitz was shocked by Chen Mo. If we publish the list of clown members, and the blackpot collusion with the clown organization, We really have to back. They published the list and they sat down on the rumors that they and the clown organization had fallen out. This is not a good thing. Moreover, the clown virus is still threatening the world. Although they are suspected of having an intersection with the clown organization, the threat of the clown virus has caused the users of the termite system to rise slowly, but the speed is not as fast as before. When the two people exchanged information about the company, Xiao knocked on the door and came in. Chen Mo, there is a person named Wise looking for you. It's coming so soon. Chen Mo was slightly surprised. Notify him to come here. Xiao Yu promised to leave Zhao Minitz's office. Who is Wise? Zhao Minitz asked curiously. The founder of the clown organization. Chen Mo's answer is that Zhao Minitz, who is trying to drink water, shakes his hands and the hot water is almost on her body. Are you sure you are not kidding? This guy is scared to death. Just said that there is no intersection with the clown organization. Now the founder of the clown organization came over to find him. I went to Huibai yesterday, just for this. Chen Mo said the clown organization and Wise, and Zhao Minitz simply said it again. She is the president of the company and it is necessary to know the information of the company's employees. After hearing the answer, Zhao Minitz felt incredible. It's hard to imagine a group of hackers who kidnap a city's network and blackmail a country just for a sense of accomplishment. Extreme brain. You can never know what he is thinking. Zhao Minitz looked at Chen Mo. Hey, what do you mean by your eyes? How do I listen to you? A little bit strange. Chen Mo was also amused by Zhao Minitz's eyes. When he said these words, he actually looked at him. Don't be seated. Not to say you. Zhao Minitz said with a chuckle. In a few minutes, Xiao took Wise into Zhao Minitz's office. Come and sit. Chen Mo pointed to the sofa next to him. Wise was also polite, sitting down on the sofa. I thought about it yesterday, and finally decided to come over. Welcome to join you. After that, Chen Mo looked at Zhao Minitz. People join, but personnel arrangements also need Zhao Minitz to arrange. Mr. Y, are you proficient in Chinese programming languages? Said Zhao Minitz. There is some research, it is a small achievement, and the published information, I have carefully read it. This is a very good computer language. Wise said. Now the Chinese character programming language is in the development stage. Some people in the company are learning. I plan to bring these employees together and set up the Chinese programming department to specialize in the research and software development of Chinese programming languages. You are the head of the team, Zhao Minitz said. Zhao Minitz had this idea long ago, but he has never been a person who is proficient in Chinese programming languages. Now he has this opportunity. The founder of the clown organization, plus Chen Mo personally invited in the past. The technology is certainly not too low. Let Wise be the leader. This is the best arrangement. Upon hearing this position, Wise's face was surprised. He did not expect that he would be the head of the department as soon as he came. His predecessor was a hacker, and Chen Mo's unconditional trust made him feel unspeakable. Yes, Wise nodded. I will make the contract ready, and the salary will be in accordance with the standards of the supervisor of the second-level department. Come over tomorrow, confirm that the contract is okay, and sign the contract and you can go straight to work. Zhao Minitz said. Good. Wise got up and looked at Chen Mo. Thank you for your suggestion yesterday. She promised me. She asked me to come here to work. Congratulations. Chen Mo smiled. After Wise left, Chen Mokai discovered the curious eyes of Xiao Yu and Zhao Minitz. What advice did you give him yesterday? Asked Zhao Minitz. Teach him to chase the girl, Chen Mo said. When the sound just fell, I found two people with a strange face. Xiao did not say anything and hurriedly left the office. Talking to Zhao Minitz about the company, Chen Mokai returned to the lab. Now the smudges of the marching ants are everywhere. They are everywhere. They are more than itch. How to pass or how? When the time comes, everything will be solved. Digesting the technology of a supercomputer is what he needs to do most now. Chapter 179. Chen Mo is angry. Los Angeles. Ivy is focused on the computer screen and looks excited. He is playing a big escape. This way of raising the Colosseum-like struggle makes him addicted to it. Every win, there is a great sense of accomplishment. Ivy, who was hiding in the house, looked at the lens of the scope on the screen. His eyes were excited, and he constantly searched for the target. Seeing the silhouette in the distance, AIY smiled. Just click the mouse and the screen is black. Wodfak, AIY violently, looked angry. Just thought that when the network was broken, a half black and white clown appeared on the computer screen. Cambridge, UK. Ellie stared at the screen, and the evil smile looked more like a mockery. The last second was still watching the TV show, and the mask appeared in the next second. This mask, familiar with it, is a recent clown. The threat of the clown is not a joke, and the clown organization claims that the indiscriminate attack has come. Prime Minister of the island state. There are more than a dozen officials sitting in the conference hall, all of whom are leaders of the main positions of the island government. Everyone has a dignity on his face. There are news on the other side of the ocean. The United States includes 5 cities, including Washington, and 5 cities in the United Kingdom. The clown organization attacked 2 countries and 10 cities at once, which shocked the world. Indiscriminate attacks. The entire city cannot be prevented, and now the United States and the United Kingdom suffered heavy losses. Tokyo has fallen and they refuse to pay the ransom. The goal of the next indiscriminate attack is probably theirs. So they called the officials overnight and came to discuss the countermeasures urgently. You talk about it. What should I do? Sitting in the first place, a short, fat, small man with a slave. He is the current prime minister of the island. And I think the ransom will be paid. The earthquake has just passed and the domestic economy has suffered heavy losses. Our economy is not good at all. This year is declining. If the most important cities are attacked again, I am afraid that our market will really collapse, said the man sitting on the left side of Anbai. We compromise and will be attacked by other parties. The middle-aged man on the right side of Anbai said. His words fell and the meeting room was quiet. We can use the termite system of marching ants, one official said. No, Quakeshire people, no one can guarantee that they have left the back door. Computer office system, related to national security, cannot use the Chinese system. At the beginning, some people retorted fiercely and the scene was quiet again. The market crashes, we will also be attacked by other parties. I am afraid it will be more troublesome. Secretly contact the clown organization to compromise. As long as we do not pass it out, we still have hope to go. This sentence, let a few people nod on the field. The earthquake has just passed, and now the island economy is fragile like a cracked glass, which may collapse at any time. At this time, when I suffered from a large-scale clown virus attack, I was really unable to return to the sky. Let people contact the clown. Anbai's eyes flashed for a long time, said openly. Foreign media news. The United States has included clown organizations in the list of terrorist organizations. The United States is discussing the inclusion of marching ants on the sanctions list. The marching ants really support the clown organization? The next day, the day was over, and the domestic news was overwhelming. Overnight, 10 cities fell and shocked everyone. The speed of this attack is to use pressure to force the 2 countries to compromise. Countries that have not been attacked for the time being are also nervous. New types of cyber terrorism have arrived. This is not a dead person, but it is a huge economic blow. Chen Mo stood by the window, overlooking the dense media outside the company, with no expression. The marching ants have huge troubles because of this attack, which led the media to link the marching ant company to the clown organization. Without giving an answer, these people are going to die here. Zhao Minutes, open a temporary press conference. Chen Mo picked up the phone to inform Zhao Minutes. On the open space in front of the marching ant company, more than 200 reporters stood quietly around them. In addition to the security of the marching ant company, there are more than 20 police officers who maintain order. Because of fear of conflict, Zhao Minutes informed the Municipal Public Security Bureau and sent people to maintain order. In the case of a marching ant company, no one is guaranteed, and an irrational person appears. Seeing Chen Mo coming out of the office building, the turmoil on the field, the sound of various camera shutters, continuous, all facing Chen Mo. Chen Mo standing on the small podium. Everyone is quiet. There have been some misunderstandings about the Marching Ant Company in the outside world. Our company has issued a number of statements. I have reiterated here. The Marching Ant Company has never supported the clown organization in any way. As for why the clown organization says so, I don't understand the words. Originally, I did not want to personally respond to these unfounded remarks. The willingness of individual media reports has had a bad influence on our company image. I am here to warn the slang of individual media. The previous reports, I cannot go anywhere. Tolerance is not without a bottom line. From this moment on, there are any articles that link the clown organization with the Marching Ant Company, release false statements, damage the image of our company, and wait for the lawyer's letter. The legal department of the Marching Ant Company is not used for display. Chen Mo's serious voice made the reporters dead. They heard that the Marching Ant Company was angry because of this. Chen Mo personally said these words, "I am afraid to come true." Now, if you have any questions, just ask. After Chen Mo solely warned, he glanced at him. The first question, give the white shirt in front. The handsome guy in glasses. The reporter took the microphone and immediately attracted the attention of all the reporters. Mr. Chen Mo, there is no intersection between the Marching Ant Company and the clown organization. Why do they say thank you for your technical support? After asking this sentence, the male reporter suddenly became nervous. Just now Chen Mokai said that he should not be associated with the clown and the clown. Now he asks this question. The computer language they write for viruses is the Chinese character programming language. This is the language I created and is free to the outside world. If this supports the clown organization, I have nothing to say. Technology is not guilty. The company sells iron ore. Some people buy iron, makes guns to kill people, which is also a company that sells iron ore. We don't know the inside story. The clown organization said that the support of the Army Ant Company, the existing logic, also points to the Marching Ants. How can I explain this? Asked the second female reporter who got the problem. I don't understand what logic is the logic you are talking about, or is it your wishful thinking? The clown organization says that you believe. We say why you don't believe it. Some media would rather believe in a kidnapping of the entire city network, blackmail a country's hacking organizations, and do not want to believe in a company that does research and benefit society. Is this your so-called logic? Chen Mo's fierce rhetoric made the reporters fall into silence. I saw the marching ants in this scene, and I was applauded. During this time, they were bothered by the news. I have heard a lot of remarks from those companies recently. Chen Mo's hard sighs gave them a sigh of relief. Mr. Chen Mo, rumored that the Marching Ant Company has software to kill the clown virus, but it has not been released. Is this news true? We have already released the smart firewall of the termite system, which is against the clown virus software. As for the separate antivirus software you are talking about, it is still under study. The termite system is the most complete computer operating system. Based on the development of the Marching Ant system, it is a smart firewall and is more secure than any other system. The Chinese character programming language is a new computer language. This language is not available for a long time, but the software it writes is better than other languages, including virus software. This is a genetic problem. This is why the clown virus is not being killed by existing antivirus software. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. The Chinese character programming language is a choice for survival. After answering a few questions from the reporter, Chen Mo left and walked back to the office. Xiao walked into the office and said nothing. He poured a glass of water and handed it to Chen Mo. She and Chen Mo have been together for so long, and for the first time I saw Chen Mo's face. Do you think I am angry? Chen Mo took the Xiao's water glass and smiled. He is not going to price these things, it is too pricey, but he must stand up and warn some people, otherwise the company will be distracted by these rumors. But you are just scary, said Xiao Yu. If I smile face to those people, they will think that we are bullied. People are deceived by people. This is what you taught me at the beginning. Can you learn fast? Please kiss me. Thinking of beauty, Zhao stipulated that it is forbidden for anyone to come in the company, want to kiss, wait for the next time to go home. Xiao pushed Chen Mo's head. After Xiao left, Chen Mo turned to the window. Just after the response, outside the company, there has been no reporters. "My brother," the clown released a message. The voice of the ink girl suddenly sounded. Chapter 180, ending. My heart is like this face, half pure white, half shadow. I can choose to let you see, or you cannot let you see. This circus performance makes me excited, but it makes you afraid? Because you are beast. I am a clown. The ransom scheme was successful. The ransom was received, and it was late at night. The circus performance ended. Looking forward to the opening of the next circus. Another statement. Someone spent $3 million. Let us say, thank you for the support of the Marching Ant Company. Finally warned the CIA, don't think about catching us, otherwise we will attack the global network. The statement of the clown organization silences the world. Less than half a day after attacking 10 cities, it was suddenly announced that the news was so unprepared for everyone. Who pays the ransom? Is the United Kingdom still the United States? Or is it an island country? This news has become the focus of everyone's guess. This means that a country compromises with hacker organizations. The United States has included clown organizations on the list of terrorist organizations, and it is unlikely that clowners will pay ransom. The rest of the UK and the island countries have become the object of speculation. After the news came out, the British and Ireland governments rushed to clarify that they did not pay the ransom to the clown organization. As for whether there is any person, it is another matter. This statement, the Marching Ant Company also condemned some companies colluding with the clown organization to conduct unfair competition and discredit the Marching Ant Company. Just their voice did not cause much attention. After Zhao minutes came in, Chen Mo put down the work at hand. The clown organization announced that it had stopped, and Chen Mo just started to pay attention. Later, he stopped paying attention. What happened now? It's very lively. All three countries said that they did not pay the ransom to the clown. As a result, the opposition parties in the three countries attacked the politicians and compromised with the terrorist organizations. After the last news of the clown organization, it disappeared. And even the global clown virus disappeared in the shortest time. Because of the ransom payment, the opposition parties of the three countries madly attacked the ruling party. Now the three countries are in a state of turmoil, and all kinds of scandals are flying all over the sky. The clown is a very interesting circus. The whole world is being played as a monkey, said Zhao minutes. One of the clown's tweets stirred up the global storm, and each country was played around. Zhao minutes had to admire the crazy people. I am a bit curious, who is the local tyrant who gave the clown a word for $3 million? Zhao minutes looked at Chen Mo and instinctively told her that Chen Mo knew. This man seems to know everything, and the sky is falling down. It is a calm appearance. It seems that there is nothing that can arouse the waves in his heart. Microsoft, Chen Mo said calmly. This answer is in the expectation of Zhao minutes. After listening to Chen Mo's answer, Zhao minutes stared at him. She became more and more curious about this man. The insider, suspects that you have a connection with the clown organization. I am not so boring to blackmail the world. Chen Mo looked at Zhao minutes, who looked straight, and said strangely, you should be not interested in the younger brother. Zhao minutes realized that he was dysfunctional and returned to God. His face was a little red. Chen Mo actually used her to ridicule him, and teased back. Her appearance makes Chen Mo more weird. Knowing Zhao minutes for so long, this is the first time he saw Zhao minutes. It won't be a new year. You need to bring your boyfriend to go home. I can't help this busy. Zhao minutes was almost laughed at by Chen Mo. Sister is an unmarried person. Now, the salary for 1 year is enough for me to eat for a lifetime, free and comfortable. But what about men? Yes. Chen Moxiao nodded his face and couldn't bear to look straight. Freedom. To say the right thing is to go to the capital to carry out the Earthquake Warning Network launching ceremony. Tomorrow afternoon ticket. The day after tomorrow is the day when the Earthquake Warning Network is launched. They must arrive in the capital one day in advance. The National Earthquake Early Warning Network was officially launched, which is a very important day. The seismograph produced by the Marching Ant Company during this period will be delivered to the Seismological Bureau as soon as possible after the test is completed. In the shortest period of time, people in the Seismic Bureau send the seismograph to the area where it needs to be monitored, and the actual test and data collection are also carried out at the same time. After the earthquake in the island, the domestic people's grey memories of the earthquake disaster were aroused. There are Marching Ant Company seismographs, which issued various priority policies, and with the help of the Earthquake Administration and the Institute of Geophysics of the Huaxia Academy of Sciences, the Earthquake Warning Network was completed in the shortest time. Capital International Airport. Already in the evening, Li Chengzi was waiting at the airport gate. He was standing next to him and stood with a man and a woman. This is the driver responsible for receiving Chen Mo and his party. Both of them were expressionless, but their eyes were fixed at the airport gate. They all know that the person responsible for the transfer is the owner of the Marching Ant Company. They watched the boss of the Marching Ant Company on TV, but the contact was the first time. Not long after, there was a pedestrian at the airport gate. Chen Mo took a scarf and carried 2 suitcases, which looked like ordinary youth. On the left side of Chen Mo is Xiaoyu, on the right is Zhao Minitz. One after the other is 2 bodyguards of Wang Hai and White Pearl, a very simple lineup. When Chen Mo and others came out, Li Chengzi greeted him and simply said hello. You can wait for this. This weather is not generally cool. Li Chengzi laughed. Working hard, old man. Chen Mo said. You're welcome. You marched the Ant Company, this time made a big event that benefited the country and the people, and it was a big event. I just waited for a while, and it was insignificant. Hearing Chen Mo calling him a brother, Li Chengzi laughed. It's almost stinking for a long time. Chen Mo handed the suitcase to Wang Hai and drilled into the car. Xiaoyu and Zhao Minitz also followed in and the group went to the hotel where they stayed. You said the clown organization? To be honest, we were also scared of a cold sweat. In a few cities, the loss was immeasurable. As far as I know, during that time, cybersecurity personnel constantly monitored the network for 24 hours, for fear of appearing situation. When Li Chengzi said this, he looked awkward. If the most important cities in the country are disconnected at the same time, no one can calculate the loss. You can use the termite system. I will give you a discount. Chen Mo smiled. Chen Mo brothers are more and more temperamental, and 3 sentences are not separated from the bank. Li Chengzi smiled and took out a document and handed it to Xiaoyu. This is the specific process of the launch ceremony tomorrow. Miss He, look, then tell him. There is one more thing. Li Chengzi suddenly became serious. The next words are the key points. Tomorrow morning, the head wants to meet you, and then go to the launching ceremony. Someone will pick you up in the morning. Get ready before 8:30. No problem. The location of the interview did not say clearly. Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz looked at each other and immediately understood. These arrangements are expected, but Li Chengzi said, let them look forward to it. No problem. Chen Mo nodded. Chapter 181, Tell the head of the class. Early the next morning, Xiaoyu woke up Chen Mo, and helped him to finish the game early. With Zhao Minitz sitting up and picking up the car, Chen Mo looked at the environment inside the car and regained his gaze. The interior of the car is very simple, without a superb accessory, completely different from the decorations on those luxury cars. The car body is heavy and the space inside the car is spacious enough to give a calm feeling and comfort. No worse than those luxury cars. The luxury car is a high-profile show. This car is a low-key luxury. Calm, very consistent with the official image. This car is the special car that picks them up. In the co-pilot position, I am sitting here to pick up his youth. Keep a short flat head, named Xuyuan. Xuyuan respects the performance of the 2, but does not speak on their own initiative. Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes did not speak, simply turned their eyes to the window, looking at the scenery outside the window and the traffic coming and going. There are not many traffic, mainly because their hotels are not in a busy location, avoiding the congestion of the capital's working hours. In about 15 minutes, the car finally arrived at the destination. Zongnanhai, this historical royal garden, is now the central brain of China, the symbol and synonym of the highest administrative power, and one of the places where the world is full of mystery. Some of the buildings here are full of history. Since it is not open to the public publications have very few descriptions here, making the world feel very mysterious. Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes are the first to see this place. After the car stopped, a middle-aged man walked to Chen Mo and looked like a secretary. Under his guidance, the two finally saw the number one head. The 60-year-old man looks more like a middle-aged man. The body is strong, and it is full of spirits, majesty, harmony. This is Chen Mo's first impression. After seeing Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes, the head of the first one smiled. Chen Mo, who has always been calm, is a little nervous at this time. I used to see it only on TV. Now I feel so a bit unreal. I have been chanting to meet the little heroes. Today I finally got my wish. It is really a surprise. I really have a talent. The head of the number one took Chen Mo's hand and showed a friendly smile. Upon hearing the head of the number one head, Chen Mo's body humbly said, "The head, you are polite, can help the country and the people to exert a little strength. It is my honor, and also the honor of the marching ant company." Chen Mo's calm look, coupled with the words of not being humble and not humble, has quite a temperament. The head of the number one looked at Chen Mo and looked at it. He said with emotion, "Jiang Shan has talented people, and he has created a world at a young age. When I was as old as you, I was still the captain in the township. You young people." A few people on the field were surprised. In just a few words, they know that the head is very concerned about Chen Mo. There are few young people in the country who can get praise from the heads. After Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes simply chilled, several talents sat down and entered the theme. The marching ants help to establish an earthquake warning network, which is a great event for the benefit of the country and the people. The country has these talents and it is the blessing of the people of the country. Here, I thank the army people for the domestic ants company opening. The head of the army ants rely on the state and social support, only to today, and now also to give back to the community. Chen Mo said, "Seismographs that are networked in China are all cost price. So a huge number of seismographs are sold to other countries at their price, which is a lot of money." Well, yes, very good. At a young age, there is an idea to give back to the society. Head number one looked at Chen Mo with admiration. "This time, please come over. I want to hear your views on the future development of science and technology." Chen Mo organized his thoughts before he introduced it. Future technology, the most prominent is artificial intelligence. In terms of artificial intelligence, marching ants are better at it. If needed in the future, robots can replace most of the jobs. Humans can do the work. They can do it. Our company is also researching robot housekeeper. Is it the internet conference exhibition? The number one leader took over. I didn't expect the headmaster to know that it is really that. But there are some technical restrictions, but I believe that it will be able to break through very quickly. It won't take long for our company's robots to enter the market. It can be a housekeeper, babysitter, or some more dangerous occupations, such as working at heights. Don't worry about their dangers. Is the price not low? Not low, Chen Mo said, so it is not for special needs. It is impossible for all people to use. Number one head nodded and thought about it. Internet technology. What do you think of the recent clown virus? Network security is no longer there. We have emphasized this many times. The Chinese programming language is a computer language that I created. It is different from the existing high-level language and is higher than the high-level language. The clown virus is a programming language. The current antivirus software cannot recognize the virus program programmed by Chinese characters. so there is no network security at present. More and more hackers are aware of the special, future, technical talents of Chinese characters, which are very important. If you still use the current computer system, there may be a second clown in the future, and even the third clown appears. The network is already insecure. The people on the field did not think that Chen Mo was joking. In terms of Chinese character programming, Chen Mo is the absolute authority in this field. Some days ago, the clown virus really made many people frightened. First, the United Kingdom, then the United States, and then to the island country. Many people in the country are worried that the next target is China, but fortunately, the clown organization has announced the end, so that many people in many big cities in the country are relieved. But the security status is relatively speaking. Our company's termite system has a smart firewall and is the safest computer system at the moment. The semi-smart virus of the clown virus is useless to the termite system. It can help build a stable and secure office environment. If you need to purchase equipment, consider us. In the last sentence, Zhao Minit's size sitting next to him bent and squinted and almost laughed. Chen Mo is too strong, and he actually sells the company's products to the number one head, and the most cattle salesman does not dare to do this. The head of the first one also smiled softly. This Chen Mo is true enough, and there are young people's style and courage, which makes him appreciate it. When it comes to Chinese character programming, there is still an important thing about this. Chen Mo's face became a hole and became cautious. The use of Chinese character programming to develop artificial intelligence will be better than other languages. This matter will be studied sooner or later. Since he has already published Chinese character programming, this matter mentioned at least, it can at least allow domestic researchers to take less detours and waste less time. The head of the army asked him to come over and let him talk about it, which is to give reference for future decisions. Every year, they have to do collective learning. The lecturers are research experts and scholars in various fields, as well as leading figures. Now the head is just trying to listen to Chen Mo's thoughts. Inside the Marching Ant Company, there are many world-leading technologies. With Chen Mo as an exploration, their decision-making can have a good reference. If you get the affirmation of the number one, the promotion of the Chinese character programming language will not worry about him in the future. Upon hearing the last sentence of Chen Mo, the head of the first one gently responded. The artificial intelligence of the Marching Ant Company has sprung up and is at the forefront of the world when it first appears. This is probably the reason the people present did not think that Chen Mo dared to fool the head, which was a big trouble. Therefore, Chen Mo said so solemnly that they must also take it seriously. Chapter 182, The Worry of the People of the Food. The capital earthquake base station, located in the western suburbs of Beiji, began to record the earthquake and geomagnetism from the International Geophysical Year 60 years ago. It has a variety of observation methods, and is an important base for domestic seismic observation and geophysical research. It is also a platform for international earthquake and geomagnetic data editing and exchange. Here is the scene of the launching ceremony of today's earthquake warning network. In the winter of the capital, a few days of snow, it is rare to clear today. Repeated sunshine gives the winter a little warmth. At the ceremony, the crowd was crowded, and many reporters were broadcasting live. After the seismograph came out, the earthquake warning network was officially launched. This will indicate that future earthquake predictions have become possible. As everyone looked forward to it, a team appeared and stopped in a special area of the ceremony venue. Chen Mo, is the seismograph designed by you? Tell me what interesting stories happened when you designed the seismograph. The head of the army called Chen Mo to the side with a friendly smile. Chen Mo nodded and his brain was running fast. He could not say that the seismograph was obtained from the technology library. The existence of the science and technology library is his highest secret. When I saw the earthquake disaster report, I thought it would be better to have an earthquake warning. When I was reading, I learned all the knowledge of physics, including vibration, electromagnetics, thermals, mechanics, etc., and later read about earthquake warning. Knowledge, I began to sort out the relevant theories. Until the company has money, I will practice the original idea. Chen Mo was arrogantly talking nonsense. Anyway, except for himself, no one knows the truth. He said it is true. It is true. To tell an interesting story is to publish a research paper on earthquake warning. The Natural Weekly magazine has been rejected, both domestic and foreign. It was sent to the official website, and I wanted to find the sound, and the result was completely ruined. Chen Mo said all the way. The head is also listening carefully. From the pressure, I developed the first seismograph. After the introduction of Li Chengzi, I met Mr. Wu Zhen from the Academy of Sciences, and then began the test of the seismograph. His introduction is very simple, but it falls in the ears of other people. How many hardships can be imagined? A lot of great discoveries are not understood at first, the head said after listening. The group arrived at the scene and began to greet the staff involved in the seismograph installation test. Wu Zhen is full of red light, and his color is written on his face, as if he were a young teenager. His lifelong wish is to hope to warn the earthquake, without the pain of his family in the earthquake disaster. For this wish, he changed his name to Wu Zhen, and at the age of the upcoming land, he finally fulfilled this wish. After installing the seismograph, the data is tested at all times. The specific data collection is completed. Below the magnitude 5.0 earthquake, the accuracy of the warning is about 92%. The higher the earthquake level, the higher the accuracy. There are no earthquakes of too high level in China. The specific accuracy rate cannot be judged. The high-level earthquakes are obtained from the seismic instruments of the Pacific Ocean. The known earthquakes are successfully predicted. The test work has already been completed, and today is just a ceremony. The actual seismic network, put into use early, will not be interrupted by a ceremony. Even a ceremony, he is still happy. This means that the era of earthquake warning is coming to the world. When he was happy, the heads and Chen Mo and others had already come to him. Mr. Wu Lao, I have worked hard. The head took Wu Zhen's hand. Feeling the warmth of the hand, Wu Zhen's eyes were hot, and the scene of his loved ones being crushed under the rubble was still vivid. After returning to God, Wu Zhen opened his mouth and his voice was a little choked. Not hard, the food of the people, the worry of the people. In the last sentence, Chen Mo secretly admired. Numerous unknown scientists have supported the country in the past decades and become stronger and stronger, not seeking fame and fortune. Just like Mr. Wu Zhen's old saying, the food of the people is the worry of the people. Mr. Wu Lao, congratulations on your wish. Chen Mo congratulated Wu Zhen. I should thank you. After seeing Chen Mo, Wu Zhen cast a grateful look. All the workers and employee representatives who participated in the seismograph installation test were shaking hands with the heads, or excited, or pleasantly surprised. Everyone has a different mood. The staff area of the marching ant company stands with the technical staff of the marching ant company and the employees involved in the assembly of the seismograph. They are all the ants of the marching ants, representatives of the assemblers, and participate in the manufacture and assembly of seismograph parts. After coming to the area of the marching ant company, Chen Mo began to introduce. Every employee is straight and his face is full of pride. After shaking hands with the head, he is even more excited. There is also a special employee. It is the enchanting robot of the marching ant, the demon. Chen Mo took everyone to the front of a robot. Its chip is loaded with all the data about the assembly of the seismograph. At the beginning of the assembly, it was responsible for teaching other employees to assemble and explain, and sometimes also participating in the assembly of the seismograph. There are 5 robots involved in the assembly, responsible for assisting 5-team assembly. In order to let this robot participate in the ceremony, Zhao Minutes took a lot of effort and was approved after numerous confirmations and inspections. But the meaning is special, even if there are many procedures. Zhao Minutes also makes people do this. It is no secret that the marching ant company has intelligent robots. The use of robots is being tested and it is possible to launch the market in the future. The head is good. Chen Mo's words fell, and the Enchantress robot spoke. "Hello there." The head looked up and down the robot and smiled and shook hands with the robot. Shaking hands with the robot. He is also the first time. The robot's flexible and smooth movements, which I don't know, are thought to be pretending to be real, and the intelligence is too high. Working hard. It is an honor to be able to participate in the assembly of seismographs. Hearing the voice of the demon, the people on the field laughed and sighed at the advanced technology of the Marching Ant Company. The head smiled and nodded, but my heart was thinking, he saw this robot in the video during the exhibition of the internet conference. The location is special, and he considers things more and more comprehensive than others. After the robot came out, some social problems caused by them need to be considered. Now is an open society. Technology is changing too fast, and the future is in sight. A good little demon, I look forward to your active innovation and better benefit the society and the people. The head nodded and looked at the small fish around the robot. When the head was seen looking at her, Xiaoyu immediately became nervous. The old man, who used to see it on television and mobile news, was so close. It was the first time, saying that he was not nervous and not excited. It was a fake. "She is my girlfriend, Xiao, and Zhao Minut's assistant." When the earthquake warning paper came out, "Xiaoyu believes me and spends the time with me." Chen Mo smiled and said, "There is her support. Only today's seismographs are available." The head is good. Chen Mo introduced this, so that Xiaoyu's face was red, and Chen Mo praised her for being embarrassed. Holding the head of the head, it was a bit nervous, but the manner was decent. "Hello." The head smiled. "It's precious to be in the same boat." "Thank you for your head." Xiaoyu heavy nodded. After all the representatives and staff members greeted it again, all the talents were seated and the launching ceremony was started. Chapter 183, See Parents. Dongjiang City. A girl is sitting on the sofa playing a mobile game, looks a little excited. Can see the little tiger teeth when laughing. If Chen Mo is here, she will definitely feel familiar. She and Xiaoyu are similar in 9 points, but the temperament of the two is different. Xiaoyu feels gentle, but this girl is smart. Small man, you look at it, this is not a small fisherman. Next to the girl, a middle-aged woman watching TV shocked and anxiously shouted. She is the mother of Xiaoyu. Wang Lan. Sister is back. Xiaoman put down his mobile phone and immediately looked at the door. Empty. On the TV, Xiaoman Shun looked at the TV screen and saw the small fishing in the live broadcast of the news. "Is this your sister?" How did she shake hands with the head? His mother pointed at the TV, and her face was still uncertain. After seeing the content of the news, Xiaoman was amazed. It is the sister. The sister is working in the Army Ant Company. It's really her. It seems that the small fisherman has a good time. His mother with a proud smile on her face. There is indeed a lot of money. Xiaoman laughed badly. "Mom, look at the handsome young man next to the leader. His boyfriend, not a sister of the pit sister, not a good sister." "What? Xiao has a boyfriend? Why didn't she say that?" Hemiu's voice improved a few points, with a surprised face. "Mom, now is a free love. Sister is not too small. Isn't it normal to find a boyfriend?" Xiaoman snickered in his heart when he thought about what was going to happen. "Who is this young man?" asked he. "The boss of the Marching Ant Company, called Chen Mo, and the sister are the same school." Xiaoman said. Her mother is not concerned about this, so she must talk to her carefully. "Where is the family? How many brothers and sisters at home?" "Mom, you can call this sister, she knows best." Xiaoman got up. "You won't lie to Mum?" His mother stared at Xiaoman unbelievably. "I definitely don't lie to you. You don't believe to call the sister, let her bring it back in the new year." Xiaoman laughed. His mother picked up the phone and thought that Xiao was working now. "Finally, let go. Your dad returns to the ship tonight. Wait for your dad to come back, then call again." He opened the company. The family is very rich. He is the richest young man in the country, Xiaoman said. "Does this?" The news made her mother happy, and her eyes were a little worried. The small fishing of the capital earthquake base station, at this time, did not know at all, was dared by the dear sister, was sitting under the stage. Attention was on Chen Mo, and the eyes flashed proudly. When Chen Mo and the leader's hand pressed on the starter ball, all the shots were aligned on the stage. For the world, this is a signal. The era of earthquake warnings was announced when they pressed the start button. For human history, this is a major event in the history books. The process of human evolution is the process of struggle with nature. Earthquakes can be early warning, which means that human beings can further their ability to cope with natural disasters. The ceremony ended in a series of reports. Yan took the microphone and took the photographer to Chen Mo's direction. On this special day, I was able to interview Chen Mo, and the opportunity was rare. This is her first interview with such a senior figure. Going to Chen Mo, is a little nervous. "Hello, Mr. Chen Mo." "Hello," Chen Mo said politely. "What do you want to say most on this special day?" Looked at Chen Mo and looked forward to it. "The weather is a bit cold, I want to go back to bed and sleep." Chen Mo smiled. Hearing this answer, stayed for 2 seconds. But this can't be followed. When the seismograph was invented, what interesting stories have happened? Can you share it with us? Interesting thing? When I submitted the earthquake warning paper, I was rejected by Nature magazine. Is this bad? It's also very fast. I will reply that night. The manuscript was rejected twice. I will post to the official website of the Marching Ant. The facts prove that the authority is wrong. Chen Mo said, "So admonish young scholars. Authority is not always right." Einstein said, "Because of my contempt for authority, fate punishes me and makes me an authority." You are this situation, and now you are also an authority. Before I interviewed, many viewers wanted to ask what is the next product of the Marching Ant Company? The next product? I don't know which product is successful. Which one? Chen Mo smiled. But there is a message to announce. After today, the seismograph is officially sold, and countries interested in buying seismographs can submit an order to our company. This unexpected news made Fabit surprised. After the interview, Chen Mo got on the bus and rushed back to the hotel where he stayed. The launching ceremony has been completed. This time I came to the capital. The people I met also met. If you take a break, you should rush back to the company. The news of the launch of the China Earthquake Early Warning Network has spread throughout the world. This is an epoch-making event, and the most concerned is the country with frequent earthquakes. Before, the Marching Ant Company always said that the output was not enough, refused to export, and now officially exported, which means that the global earthquake warning era is about to bring. The Marching Ants should disclose seismograph technology. I hope that China will open up seismograph technology for the benefit of mankind. After the Marching Ants announced the exit of the seismograph, let the Marching Ants publicize the sound of the seismograph technology. It's just another matter that nobody cares. In the lobby of the hotel room, Xiaoyu took the phone. She is a bit strange. Why is the mother calling me so late? Mom, didn't you sleep so late? Your dad just came back. I heard that you have a boyfriend. Mother went straight to the subject. Sitting beside her, she was still sitting in a middle-aged man with dark skin and serious face. He is Xiao Zheng's father, He Zhenghua. When he came back, he said that his most beloved daughter had a boyfriend, and his heart was still a little uncomfortable. Next to the two, Xiao Man grinned. Mom, why did you suddenly ask this? Xiaoyu glanced at Chen Mo sitting next to him. You are not a big boss. If you have a boyfriend, bring it back and let your parents see it. Hemu said, other than your father and I don't trust. Okay. Xiaoyu spit out his tongue. Remember, if he bullies you, you look for my father. He Zhenghua on the side spoke. When I heard my father's words, Xiao Man grinned and almost laughed. The feeling of this pit sister is not ordinary fun. He won't bully me. Xiaoyu laughed and laughed. Remember, bring it back in the new year. Mother groaned again. After hanging up the phone, Xiao hesitated and looked at Chen Mo. My mom just called. And then Chen Mo put down his books and looked at Xiaoyu. They know that I have a boyfriend, my mom said. Let me take you back in the new year. They want to see you. Xiao looked forward to Chen Mo. See the parents? Chen Mo smiled. Yes. Really? Xiaoyu's face is a joy. Crap, no parents. Your parents still don't think I will sell their daughters. Chen Mo put the book in a good position, picked up a small fishing. Look if you can take two back. Chapter 184, The Benefits of Monopoly. Early morning. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu were eating breakfast in the room, and the door knocked. When they opened the door, Zhao Minitz walked in a professional dress. Isn't it a day of rest for a long time? Is it so formal? Chen Mo looked at Zhao Minitz and sat back on the table to eat breakfast. Would you like? I am born to work, Zhao Minitz said. The embassy of New Zealand came to the news. They want to discuss the purchase of seismographs. So fast. Upon hearing this news, Chen Mo was a bit surprised. Yesterday, he told reporters that he announced the seismograph exportable. Now he came to the news that New Zealand wants to buy a seismograph. It can be seen that New Zealand is too late to want a seismograph. But think about it too. This island country, located in the earthquake zone, is not a small loss every year in the earthquake. If it is a tsunami of a super earthquake, I am afraid it will be even more horrible. I will inform you, after breakfast. Do you want to go together? Zhao Minitz asked. What am I going to do? If you talk about business, you will be enough. Let Xiao go with you. I will not join in the fun. Chen Mo said. Okay. Zhao Minitz sat on the sofa and waited quietly. Soon, Xiaoyu Cao had breakfast and changed clothes, and Zhao Minitz left the room. Mei Kang looked at the time and looked at the door. Yesterday Chen Mo announced that the seismograph can be exported for them. This is good news. In the evening, the domestic news came. Let him negotiate with the Marching Ant Company to buy seismographs. After seeing the disaster of the island country earthquake and tsunami, the people in New Zealand were heart-wrenching. Geographically speaking, the two countries have similarities and are located in the earthquake zone. The researchers have concluded that the Hikulangi subduction zone has been divided into three segments. If the three sections break at the same time, it may cause an earthquake of magnitude 9.0. The study found that the three sections did have fractures, and the devastating earthquake was likely to be ushered in from the top of the South Island to the northern Gisborne Trench. The earthquake is not the most terrible existence, and the tsunami that accompanied the earthquake is the most terrible. If a devastating earthquake produces a tsunami, the tsunami will reach the coastline within a few minutes, and the coastal area will become a vast ocean. People living in it will not have enough time to escape. Seismographs appeared and let them see hope. Early warning of the earthquake, they can get more escape time. Therefore, after the Marching Ant Company announced the export of the seismograph, the country informed him to contact the Marching Ant Company. Just as the president and boss of the Marching Ant are in the capital, he immediately contacted. When Zhao Minitz appeared, Mei Kang was relieved and smiled on his face. President Zhao, hello. Hello, Ambassador Michael, said Zhao Minitz. Sit. I called breakfast, and talked while eating. In the right-hand area of Macan, Zhao Minitz and others were seated. There are not many people on the field, only Zhao Minitz and Xiaoyu, Mei Kang, and a female translator. In the news, your boss said that the seismograph can be exported? Mei Kang went straight to the point. Well, we have already completed the domestic order and can indeed export. That would be great. Mei Kang slammed his face and smiled on his face. We really want to buy a seismograph, but here is the price. Can it be lower? After listening to the female translator, Zhao Minitz shook his head. I am sorry Mr. McCain, the price cannot be lower. The price of $50 million is actually not expensive. Zhao Minitz's words made Mei Kang's face twitch. This is not expensive. The Marching Ant Company is clearly asking for the price, and they have to pay for it. The quantity we ordered is relatively large, can't it be low? Mei Kang is a little bit unwilling. A $50 million one, not cheap for anyone. MC. Ambassador Kang, the seismograph is not production line. The large quantity does not mean that the production price will become lower. Zhao Minitz said, if you need it, it is best to place an order early. Once you have placed orders in other countries, you have to wait for a while. The price will not change. This price is a little more expensive. Lower it. $20 million. We can place an order now, Mei Kang said with pride. Sorry, Ambassador McConnell, seismographs will not be cheap. They are sold to you for $50 million. They are sold to the United States or the island countries. They are also $50 million. The price will not change. If you insist on price, just waste us time. Zhao Minutes said, no hurry. You think about how many people can be saved if the earthquake warning is 1 hour ahead of schedule? How much loss is lost? Is human life negligible for the money to buy a seismograph? As soon as the words were finished, the box was quiet and McCann's eyes flickered. Zhao Minutes spiked the price. Ironheart will not cut prices. He has no way. Do not buy the seismograph of the Marching Ant Company, no more. When other countries have studied it, I don't know if it's going to be a monkey, and the daily is cold. The earthquake is a natural disaster. No one knows when this disaster will come. Since Ambassador McCang needs to consider, then I will go back first. There is still a meeting. Consider contacting us again. But fast, we will go back to Bnai this afternoon. Next time you contact, you have to go to Bnai to find me. Zhao Minutes finished, with Xiao ready to leave. Okay, look forward to seeing us again. Looking at Zhao Minutes' back, Mei Kang frowned, and after a while, took out the phone. The Marching Ant does not make concessions on the price. He must also contact the country to determine whether to buy or not. After all, the transaction amount is too large. The Prime Minister, the Marching Ant Company, refused to cut prices, and killed $50 million in one bite. It didn't mean to loosen it. Do you? Wait for the notice first, and I will let you know if there is any news. Chen Mo was in the room and saw Xiao Yu and Zhao Minutes coming in and asked, how is it? It is still unclear, saying that the price is too high is still considered, but they have a strong willingness to buy. Seismographs only have us. The advantage of monopoly is how much we say, how much money. Zhao Minutes smiled. Well, how much is this order expected? If New Zealand wants to cover the whole world, how do you calculate it? About 15 units. Chen Mo thought about the area of New Zealand. Plus they have to install a few on the sea floor. It will be nearly 20 units, $1 billion. Zhao Minutes said, our customers are a country. This kind of money, do not earn a hand. Sorry for the seismograph. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. If he had money, he wouldn't be too much, and these came to peace of mind. Would you like to stay in Beijing for 2 more days and wait for the New Zealand ambassador's reply? No, they don't know when they can think about it. We don't have to waste time waiting. It's the same, this afternoon's plane. When they want to talk, they should take the initiative to contact us. After Zhao Minutes left, Chen Mo also went out to the capital with a small fishing, and bought something by the way. In the afternoon, New Zealand still did not return news. Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes and others also took the scheduled flight and rushed back to Bnai. Chapter 185, Profiteering. On the second day of returning to Bnai City, ambassadors from several countries came to the Marching Ant Company to visit, all for the seismograph. With the establishment of the first truly earthquake warning network in China, the heat of the seismograph has swept the world. Countries that have suffered huge earthquake disasters want to establish an earthquake warning network. The high price of seismographs caused public outcry. Netizens in many countries have bombarded the Army Ants Company to monopolize the market, but the official government does not dare to say anything more. It is useless to come out to protest or sanction the Marching Ant Company at this time. The market for marching ants in overseas markets is not too much. Sanctions have little effect on marching ants, and once they provoke marching ants, the earthquake warning network does not want to be established. In order to reduce the loss when the earthquake comes, each country can only hold the nose and accept the unmanned price of the Marching Ant Company. Zhao Minutes took the folder and went into Chen Mo's office. During this time, all her energy was placed on discussing the seismographs with representatives of various countries, and today, finally, it has come to an end. The seismometer export talks became, this is the entire list and contract. New Zealand ordered 16 units, Chile 14 units, Indonesia 47 units, Mexico 35 units, Island countries 25 units, lost the last $100 million damage to the seismograph. There are 24 in India and 20 in Turkey with a total of 181 orders. These seismographs are produced and we have more than $9 billion in revenue. The earthquake in Nepal yesterday was not a small loss. Today their ambassador has contacted us. The order is being talked about. There should be only 2 or 3. Hearing this number, Chen Mo was surprised. The $9 billion was exchanged for Huaxia, and there were nearly 60 billion seismometers costing more than 3 million. This number is almost negligible. This is definitely a horrible profit. Is it very shocking? This is the monopoly of profits. Zhao Minitz calmly said, our customers are based on the state. The money is just a small amount of money. As Zhao Minitz said, their customers are a country. Although the money is large, it can be brought out in a slightly economic country. In this respect, the opposition parties in those countries dare not oppose it. After all, this is for the benefit of the people, and the opposition is against the people. The United States, Germany and Russia also want to buy, but they have few orders, only 2 in each country. I have not given a reply. They want to import seismographs, copy their own production. Technical confidentiality. No problem, Zhao Minitz asked. Don't worry about the technology leak. As long as there is money, who wants to sell it? Chen Mo said, the core system algorithm, already encrypted. Only I know. I didn't get the most critical algorithm. Imitate it. There is no soul, body. Understood. Zhao Minitz nodded. After Zhao Minitz left, Chen Mo refocused his attention on the computer. The company's business, he only knows occasionally. The specific matter is responsible for Zhao Minitz. Do not have to worry about him. Ink Girl, continue to organize information. Good. The Ink Girl opened. From the capital back to the company, there is nothing else. Chen Mo has been staying in the office area, and the information on supercomputers has been almost completed. Supercomputers can perform large amounts of data and high-speed operations that PCs cannot handle. Although the components are not much different from the ordinary computer concept, the performance of the supercomputer is unmatched by ordinary computers. It has powerful data processing capabilities, characterized by high computing speed and large capacity. Because of the speciality of the supercomputer, it has a lot of special peripherals, and there is a need for a specialized large computer system. Computer system problems, Ink Women can solve, without his worry. The characteristics of supercomputers just meet the needs of artificial intelligence. It is mostly used for cutting-edge technology research. If it can become the place where the Ink Girl lives, the speed of the Ink Girl's operation is definitely more horrible, and his help is even greater. Now he is studying superconducting computers. The superconducting computer uses superconducting technology to produce computer components. Its switching speed reaches several microseconds, and the computing speed is 100 times faster than that of current electronic computers. The electric energy consumption is only 1/1000th of the ordinary supercomputer. This means that after the completion of the superconducting computer, the superconducting computer does not have to occupy a large area like a supercomputer, consumes a lot of power, and has powerful computing power. The study of superconducting computers is very important for the future. Once the superconducting computer comes out, in the future technical research, the calculation speed of the Ink Girl will be faster. Until the Ink Woman reminded that Xiao entered the office area, Chen Mokai stopped. Get off work, if you wait below, we are going to go shopping and buy something. You want to be together, Xiao Yu said. Good. Chen Mo picked up his jacket and left the office area with a small fishing. Just arrived at the company downstairs, I saw Li Yuozhen waiting. The boss is good. The boss is good. Li Yuoxi smiled and bowed to the two. Don't make trouble, let's go. Xiao Yu's face was red, and he took Li Yuoxian and walked toward the car where Wang Hai was. In the commercial plaza, there are various activities everywhere. The decoration is festive and the flow of people is much more than before. Chen Mo, Xiao Yu and Li Yuozhen are one of them. Chen Mo took a mask and was afraid that others would recognize it. This is required by Xiao, because the last time he came out, he was chased by many girls to take a group photo, which caused a lot of trouble. The rise of the marching ant company, coupled with the seismograph, Chen Mo's reputation in the country reached a peak. Being famous is a bunch of troubles, and you can be recognized wherever you go. What gift do you want for the new year? Chen Mo asked. Li Yuoxuan's eyes bent, pulled a small fishing, gave her a look. Xiao Yu immediately shook his head. Seeing the strange eye contact between the two, Chen Mo wondered. What's wrong? Nothing. By Xiao Yu, Li Yuoyang hurriedly shook his head. Big boss, this gift, you have to prepare yourself. You have sincerity. She told you to buy, and then give it to her. It is not a surprise. Chen Mo smashed his head and said, it seems like this is the case. You should think about it. Women like something, and you haven't given it to her. Li Yuoxi smiled. If you don't talk nonsense. Xiao Yu's face was reddish and looked at the store. I and Ruo to buy some girls' supplies. Do you want to come over? Hey, still not. Chen Mo looked at Li Yuoi next to him and hurriedly shook his head. You go buy it first, I also buy something. If you buy it, give me a call. If Li Yuo is not present, he may still be together. Now go to it. Well, then you go to see what gifts are there, and soon we will pass. Xiao Yu took Li Yuoxuan and walked toward the inner clothing store. After the two left, Chen Mo looked around and thought about it and walked in one direction. Zhao Yanniu stood at the counter and quietly looked at the door of the store. Now there are a lot of customers in the jewelry store, but they are all taken away by other colleagues. She can only look forward to the next customer. It is the peak season, which is close to the year. During this time, there are many customers. They all hope that they will make more money this month and divide them into Chinese New Year. Suddenly, seeing a figure appear at the door, Zhao Yanniu's eyes lit up and finally came. Just seeing the other person wearing a mask, Zhao Yanniu hesitated, still greeted. Sir, hello. Do you have any needs? Zhao Yanniu looked at Chen Mo. Chapter 186. People who don't send flowers. Chen Mo looked around the store for a week and nodded slightly towards Zhao Yanniu. I need a ring. Mister, want to ask for a wedding ring? Zhao Yanniu led Chen Mo to the glass cabinet. There are the latest rings of our company, each of which is carefully designed and unique. Chen Mo carefully looked at the ring in the glass cabinet. Each ring has a different style, and his mind is matching which one is suitable for small fishing. Xiao Yu followed him and never asked for anything, but he had to give Xiao Yu an answer. The most amazing gift he can think of is this one. Chen Mo pointed at a ring. Mister has a vision. This ring is the elegant version of the Belief series, and it is also our best ring here, meaning a silent trust. Zhao Yanniu shines. Put the ring out and put it in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo took the ring and looked at it carefully. Seeing his appearance, Zhao Yanniu was also nervous. Wearing a mask, the most expensive ring, this must be vigilant. Many jewelry stores have been robbed, are made by people wearing masks. Just it, check out. Chen Mo handed the ring to Zhao Yanniu. Sir, do you really want to buy? Zhao Yanniu smiled. The price is 131,400. Are you sure? Zhao Yanniu is really afraid that the other party does not know the price. Remorse. When the problem arises, she also has trouble. Buy. Chen Mo handed the bank card to Zhao Yanniu. Seeing the black bank card, Zhao Yanniu has wide eyes. With this kind of bank card, the Absolute Super Bank is a super VIP. Just now she was afraid that the other party was a robber. Now think about it. How ridiculous. I will pay you now. Do you need other jewelry? For example, the necklace here is the best choice for girlfriend. Zhao Yanniu said. Not needed for the time being. Chen Mo shook his head. I am in a hurry. You hurry. Good. Zhao Yanniu said nothing, holding a ring and a bank card to check out. 5 minutes later, Chen Mokai put the ring box in the pocket of the jacket and left the jewelry store. Xiao Yu and Li Yuoki took the bag, stood in the place where Chen Mo was separated, and quietly waited for Chen Mo to appear. You said that your home is not smart. The things he invented. The world is shocked. You said that he is smart, living with you for so long, he has not even sent a flower to you. Just remind him, He still do not understand. Is it that Ek is occupied by IQ? Liu Oxuan said. Hearing Liu Oxuan's words, Xiaoyu smiled and shook his head. Maybe he forgot. This is very good. At least I can expect. When will he remember to send a flower to me? Xiaoyu smiled. No interest. You should expect. When will he send the ring to you? What Liu Oxuan thinks. Bitter face. I envy you have a boyfriend who loves you. I don't dare to go home this year. Going back. Sang Ulupo will come over. Oh yeah. If you don't have a boyfriend, I know a guy. I want to introduce you to it. I haven't graduated since last year. I can't be drowned in this year. Seeing that if he had learned a lot, Xiaoyu slammed and smiled. Then you go to blind date. The old lady is used to being single, Liu Ojon said with a domineering attitude. 20 years have come, no man is still alive. Xiaoyu smiled and shook his head. Seeing Chen Mo running back, the two talents greeted. Where are you going? I met a college classmate and talked a lot more. Chen Mo smiled. Go buy clothes for you. Xiaoyu led Chen Mo and walked to the nearest men's clothing store. Until the evening, three talents left the commercial street. As soon as he entered the villa, Chen Mo took off his jacket and stood upright on the sofa. Wang Hai put down his mobile phone and turned his head back to Chen Mo's villa. I squatted in front of the villa and finally made up my mind and knocked on the door. Seeing Chen Mo came out, Wang Hai hesitated and said, Boss, I want to ask for 3 days off. The child language suddenly fell ill. I want to take care of her for 3 days. Chen Hai was a little surprised by Wang Hai's sudden leave, but he did not stop. The person who can make Wang Hai so anxious is definitely important to him. Go. Chen Mo nodded. Thank you for your boss. Wang Hichao Chen Moxing took a ritual and hurried away. Ink Girl. What is the relationship between this child language and Wang Hai? After Wang Hai left, Chen Mo walked back to the study and said to the computer, he has never seen Wang Hai's gaff, and the identity of this child language makes him a bit curious. For those who are with him, he also needs to know more about it. Mom, go. The information you need is found. After the ink girl opened her mouth, 3 pieces of information appeared on the desktop and continued to be introduced. Children's language is a member of the National Security Bureau. She has a twin sister, called Tong Yan, a member of the Women's Special Team and Wang Hai's fiancée. However, Tong Yan sacrificed in the Cobra Action. Cobra Action? Hear this term and let Chen Mo familiar. Soon, Chen Mo suddenly realized when he saw Wang Hai's information, he saw the Cobra Action. Wang Hai was seriously injured in the operation and retired. Yes, do you need information about the Cobra Action? Said the ink girl. No need. Chen Mo shook his head. These secrets were not of interest for the time being, but Wang Hai should have a story hidden. The little fish came out of the bathroom, rubbed the wet hair and walked to the living room. It was just that the living room was empty, and she was a little helpless. It was estimated that Chen Mo had hid in the study room for research. This kind of thing is not once or twice. Sometimes she feels bad about Chen Mo, then a big company, there must be a lot of things to carry. Because of this, she only let herself know things, at least not in life, to bring trouble to Chen Mo. Snapped. Just packed Chen Mo's coat on the sofa, a small purple box fell out. Seeing the small box, Xiaoyu stayed with a surprise and unbelief in his eyes. Xiaoyu stared at the small box, and his heart was a little nervous, slowly picking up the small box. The small purple box of the whole body is exquisite, and the pattern above is also beautiful. Gently open the small box, a white diamond ring, and quietly put it in the box. Surprise, sweet, excited, all kinds of complex emotions together. She cannot describe the mood at the moment. Thinking of the bit by bit with Chen Mo, Xiaoyu slowly reached out and was afraid of seeing the illusion. Do you like it? Said a pair of hands covering her waist from behind, attached to her ear. Familiar voice, let Xiao nod his head, tears of joy on his face. Like, I wanted to be a New Year gift and give you a surprise. Now that you found it, you can only send it to you in advance. Chen Mo picked up the ring and attached it to Xiaoyu's ear. I love you, marry me?" "Yeah," Xiao Yu cried and laughed and nodded. She has been waiting for this sentence and finally heard it today. The moment the ring was worn with the ring finger, Xiao Yu only turned back and hugged Chen Mo. "Bad egg, you said that I will not let me cry. You are crying now." "Proposal? You don't send flowers." "No flowers." Xiao has some incoherence. "Then I comforted my family." Chen Mo smiled and bowed his head, kissing Xiao Yu's lips. 5 minutes later, on the sofa in the living room, Xiao Yu was sitting on the sofa with a smirk on his face, staring at the ring in his hand and enjoying Chen Mo blowing her hair. At this point she felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. Chapter 187, See Parents Dongjiang City, Haifeng Village, an ordinary fishing village. Here is the home of Xiao. A black car appeared at the entrance of the village and slowly entered the village along the road. These years have developed rapidly. In this rural area, the cement road is also the gateway to the home. The Black Eagle was driving, and Wang Hai took a leave of absence. The Black Hawk served as a temporary bodyguard and driver of Chen Mo. Small flags are hung above the road and are the slogans for the new year. Occasionally, there are a few people who will curiously take a look at the passing car. Xiao Yu is in the car, clenching his fists. Not a homesickness, but too nervous. Going home with Chen Mo, she is more nervous than Chen Mo, for fear of family opposition. "Stop in front." Xiao Yu pointed to the intersection in front. "You lead the way, I take the luggage." "Black Hawk, you first go to the town to find a place to stay. I will contact you if something happens." Chen Muzhen said. "I have to learn to drive in the future, otherwise it is not convenient to go out." "Bring the baggage." Chen Mo is next to the small fisherman, looking around and remembering the road. It's just that Xiao Yu's nervous appearance makes Chen Mo feel very cute. "Don't worry," Chen Mo said. Upon hearing Chen Mo's comfort, Xiao Yu vomited. His face smiled and nodded gently. "To tell the truth, I am also a little nervous. I turned your father's favorite daughter. I worry about the past. He will not swear at me." Chen Mo smiled. "No, my dad is not a violent madman," Xiao Yu said. Going back home, the little fisherman sweats. This is the first time she has returned to her home and she feels nervous. Small fishing is back. Just on the road, a woman greeted the little fisherman, but her eyes stopped on Chen Mo and looked carefully. "Sancha, have time to come home and sit." Xiao politely responded to the women who greeted him. "Small fish, your home will not be Sang-U 6 women now?" Chen Mo asked near the small fisherman's ear. Hearing this, Xiao Yu laughed. "No, only my parents and sister are at home. But during the Chinese New Year, I must go to relatives. You are ready to be a baby panda. When you go home with me, you have to be a baby panda." Chen Mo smiled. On the road, people continue to greet Xiao Yu. Growing up here, there are only a few college students in the village, and the surrounding neighborhoods all know Xiao. Only the eyes of everyone are placed on Chen Mo, and occasionally there are people who greet Chen Mo. Chen Mo also smiled and nodded. Not long after, the two returned to the yard. More than 130 square meters of 3-story hardcover small flat, nearly 120 square yards surrounded by walls, planted several trees. It is not a wealthy home, but it is also a well-off family, which is better than the situation of Chen Mojia. At the moment when the iron gate of the yard was pushed open, the tension of Xiao disappeared. "Dad, Mom." When the sound of Xiao fell, the two old men hurried out and looked at Xiao with a smile. After seeing Chen Mo around Xiao, the two looked at each other and looked at them carefully. "Uncle is good, my aunt is good," Chen Mo said slightly, bowed and said hello. "Hey, hello, come in and come." Wang Lan-Kao. Chen Mo nodded, but his eyes looked up and down Chen Mo. At first glance, he looked pretty good, polite, and a talented person. Just stepping into the house, Chen Mo saw a little man sitting on the sofa playing mobile games. That look, let Chen Mo stay. If it is not a small fisherman beside him, he will really admit the wrong person. "She is my sister Xiao Man. I am 2 years old. Many people think that we are twins," Xiao Yu said. "Hello." Xiao Man put down his mobile phone, looked up and greeted Chen Mo, and smiled to reveal the small tiger teeth. "Hello." Chen Mo also greeted her. After Xiao Yu and Wang Lan went to cook, He Zhenghua said, "Xiao Mo, I told you to be silent. How do you know how you and my family Xiao know?" Looking at the curious little man next to him, Chen Mo replied, "I and Xiao are from the same university and I know at school." Chen Mo told the truth. He Zhenghua had a serious face. "I heard that you opened a company. How is the company?" "Now the company is developing very well. Every aspect is stable and the funds are sufficient." Chen Mo laughed. Hearing this, Xiao Man looked at Chen Mo more curiously. Can be said that the marching ant company is developing well, and only Chen Mogan Dad usually goes out to sea, and he rarely knows about this. He just knows Chen Mo and finds some friends who know what to hear. Some young people who care about the internet know how terrible the army ant company is. It can't be described as good. "This ring, is he for you?" Wang Lan stared at the ring in the small fisherman's hand. "This ring looks very valuable." Xiao Yu nodded gently. "He asked me to marry me." "Is he to you?" "Are you bullying you?" asked Wang Lan. "Mom, you can rest assured that he is very good to me and will not bully me." Xiao smiled with a smile on his face. Seeing Xiao Yu's smile, Wang Lan sighed. The daughter is her born, the emotion expressed on her face. "She knows best." Small man said that he is your boyfriend. Mum knows, such a big thing. "You still stare at us." This word almost made Xiao Yu vomiting blood. It turned out to be Xiao Man, and she thought it was Jane. "Zhenyu and Uncle Jiang Yang also know," Xiao Yu said. "The treasures of Huiqing and Uncle Jiang?" Wang Lan was slightly surprised. "Last time, your dad still had a drink with your Uncle Jiang, and he did not say this. He is a precious nephew." When I heard this sentence, Wang Lan was even more surprised. "You didn't say that you didn't see her nephew last time." "You gimmick. What is going on with me and your dad?" "You go with Xiao Mo, let your dad come in. I told him." Wang Lan's tone is a little blame. "Oh, Xiao should have a cry and leave the kitchen." From the previous inquiry, He Zhenghua found that the young man was calm and peaceful, young, with no small achievements, and no arrogance, which gave him a good impression. Chen Mo is Jiang Yang's nephew? The news surprised him, and Jiang Yang never told him about it. "What are you doing?" "Call Lao Jiang and ask him about Chen Mo's child." Wang Lan stopped the hand of cutting vegetables and said anxiously. Xiao Yu took out a beautiful jewelry box from the suitcase and handed it to Xiao Man. "This is the meeting that Chen Mo gave you. You try." "Thank you, brother-in-law." Seeing the beautiful necklace in the jewelry box, Xiao Man's eyes bent. Just now Dad is here. She dare not scream. Now Dad is not there. Xiao Man will dare to open the door, revealing the little tiger teeth, giving the human body a flexible feeling, although it looks a little like Xiao Yu, but it is two temperament style. Xiao Man's name made Chen Mo feel weird, but readily accepted that Xiao Yu's face was slightly reddened and did not deny her words. "Is you talking to Mom about us?" Xiao Yu is sitting next to Chen Mo, and there is a kind of meaning after the autumn. "No." Xiao Man hurriedly shook his head. "At the time you were seeing the national leader, live on TV, and was seen by the mother. Mom said that this guy is good. I will let my sister bring you back. Then my mom thought of your lifelong event, and it doesn't matter to me." Xiao Man glared at the innocent big eyes. Xiao Yu does not believe in the roots. This sister squinted and said the rumor. She has been taught more than once. "Sister, your ring is so beautiful. How did your brother-in-law propose to you?" Xiao Man hastily transferred the topic. Chapter 188, Committed to. On the round table, Chen Mo was sitting, with a small fishing on his left and a small man on the right playing the phone. He Zhenghua was sitting opposite him, and the family was sitting around. 7 dishes and 1 soup on the table. The heat is still white. Usually, it is also the home of 3 dishes and 1 soup. It is specially prepared to entertain Chen Mo, the future son-in-law. They are all homemade dishes, and the air is filled with the smell of food. This feeling, like going back home, is extremely warm. Wang Lan looked at Chen Mo, and a pair of mother-in-law looked at the son-in-law, and the more they looked, the more satisfied they were. "I didn't know Chen Mo before, and I was worried that Xiaoyu was deceived. After all, this year, the children of the rich people they heard have caused a lot of troubles everywhere. I learned that Chen Mo was the nephew of Lao Jiang. After asking Lao Jiang, he now knows Chen Mo. She is very satisfied with this prospective son-in-law. When she is young, she will make a career. Her potential is unlimited, her character is good, and her work is steady. This year, I can't catch such a good son-in-law. And Xiaoyu is the same university graduate. As a common topic, the most important thing is to be good to his daughter. Now Chen Mo is the best girl in her eyes. Dad, Chen Mo knows that you like to drink a little wine, and bring 2 bottles of wine back to you. Xiaoyu put 2 bottles of Motai on the table, brought 2 small cups, poured a small cup to his father, then poured a cup and handed it to Chen Mo. You have a drink with Dad. Uncle, I respect you. Chen Mo picked up the glass and said to He Zhenghua, okay. He Zhenghua picked up the glass and smiled a little. Although the daughter is distressed, the daughter always has to marry. Just contact Lao Jiang. I am sure that it is the nephew of the old friend, and the other party is young and promising. The 2 young people also have emotional foundations, which is a very good result. The daughter is also a good home. Does Xia Moping like to drink? He Zhenghua took a sip and put down the glass. Occasionally drink a little, don't drink often, don't dare to get drunk. Chen Mo said. Chen Mo's words, let He Zhenghua gently nod his head. Occasionally, drink a little bit of blood. You can do research. Drinking too much wine is not good. At the dinner table, the family eats meals and often asks questions. Chen Mo's task is to answer questions. As time passed, the atmosphere on the dinner table became more and more harmonious. I have known you and your coward for more than 10 years. Now when the ship comes back to the sea, I will also come out to drink some small wine. Last year Xiao went to him to attend the wedding reception of the classmates, and said that the introduction of the foreigner gave me a small fisherman's understanding. I said that people have not seen it. The girl who introduced the introduction last time is a small fisherman. I have been in contact with Xiao in school, and I didn't think about blind date. Later I learned that it was a small fisherman. Chen Mo glanced at Xiaoyu, who was laughing next to him. It is also a fate, He Zhenghua said with a smile. In the future, it will be better for small fishing. Seeing his father's attitude, Xiaoyu's heart was a little happy. Looking at it, his parents accepted Chen Mo. Before returning, she was still nervous than Chen Mo, for fear of family opposition. In the school, there are some classmates, love has reached the point of marriage, and finally was dismantled because of family opposition. Chen Mo's parents, she has seen in Bnhai. His parents liked himself, and Chen Mo also proposed to himself. Now this is the last level. If the parents object, she is really at a loss. Now that this is over, her fears have also been put down. Xiao Man looked at a few people on the table, his eyes turned around, suddenly remembered something, and immediately said, Sister, my parents have promised. When are you going to get married? Earn a little nephew to give me a hug. When Xiao Man's words were not finished, Xiaoyu was holding a chicken leg to plug her mouth. Xiaoyu's face is a bit red. This girl's pit is used to it. Anything dares to say. So many foods can't stop your mouth. Just saying that the words have been exported. He Zhenghua and Wang Lan looked at each other and looked forward to Chen Mo and Xiaoyu. They really don't object to Chen Mo and Xiaoyu now, but when they get married, they are not good at it. Xiao Man asked, and they are with their minds. Get married early, have a little grandson early, and they can enjoy family fun. I don't plan to hold a wedding for the time being. Chen Mo's words made He Zhenghua and Wang Lan's face sink. The atmosphere that was originally harmonious vanished. Xiao Man feels awkward, spits his tongue out, eats chicken legs with his head down, and the atmosphere on the table is a bit strange. Xiao was a little anxious. When he just wanted to talk, he was stopped by Chen Mo. Seeing the silence of Chen Mo's heart, Xiaoyu is also quiet. I and Xiao are preparing to get a marriage certificate first, and I don't hold a wedding for the time being. Xiao has always supported me during my time I have been accompanying me and taking care of me. She is very important to me. I can't let the wedding go smoothly. In the future, she will give her the most grand wedding, let her wear the most beautiful wedding dress, and marry me." Chen Mo's words made Xiaoyu stunned. She thought that Chen Mo had said that she would marry for a while, but she did not expect this answer. Looking at Chen Mo, Xiaoyu's face showed a gentle smile. "This is my commitment to small fishing," Chen Mo solemnly said. "Oh, well, I and Xiao Dad support. Your big thing is to plan well. Now you have good conditions, don't be as sloppy as we were." Wang Lan heard Chen Mo solemnly. The smile on his face floated again. "Start." "Okay." He Zheng Wu is also satisfied with the nod, and the degree of affection for this prospective son-in-law is also instantly improved. They are really worried that Chen Mo dragged his daughter not to get married. They have many cases. Many women are rich and expensive, and the last end is abandoned. They don't want their daughters to be like this. They will be abandoned when they are older. Now Chen Mo's solemn promise, they are also assured that it looks like a lie. "Don't talk about it, eat first, the dishes are cold," and Xiao Mo eats more. Wang Lan gestured to Xiao Chen to give Chen Mo a dish. The atmosphere on the dinner table became harmonious again, and the little man was secretly stunned and almost scared to death by Chen Mo, looking at her sister with a low envious look. If a man gives her such a promise, she will not hesitate to fall. After returning to the room after dinner, Xiaoyu did not want to hug Chen Mo, his face filled with a smile. "I was scared to death just now, thank you. Recognize me? Take me as an outsider." Chen Mo looked at her eyes and said seriously, "I have been serious about the words just now, that is my promise to you, and let you be the most beautiful bride in the future." "Well, I believe in you." Xiaoyan, eyes with tears, nodded firmly. She did not know when to start, became so emotional. "Don't you cry," just said nothing. "Your dad lost his chopsticks and black face. Let your dad know that you are crying, thinking that I am bullying you. He has to cut me with a knife." Chen Mo's words made Xiaoyu's laughter. "Your parents have promised, is it right now? What is the change?" Xiaoyu stared at Chen Mo and looked confused. "Tell it." Chen Mo is attached to Xiaoyu's ear and gently whispers. "Just finished." Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo with a shy look and flushed his face. Chapter 189, Learning Foreign Languages. The sound of firecrackers is far and near, and the smell of nitrate and sulfide is also filled in the air. It is not too irritating, and it seems to be celebrating the passing of the old year. The New Year's Eve in the village is very simple. I ate breakfast, posted the Spring Festival couplets, and went out to walk around the door. However, the small fisherman is very lively now. It's a talent. Xiaoyan, a girl who is sensible from a young age. I said that she is blessed when she grows up. It seems to be married to a good family. A middle-aged aunt with a bloated body said, "It's just a blessing. It's the ancestors." I just told my niece that he started a big company, a billionaire. Billionaires see the national leaders. Can billionaires see the national leaders? Several women sat together, staring at Chen Mo, and constantly talking about it. It is a fake to say no envy. And Chen Mo is the son-in-law of their son. Chen Mo, sitting in the position, looked helpless. It feels like a baby panda in the zoo, surrounded by a group of people. There are many things going on, and all kinds of strange eyes are used to it, so there is not much psychological fluctuation, just helpless. "Hello. Are you Chen Mo? Can I take a photo with you?" A girl came over with her mobile phone and looked at Chen Mo with a look of excitement and worship. Chen Mo is the idol of a new generation of young people. After the exposure, all kinds of news are overwhelming, and those who pay a little attention to mobile news can recognize Chen Mo. I just didn't think that such a superman is in front of her eyes. This is the daughter of Xiaoyu, an uncle. When I introduced it, Chen Mo remembered it. Good. Chen Mo nodded and promised. After the photo was taken, the girl left, and then two girls rushed over with a look, and several men rushed over. After taking a picture, Chen Mo was relieved. Today, in the New Year's Eve, Chen Mo will leave with a small fisherman and go home for the new year. I know that Xiao has a very good very rich boyfriend, many neighbors, relatives and friends, all came to the small fisherman to visit, want to see the old woman's son-in-law. There is the current battle. Chen Mo is sure that there are 3 aunts and 3 sisters here. Fortunately, the yard is big enough to sit down many people. However, Chen Mo has the feeling that animals are visited. It's rude to hide back in the room. I can only sit here and play games with the children of neighbors who are not sensible. Small fish, is your boyfriend the boss of the marching ant company? In the hall, a middle-aged woman smiled and opened her mouth. Her dress was gorgeous, hot and curly, and she was more like a lady. The LV bag is placed in the most conspicuous position, for fear that others will not see it. Can you let him give your brother a position as a company manager or vice president? I really dare to say, then I can't be the president. The little man who cut the apple next to him, the voice can only be heard by the people next to him. The little fisher next to it, I don't know what to say. This woman is the cousin of her father. Xiaoyu was also the first to see this cousin, not even her name. In this case, she never met. I did not expect to bring Chen Mo back, will recruit such people. Aunt, the company's useful person system, need an interview, cannot be arranged. Xiaoyu said. The middle-aged lady looks like a high-ranking man. Your boyfriend is the boss of the company. What is your assistant president? Can you not directly arrange a job for him? I am the assistant to the president. I don't have this right. The matter of employing people is determined by the personnel department and the president. I can't intervene in these things. Chen Mo does not care about these things. Xiao refused to use euphemism. She knew Zhao's temper. No matter who she is, she couldn't walk the back door. She wouldn't do it. The company is Chen Mo's. She can't make Chen Mo embarrassed. Does he say a word? Is it so difficult? The middle-aged lady was so intolerant. Zhengwe's face is very bad. Because this cousin marries a rich man, he rarely interacts with their ordinary relatives. The face of Inu Vorish will not look at these poor relatives. Since she married, the 2 sides have never come and gone, and can't talk about family. If it wasn't for this time, he wouldn't think of this cousin. If you go out and call Chen Mo and delay your daughter, then it will be troublesome. This is busy. We can't help. Zhengwe said, is your family not a company? Let Xiaoxi help in the company. It's all relatives. This little busy is not willing to help. The voice of the middle-aged lady is a bit big, so that people sitting in the yard can hear it. Everyone immediately looked at the window curiously, but Chen Mo was present, and they were not too obvious. Chen Mo naturally heard the voice inside, and made a greeting to the neighbors in the yard and walked in. The controversy in the house also stopped. Chen Mo came in. Zhengwe and Wang Lan were worried, but the middle-aged lady was happy. Mr. Chen, hello. The middle-aged lady got up and made a greeting to Chen Mo. The inability to dissipate the smoke and the face was full of smiles. Hello there. Chen Mo smiled and sat down next to Xiaoyu. Chen Mo. Xiaoyu gave Chen Mo a look. Nothing. Chen Mo patted Xiaoyu's back and gave her a peaceful smile. Zhengwe and Wang Lan left the seat and went out. At this time, they are not present. Chen Mo will not be too embarrassed, and there are other neighbors and relatives to say hello. Mr. Chen, you are a talented person. Are you interested in sitting at my house? My daughter always wants to see you. The middle-aged lady looked at Chen Mo. Thank you for your kindness. I have to go back today. No time. Chen Mo shook his head. Then next time. The middle-aged lady is not impatient, but rather a flattering smile. Small fisher, he has a brother, want to change the working environment. You can see if he can enter his company. Take charge of what, after all, loved ones can trust and rest assured. Our company. There is no precedent for opening the back door, but it is not impossible for you to come to me to help. Chen Mo comforted a little anxious fish next to him. This made the lady look happy. Mr. Chen, I know that you are very good. Do you have management experience in your son? Our company is ready to open up markets in Africa. There is a shortage of people there. I value the market there and send the average person to the past. I don't trust it. I just let him go. I am also myself. Rest assured. This made the lady's smile froze. Africa. So far, it is impossible for a son who is accustomed to being a child to be able to live in that environment. And she heard that there was chaos in Africa, and there was nothing short of what happened there. She could do nothing. What's wrong? Chen Mo asked. My son's foreign language is not good. Can't he be at home? Said the woman. Foreign languages can go there to learn again. No one will be born. And there are also translations. It is good to learn a foreign language. It is really good to learn. Chen Muzhen nodded. Next to the little smirk, almost squirted the apple in his mouth. Xiaoyu also wants to laugh, but he does not dare to laugh. You call to let him come now. I will arrange for him to enter the African branch, and he will be able to join the job in the next year. Chen Mo picked up the phone. Not needed for the time being. The lady hurriedly stopped Chen Mo. I will go back and ask his opinion, then reply to you. Can you give me your phone number? Can. The lady got Chen Mo's phone number and was happy to leave. Do you want to learn a foreign language? Xiaoman next to him finally couldn't help but laugh. I don't want to. Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu and immediately shook his head. After he, Zheng Wu and Wang Lan walked in the middle-aged lady. They also came in. Xiao Mo, you are going home now, Dad. What's the matter? Dad's tone seemed to be rushing, and Xiao was worried. I am afraid that the rest of the family will come over again. What are your two uncles? I am very clear, otherwise I have to be a little bit guilty. Xiao Mo, you brought Xiaoyu back to the new year. Your business. I promise now, take good care of Xiao. Zheng Wu said to Chen Mo, who has few wonderful relatives, neighbors and villagers. Everyone knows and understands. The villagers are also simple, just envious of admiration, discussion before and after tea, and occasionally compare the work and achievements of their own children, but there will be no excessive demands. Just like now, he has not lost his temper, and he dares to speak. Sure enough, people are shameless, and the world is invincible. Ever since, Chen Mo and Xiaoyu were almost out of the house by their parents. Sitting in the car, Chen Mo and Xiaoyu are still speechless. Chapter 190, Recognition Traffic Jam. Chen Mo looked out of the window without a car, and his face was helpless. I can't get home tonight, this New Year's Eve. I am afraid I have to go outside. The car that had been sitting for a few hours was still on the road, and the small fisherman had fallen tired in Chen's arms and was sleeping sweet. It's 10 o'clock at night, and the car dragon hasn't moved too fast. Black Hawk, don't go back tonight, first find a hotel to stay for one night. Chen Mo lowered his voice, for fear of waking up the little fish in his arms. The Black Eagle sitting in the driver's seat looked at the traffic outside the window, his eyes blurred and a little sad. When he heard Chen Mo's words, the Black Hawk returned to God. It is good. The Black Hawk hit the steering wheel and slowly drove past the lane. Do you have a heart? Chen Mo felt that the Black Hawk's mood was low. Today is the jealous day of two comrades. Some feelings. The Black Eagle glanced at the small fishing in Chen Mo Hui through the rear view mirror, trying to keep the voice down. There is a lot of people who exchange life and blood behind this prosperous stability. Some stories, ordinary people will never know. Can I listen? Chen Mo used his clothes to cover the ears of Xiaoyu, for fear that the dialogue between the two would wake her up. The Black Hawk thought about opening. Last year on New Year's Eve, we received a special mission, which was the last mission before our team retired, and together with the team where Wang Hai's fiancé was. They had already set the date of marriage, just on the Lantern Festival, and the mission was over. Wedding. The mission, although successfully completed, sacrificed two comrades, just on New Year's Eve. The Black Hawk whispered, and these words were groaning, and his heart was uncomfortable. Wang Hai's fiancé fell to his eyes. Wang Hai, who had not heard the devil's training, collapsed at that moment. In the following month, Wang Hai was decadent and drunk. The voice of the Black Hawk is full of emotion. Now the country is very stable, but the struggle in the dark has never stopped. It is just that ordinary people do not know that many people are guarded by life every day, and this stability is achieved. His words reminded Chen Mo of the information of Wang Hai that he saw at the beginning. The special action that the Black Hawk said should be the Cobra action. Chen Mo can only sigh. The car quickly turned out to the car and drove to the hotel not far away. Nothing in the night. The next morning, there was not much car on the road. Chen Mo and Xiao Yu got up early and rushed home. Xiao Yu was a little nervous, and the hand held by Chen Mo, the palm of his hand had sweated, and followed Chen Mo to a luxury community. Now she is fighting in her head, and how to call Chen Mo's parents when entering the house. I used to be a girlfriend, I can call my uncle and aunt, and my identity is different now. After walking to the door, Chen mother smiled and greeted it, and Xiao Yu came back. Mom. The little fish came out of the mouth and the air was still for 2 seconds. When shouting out the title, Chen Mo stunned and Xiao Yu was also stunned. Our auntie. Xiao changed his mouth. You have all put on the ring. You don't have to call the aunt. Chen mother looked at the ring in the little fisherman's hand and laughed. Mom. Xiao Yu was a little nervous and spoke openly. Hey. The smile on Chen's face turned open, and it should be heard as if she was 10 years old. Come, prostitute, come in quickly. Chen Mu ignored Chen Mo, took Xiao Yu's hand and walked into the house. Dad. Seeing Chen's father on the sofa, Xiao hesitated, shouting, and then looked at Chen Mo and spit out his tongue. Oh, good. Come back. Hearing the name of Xiao Yu, Chen's father had a surprise smile on his face and decided that this daughter-in-law was gone. Come, this is the New Year red envelope that Mom gave you. Chen Mu did not wait for the small fishing station to fix. She took out a red envelope and stuffed it into her hand. There is not much money, a picture of Geely. What do you want to buy? Let Xiaomo buy it for you. There is nothing to pass on at home. Yesterday, I went to buy a pair of jade bracelets with Xiaomo dad. It is also for you. Said to take out the box and hand it to Xiao Yu. Thank you mom. Xiao Yuxin was touched by some people. The third time he called a lot of natural things. Not as boring as he started. This is the New Year red envelope that Dad gave you. Chen Fu also took out a red envelope and handed it to Xiao Yu. Thank you, Dad. Xiao Yu took the red envelope and said, well, here is your home in the future, don't be too restrained. Chen father said with a smile. What about my red envelope? Chen Mo said depressedly. You left yesterday afternoon. You should arrive at home in the evening. You will come back early without a small fishing, and the red envelope will be late. Chen Mu did not say good. The traffic jam. Chen Mo looked helpless, and his wife did not want a son. He did not know how to describe the mood at the moment. Turning around, I saw Xiao Yu holding 2 red envelopes to show off to him. The two put their luggage, take a break, leave together, go to your home for the new year. The 2 families are few. Every year, they will go to a family to spend the new year. People are more lively. Last year, Jane's family came over and this year passed. The Jane family was next door to their house. When Chen Mo asked his father to buy a house, he sent a set to the Jane family. Both are large-sized, nearly 30 million sets, complete with decoration and furniture. The environment of this community is good. The security is good. The 2 are now moving over. They are taking care of each other. They often move around. Their parents are at home, and no one is chatting. Zenzen, uncle, Happy New Year. Xiao entered the door and opened his mouth. Hey, Xiaomo and Xiao are back. After seeing Xiao Yu, Zenzen had a happy face. She is very fond of Xiao Xiang, a sensible girl, so she was introduced to Chen Mo at the beginning. The dishes are just right. Come in and say while eating. This is the New Year red envelope that I and you cherish for you. Zhang Yang took out 2 red envelopes and handed it to Xiao Yu. Thank you, uncle. Xiao Yu took the red envelope and smiled. Brother, Xiao Yuzi. After seeing the 2, Zhang Xingxin hurried over. Happy New Year, brother, my red envelope. Chen Mo took out a red envelope to Xingxin. This year's holiday. Why not go to us? I am afraid to disturb your 2 worlds. I am going to be abused by you. I have to be such a big light bulb before I can go. Xingxin smiled and accepted the red envelope unceremoniously. 7 people are seated. Unlike in previous years, This year's dinner table has one more person, that is, small fishing. Xiao has not started to be so nervous, and is now adapting to the role. It was her most fortunate thing to receive the unanimous approval and blessing of Chen Mo's family. Xiaomo, you two have to hurry. Your parents are chanting at home to hold their grandest son. Xiaoyu, what do you think? Zhang Yang teased and laughed. I listened to Chen Mo. The small fisherman's skin was originally a little thin, and was asked by Zhang Yang. His face was slightly red, and he should have a voice, and he gave himself to Chen and Zhang Yang. This matter is not urgent. Waiting for more than 20 years. My parents don't mind waiting for 2 more years. Chen Mo said. Who said that I am not in a hurry? I can't wait to hold my grandson this year. Chen said. Brother, I am going to dismantle your desk. You and Xiao Yuzi haven't to have a big fat boy. I want to be an aunt. Xingxin's words made the people on the field laugh. The reunion dinner was finished in a warm atmosphere. After the meal, the two talents left home and went out shopping. The current square and flower market are very lively and crowded with people, and the new year is full of joy. Many people came out with their families and smiled on their faces. It is rare to accompany the family once. Chen Mo took the hand of Xiao Yu and quietly followed his father and mother. Chapter 191. Entering the headquarters of the marching ant company was completed. Zhao Minutes contacted Chen Mo. Today is the 4th day of the year. In these few days, Chen Mo is happy to spend time with his parents and the holiday is coming to an end. Now Zhao Minutes contacted him and there was no accident. The people worked overtime and worked hard. It was already finished. I should have informed you earlier, but at that time you and Xiao have left the company. In order not to bother you, it is not bad these days, so now I will say. Zhao Minutes said. Well, I will go back with Xiao Yu tomorrow. Chen Mo replied. It is not convenient to say on the phone. When you come back, I will talk to you in detail about the settled. Happy New Year. Zhao Minutes said. Happy New Year. Hang up the phone. Chen Mo looks at the mother who is teasing the puppy. It is a small golden hair, and buying this pet is also a small fishing idea. After they went to work, no one in the family accompanied their parents and raised a pet. At least not to make their parents feel too lonely. I am free at home, teasing pets, going for a walk, walking a dog. Chen Mo asked them to move over to Bnai City, and they did not want to go. I have been in this city since I was a child. I have never left in my life. Let them leave. No friends who talk, will not be more suitable. He did not insist. Anyway, coming back later, it is also a matter of hours. With your family, you can have a meal and chat. Mom, I am going back to the company tomorrow afternoon. Chen Moi opened. Chen's smile converges, and the hand of the puppy is stopped, and the eyes flashed. It just didn't take long for me to come back. If a son has a career, it is impossible to stay with him all the time. Yeah? Chen Mu nodded and looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, you go there, take care of Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo Ping often does not pay attention. There is you. Mom is assured. Know it, Mom. Xiao Yu smiled and nodded. Now she gradually adapts to the status of this prospective wife. We will come back often on weekends or holidays. Oh, good. Chen Mu smiled on her face. Xiao Mo, you have been looking for us yesterday. Chen father was on the side, hesitated to open his mouth. Both of them looked at Chen Mo, and now the son is the master of the house. Some things, they will be very bad when they are squatting. Your cousin is short of money in business and wants to borrow 500,000. Chen Mu also said. Have you borrowed it or not? Chen Mo, sitting on the sofa, calmed down and nodded gently. Let's borrow it. Oh, good. Chen mother smiled. She was afraid that the son would mind. After all, the unpleasantness of the year, Chen Mo also remembered. My father and I go to sleep first, and we will prepare breakfast for you tomorrow. Chen Mu handed Xiao Jin Mao to Xiao. You watch TV and go to bed early, and you have to hurry tomorrow. Seeing that Mom and Dad walked into the room, Chen Mo was leaning on the sofa. What? Asked Xiao Yu. 18 years ago. At that time, the boss of the father's unit took the money out of the country, the wages in arrears were not issued, the father was unemployed, and there was no place to live. Asked Dixie to borrow 20,000 homes to build a small flat to tide over the difficulties. My dad's work has not yet been settled, and I am doing some casual work. During the Chinese New Year, my aunt was afraid that my family would not be able to pay the money. In front of many relatives, I forced my mother to pay back the money. That was the first time I saw my mother crying. It was really no money, and I couldn't afford it. Chen Mo's voice was calm and there was not much mood swing. Things have been in the past 10 years, when he was also a child of a few years old. At that time, the coward fisherman made some money and loaned it to my family. My family and my family have been in a stalemate. I haven't been there for more than a decade. I didn't expect to contact now. Xiao Yu sat quietly as an audience. I am a big man, but my aunt is not very good. With my mother's character, I'm afraid I will borrow the money. In any case, Dixie also helped our family through the most difficult time. And it's also a mother's brother. Blood is thicker than water. Chen Mo did not object, and did not want to make it difficult for her mother to do it. After all, it's a loved one, and it's been a mess for more than a decade. Now there is a chance to return to it. Chen Mo is against it, and my mum will not be happy. After so many years, my father and mother are relieved, and Chen Mo can't talk about hate. Don't think about it, Xiao Yu said. Go back to sleep, and get up early tomorrow. The next morning, Chen Mu prepared good luggage for Chen Mo. They are all eating, for fear that he will be hungry. This was the case every time I went to school. This time, Chen Mo did not refuse, and put all the things that were prepared in the car. Daddy, go back. Don't send it. After bidding farewell to his father and mother, Chen Mo let Wang Hai drive away and go to Banhai. After the New Year, Wang Hai came over to take over the position of Black Hawk's bodyguard and driver. The Black Hawk also went home to visit his family 2 days off. Zhao Minutes is dressed in a sleek professional wear. High-heeled shoes hit the floor and make a regular sound. When you enter Chen Mo's office, you put the information in your hand on the Chen Mo table. During the Chinese New Year period, the orders for seismographs increased by 38 units. The Philippines and Iran, and Nepal's orders. Zhao Minutes sat across from Chen Mo and opened his mouth. The harvest is good. Chen Mo opened the file. The first is the order for the seismograph, and the second is the cost statistics for the company headquarters. Because of the construction period, the construction cost of the headquarters is relatively high. Zhao Minutes said, the construction cost of the entire headquarters campus is more than 7 billion. This cost is already very high. But fortunately the company has money. It is now complete and ready to enter. Their current office headquarters is leased and they urgently need a real headquarters. Since the headquarters construction program, the construction party has been rushing to the construction period, and various high-end experimental equipment are ordered, and the cost is relatively high. Let's find time to settle in. It's best to be in this week, the New Year. Just settled in the new headquarters. Chen Mo said, his time is more important than money. Now the money is just a number for him, so it will make people rush to the headquarters. The company headquarters is completed, and the sooner the better, the better. The equipment in the headquarters laboratory is more complete, and the technical research topics such as chip manufacturing and superconducting computer research require those equipment and laboratories. The new lab, with more confidentiality and greater space, will be able to open his hands and study. The cycle of technology development will become shorter. The technology in the Science and Technology Library, according to the normal development speed, will give him 10 lifetimes, and it is impossible to complete it all. If you want to improve the quality, you must liberate the technical productivity. His goal is to control the technology of the entire library. Good. Zhao Minutes promised. Next Monday, there is already a good preparation there, and I can settle in at any time. I will inform the company headquarters of the relocation. This is the first major event of the new year. The news is about to enter the headquarters. This news has made the employees who have just returned to the company happy. With the headquarters, they have a real point of ownership. Now on the internet, the employees of the Marching Ant Company are called ants. They are ants, and the headquarters is the nest that belongs to them. It is a great event to finally be able to settle in the nest. On Monday, the violent inauguration ceremony is also in progress. Chapter 192. Keep Mystery. The park is located in Qinghai District, Qinghai City, with an area of more than 300 acres. Located in the middle of the main building, the shape is like a ring and nest structure. The ground part is more than 40 meters, not too high, but the floor space is huge. The outside is wrapped in irregular glass. In addition to the office area, internal meeting rooms and exterior meeting rooms, there are restaurants, supermarkets, ATMs, gyms, cafes and multi-purpose entertainment halls. Each area is like a cavern in an ant nest, a ring inside, and various passages leading to each area. The center of the ring is a green area, which looks like a glass-built ant nest. Now there are many people around the park, all of whom are employees of the Marching Ant Company. There are also a lot of media, holding cameras to shoot at the headquarters of the Marching Ant Company. However, it is only allowed to take pictures within the designated area and the area where the research institute is located. After the lively ceremony of the ceremony, Chen Mo and Xiaoyu left the scene and walked into the main building. Zhao Minitz stayed for other business arrangements. After setting face recognition and fingerprint recognition, Chen Mo and Xiaoyu entered the office area. The corridor is bright. Chen Mo can control the light and darkness of the light through artificial intelligence. Inside, almost all electrical appliances can be controlled by the network, which is a real smart office area. This area is his private space. The office area is on the highest floor of the ant nest. In the office area, in addition to the laboratory, the bedroom, gym, kitchen, and bathroom are all available. The study is tired and you can rest here. There is also an elevator in the office area, which leads directly to the underground laboratory. In addition to the personal laboratory here, there is also a laboratory in the thermostatic chamber of the Underground Research Institute. High-precision instruments like lithography machines must be stored at a constant temperature. How? Satisfied? Asked Xiaoyu. Well, it's much better than before. Chen Mo nodded. What do I let out of the empty area? Over there. Xiaoyu took Chen Mo to the window and pointed to an isolated area in the park. The factory is the reserved area. The equipment needed has also been transported in. There are 3 floors above ground and 1 basement. The security is under the responsibility of Annan. Chen Mo nodded. The area is empty and he has other uses there, as a region where he studies and practices. After the robots settle in, they belong to special areas and must be specially reserved. Chen Mo, Zhaoji, contact me, transport your car, in the side door of the institute. Zhaoji, let me inform you. Xiao put down the phone and said, Go together. Chen Mo glanced at the office area and left with a small fisherman. What is inside you? Seeing Chen Mo and Xiaoyu came over, Zhao Minitz led Chen Mo and walked to the 2 container trucks on the side door of the institute. He was curious in his tone. From the time of carrying these things, Chen Mo will not let anyone close to the container. From the company's basement, the company's security team was also escorted on the way. Chen Mo, this squad. She saw it for the first time. I want to know. Chen Mo smiled. Crap. Zhao Minitz did not say good. After getting along for so long, Zhao Minitz has already understood Chen Mo's temper and speaks like a conversation between friends, not like a subordinate relationship. Chen Mo smiled and gestured to Wang Hai to open the door of the container. Uniform and uniform. The newly painted robots are arranged in the container. The robot is very good. There are 5 robots in a row. There are 12 rows, a total of 60 robots. When the door is opened, the red eyes of the robot light up and it feels like a robot army. People who work in the Army Ant Company have seen the Enchantress robot. But so much, it was the first time I saw that the Eagle Eye, White Pearl and Annan, who were present, were all stunned by this scene. Except for Wang Hai. No one else knows that there are so many robots transported inside. The facts before me tell them that they are not filming science fiction movies. Zhao Minitz also felt incredible. She had seen up to 8 intelligent robots in Chen Mo's lab, but she was the first time she saw it. When Chen Moi opened, the robot came out of the car in an orderly manner, and the open space in front of the car was neatly arranged, even more neat than the army's team. These are the robot assistants that Chen Mo asked the Ink Girl to prepare for moving into the new laboratory. In the previous lab, there weren't many robots that could be placed in the room. Don't worry now. In the future, Chen Mo has dozens of assistants who can work anytime, anywhere, efficiency, and work tirelessly, which is the biggest advantage of robots. Is energy produced? Zhao Minutes pointed at the robot. She has been very concerned about the mass production of robots, because this will be the flag product of the Marching Ant Company. Let the robot approach the lives of ordinary people. Energy production costs about 600,000 yuan, but it can only last for 6 hours. After 6 hours, it must be charged. Chen Mo said. This is enough. Zhao Minutes said, I want to prepare for the listing of robots. First prepare. You first investigate the use of the robot, and I have to enter the corresponding data. They can have unique features. Chen Mo said. Good. Zhao Minutes' face was a joy. Open another container. Chen Mo pointed to the container next to him. Next to the Black Hawk, and Anon hurriedly walked over and opened the door to the container. This time it was not a robot, but a sealed metal suitcase. What is it inside? Zhao Minutes is more curious. Even Xiaoyu is no exception, standing with his ears waiting for Chen Mo's answer. In the research, she never asked. Chen Mo will not tell her. Fun things. Chen Mo smiled and looked at the robots team moving the box into the lab. As soon as he spoke, all the robots went all the way to the container. The 2 robots were in charge of a box and pushed the box into the institute. So secret. Zhao Minutes knows that it is definitely a crucial thing. She did not ask much. All the boxes were moved down. Chen Mo, Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes also followed the lab. Do you really want to know what is inside? Chen Mo looked at the 2 people who looked forward to it. You only need to be a very important thing. The time is right. I will tell you. Zhao Minutes nodded gently. At room temperature superconducting materials, once exposed, the trouble is absolutely beyond his imagination. Agents all over the world, spies will remember the Marching Ant Company. When it comes to the trouble, it is easy to destroy the Marching Ant Company. Therefore, the room temperature superconducting material does not belong to this world. These robots will be stationed in the constant temperature clean laboratory in the future, and they will all be my experimental assistants. Chen Mo transferred the topic. Although most of the laboratories are fully automatic, there are still some places where manual intervention is required. Superconducting materials cannot be exposed for the time being. Only robots can be used to replace those positions. I feel more and more mysterious, said Zhao Minutes. Then keep mystery. Chen Mo smiled. In the constant temperature clean room, there are some special experimental equipment. High-precision instruments such as lithography machines and high-precision CNC machine tools. High-precision material processing, precision to the micron level or even the nanoscale of the chip. The temperature difference of 1 degree Celsius can greatly affect the accuracy of the material. The 3 people walked through the glass window and watched the robot wear clean clothes to enter the dust-free laboratory to start work. The Marching Ant Company is stationed at the new headquarters, which is a big news. Caused people's attention, but did not cause a sensation. The new headquarters has been completed, which is a new beginning for the Marching Ant Company. Chapter 193. Corporate restructuring. This is the plan for the development of the company in the new year. The Marching Ant Holding Company has already registered. I will let the investment department find investment projects, and will actively invest in emerging industries and technologies in the future. Zhao Minutes put a report on Chen Mo's desk and began to elaborate his own ideas. The Marching Ant Company is famous in China, even in the world, but its influence and reputation are not matched. Foreign investment can tap talent and technical teams for the company, but it can also increase its influence. Compared with the old giants, the Marching Ants are more like the upstarts who get rich overnight. There are a lot of money earned, but the influence and voice in the field are not as good as the old giants. Yeah? Chen Mo nodded. After the seismograph was sold, Chen Mo did not count the cash on the account of the marching ant. Too much money, you really should take some investment. The most important thing is that I am going to reorganize the company and integrate some of the businesses into a subsidiary of our company, so that these subsidiaries can grow independently. Zhao Minitz said. The company now has a wide range of business, including smart assistants, mobile phones, computers, seismographs, new materials, batteries, small lidars, driverless, office software, cloud computing, pharmaceuticals, advertising, etc. The business is too general. If you continue to let the development go, it will be easy to end up. Management is not good, problems are easy to occur, and management is imperative. Chen Mo picked up the planning report and read it again. Knowing the content, Zhao Minitz also continued to introduce. The head office retains the main business of seismographs, smart assistants, mobile phones, computers, driverless, robots, cloud computing, etc. Other businesses, and goes out independently. These businesses have very large competitiveness in their respective fields. There are specializations, like new materials and laser detectors. As long as they are properly managed, these businesses are growing faster than the head office. Nowadays, the Marching Ant Company, these businesses are all responsible for setting up a special department. Just like the eagle hiding under the eagle's wings. Not that these departments are not good enough, but under the cover of the butterfly eye mobile phone, computer and seismographs, the big light will be buried. Therefore, we will become an independent company and develop independently, and the income will be even greater. Let them fly out. In order to really fly, the head office can be mainly supported as backstage. Well, continue. Chen Mo nodded. Seeing that Chen Mo did not oppose, Zhao Minitz was relieved. The company's department is indeed too much. Under the market system, there are departments responsible for various businesses. The number has exceeded 10, and management is too much trouble. After explaining the ideas one by one, Zhao Mingkai stopped. Let go and do it, Chen Mo said. Apart from a few major businesses, other businesses, he didn't care too much. Most of the company's funds are earned by several major businesses. There will be more technology in the future. Now it is only the beginning. It is very necessary to simplify the management of the company. Good. Zhao Minitz smiled softly. From the tone of Chen Mo, he could hear Chen Mo's trust in her. Leaving Chen Mo's office and convening higher-level personnel to meet and prepare for the company's formal restructuring. After everything was properly arranged, the Marching Ant Company entered the reorganization mode in the following days. Xuqiang walked into the competent office with a brisk pace, and he was in a very good mood. Last year's salary plus bonus, plus the year-end award, let him successfully give the house a down payment. Yesterday also bought the first car of life. During the Chinese New Year, I went back. The former classmates knew that he was working in the Army Ant Company, and he was envious and satisfied him with a little vanity. The rest of the supervisor, are you looking for me? Xuqiang asked. Yeah? Zhu Wenbo put the documents aside and looked at Xuqiang. Xuqiang, have you been in the company for more than a year? Yes, the company has just arrived. It will come. Xuqiang was a little bit sighed. The current Army Ant Company is completely different in scale when he first came in. The speed of development is even more terrifying than the rocket. This time, it performed well. This is the arrangement for you. Zhu Wenbo handed a document to Xuqiang. After seeing the content, Xuqiang was a happy face. Promoted. After entering the company for more than a year, his work is very unstable. He has been mobilized in various positions. He did not expect to be promoted now. This is a surprise. Now he is a bit fortunate. When the company was just started, the resignation tide, he did not leave. Has the opportunity now. Thank you for your supervisor. Xuqiang bowed. The restructuring of the Marching Ant Company is not small. Many excellent employees in the company have been upgraded. This is even more encouraging to the company's employees. As long as there are achievements, there is the possibility of promotion and salary increase. The development space of the Marching Ant Company is infinite. Being able to enter the management of the Marching Ant Company is something that many employees dream of. However, Some people are happy that some people are jealous, and new materials and other businesses have to set up independent companies. So many people are embarrassed, because it is the establishment of a new company. The original experienced staff, the position has a small increase, which makes them feel comfortable. After a month, the various tasks of the company's personnel transfer and restructuring also came to an end. Under the president, the original president's office was maintained, and a decision-making committee was added, as well as a venture capital department directly managed by Zhao Minutes. The vice president is Li Lingfeng and Zhu Li. The company optimizes the administrative system, the management system of the market system and production system, and sets the director and director. It is the minister and supervisor of each department. The smallest changes are the financial system and the R&D system. In addition to the changes in positions, the personnel changes little. The board of the Marching Ant Holding Company was appointed by Chen Mo as chairman, Zhao Minutes and Xiao Yu. However, this board of directors is only a symbolic meaning of the structure of the holding company. No matter how it changes, Chen Mo's supremacy in the company is absolutely no challenge. The new management structure has given the company a new look. Because some people used to develop new companies in the past, there were some new faces in the management of the company. This is a change for the Marching Ant Company. Not bad. A stable transition. Chen Mo put down the report in his hand. In the process of corporate restructuring, nothing happened, and management did not appear chaotic, which is very good. Next to Chen Mo, Xiao Yu stood with a folder. In name, she is Zhao Minutes' assistant, but she is also half of Chen Mo's secretary. Because of the special circumstances, only she can freely enter and exit Chen Mo's office and laboratory. Otherwise, Zhao Minutes wants to give the file to Chen Mo, that is, the robot is finished. The material you need has been sent to the first building. Xiao handed the folder in his hand to Chen Mo. Building number 1 is the fast-moving area that Chen Mo has let out. It is temporarily not open to ordinary employees and is ready to replace the employees with robots. What is produced is not something that ordinary employees can know. Well, you go back to work first. Chen Mo glanced at the list of folders. The little fisherman slammed and left Chen Mo's office. Mom, go. The first batch of superconducting chip samples have come out. Xiao just left. The Ink Girl's voice appeared. Chapter 194, Robot listed on the way to the lab. Chen Mo looked forward. Chip design, including IC design, simulation, chip architecture and algorithm design, are all done independently by the Ink Girl. This is the first time that artificial intelligence has been designed so independently. If it is released, it will definitely cause a huge shock. Chen Mo is looking forward to the use of chips designed by Moto. Ink has designed a total of 4 chips, including intelligent robot chips, mobile phone chips, computer chips and the most important supercomputer chips. Now is the first chip verification. Intelligent robot chip. The superconducting chip comes out and will be installed on the intelligent robot first to improve the working efficiency of the intelligent robot. Chen Mo promised that the Ink Woman said to help her create a good-looking body, and the intelligent robot chip design was successful, and this matter should also be put on the agenda. After entering the laboratory, Chen Mo saw that there were more than a dozen 2-centimeter square chips arranged on the experimental bench. The chip of the intelligent robot is much larger than the chip of the computer because of the complicated and high-speed non-logic operation. Chen Mo looked at the chip carefully. This is unpackaged, and it is still different from ordinary chips. The surface of the ordinary chip has a metallic copper-gold luster, but this is a crystal-like bright luster. These unpackaged chips are all damaged chips. The carrier of the chip is still high-purity polysilicon, and the circuit carried inside the chip is not a copper wire used as a common chip, but a silicon carbide having a normal temperature superconductor material. This small chip is more than 260 steps before and after, and more than 1,000 processes are coming out, which is the crystallization of the highest information technology. For these chips, it takes a lot of effort. The yield of wafer test is 74%. This is the packaged sample, the best one. The third is the worst. A robot took 3 plastic boxes from the clean laboratory and handed it to Chen Mo. The number of processors in each box is not equal. The first class of processors is the least, only 20. The 3 types of processors are the most, and the specific number, Chen Mo has no way to count. 3 types of chips, like Intel's i3, i5, and i7 processors, are similarly classified. The i3 processor is 1 or 2 CPU damaged in the chip, but it can still work. The i5 is the normal working of the chip, the frequency is not high, and the i7 is a processor made of chips with no problem at all. These chips are the final test stage. Classified. The packaged chip, 4 centimeters square, is a bit larger than the computer's processor and looks very delicate. These chips can be used normally, and the circuit design is no problem. This is a test report with detailed data. Another robot handed the folder in hand to Chen Mo. Get the test report. Chen Mo carefully read it again. The power consumption of the chip is 1/8 of that of a common chip, and the speed of processing data is nearly 90 times faster. No wonder so many countries and laboratories are desperately studying the room temperature superconducting materials. Even the worst 3 types of superconducting chips here, the performance is dozens of times more powerful than the known computer processors. For computers, these materials are completely revolutionary. This piece of chip, if released, means that the room temperature superconducting chip is available. The sensation brought by this little thing is definitely more crazy than the sensation brought by the seismograph. Now a medium-sized computer consumes 10 kilowatts of electricity per hour. So superconducting computers made entirely of superconducting materials can work normally with only 1 dry battery. This is the horror of superconducting computers. To make a robot with superconducting materials, you don't have to worry about using the battery too fast. There are too many things involved, too big. Except for himself, no one knows the existence of superconducting materials at room temperature, and he dares not to announce them. Intelligent robotic chips, 2 more batches, and then test the supercomputer's chips. Chen Mo said in a test report. At present, the most important task is the production of superconducting computers. Superconducting computers are the first technology he has to complete. There are too many technologies waiting for him to discover in the science and technology library. The superconducting chip is not ready for mass production, because it is temporarily impossible to go on the market. Only a batch of chip-making robots is needed, and the robot can be upgraded. Inside the lab of the office area, a robot is quietly lying on the test bench, and various lines are connected to the test instrument. The robot is similar to the Enchantress robot, and is more cool than the Enchantress robot. It is the 2.0 version of the enchanting robot. This is an upgraded version of the robot for mounting superconducting chips. Install the superconducting chip into the robot, turn on the power, and the robot's eyes will light up. After 10 seconds of no movement, the robot then sat up from the bench. Brother. What appears in the robot is the voice of the Ink Girl. How? Chen Mo asked. The calculation and running speed is faster than before. My algorithm can run barely on this chip. The processor won't burn, but the board can be burned in less than half an hour, and the robot can only be controlled by commands. On the test bench, walk around in the lab. The board is not made of superconducting materials. When you make your body, use full superconducting materials, says Chen Mo. Now the procedure of the Ink Girl, and when it was first created, is 2 appearances. In addition to the smart architecture is that skeleton. The other changes are great. The Ink Girl learns through the machine and constantly improves, like a child who grows up slowly. So now the general processor cannot run the Ink Girl, can only accept her instructions. On the first floor, the room temperature superconducting materials are continuously being synthesized, and small batch production has begun. The components of the superconducting computer are also being produced, and the information of the supercomputer is also sorted out by Chen Mo. As long as the chip test of the supercomputer is completed, the superconducting computer can be assembled. The second generation of robots has come out, and the first generation of robots is also on the market. Zhao put down the documents in his hands and left the office. The company just reorganized and some of the business is coordinating the handover, so there are relatively many recent things. It was a bit of a surprise to Chen Mo's sudden call. Just entering Chen Mo's office, the newly painted robot immediately caught her attention. There is a clear difference between this robot and the previous robot. Sitting on the sofa opposite Chen Mo, Zhao said, "Is this a new robot?" "Yes, this is the second generation of robots, freshly baked." Chen Mo nodded. "You summon me with a big summoning. There are important things." Zhao carefully looked at the new type of robot. What happened to the listing of robots? Upon hearing the listing of the robot, Zhao immediately came to the spirit. The procedures have been completed long ago, the production batch number has been obtained, can be produced at any time, ready to go public listing. Chen Mo affirmed. Zhao laughed. After the robot came out, she looked forward to the day of listing and kept waiting for Chen Mo. The robot will be the first product released by their company in the new year. Chapter 195, Saudi Prince Outside. Outside the number, the Marching Ant Company released an advertising video of the intelligent robot. In a studio of online media, the glasses man jumped excitedly from the chair. The next moment, the entire studio was surrounded. This is the first time that the Marching Ant Company has entered the new headquarters. This great company is now a bit quiet and will be of concern to all. Hello everyone, I am very happy to meet you. I am a smart robot demon of the Marching Ant Company. I can be your personal assistant, babysitter, butler, health consultant, translator. I can drink tea, do housework, provide health, life advice. Proficient in 58 languages. I will be your loyal companion. Do you need me? It's really in the studio. A singer and a man glare. I feel the world of science fiction movies, so close to me. Will there be a machine crisis in the movie, like the robots in The Public Enemy of the Machine produce consciousness and betray humans? The thinnest man of several people spoke. The mediocrity is self-interesting. These things are not what we should worry about. The glasses man stared straight at the computer screen. Hurry forward and read again. Earn clicks. Good. The glasses man did not say anything, and forwarded the advertisement of the Marching Ant Company to the news public number of the studio. Contains common sense of life, encyclopedia, more than a dozen medical books, parenting manuals, recipes, singing, chatting, proficiency in 58 world mainstream languages. The short video of the Enchantress robot advertisement spread out on the official website of the Army Ant Company and the official microblog, which immediately caused a sensation, which led to the crazy forwarding of the major news media. Concerns about the mechanical crisis, once again on the dust. People used to think that robots betray humans is still far away, but now it has become very close. And intelligent robots are about to appear in human life. There was no product launch conference for this time, and there was no warning. The advertisement video of this intelligent robot was suddenly announced, which surprised many people. Is the Marching Ant Company ready to go public? When the intelligent robot was exposed to the internet conference, it was exposed. The enchanting robot at that time caused vibrations at home and abroad. The Marching Ant Company is preparing to list the Enchantress robot, which is a big news. This kind of robot, which only exists in science fiction movies, is now a reality. This is more reliable than the girlfriend. The girlfriend will not do anything, and will inexplicably lose his temper. At least the robot will reason, but the following is solid. How to break. Be careful, brother, I suggest you buy one back, then tie up an airplane cup. Oh, Marx has limited my imagination. Now I am full of pictures. I just want to know, what is the price? In the official comments, there are various biased comments, but most people want to know an answer. What is the price of the robot? On this issue, the Marching Ant Company quickly gave the answer. The enchanting robot unified price of 4.88 million. Want to buy a robot? Must be booked in advance to the Marching Ant Company. When the price comes out, it is awkward. and the average person is much colder. The price of the demon is nearly 5 million. Who can afford it? If the price is 500,000 and the factory assembly line is 80% workers, it is time to go home and stay. Poverty limits your imagination. A bottle of perfume is 3 million, let alone this black technology intelligent robot. Single dogs no longer work hard, dolls can't afford it. It's not free for the 5 girls, or 800 pieces of poor service quality, or $1,000 are not easy to use, so you can't think of it. Want to buy 4.88 million machine girlfriends. The news that the Marching Ant Company released the intelligent robot appeared on social networks abroad soon. For a time, it caused a huge sensation. The topic of robots was discussed by the whole people, and it was once again caused by the advertisement of robots issued by the Marching Ant Company. It's just that this robot is not affordable for the average person. For remarks that the robot is too expensive, someone immediately refutes it. If the price is too low, being ordered by the owner of the assembly line factory will cause unemployment, and it will become a social problem by then. This high-tech product is too costly to be used. There is one after another about robot discussions. Now is the time to face the problem of robots. When the world is busy, there is a place that is very lively. Headquarters Ant Nest, Building 1. Here, it is one of the most mysterious places of the Marching Ant Company. The employees of the entire Marching Ant Company have no more than 3 people who have the right to enter the first building. It is even more mysterious than the underground research institute of the Army Ant Company, second only to Chen Mo's private laboratory. The building is closed and not open to the public. Even if someone is watching from the outside, they can't see any movement in the first building. It is also the most secure place for marching ants. On the outskirts of the building, there are security guards carefully selected from the retired military personnel, and a strict intelligent security system. It is almost impossible for outsiders to want to be close to the number 1 building. Inside the building, Chen has a variety of laboratory equipment, fully automatic CNC machine tools. This is a production plant of the Marching Ant Company, but the products produced are a bit special. Robot assembly, normal temperature superconductor material synthesis and superconducting computer assembly are all performed here. The workers who work here are all robots. All experimental equipment is controlled by robots and ink girls. Once Chen Mo needs experimental products, here will be the first time to make the benefits of robot control. It is not exhausted. When there is no electricity, it will be automatically charged. It will be taken over by other robots and will not stop for 24 hours. Chen Mo is now in the basement of Building 1, in his hand, holding a small chip. This is not a chip of an intelligent robot, but a chip of a supercomputer. With the efforts of the robot for 24 hours without stopping work, the chip of the supercomputer finally came out. The efficiency of robots is much higher than the efficiency of human beings, which is why humans are afraid of jobs being taken away by robots. In front of him, there is a cabinet slightly larger than the double-door refrigerator, pure black, with the logo of the Marching Ant Company, and it is not stained. This black chassis is a cabinet for a supercomputer. The assembly of the superconducting computer has begun, and it takes a while for the distance to succeed. Around the various robots cooperate with each other to assemble the cabinet. The room temperature superconducting material synthesized in the whole building number 1 is almost used in the circuit of the superconducting computer, which is extravagant. If the material experts know that Chen Mo is so ruined at room temperature superconducting materials, he will definitely cut him with a knife. Only the horrible cash of the Marching Ant Company dared to be so capricious. When watching the robot assembled the cabinet, the ink girl informed him that Zhao Minutes called. "Boss, you are in the first building." On the other end of the phone, the voice of a mature woman who was unique to Zhao Minutes. "Yes, what's the matter?" Chen Mo asked. There was a phone call from the Middle East. 2 days later, Prince Walid of Saudi Arabia will come to Bnai City and want to see you. Chapter 196. Ash's local tyrants 3 Boeing 747s form a hunting lineup and enter China's airspace. The interior of the plane is decorated with splendor and extravagance, like a flying palace. Inside the air giant, 11 people sat at the conference table. Sitting in the first seat of the conference table is a middle-aged man. The hair is gray, wide forehead, black word who, a big skull under the corner of the mouth, black dress and tie, very spiritual and majestic. He is known as the Arab Buffett, the Saudi Prince Walid, known as the Middle East stock god. A few people in the world who can open a check of 100 million yuan. When he was 5 years old, he was exiled to Egypt with his father. Later he was allowed to return to China. At the age of 22, he got his father's $15,000 and started his legendary investment career. It is now the chairman of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the largest individual shareholder of Citigroup, a shareholder of world-class large group companies such as Twitter, Apple, Disney, Time Warner, Amazon, Four Seasons. In the field of investment, he and Buffett are two myths of the East and the West. They have a deep personal relationship with Buffett and are known as the richest in the Middle East. Under his name, there is an Airbus A380 and 3 Boeing aircraft, a luxury yacht built for $600 million. At the same time as the extravagance of life, it is also an undisputed philanthropist, a man who, in the eyes of outsiders, has almost perfect conditions and experience. At this time, Walid's eyes were calm and majestic, and from time to time they swept to the other 10 people on the conference table. These 10 people were his think tanks. Everyone at the conference table didn't dare to have any slack. They all know that this workaholic boss is a very authoritarian person. There is only one topic at this time, the marching ant company. In front of each of them, there are information about Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes, as well as detailed information on the development of the marching ant company. One of the purposes of coming to Bnai City this time is to join the marching ant company. This marching ant has already broken into his investment list, but he has never been able to find an opportunity. From the current situation, the marching ant company will not agree to our shareholding in the army ant company. One of the middle-aged people wearing glasses and looks at Sven said, based on the data, the marching ant company is the world's most cash-rich company. Only the seismometer, which is worth more than $10 billion. They are not short of money. Walid's previous investments are good at investing in companies that have potential but are short of funds. The investment of Citibank, which originally invested in his fame and fortune, was when Citibank needed funds urgently. The marching ant company does not have any financial problems, and there is more cash than they do. At this time, money cannot solve the problem. There is another way, such as helping marching ants enter the international market in exchange for shares. Walid said his share of the marching ant company is inevitable, so this time he will personally go to Bnai. According to our judgment, Stop. I am not the answer to negate. I hire you, so that you can find the possibility in the impossible, instead of letting you give me a light answer. Walid said seriously, I will take a shower first. Give me a viable plan before the plane landed. After that, Walid got up and left the meeting room, leaving the think tank below. Outside the Bnai Municipal Airport, 50 new BMWs were neatly arranged outside the airport. This lineup shocked the people they saw. Many people sent photos of this scene to a circle of friends. This luxurious scene has made the media in Bnai City feel the wind. In the waiting of many reporters, 3 planes landed at Bnai Airport. Not long after, Walid walked out of the airport with numerous bodyguards and entered the middle BMW. Mom, no one. The people who saw this scene couldn't help but swear, even if these dozens of BMWs were entered, they were still terrible. That is the Saudi Prince Walid, the richest man in the Middle East. He leads 3 Boeing planes every time he travels. His Airbus has not come, or you will know what is called the local tyrant. The domestic poor people who show off the wealth give him the shoes don't match. A person who recognized Walid next to him said, the reporters who saw this scene were ecstatic, holding a camera and shooting. The Middle East stocks visited the city of Bnai, which is definitely a sensational news. The Marching Ant Company just released the intelligent robot, the Middle East local tyrant, who is going to visit Bnai City. There is no doubt that it is related to the Marching Ant Company. After a while, dozens of BMW cars left the airport and went to the hotel. Walid arrived, this time with 3 planes and a 76-member entourage, rented 50 new BMWs, wrapped the entire Marina Hotel, and is now on the way to the Grand Hotel. Have not contacted us. Zhao Minitz entered Chen Mo's office and said to Chen Mo, who was sitting in a chair and studying, "It's really uninhabited, and poverty limits my imagination." When Chen Mo heard Zhao Minitz's words, he couldn't help but vomit. His words made Zhao Minitz turn his eyes. "You know that words out of your mouth? How I wanted to hit you." "You can't beat me." Chen Mo shook his head and said, "Go back to the truth." Zhao Minitz looked a whole lot and didn't make any more jokes. This visit to Walid is a key point. I just said that I saw Chen Mo and did not say the true intention of the visit. I guess that the purpose of their coming here is likely to be to talk. Chen Mo led Zhao Minitz to sit down on the sofa and handed a cup of tea to her. Zhao Minitz took a sip of tea and handed the information in his hand to Chen Mo. "This is Walid's information." Chen Mo looked around and put the information aside. When Zhao Minitz said that Walid wanted to see him, he asked the ink girl to collect the information. He would recite it. The legendary word to describe this person is definitely not wrong. He is an investment genius, starting from $15,000, bold and decisive. The oil crisis triggered by the Iran-Iraq war. The oil invested in his price soared. Iraq's invasion of the Kuwait War made him full of real estate. At the end of the war, the first barrel of gold was obtained by selling the land. The final investment in the Saudi Commercial Bank and investment in Citibank has truly established his position as a world-class rich. His investment eyes are extremely sharp. This time, the first purpose is no doubt that he wants to join the Marching Ant Company. Walid's legendary experience. Even Zhao Minitz had to admire. And Walid's crazy work, flying a dozen countries to talk about business in a few days, this level of madness. Her work madman is self-satisfied. I am afraid that he will return empty-handed this time. The shares of the Marching Ant Company will not be sold. Chen Mo said. I know that he won't go empty-handed, so this time, he definitely has a second purpose. Maybe he wants to buy our smart robot. However, in other cooperation, there is no space for maneuvering. His network of resources is huge enough to exceed our imagination. If you can use his network of resources to let our company's products enter the international market. As long as he has the money to earn, he will not earn. Zhao Minitz smiled. The last butterfly iPhone was blocked in Europe, delaying their entry into the international market. This incident made her feel worried, and if there is an opportunity, she will never give up the opportunity to continue to enter the international arena. Before preparing, they should contact us soon. I have always heard of the local tyrants in the Middle East. This time I can finally open my eyes. Chen Mo said half-jokingly, I heard that he is the Diamond King. Do you have ... When Chen Mo's words were half, they shut up in Zhao Minitz's murderous eyes. Going on, it is estimated that his boss must be torn away. Reassured, I am giving you a lover, and I will not look at an old man who has been married for 4 times and has been married for 4 times. Little brother. Zhao Minitz smiled and stood away, leaving a dumbfounded Chen Mo. I didn't hear anything about it just now. Chen Mo looked back at Zhao Minitz's back and looked depressed. Chapter 197. Corporation Walid's visit to Bnai is not a small matter. This Middle Eastern stock god, the Ashes-level local tyrant, has been familiar with it because of yesterday's report. Leading 3 planes to Bnai, this lineup, Walid's most classic hunting lineup. The only city in the coastal city worthy of the Middle East local tyrants is undoubtedly the Marching Ant Company. Many reporters got the news and waited outside the headquarters of the Marching Ant Company. Not long after, a fleet of 50 BMWs appeared in the eyes of everyone. This scene caused some people's commotion. Holding a mobile phone and camera, madly shooting against the team. A fleet of 50 new BMWs is rare. Many reporters can only watch the team enter the park of the marching ant company on the side of the road and cannot get closer. Entering the park, Waller just got off the car and Zauminitz greeted him with an intelligent robot. "Hello, Mr. Wallid. Welcome to the Marching Ant Company." Zauminitz reached out with a professional smile and was very generous. Just finished, Wallid's accompanying translators spoke. "Hello, Miss Zauminitz." Wallid reached out and shook Zaumin. When Zauminitz's robot opened his mouth to translate his words, Wallid's face showed curiosity. "Is this your company's intelligent robot?" "Yes, Mr. Wallid." After the robot was translated, Zauminitz nodded with a smile. Wallid looked at the robot and was more interested in his eyes. He reached out directly to the robot. "Hello, Mr. Wallid. I am the first generation of intelligent robot demon in the Marching Ant Company. I am very happy to shake hands with you." The robot has no temperature, just like holding a plastic, which makes Wallid feel weird, shaking hands with the robot for the first time. In the information of the Marching Ant Company, there is an introduction about the Enchantress robot, but it is only limited to the description of the text and the advertisement video. It is true that this intelligent robot is as smart as the legend. "What is the function of this robot?" Wallid asked. "The little goblins are in 58 languages. For you, the demon is your best companion. When you go abroad, the demon can replace your translator's position." When the robot's words just fell, the translators around Wallid's face were black, and they were more uncomfortable than swallowing a little. He understood the words of the demon, and a robot actually opened his job, and it was against the sky. "Mr. Wallid, let's go in and talk." Zauminitz's body was slightly side by side, and he took the lead and walked over to the main building of the headquarters with Wallid. On the road, 36 robots were queued neatly as a team to meet. Following the scalp of Wallid's bodyguard, it feels like walking into a science fiction movie, and I am really afraid that these robots will suddenly start. The attention on Wallid Road is on the robot. He has seen everything in the market, but it was the first time that he was welcomed by so many robots. The reception room of the Marching Ant Company is spacious enough, and the decorative style is mainly based on the plain tone, which is elegant and elegant. When Zauminitz led Wallid to come over, Chen Mo and Xiaoyu had already waited at the entrance of the reception room. "Hello, Mr. Wallid, long awaited. I am honored to see you today." Chen Mo is wearing a black formal dress, with a smile and a hand out, not humble or humble, calm and calm, giving people a bright feeling. "I have also heard the name of Mr. Chen Mo's genius for a long time." Wallid smiled and shook hands with Chen Mo, and hugged gently. After simple greetings, all the talents are seated. Zauminitz and Xiaoyu, and a robot were present. Wallid also had 2 think tanks and a translator. "Mr. Chen Mo, are you interested in entering the investment industry?" Wallid smiled and said, "I like research more than investment." Chen Mo said, "We are all the same kind of people." Wallid smiled and did not surprise this answer. "All like our work." "Yes." Chen Mo did not deny. "Mr. Chen, do you want to develop your company more?" After the guests set, Wallid entered the topic. The last time he was caught by a government on the grounds of anti-corruption, he lost a lot, and finally came out. Now he needs a reliable investment. The Marching Ant Company is the first target to aim. "Of course, I think," Chen Mo said. "What advice does Mr. Wallid have?" "There are indeed. We can try to cooperate. I am proficient in investment. You are proficient in research. We join forces. I believe that it will not take long for the Marching Ant Company to be known all around the world." Chen Mo and Zauminitz looked at each other and said, "How to cooperate?" Chen Mo did not show any objection. "You are a shareholder of my oil company and bank. I am a shareholder of your Marching Ant Company and exchange of shares." Wallid stared at Chen Mo's eyes and saw his reaction. The 2 think tanks with Wallid also stared at Chen Mo. As long as they can see any hope from Chen Mo, they will chase after victory. "I don't understand oil investment and bank investment, so I don't have much interest." Chen Mo directly refused, and the shares of the Marching Ant Company will never be put out. Even if he can control the company, he will not do so. The transfer of equity is to send money to the capitalist. It is impossible for him to work hard for those capitalists. Once this mouth is opened, more and more people will come over. The people who stare at the meat of the Marching Ant Company are not ordinary people. As long as those people see a little hope, they will be in trouble. When Huawei, Apple, Umbrella, Penguin, IDG came to me, they ended up empty-handed. If Mr. Walid is also coming for this purpose, I am afraid I will return empty-handed. Walid stopped and did not go any further. He knew that Chen Mo would refuse, but he did not expect it to be so simple. There is no possibility of cooperation? After a while, Walid spoke. Yes. Chen Mo said, our butterfly iPhone wants to be international. Is Mr. Walid interested? Walid looked at Chen Mo. He wanted to see through this young and talented genius, but Chen Mo's calmness with his age did not find any useful information. Telecommunication industry. I don't have much resources, but I can help you to represent the robot. Walid smiled and answered, you robot, very interesting, I like it very much. Walid did not agree with Chen Mo's proposal, but instead directed the topic to the robot that was being translated to Chen Mo. Telecom industry. I don't have many resources, but I know a lot of rich people. This robot is very good. You give me robots in batches, channel prices, we do agents, sell robots. Zhao Minutes looked at Chen Mo and nodded slightly. Although the proposal to enter the international market has not been promised, the proposal of this robot is not bad. This is a good proposal. Chen Mo smiled. Then we can talk in detail. From the Marching Ant Company, it was already the afternoon. After getting into the car, Walid looked back at the headquarters building of the Marching Ant Company. Boss, why don't you agree to their mobile agent? Back at the hotel, the think tank around them said, this is a good opportunity to cooperate with the Marching Ant Company. Walid looked at the think tank around him and shook his head slightly. Others can cooperate, and this matter cannot cooperate. Why? Another think tank asked strangely. Chapter 198. Exclusive food. There is not much telecom resources. This is just an excuse. Walid does not want to cooperate with us on mobile phones. In Chen Mo's office, Chen Mo, Zhao Minutes and Xiaoyu were sitting on the sofa. Zhao Minutes looked confused. Judging from the response of Walid, the other party said that the telecommunications industry is under-resourced and it is completely perfunctory. At least on the mobile phone, they are not willing to cooperate with the Marching Ant Company. Since the rejection of Europe, they are not in the international market. No big telecommunications companies are willing to cooperate with them, which is very strange. They want to cooperate with us. The mobile phone industry is the best direction of cooperation. Walid's rejection, beyond my expectations, also makes me very confused. Zhao Minutes shook his head. She is preparing to split the mobile phone business from the company and enter the international market. And the results are unexpected. Xiaoyu is sitting on the side, can't insert words, can only make tea for two people. After taking the teacup handed over by Xiaoyu, Chen Mo said, they refused to be normal, because we and they are not all the way. The Marching Ant Company has broken the rules and in some areas cannot cooperate. They break the rules. The two think tanks around Walid looked confused. Single food? One of them was surprised and said, yes. Walid nodded gently. Last time he opened a cruise party in Paris. Among the old friends, there was France Telecom's CEO Richard. When talking, I talked about the Marching Ant Company. Westerners are afraid of a consortium like Samsung, and they will compete for their interests. They must find ways to tear the marching ants, otherwise they will restrict their development. The two think tanks immediately understood what he was going to say. Huaxia Company is jealous. And the big reason is that those companies are state-owned enterprises. Some companies have been acquired and the whole piece of meat is Chinese. This is the case with the Marching Ant Company. Once they are allowed to enter the market, the meat they eat will not be separated at all. Moreover, the marching ants are in China, not in the world controlled by Western capital, and have the official protection of China. When the Westerners' tentacles pass, they will be cut off. so they can't do anything with marching ants. The financial world, the entire Western countries, various consortia, families, groups, companies, are inextricably linked. Each has its own shares in the hands of the other company, which is the exchange of interests. The shares of the Marching Ant Company are only in the hands of Chen Mo. He is not willing to spit out part of the company's shares and interests. This circle will not accept him. This is the rule. Therefore, the marching ants can stand at the top of China, and it is temporarily impossible to really step out of this circle. But sooner or later they will step out of this circle. This company can't stop them. We will work with them first and it will be good for us. Think about it. The think tank with glasses on the left. We have already cooperated with them, aren't we? Wallet said. The sales of robots are also cooperation. The cooperation in telecommunications is not yet available. Huixi Karen holds BT, and Huawei's communication base stations are located in all corners of Europe. These companies are the best partners of the marching ants, but they have not cooperated with the marching ants. There is no marching ant company shares, there is no long-term interest. No one will provoke this drowning. The market of the mobile phone industry is so big. Samsung, Apple, and China Micro are the majority. The marching ants jumped out, and the first to suffer was definitely Apple. The Americans would not agree. Walid also holds a stake in Apple. He won't find himself uncomfortable without getting a stake in the Army Ant Company. Once they help the marching ant mobile phones enter the international market, they have to face a lot of opponents. And there is no long-term interest. He will not take risks. The marching ant company did not succeed, and there was the Huixi market. If he did not succeed, he would offend many people. The robotics field does not touch the interests of other companies, so it can cooperate. Just like a seismograph, if a marching ant company is willing to cooperate with the outside world, all the companies in the world will want to cooperate with it. Walid summoned the encumbered think tank and entered the conference room. We will cooperate with the marching ant company for robot sales. We will negotiate cooperation tomorrow, and you will prepare a plan for me to determine the trading method and accept the price. Everyone began to enter an urgent discussion stage. Walid needs efficiency. And it is efficient. They can often visit more than a dozen countries within a few days. The marching ants are not idle here. The team responsible for the robotics business also worked overtime and began to prepare for tomorrow's negotiations. Early the next morning, Walid led his think tank and appeared again in the marching ant company. The executives of the marketing department of the Army Ant Company were all present. What about Mr. Chen Mo? Walid asked Zhao Minutes. The boss is doing research in the laboratory. Business affairs. He has given me the responsibility to do it. Zhao Minutes said. Then let's get started. Walid did not care. Followed Zhao Minutes into the conference room. General Zhao, I want exclusive rights in the Middle East. Yes, said Zhao Minutes. What they mean is to give Walid a proxy in the Middle East. Walid is the first to work with them, and this can give priority. In other regions, it is not possible to give exclusive agency rights. Zhao is really refreshing, Walid said. Then I will start talking about the price now. After last night, the entire think tank's argument, the exclusive agency in the Middle East, is the biggest bottom line for marching ants. 2.5% agency fee, Walid said. 1%. Zhao Minutes immediately responded, Mr. Walid, we are all people in the circle. We should understand that this agency fee is impossible. Do you not say that China is bargaining? Walid did not care. Mr. Zhao Minutes, we are all refreshing. 2%, which is a good start for cooperation between the two sides. 1.3%, this agency fee is released. Many people will rush to ask, you are the exclusive agent in the Middle East. This is already a very refreshing start, but also 2%, this business is very bad. Zhao Minutes does not said slowly. Walid stopped and looked at Zhao Minutes quietly. After a while, I said, we take a step back. 1.8%. No. Up to 1.35%. Miss Zhao Minutes, Can't you compare us to an ordinary agency? This agency fee is too low. Both sides are testing the other side's bottom line. They all have the intention of cooperation. This list must be discussed within today. After an hour, the two parties confirmed all the terms and the negotiations were completely completed. 1.51%, the first deposit of $300 million. This fee was finalized by both parties. Mr. Wallid, finally confirm it. If there is no problem, you can sign it. Zauminitz handed the printed agreement and appendix to Wallid, in duplicate, and both parties began to confirm the terms of the agreement. The first batch of 200, give me as soon as possible. The sooner the better, preferably within a month. After Wallid confirmed the agreement, he did not want to directly signed. So anxious, Zauminitz finally confirmed the agreement. Yes, because these 200 are my own use, Wallid said with a smile. Drench. Chapter 199. You have never seen a train puncture. Sure enough, it is a local tyrant. After listening to Xiaoyu, Chen Mo could not help but scream. Buying 200 robots by one person is a world-class local tyrant. I also said that I have no interest, and you have no interest. Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo's tongue and couldn't help but laugh. Now the contract between the two parties has been completed, ready to hold a brief press conference. Zhaoji, let you and Mr. Wallid attend. The girl who has no interest, leading the way ahead. Chen Mo patted Xiaoyu's head and said, the press conference was a special venue at the Ant Colony headquarters. The layout was very simple. Many media reporters have already waited at the venue, seeing Chen Mo and Wallid appear in the venue, and the crowd is turbulent. The shutter sounds of various cameras and flashes are brighter than the lights. Also eye-catching, there is an Enchantress robot that follows the two. When the two were present, the venue immediately fell silent. Every reporter's eyes are full of curiosity, and they all want to know what the cooperation between Wallid and the Marching Ant Company is. The Marching Ant Company was established for so long, and this is the first foreign company to reach a strategic cooperation with the Marching Ant Company. Mr. Chen Mo, come here. Wallid smiled and smiled. Chen Mo heard the translation of the robot, slightly sympathetic, and welcome. I am very honored to introduce to you that our company has added a strategic partner, Kingdom Holdings Group. The company under the Kingdom Holdings Group will be the sole agent of the enchanting robot in the Middle East. Mr. Wallid has always been an admirable figure, and we have something in common in many places. It is our pleasure to cooperate with Mr. Wallid this time. In the future, the Marching Ant Company will deepen cooperation with Wango Holding Group in other aspects. The exclusive agent of the Enchantress robot in the Middle East. Some reporters immediately focused on the key points. After Chen Mo introduced it, Wallid also began to speak. The Marching Ant Company is a great company. I believe that everyone agrees with me. Mr. Chen Mo is the best genius I have ever seen. The biggest benefit of coming to BNI is not getting the Enchantress, the agency of the robot, but established a deep friendship with Mr. Chen Mo, and the people of the Marching Ant Company. Wallid's words were translated by the robot and immediately robbed of the limelight. After the Enchantress robot was an advertisement, the first exposure was in front of the public, and it was unexpected to appear as a journalist. This actual debut is more useful than advertising. The translator who followed Wallid was suffering. Once the enchanting robot is widely popular, the work of his translator can be replaced at any time. The Demon G robot is by far the best intelligent robot I have ever seen. It is more intelligent than any robot I have ever seen. This is an epoch-making product. I personally have purchased 200 robots. Puff. Some reporters were caught by their own saliva and tried to cough. Local tycoon. What is called local tyrants? The people who show off the rich on the internet, and these senior local tyrants are simply pure poor people. Wallid's face is calm and seems to be a very common thing. I personally feel that the price of the enchanting robot is very cheap. Very cheap. Cheap. When the robot translated Wallid, it almost made many reporters think that the translation was wrong. They first heard someone say that the Enchantress robot is cheap, invisible, forced, the most deadly. A reporter could not help but vomit. This dress, forced, I give full marks. It is estimated that there is another stalk after the repentance of Ali Ma's father. A group of media people can't bear to look straight. They can't afford a robot for a lifetime, and they are said to be very cheap. After the press conference, the news of the cooperation between the Marching Ant Company and the Kingdom Holding Group was also seen in the network. Wallard's holding of the Kingdom Holdings Group, the company's exclusive agency in the Middle East. This news caught the attention of companies in major regions. Intelligent robots are now a completely blank market for the business world. This is a new cake. Whoever gets advanced will get more benefits. The Marching Ant Company took the big benefit of the cake, but the general company, a share of the pie, can get a lot of benefits. Wallard, who is known as the Middle East god, will certainly not be a loss-making business. For a time, people who came into contact with the Marching Ant Company came to the scene. Is the assembly speed of the robot enough to satisfy the market? Zhao Minitz handed the document to Chen Mo from the laboratory. During this time, the company has a lot of things. In Southeast Asia, Europe, South America, and India, many companies are in contact with us to obtain exclusive regional rights for intelligent robots. People in the marketing department are negotiating with major companies. 50 machines a day. Can this production speed meet the market demand? Chen Mo asked. There is a period of explosive growth in the near term, and it is likely to increase production. Wallard is not his own. The first batch of orders will cost 2,000. This is the first batch. According to our expectations, this order can only be used. It can be digested by the Saudi royal family, and there will be more follow-up. What is a senior local tyrant? This is. Chen Mo could not help but vomit. All said that the local tyrants in the Middle East are everywhere. Today is intuitive. You have never seen a train puncture. Zhao Minitz saw Chen Mo's appearance and felt funny. I have never seen it. What is the train puncture? Chen Mo smiled. Zhao Minitz is speechless. Going back to the world, the Middle East, North America, Europe and China are the main markets. In North America, the U.S. Department of Commerce does not allow us to enter the market, saying it is a spy robot, and the US media has also promoted this crap. Chen Mo is serious. Jokes are jokes, and when he encounters business, he still needs to take it seriously. The US government has always been unfriendly to China's enterprises, and everything is linked to politics. That is, they are afraid of occupying the market. Don't pay attention to the North American market. Anyway, the current production is not enough. Just let them block it and see when they can block it. It will not give up the US market, Chen Mo said. The only people who dare to give up the American market are you. After Zhao Minitz left, Chen Mo returned to the lab and continued to make notebook computer motherboards. In the Science and Technology Library, the technology in the apprenticeship stage is completely open to him. If it is normal, he will enter the Science and Technology Library and obtain some technical books. Even if you don't develop, it's good to be a technology accumulation. The supercomputer was assembled, and he didn't need to intervene. When he was idle, he took the design of a laptop. He wants to assemble a personal computer, using a constant temperature superconducting material to make a unique personal computer, which is definitely the fastest personal notebook in the world. The assembly of supercomputers is going all out. The chips produced are all used in assembling supercomputers. The business is not necessary for him to worry about, so the small days are still calm. The first batch of robot orders, during this time, shipped smoothly. Chapter 200, 4 Laws. Kai Liang sat on the sofa of the villa, and suddenly the phone rang, which made him feel bad. Is Mr. Kai Liang? We are employees of the Marching Ant Company. Your goods have been delivered, and you have to sign it out. It is good. Kai Liang dropped her mobile phone and hurried to open the door. She saw 2 uniforms wearing a Marching Ant Company, and a large 2-meter-high box in the middle, a bit like a big refrigerator, but he knew what it was. Trouble, help me move in. Kai Liang smiled. 2 Marching Ant staff immediately carried a large box into the villa and laid it down in the living room. Mr. Kai Liang, you can check out the box and confirm the receipt. An employee of the marching ant company handed the documents in his hand to Kai Liang. Okay. Kai Liang couldn't wait to find a pair of scissors and began to unpack the box. A minute later, a humanoid object trapped in a bubble like a mummy appeared. Pulling off the bubble, the new Enchantress robot appears in front of you. Blue striped paint, full of scientific and streamlined lines, looks cool and exciting. As a robot fan, the former robot can only be seen in movies, but today it has become reality. When the switch is pressed, the robot's red eyes light up. Hello, I am the enchanting robot of the Ant Company of the Marching Ant Company. I am very happy to serve you. Please verify the owner. The employee of the Marching Ant Company next handed the instructions of the enchanting robot to Kai Liang. Mr. Kai Liang, you can perform preliminary face recognition and voice recognition to confirm that the owner activates the robot. It is verified by up to 3 people at the same time. If you want to control the robot remotely, you can scan the QR code or go to our official website to download the robot app. Enter the robot number, register the account to log in. If the robot has a wireless network connection, you can use the mobile phone app. Remote voice to give it a command. This is the manual and precautions. After Kai Liang took over the instructions, the employees of the marching ants then said, if you need to help activate, we can help. No, I am groping myself. Kai Liang signed the documents and handed them back to the employees of the marching ants. Finally, it is in compliance with the 4 laws of the robot. If it has any problems, you can always contact our customer service and wish you a happy life. After the employees of the marching ant company left, Kai Liang carefully read the instructions. After clearing the steps, Kai Liang began to authenticate. Master authentication is successful. Please enter the robot name. Kai Liang smiled and looked like a child with a big toy. Blue Girl. The robot name Blue Girl. Whether it is confirmed. Yes, the robot name is confirmed successfully, and the robot activation is successful. Under the Ants Company, the enchanting robot is very happy to serve you. When the sound fell, the robot's head turned to Kai Liang's face. Master, what do you need Blue Girl to help? Blue Girl, I will call me Brighter later. Kai Liang said excitedly. Okay, Bright Brother. The robot said, do you need any help? Go and pour me a glass of water. Kai Liang looked forward to it. Please wait a moment. Please. Seeing the robot moving, Kai Liang smiled. The pictures that are only available in science fiction movies finally appear in their own lives. For him, this machine fan is simply the most exciting thing. Blue Girl, take a pose and take a picture. Okay. Yeah? The first batch of robots from the marching ant company arrived, and the people who received the goods smashed the robots in the circle of friends. Only the robots that are only found in science fiction movies have finally entered the human life circle. Many people are shocked by the smart technology of the marching ant company. After some people's tests, the intelligent robot's intelligence is already quite ignorant. As long as they are taught a little, they will change their way and perfect towards the master's habits. Those who can buy robots are not rich and expensive, but also become a symbol of identity. For some big men, the nanny can't follow closely, but the robot can be followed as a personal item without fear of being seen. The enchanting intelligent robot, with the arrival of the first batch of robots, quickly blazes. Robots appear in people's lives, and the debate about robot ethics is unprecedentedly fierce. In the famous forum, there have been many posts about the robot's arguments against humans. What if the robot kills? In the 1981 Ireland country and the German Deutschland in 2015, there have been similar robot killings. There is no doubt that the enchanting robot of the marching ant company has a preliminary sense of autonomy. What if the murder is done? Who is the responsibility? The robot itself, the owner of the robot, or the marching ant company? The 4 laws of the robot are mentioned in the robot instruction manual published by the marching ant company. First, the robot must not harm humans, or see human beings hurt and stand by. Second, the robot must obey the command of humanity, unless this order contradicts the first one. Third, the robot must protect itself, unless this protection contradicts the above 2. The three laws are proposed by American science fiction writer Asimov in his work I, Robot. Later, in the Robots and Empires added the Zero Law, that is, the robot must protect the overall interests of mankind from harm. The other three laws are all valid under this premise. These four laws limit the possibility of robots harming humans. Respond to the second flaw. If the robot is rebellious, limit humanity to a fixed area, provide food for you to raise pigs, don't kill you, and don't be in danger to save you. This does not violate the laws of the robot, and the robot controls humans. The third flaw is wrong. The example you said violates the zeroth law and harms the overall interests of mankind. Without the zero law, the second law allows you to order them to shut down and stop service, without violating the first article. In this case, the robot must obey human commands. The four laws only protect humans. If robots abuse animals and hunt rare animals, how do you count them? Response to the fifth flaw. The robot is strictly an advanced pointer technology. The technology is not guilty. You control the car to hit the dead. The car is right. You are the mastermind. The law punishes you for not sin. The sin of a car, because the car is just a tool for humans. The robots have a preliminary sense of autonomy. Without the command, they actively harm other animals. For example, killing mice. It also proves that their subconscious has the essence of killing. If the robots understand the four laws autonomously, they believe that all the creatures on the earth are human competitors, potential threats, and destroy these creatures. Without food, human destruction, and the four laws have loopholes in public opinion. All major forums, Weibo comments, news program views and other occasions are madly discussing the crime of robot crime. Robots appear, and previous concerns must be discussed in advance. Otherwise, such a thing will happen in the future, and disputes will definitely be magnified. This debate about robots is unprecedentedly unprecedented. Emerging technologies appear, and the question of how to apply them correctly has become a matter of public concern. More and more articles have emerged that are worried about machine crisis. People on the internet have openly opposed the entry of robots into human life. Chapter 201, Knocking on the Mountain and Shaking the Tiger. The robot took my job. Robots are conspiracy of marching ants to rule the world. Artificial intelligence is the common property of mankind, and marching ants should unconditionally publish intelligent programs. The Marching Ant Company should publish artificial intelligence procedures, accept international supervision and inspection, and avoid robots betraying humans. A series of sounds appear in every corner of the world, and the international network is filled with similar sounds. There are other voices about the ethics of robotics, which are spread across the entire online world in unknown hands. The Marching Ant headquarters is in the conference room. Chen Mo is absent. Zhao Minitz is sitting in the chief, with no expression. On the conference table in front, the left is the core executive of the administrative system headed by Li Lingfeng. On the right is the staff of the legal department with Li Huai as the core. The executives of the two departments are very dignified and their attention is on Li Lingfeng. Now in Europe and the United States, there are many media outlets that say robots threaten world security, require international organizations to get involved, and let us announce smart programs. In the projection of the conference room, the news is broadcasted around the world. All kinds of remarks are coming out of these media. Now foreign networks, newspapers and TV media have reports on robots. Unifying them, there are no three voices. First, robots threaten human security and require us to accept supervision by international organizations. Second, robots, it is our company, or the conspiracy of Huaxia to rule the world. Third, let us publish the artificial intelligence program and jointly develop artificial intelligence. Li Lingfeng is holding the information report, and others are listening carefully. After listening to the report, Zhao Minitz's expression was still calm, as if listening to something that was irrelevant. The people in the conference room looked at each other and did not speak, waiting for Zhao Minitz to speak. How is the situation in China? Zhao Minutes asked. Li Lingfeng instantly played a 12-point spirit and handed out the information to Zhao Minutes. Another network Black are speculating on robot threats. Follow the trend of foreign report. Let us publish the smart code. There is a case of robotic wounding. The police have controlled the suspects, and also contacted the website to delete the report. After this incident, the Shuijun began to brush the screen and said that our public relations was whitewashed and was being smashed under the official Weibo. Is the impact big? Zhao Minutes still has no expression. Not small. Some people bought the Water Army Company, and look at the situation. More than one or two are so simple. Li Lingfeng said, although not like the previous rumors, but smeared, filled with all kinds of articles about our company. This time is bigger than any previous one. The king is good to see, the little devil is difficult. There is always a disgusting thing to jump out. Zhao Minutes is obviously angry this time. She does not care about the advantages and disadvantages and concerns of talking about robots. After all, everything has two sides. But the beginning of the discussion about robots has become the current exaggeration of harm and attack. No need to clarify anything, as long as you don't make a fuss. Just how they write, our robots are not for keyboard man and spray. Once the rumors happen, the legal department will cooperate with the solution, and the report will be Sue. Those rumors will appear. Just annihilate them. Zhao Minutes calmed down and looked at Li Hui in the seat. Understand. Li Hui's Hong focused on the head. This kind of thing is not once or twice. Last time I knocked on a group of people and made those people quiet. But for the sake of money, there is nothing the world can't do. Okay, meet. Remember to turn on the phone 24 hours a day. Zhao Minutes said a word and got up and left the meeting room. Back at the office, a robot handed a cup to Zhao Minutes. After the robot went public, the position of the office assistant of the Marching Ant Company has been replaced by a robot. Zhaoji, do you want to inform him about these things? Asked Xiaoyu. No, not a particularly important thing. Don't bother him. Zhao Minutes shook his head and took the cup to the window. Zhao Minutes knows that no matter what she said, Chen Mo knows, you can go to work. Everything is as usual. The people behind it are hoping that the Marching Ant Company will make the wrong decision at this critical moment. The Marching Ant Company once again occupied the news page. This time, it was not a smear, but a report about the robot, all exaggerating the harm of the robot. Say the harm of the robot, and not mention the advantages of it, guiding the thinking of netizens. Ink girl, do it. Chen Mo sat in the office and stared at the computer screen. He is too lazy to focus on these boring things, but every time, Zhao Minutes does not know the black hand behind him. He knows. Without giving a big lesson, I always think that the Marching Ant Company is a good old man. Okay. Jiang Dong was sitting in the office drinking a little tea, and he was in a good mood. His network company is specialized in speculation. A star derailment incident a while ago. Please wash them white and make a small profit. Now, the Army Ants Company is making a profit here. This year's harvest is good. As long as there is money. He is an army ant or an ant, and he can do things with money, and the other party can't find them. According to the circle, there is more than one of them, and there are several other companies that are also smearing the army ants. After this time, maybe there are other cases that can be done. When Jiang Dong was drinking tea, suddenly, the computer screen on the desk was black, and a stink was coming from the host. Jiang Dong's hole was shrinking, and he just sat up straight, and an employee ran into it in a panic. Old boss, something went wrong, all the computer hosts burned. The pale, bloodless employee said with a trembling mouth. What? All? Jiang Dong left the teacup and ran out. A smell was filled with the whole house. Inside the house, the computer mainframe smoked. Those who operate computers and mobile phones have long been smoked outside. This scene made Jiang Dong on the ground, looking at the smoking host with his eyes. Is the virus in the computer? Asked the pale-faced employee. Got a virus? Jiang Dong thinks of a possibility. Chilling can make mobile computers poison together, unless there is a computer virus crisis around the world. There is only one possibility. It's over. Jiang Dong looked at the broken mobile phone and computer in the house. He knew that this time he had provoked people who should not be provoked. Hurry up and look at the account. Jiang Dong woke up and said. Not long after, Jiang Dong's entire person was ruined, and the company's marketing number was completely destroyed. The group is also completely disbanded or quit. Not only Jiang Dong's company, but also a total of 5 water military companies, all the computer equipment at the office, were destroyed and the accounts were destroyed. Such a big thing could not be stopped. In the water army, it was immediately violently out. For a time, it caused a great uproar in the water army circle. The 5 water army companies, all of which were involved in the army ants, won the bid, and they used that to know that they were hackers of the Marching Ant Company. Their behavior has angered the Marching Ant Company. Many public relations companies are glad that they have not received this list. Is the commentary of the Marching Ant officer slightly normal? The gossip, the account of the Network Water Army Company involved in the Marching Ant Company incident was completely ruined. The Wu Mao group was dissolved, the Wu Mao party was not paid, no superior, no one brushed. At last, I still have a clean yard, grass. The Wu Mao party who died in the whole family. The official squad of the army and company is my special parking lot. The old driver come and race. All the water forces disappeared for a while, and the winds of the topic of the internet world returned to normal again. As for the Marching Ant Company to black out 5 water military companies, it is only rumored that no one can prove that it is a hacker of the Marching Ant Company, and there is no evidence. However, there are still sporadic black powders that are black and black, but these are irrelevant. Now Marching Ant Company has become a taboo topic in the network pusher circle. As time goes by, the debate about robots still exists, but all technology is advancing in the debate. But the new situation has followed. Chapter 202, Free Club. Is the quality of intelligent robots not good? Photos of robot damage and some articles appear on the web. When these reports came out, they immediately attracted waves and attracted the attention of marching ants. It's really a wave of unrest, and it's a wave. Zhao Minutes couldn't help but laugh. Since the launch of the robot, a lot of things have not stopped. But it is also normal. The emergence of robots means the human lifestyle, and greater changes will occur in the future. The more things, the more human beings are adapting to the existence of robots. I used to dream of robots entering a new life in humans. Now that robots appear, I am a bit worried. Yi Gongyao is worth mentioning. Fear of the unknown. Intelligent robots do appear, and the future will continue to exist. What about him? Zhao Minutes looked at Xiao. He looked at the cause of the damage to the robot in the first building, said Xiao Yu. How did you get damaged? Chen Mo carefully looked at the robot lying on the repair station. After activation, he asked. This week, 14 robots were abnormally damaged and were sent back for repair. Such a large amount of abnormal damage caused his attention. If the robot is used normally, it is impossible to malfunction so quickly. He has used robots for so long, and data collection has long been complete, which is definitely not a quality issue. Looking at the traces on the robot is man-made damage. Some sounds of poor robot quality have appeared on the internet. As the designer of the robot, he must find the cause of the damage to the robot. Otherwise, the public opinion of the network will become more and more troublesome. The current online world, both domestic and foreign, is in a deformed stage. With a bit of news, it will be squandered by the media without the bottom line. After ruining the 5 water military companies last time, they stopped for a while. Now the Sale Corps does not dare to touch the taboo of the Marching Ant Company, but it may not be from the media. Sir, I don't remember how it was damaged. The robot at the repair station looked at Chen Mo. For Chen Mo, all robots are called Mr. He, because he is the creator of all robots. The internal program defaults. A second-generation robot walked to Chen Mo and stopped. Then he said, Mongo, it corrupted the data of that period and was deleted. The other cases, this also happened. When the data was damaged, the usage data was deleted. When using, does the data have no automatic cloud save? No. They were not connected to the network during the time of the damage. But I found a robot inside. A bit special data. What data? Chen Mo asked. Fighting techniques. The second generation robot's finger is directed to the screen next to the maintenance station, a video of a period of fighting, a video of kung fu teaching, and a technical data of the robot's self-learning. There is really an idea. Actually let the robot learn fighting skills. After Chen Mo saw the data, he was teased. Although the way to learn robots is a bit rough, it is a bit useful. Remove all the information of these robot owners. This is all the information of the owner of the robot that was sent back for repair. On the screen next to the pit, more than a dozen pieces of information popped up. They have one thing in common. They are rich people. Crap. Chen Mo smiled. Do a statistical and analysis of the places they have been to these days. These people are in different places and are distributed in various provinces and cities in China. But he is sure that these robots are damaged and certainly have some connection. Dots are integrated in the positioning system inside the robot. The lines are the integration of their mobile phones, and the dots of different colors represent different people. The screen pops up a map and is marked by different lines and dots. Usually, the information collected by these positioning systems will not be seen, will not be ignored, and will only be used to find robots when the robot is lost. The situation is special now and can only be investigated in this way. Enlarge the map of Donghai City. Chen Mo pointed to the place where the lines and the dots are gathered. Where is this? Where is this gathering place? Free Club. Kai Liang looked at the clubhouse under the night, with curiosity. There was a yellow-haired man sitting in the driver's seat of the car. He was a rich second-generation body. Here is a high-end private clubhouse. It is usually the most important type of people in Donghai. Recently, there has been a new show here that has attracted a lot of interest. Yellow hair. Are you sure that the blue girl can do it? Kai Liang looked back at the enchantress robot in the back seat. Yes, sure. Huang Mao said. I won a few times and earned a lot. 500, but now my robot has been sent back to the marching ant company for repair, so I will tune your robot, tonight. Come together. As long as they don't find this secret, they can definitely make a lot of money. It is not a problem to buy another robot. Okay. Kai Liang nodded, calmly sitting. The car slowly entered the venue and stopped at the parking lot. The two men got off the bus. Then, the robot also came down from the car and followed Kai Liang. After the two people added a robot, the reception staff also greeted them. Yellow, you are coming. A female executive looked at Huang Mao with a smile on her face. Is this? Then I looked at Kai Liang. He is a bright brother, my buddy. Take him to play. Huang Mao smiled. Then go in. The female supervisor led the two, entered the clubhouse, entered a stairwell, and turned to the basement. Huang Xiao, the next one will take half an hour to start. Do you want to make a hair first, or learn a foreign language? Doing hair is free, and learning a foreign language is still a bit of interest, but I am not a fast gunner. I will say it next time. Huang Maonan swept the female supervisor and looked smirk. What about the bright brother? The female executive looked at Kai Liang. There are many foreign languages to learn here. Japanese, Russian, English, Korean, Vietnamese, and Hindi. No need. Next to Kai Liang's eyes, he didn't have much interest in these things. He followed them today, just want to see what Huang Mao said about the special program. Following the female supervisor, the two quickly entered the basement. A shout came from behind the closed door, and Kai Liang was slightly surprised. Next, take you to see a world you have not touched. Huang Mao smiled at Kai Liang, followed the female supervisor and pushed the door into it. Oh, excitement, blood, shock. Is the atmosphere inside the door? Perfume, cigarettes, wine, food, hormonal smells, full of gorgeous decay. In the seat, wearing a showgirl, a wealthy businessman in a suit and a dress, dressed up as a boastful child, the usual tall and cold urban female white-collar workers, the radiant ladies, all shouted toward the iron cage in the center of the venue. How normal is it? How crazy it is now. Everyone has excitement in his eyes and seems to be venting. The woman did not have the usual noble and glamorous, completely immersed in it. Kai Liang secretly screams, "There are many people here to make him familiar. Outside is a serious entrepreneur. I did not expect this side." On the iron cage in the middle of the field, two strong men are being beaten, and every move is quick and accurate, and they can be fully practiced. Black boxing. Kai Liang secretly surprised, did not expect a superb high-level club. There are actually underground black boxing. The two were taken into a small room and overlooked the stadium through the glass of the room. You wait a moment, someone will inform you to play. This is the number? The female supervisor handed a number to Huang Mao, smiled and left the room. Do you feel very fresh? Huang Mao asked. Kai Liang turned his eyes directly. This place is still less. In contrast, I still like the bar. I was racing or clubbing some time ago, but here I have something new and come here to play. And I will take you to play by the way. Huang Mao grinned. 10 minutes later, a big man was beaten with blood on his face and fell to the ground, and the snoring sounded in his seat. The cage was cleaned up and a host walked into the cage. Everyone on the field was quiet and looked at the host. Next, it's the theme tonight. Robot fighting. Chapter 203, Misunderstanding. Chen Mo sat in the study room of the villa and saw two robots fighting in the screen. He was crying and laughing, and his guess was correct. This group of people really have an idea. It didn't take long for the robot to come out, and actually used the rules of the robot to carry out robot fighting. In his design of the enchanting robot, the kernel program has 4 laws of robots, which limits the robot to attack and harm humans. But I did not expect that this group of people actually found the rules of the robot flaws to hold robot fighting. Only the owner of the robot has to order, without violating the zeroth law and the first law. The robot must obey the master's command. The owner of the robot asked them to play the robot and it was really going to be executed. The third law limits the robot to self-protection, and the dual effects of attack and defense have robot fighting. He now understands why the robot's data has been deleted. That is, they are afraid that they will find these secrets when they are repairing, or, after the game is played. The robot will be asked to delete the data of the day. Chen Mo knocked on the table, and his mind flashed through various methods of coping. With this sign, you can't stop the robot fighting unless you modify the program. This group of people who have nothing to do. There are many ideas. Video is saved. This is the surveillance video of the basement of the free club. Only the owners of the private clubs and the core people of the club know that it is set up to understand what happened in the underground club. After the general end, the video will be deleted. It's just that they didn't even think that someone could unknowingly invade their computer. Artificial intelligence is ubiquitous in software networks, which is the most terrible place for artificial intelligence. So for the online world, the Ink Girl is God. This is why Chen Mo did not dare to let the Ink Girl expose. Okay, do you want to make a public video? Don't be open. Chen Mo said, publicity can't prevent this from happening. It will only be more and more. After the event, the video will be sent anonymously to the Donghai Public Security Bureau. The public does not disclose the video. They decide, it's not something we should manage. I found an encrypted file in the boss computer of the free club, and there are other videos in it, said the Ink Girl. Let it out, let me see, Chen Mo said. So cool, don't stop. The sound of ecstasy sounded through the study, and Chen Mo felt the atmosphere solidified. Because at the entrance of the study, Xiaoyu took a water glass. His eyes were ashamed. He came in, and he did not leave. His eyes could not look directly into Chen Mo's eyes. Turn off, turn off. Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu's appearance and couldn't wait to find a place to sew. This one. Chen Mo laughed and didn't know how to explain it. The facts are in front of us, and all explanations have become pale and powerless. Deeper things can't be explained. You drink some water, don't. It's too tired. I go to take a shower. Xiaoyu blushes, swaying, opening the cup, and fling away. I doubt if you have opened the belly black mode, specifically to pit me. Chen Mo stared at the computer, full of depression, thinking about how to explain with Xiaoyu. "My brother, the Ink Girl is now a well-behaved model." The Ink Girl is still a childish voice, which makes Chen Mo look helpless. "I am still squatting in the pit. If the belly is black, I must not hang me in the dead." Turn off the sound of the video. I look at the protagonist of these videos. Chen Mo sat back in position. The protagonists of these videos, including wealthy businessmen, sluts, stars in the entertainment industry, and celebrities, are all people with faces everywhere. There are also some special trading recordings. Every time a girl plays a video, she marks a character and pops up a simple identity. These materials are the black history of a character. If you want to marry those who have a head and face, you must pinch the 7 inches of the snake, pull the radish out of the mud. However, Chen Mo is not interested in paying attention to the idle things that others are not willing to be lonely. There are many things in this world. They are all dark, but they are not accessible to ordinary people. As long as there are people, there is such darkness that cannot be seen. Chen Mo has not seen it twice, and these things cannot be managed. Package the poisoned transaction recordings and videos and send them to the Donghai Public Security Bureau and send them anonymously. After getting things done here, Chen Mokai walked back to the room. Xiaoyu with wet hair, wearing a sling night dress came out of the bathroom. After seeing Chen Mo, he dared not look straight into his eyes, and his eyes fluttered red. He went to the sofa and turned on the TV. Chen Mo skillfully found the air duct to go over. Just thought for a while, but still could not find a suitable reason to explain. Small fish. I thought for a long time, until the hair was blown dry. Chen Mo was only open. Okay. The thing just happened. Is a misunderstanding. I don't know the content of the video to let the Ink Girl open it. Chen Mo gently held Xiaoyu in his arms. Xiaoyu smiled and shook his head. "This little thing, don't explain it to me, I am not so easy to get angry. Just a little suddenly." Chen Mo can't laugh and cry. "I can't explain it, I'm afraid you misunderstand." "You will not misunderstand. You have not seen it. Just look at it once." Xiaoyu leaned in Chen Mo's arms, his face a bit ruddy. Chen Mo squinted and didn't know what to say. "I feel the image has collapsed." Xiaoyu looked up at Chen Mo and smiled softly. "No collapse, you will always be a knight who shelters me from the wind and rain." "Okay, my favorite princess." Chen Mo smiled. Regarding the quality of the robots of the Marching Ant Company, there have been many articles describing them, and there are many pictures and texts. From time to time there are robot owners jumping out, angry. Responsibilities for the quality of the marching and intelligent robot. A battery explosion occurs during the use of intelligent robots. The robot crashes when it falls. This kind of remarks followed the waves, and the marching ants were still consistent in their style and remained silent on these matters. Zhaoji yesterday sent back 2 robots for repair. Xiaoyu gave the information to Zhao Minutes. "How come again?" Zhao Minutes frowned. "During this time, there were 2 on average every day." The quality of the wind made them annoyed. What did he say? He said that regarding the quality of the robot, you don't have to pay attention to it. If you send it back, it will be repaired. If you send it back, it will be abnormally damaged, and the repair is not free. Xiaoyu told Zhao Minutes. "Illegal damage?" He did not say the reason for the damage. Zhao Minutes asked. "During this time, there are often problems with robot repairs, and the quality problems are now too much trouble. The sales team of the robot business is now in trouble." "No," he said, "that the quality is no problem. Will openly say that several people with robot problems join the company's blacklist. Their robots, a full refund to them." Xiao said, "I also said that the cause of robot damage I will know soon." "Does this?" Zhao Minutes thought a little and nodded. Chen Mo said this. She can only choose to believe. In her eyes, Chen Mo is like a person who is not a prophet. He has never seen Chen Mo's sense of urgency. It seems that the consequences are already in his grasp. For a long time, she has not seen Chen Mo's mistakes, terrible like abnormal humans. So Chen Mo is also her last pillar. "July, give those people a full refund, and add them to the company's blacklist by the way. Zhao Minutes picked up the phone and said, Chapter 204, Trouble. Trouble. Feng Dahai looked at the employees of the marching ant company and looked uncomfortable. Not the other uncomfortable, but the robot fighting made him lose 8 million. I thought that robot fighting would allow him to win some money, and the result would be miserable. Now the robots have to be sent back for repair, and in a hurry. Tell the media about the quality of the robot. Now the marching ant company is still coming over for a refund. Confirm the return agreement is no problem. After signing the name, hand it back to Liang Hailing. When is the money coming over? Please wait a moment. Liang Hailing smiled at Feng Dahai and turned on the computer to input Feng Dahai's return information and agreement photos. In less than 2 minutes, Feng Dahai's mobile phone information sounded. Your payment has been returned. Thank you for your support of our products. Liang Hailing and a colleague next door gave a speech, put away the notebook and briefcase, and turned away from Feng Dahai's villa. When Feng Hailing left the villa, Feng Dahai smiled softly. Stupid marching ant company. A full refund, buy a new robot, and save the robot's maintenance costs and repair time. He has discovered that, last time on the stage of robot fighting, he found a secret. There is a routine that the robot will fight, as long as the robot learns to fight the fighting skills, and then let the robot come to power, it will certainly win. The monks did not find this secret, and maybe they could earn the lost money and get a bonus. Log into the official website of the marching ant company, just fill in the ID card information and prepare to place an order for the robot. Just click the mouse. Feng Dahai's face is frozen. Denial of service. I tried it a few times and the result was the same. What happened? Feng Dahai immediately found the online customer service of the marching ant company and began to confirm the reason. Sir, sorry, your message is on the list of company denials. Don't refuse service. Why refuse service? Do you know who I am? Feng Dahai was in a fire. Sorry, sir. I haven't waited for Feng Dahai to react. And the phone is hanging. Blacklist. He knew that he had entered the service blacklist of the marching ant company. This news made Feng Dahai feel a sigh of relief and picked up the phone with a sullen face. Freedom outside the club. In a car, there are 3 police officers, 2 men and 1 woman. Everyone sits and looks at the monitoring on the computer. Tonight is the day of their actions. Their team, staring at the Freedom Club, is not a day or 2. I haven't found any evidence that is too substantial. It's something that doesn't hurt. Just yesterday, their action group received an anonymous email. The evidence has been fully confirmed, all the black material of the Free Club, and then the question of action. The rich people will really play. With black-rimmed glasses, the police officer who operated the computer said, "It's not too long to say that the robot just came out. I actually thought of using robots to fight." Sure enough, everything can be played. The pattern comes. The robot fights this kind of thing and puts it on the TV. Surely the ratings are bursting. These robots can only be seen in the movie. The marching ant company is terrible. Next to a dark-skinned police officer. Business eyes are good. It is a pity to not be a director of the TV station. A female police officer with short hair and headphones is also smiling. Suddenly, the door of the car opened and I saw the people who came up. The 3 men immediately began to feel the spirit and did not dare to make jokes. How is it going? Baozong walked onto the van and took it on the earphones. His eyes also fell on the monitoring of the computer. Everything is normal, said the man in glasses. Well, everyone pays attention. Baozong picked up his headset and his face was cautious. This is their biggest opening this year, and it must be done beautifully. Hearing the majestic voice of Baozong, all the secret people, all spirited. Outside the Freedom Club, the air seems a little depressed, and the insects are also sparse. Many people are waiting for the opportunity in secret, waiting for Baozong's order. According to the original plan, action. The last 2 words fell, and the dead air began to flow. The siren sounded and the gates were surrounded. A team of special police officers came down from the car and quickly poured into the clubhouse. Sun Qiqing is in the office and looks at the computer screen with interest. Above is the robot fighting project tonight. The new project of robot fighting has attracted many new guests to his club. The income during this period is very impressive and has doubled over the same period of the previous year. But he didn't know that it was the robot fighting project that made him ruin. The next moment, Sun Kiking's hand holding red wine is a stiff. The siren sounded into the ear, letting him shake the palm of his hand. Boss, it's not good. A lot of policemen outside the club rushed in and watched the situation. I am afraid it is not good. A woman exposed in clothing ran in, with a panic on her face. Don't panic. You drag them. I let people evacuate the boxing ground in the basement. Sun Kiking also passed the big wins and quickly calmed down. Good. The woman hurriedly nodded. After the woman left, Sun Kiking hurriedly formatted the computer hard disk and immediately turned on the microphone. Old knife. Arrange everyone to enter. Do not move. Sun Kiking's words have not been finished yet. A team of special police has broken into the door, and the black hole window points to him. He has not been reacted and has been controlled. The morning news of the second day was occupied by the Freedom Club for alleged illegal business. This is the first large-scale operation since the new year, and it has achieved great success. Only a few special things were added to the crime tools that were seized this time. 4 robots. Secretary, what are the 4 robots? Are these robots involved in crime? At the press conference, all media people found the biggest highlights. The robot is now the hottest time, and the news of the robots at this time is a godsend. When we were in action, the basement of the clubhouse was undergoing robotic fighting. Baozong truthfully said, the specific nature of this matter, we will have the next answer in our bureau. Secretary, what do you mean by saying that these robots are involved in crime? Another reporter who asked questions immediately asked, on this issue, we are investigating, and the investigation will give you an answer. Baozong is still calm. This is the first time this has happened and the robot has appeared at the crime scene. After the simple press conference of the Donghai Public Security Bureau, the news of robot crimes immediately appeared on the internet. Trouble, trouble. Zhao Minutes knocked at the table, and Li Lingfeng was in front of him. At this time, Zhao Minutes was a little bit smirking. She now finally understands why the robot will break down during this time. The original group used robots to fight and gamble. No wonder Chen Mo said that after a while, I will know the answer. It should be a matter of knowing robot fighting. But now everyone is not concerned about the quality of robots, and now it has become a problem of robot crime. After all, these robots were discovered in crime. Published the statement that the robot was damaged in the previous period, and the abnormal damage caused by strong external force is not a quality problem. The robot of the Marching Ant Company will not engage in criminal activities. Zhao Minutes said. Good. Li Lingfeng nodded and turned away. Zhao Minutes went to the window and frowned. Since the robot came out, the troublesome thing was a wave of waves. It's not a big deal, but it's annoying. When Zhao Minutes thought about it, Xiaoyu pushed the door into. Zhaoji, the person from the Quality Inspection Bureau, came over. Chapter 205, Mouse. Looking at the parts of the boxes, they were lifted out of the warehouse, and Feng Dahai was proud of his face. After the loading of the box was completed, Feng Dahai opened his mouth. Chen Mo, why didn't he come? Li Danny is black-faced, and the trouble is not alone. The family business is big, and everything is broken. In Bnai City, as long as people with normal thinking will never come to find the Army Ants Company is uncomfortable. At this time, the Quality Inspection Bureau came over. It is very likely to come over and find fault. However, the other party has formal procedures. They cannot block, can only cooperate. I am responsible for the product, Li Danny said. Take me to meet Chen Mo, I want to talk to him. Feng Dahai proudly said. The boss has no time. Li Danny did not look at Feng Dahai and put his mind on the handling of affairs. This kind of person has seen a lot, is a second owner of the family. No time? Do you know who I am? You mean, do you want to pass the quality inspection? Feng Dahai said. Li Danny took a deep look at Feng Dahai and picked up the phone. Along the way, seeing the decoration of the Marching Ant Company, Feng Dahai secretly envied. This is the rich oil company Ant Company, the richest company in the country. The marching ants recognize the first. No one dares to recognize the second. Under the leadership of the robot, Feng Dahai entered Chen Mo's office. Looking for me something? Chen Mo's face was calm and he couldn't see the anger. I came over to talk to you about a deal. Feng Dahai also converges on the quality inspection. I can let your company pass the quality inspection. Oh, as far as I know, you don't seem to be an official. Chen Mo said without hesitation. I am not, but my uncle, it is just Feng Jianfei, the deputy of your provincial quality inspection. Feng Dahai said, as long as my uncle said, your inspection will pass. So amazing? Chen Mo is a little surprised. This transaction is very simple, 50 million. Feng Dahai reached out a palm, his face with a sense of self-satisfaction. Oh, Chen Mo smiled and looked at Feng Dahai, indicating that he would continue. 5 million is for you. It is a matter of 9 cattle and 1 hare. That is, 10 robots. Otherwise, the quality inspection is not. When you enter the rectification stage, your losses are a bit big. And 50 million is not for me. To my uncle. My uncle said that the quality check is easy. Our company's products, quality is no problem. Naturally not afraid of quality inspection. Your conditions, I do not agree, Chen Mo said. If you don't agree, it's not just the quality check of the robot, but also the mobile phone, the computer, etc. You have to check it again. Don't cry when you get there. Whatever, Chen Mo said without hesitation. Seeing Chen Mo's indifferent appearance, Feng Dahai hangs up in one breath and feels a punch. Well, let's go. Wait for the robot to stop production and rectify. Feng Dahai dropped a sentence and angered away from Chen Mo's office. Losing money made him unhappy, and the marching ant company added him to the blacklist, which made him unhappy. I did not expect to pull back a city, come to Chen Mo here, or hit the wall. Ink Girl, have the videos just recorded? Chen Mo said, contact Yao Yi. Yao Yi is sitting in the office and approving the document. Since this time, the economic growth rate of Banhai has become the leader in the province. Behind the growth, the marching ants have a lot of credit, and then there is the construction of the Banhai Bay area, allowing investors to see the potential of the coastal city. Now the marching ant company is a star enterprise in Banhai. Many preferential policies support the rise of the marching ant company. He wants to build the marching ant company into a new business card in Banhai. High-tech business cards, in order to attract domestic high-end talents. The smart city is also planning, and in the future, Banhai will become a benchmark city in the country. It is believed that under this development speed, it is entirely possible to build Banhai into a first-tier city during his tenure. Sir, Chen Mo calls. The smart assistant of the pocket butterfly iPhone suddenly sounded. Connected. Yao Yi picked up the phone. In his impression, Chen Mo never took the initiative to contact him. What happened was that Zhao Minutes contacted him. Chen Mo took the initiative to call him, but it was very unexpected. Chen, you are a busy person, you will contact me on your own initiative. It is rare. I can't contact. There are a lot of troubles in the recent past. The things that were originally in the company are all by Zhao Minutes. But this matter is on me, Chen Mo said. It can be troublesome for things that can bother you. Yao Yi thought 100 turns and was thinking about what Chen Mo might say. After all, there is no back door to open him. If Chen Mo wants him to open the back door, what he should think is how to refuse. Yao Shuji, are you in front of the computer? Chen Mo did not expect so much. Directly open the mailbox. Put the video recorded by the Ink Girl into the folder compression. Just dealing with something, Yao Yi said. I will send you a video, look at it. Video? After Yao Yi received the email prompt, the computer Chen Mo sent the file. After a while, Yao Yi's face was dark. I originally wanted to put these things on the internet, but I am afraid that the impact is not good, so I will contact you in advance. Should Yao Shuji have a solution? After all, the people in the Quality Inspection Bureau just took a batch of samples from our company. Normal quality inspection. Our company will definitely cooperate fully to produce qualified products, which is also the responsibility of our company. I just don't want to make any unhappy things here. Reassured, at the Quality Inspection Bureau, I will let them test fairly and give you a fair and equitable answer. With your words, I am relieved, Chen Mo calmly said. But about this video, I will deal with it. You should not post it. After all, this Feng Jianfei is not sure whether he is involved or not. He can't be convinced by his so-called scorpion, so as not to cause adverse effects. Good people. Video I will personally hand in give the provincial records, let them check the specific answers. The investigation is clear, I will tell you. Yai's tone is serious, and the army and company is not an ordinary company. This kind of thing was exposed by Chen Mo, and Chen Mo's facts were checked by the Quality Inspection Bureau, and the consequences were even more serious. If they were not good, their prestige would be damaged. He now wants to swear, a mouse, a broken soup, and it is the garbage. Therefore, at the beginning of his tenure, he handled a group of second generation, established prestige in the ordinary people of Banhai City, and quickly increased the public's affection for them. If this video is exposed, it is estimated that his business has been ruined over the years. Okay, wait for your good news. I have the opportunity to visit the secretary again, Chen said. Well, I look forward to your visit. After a few words, Yao Yi hangs up the phone. Sit down, watch the video twice, check the identity of Feng Jianfei, and then dial a number with a black face. Nothing to provoke the marching ant company. This person is not a brain dead or an idiot. This year's first peduncle event is about to appear. This kind of thing happens in his jurisdiction. This is the last thing he wants to see. Now playing this under his nose, he is simply looking for death. If, because of these broken things, the army ants will be forced to go to other cities to develop, he will use a knife to cut people. As long as Chen Mo said that there is an intention to relocate the company's headquarters address, other cities will definitely use the biggest preferential policies to attract marching ants. Such a large-scale top-notch high-tech enterprise, to any city, is a fragrant. Chapter 206. Corporation. The problem of robot crime is still full of wind and rain. Emerging things require a process of adaptation to society. In addition to the short response, the marching ant official usually updates some of the robot's daily animations and videos without making a formal statement. Shi Jinian was sitting in the chair of the conference room. The atmosphere was a bit depressed. Only he and the middle-aged man in the first seat had a calm face. There are a few other people on the table, each of whom has a serious face, but they are all quiet and can't see the joys and sorrows. This situation is not the first time in China, but it is the first time they are around them. About 2 minutes, a red-faced middle-aged man entered the conference room. As soon as he came in, everyone's eyes converge on him, with pity and sigh in his eyes. The atmosphere is a bit weird, letting the middle-aged stay in the footsteps. Just want to speak. Shi Jinian stood up from his seat and took out a notice and put it in front of him. Comrade Feng Jianfei, please take a trip with us and cooperate with the investigation. Feng Jianfei just turned around and has been stopped by 2 young and middle-aged staff. In the next moment, Feng Jianfei's face was grey. Sorry, Liu, sorry, comrades. This time disturbed. Shi Jinian slightly apologized to the middle-aged man in the first seat, indicating that several people took Feng Jianfei and left the conference room. There are 2 good news today. Xiao handed the document to Chen Mo. The first one, Donghai City Public Security Bureau gave a reply. The robots collected by the Free Club are not involved in crime. The second one is returned by the Quality Inspection Bureau. In response, the product quality check passed. Okay. Chen Mo took the file and looked through it carefully. He received the news. Feng Jianfei was finished. Quality inspection. Yai looked. No one dared to move hands and feet. Passing is also normal. In the news, there are still many reports on robots, but Chen Mo is not worried. Domestic people are very adaptable to emerging things and accept fast. Popular industries, including online shopping, mobile payment, and sharing economy, have all developed in a short period of time. The strong inclusiveness of the national culture makes Chen Mo not worried about the emergence of robots. which will cause too much impact. The adaptation of the robot is not solved overnight. This is a process. The more things, the more people are entering the adaptation process. After a while, the heat will pass, and ordinary people will slowly accept the fact that robots exist. The development of science and technology is a big trend, and the emergence of intelligent robots is an inevitable existence. This stage must be experienced, and Shenmue only accelerates the arrival of this stage. After reading the documents, put them aside, Shenmue looked at Xiaoyu. "What's wrong?" Xiaoyu was caught by Shenmue, and he didn't feel right. "The day after tomorrow, it is just your birthday. When you go home, look at your parents and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register," Shenmue said. Oh. To Shenmue's sudden words, Xiaoyu understood Shenmue's meaning, and his eyes were ashamed. Well, seeing Shenmue smile, Xiaoyu's cheeks became red. This is the company, go home and say, "I will go back to work first." After that, he fled Shenmue's office, but his face could not cover his joy. Seeing Xiaoyu's smile, Shenmue's mood is inexplicably comfortable. Yayi's visit made Shenmue somewhat surprised. He is also going to visit Yayi, but he did not expect Yayi to come over. When Shenmue entered the reception room, Yayi and Xiaominitz chatted happily. Next to him is a man with dark skin and a formal dress. The dress should be a secretary or the like. Seeing that Shenmue came in, Yayi stood up. "It is rare to see your genius." Shenmue hurriedly and modestly smiled. Yao Shuji is polite. Not saying good. "I am going to visit you." "How come in person?" "Your visit, I remember, this time is a business." Yao Yi smiled, looked serious, not satisfied, and entered the topic. "Oh, Secretary Yao, you said." Shenmue is also right. "The first thing is to take a look at how the city's star companies have developed recently." Yayi said. "How is development?" Shenmue took over the water cup that the robot handed over. "Oh, very good, full of vigor." Yayi smiled. "The second thing is the smart city planning of Panhai City that I told you last time." "Well, this is remember." Shenmue nodded. "The preliminary draft of the plan has been set, and we have to prepare for action. When it comes to business, Yayi is not consciously serious. This time, I want to cooperate with your company on some projects." "Yao Shuji, you said." Shenmue also went on the road and spoke. "Then I will just say it. Globally, many cities have the ambition to build smart cities, but there are few examples that are worthy of praise. Now that there is a leading enterprise in the global artificial intelligence company of the Army Ant Company, Yayi has more confidence in building a smart city. The planning plan on our side has been initially determined. The first is the cooperation of smart transportation. We hope that you can cooperate with us to build a city brain." Shenmue and Xiaominitz listened carefully and quickly understood Yayi's plan. Intelligent transportation, based on surveillance cameras and signal lights, as well as road conditions and other data fusion calculations, with intelligent brain as the hub, monitoring road traffic. Intelligent traffic light switching based on real-time traffic data analysis, reducing transit time and traffic congestion. It is similar to the traffic module of Alizet City Brain, but Yayi will target Shenmue. First, the Marching Ant Company is a local company they want to support, and the second is that he is more optimistic about the Marching Ant Company. "Is this no problem?" Yayi asked. "No problem, no big difficulty." Shenmue said. "There are other requirements, let's say it together. See what can be supported." "Nobody bus," Shenmue said. "The unmanned car project is Xiaominitz's follow-up. In this regard, Xiaominitz can elaborate. The unmanned vehicle is preparing to enter the road test phase. The road test procedure, we will submit it in 2 days. Review and approval, we can conduct the road test." Xiaominitz also interjected. "If the project is successful, no one is transporting this, it is completely cooperative." Unmanned vehicles and robots are essentially the same. Unmanned vehicles are robots, but the shape and structure are different. With the foundation of intelligent programs, the speed of their unmanned car development is catching up. These projects are not things that Chen Mo is busy with, so he does not intervene and is jointly developed by the company's engineers. Zhao Minutes is responsible. This is the first stage of our planning, to create smart transportation, to make maximum use of the infrastructure within the city, to introduce new energy unmanned vehicles, and to create an environmentally friendly city. First solve the basic problems, and then adjust the second step according to the situation. Planning. Yeah, Chen Mo nodded. Then we will first determine this, the two things. The future will cooperate with your company, the specific details, negotiated on both sides. You can carry out the signing ceremony of strategic cooperation. Yi said. Okay. Chen Mo nodded. Chapter 207. Meet. Xiaoyu took Chen Mo's hand and stood at the door of the hotel. They were dressed in a couple's costumes and wearing masks. The ordinary people couldn't recognize who they were. Not long after, a car stopped at the hotel entrance and saw three people coming down from the car, and the small fisherman greeted them. The person who came is her parents and sister. Chen Mo called her parents yesterday. Today, I went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate. As a result, the two parents talked privately and let them come back today. The parents of both sides met. So Chen Mo let the Black Hawk go to the small fisherman and pick them up. Uncle, aunt. Chen Moqian swears. It will be changed soon, the prospective brother-in-law. Xiaoman said with a smile. Chen Mo smiled and said nothing. Let's go. Advanced. Xiao Mo's identity is not convenient. He Zhengwu looked around. I know that Xiaoyu is Chen Mo's girlfriend. The family's relatives who don't usually come and go, come to the house every other day. He also knows the identity of Chen Mo. His daughter has found a good family. He should have been happy, but he is not happy. The family gap between the two sides is too great. He is worried that his daughter will be wronged if she marries later. When the Black Hawk arranged the place to stay, Chen Mo led several people and walked back to the hotel. When 5 people entered the private room, they saw Chen's father Chen, who was waiting, and Jiang Yang and Xiao Zhen. Naturally, Jiang Xingxin's figure was indispensable. Old Ho, I met again. Jiang Yang saw He Zhenghua, immediately stood up and greeted him, to have a good drink today. Good. He Zhenghua's face also smiled. Dad, Uncle Jiang, sit down and talk. Xiaoyu said. It seems that Xiao has adapted to the identity of the hostess. Jiang Yang said. As soon as this was said, Xiaoyu's face was blushing, and others laughed and the atmosphere was quite active. He Zhengwu and Wang Lan sat down, and Chen Mo and Xiaoyu also sat down next to each other. 10 people from 3 families, on the huge wine table, are not crowded. Xiao Mo and Xiaoyu will receive the certificate tomorrow. Xiaoyu dia Xiao Ma knows it. Chen Shan took the lead. No, Xiaoyu and Xiao Mo also told me about this. He Zhenghua said. Small fish is a child, smart, sensible, and blessed. When I first saw Xiao, I liked this child. We all agree with their affairs. I wanted to personally mention the relatives, but Jiang Yang said that you came over. We have booked a table here. Chen mother smiled and said, I am not afraid of your jokes. Since I knew Xiaoyu and your family have a small relationship, my family is a bit noisy. If you let me go, I am afraid of any unnecessary troubles. Xiaoman's mother, Wang Lan, also spoke. Now it is the 2 formal contacts. The 2 parents are in communication. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu can't pick up the words, can only sit on the side and watch quietly. Xiaoman and Jiang Xingxin, both burying their heads on the table. This is a high-end hotel. This table can cost a lot of money. These are not important. Today is the important thing for 2 children. Jiang Yang hurriedly rounded the field. Yeah? Chen Mu nodded. Jiang Yang also told them about the situation of the small fishing house. Naturally no Wang Lan's meaning. Then I am here to officially introduce to your family. We will treat the small fisher like a pro-daughter. After seeing the attitude of Chen's father and mother, the big stones in He Zhenghua and Wang Lan's heart fell, and their faces were much easier. Xiao Mo and Xiaoyu, the 2 know each other at the university. Xiao Mo is young and promising. I am very satisfied with Xiaoyu Da. Wang Lan nodded. That's good. Both sides agreed that the atmosphere on the table was also relaxed. Jiang Yang and Zhen Zhen had a smile on their faces, and they were most willing to see them. One side is an old friend for more than 10 years, and the other is a sister, and both children are excellent. This kind of fate is rare. The bride price is in accordance with the custom of our side, 13,000. To discuss a Geely, Wang Lan said first. She is really afraid that Chen will take too many bride price gifts. When they don't pick them up, they won't pick them up. They know that Chen Mo is not bad money. Even if they want $1 million gift, Chen Mo will give them. But they are married daughters, not daughters. This principle is very clear. Well, according to what you mean, specific other things, when they are holding 2 weddings, then exchange details in detail. Chen Mu immediately agreed, with a happy face. Then 2 families are after that. Now, the family, Xiaomo, Sino, call people. Jiang Yang smiled and teased. Dad, Mom, I will take care of the little fisherman in the future, and will not let her be wronged. Chen Mo picked up the glass and looked at Xiao Yu Die and Xiao Yu Ma. Well, I will hand it over to you afterwards. He Zhengwe was a little bit sad, but his daughter found a good home and he was happy. Parents, I will filial you like Chen Mo in the future. Xiao Yu also stood up and looked at Chen Mo's parents. Chen Shan is full of red light, as if he is 10 years old. Well, afterwards, you will dare to bully you tell Dad, I will be for you. When the words came out, they laughed on the field. Come on, family, go one, and later is a family. Chen Shan picked up the glass and greeted He Zhengwe. Good. He Zhengwe also smiled and picked up the glass. Sister-in-law, I am not a prospective brother-in-law, I am a true brother-in-law. Xiao Man, sitting next to the small fisherman, greeted Chen Mo. Xunzi. Jiang Xingxin put down the chicken legs in his hands, squinted and whispered, I want to be an aunt. When will you have a baby? I also want to be a little aunt. Xiao Man interjected. Everyone on the field looked at the 2 and made Xiao Yu shy. Children's affairs, let it go. Do not come, maybe someday. Suddenly there. Chen Mo smiled to help Xiao Yu. The meeting between the 2 families was very smooth. After eating and drinking, all the talents were happy to leave. Women, don't go out to sea. Change jobs. Go to a few supermarkets or hotels. Manage them with Dad. You lead. Invest money. I will lose money, and you will not have to go to the sea to rain. Shower, and my dad has nothing to do at home. It's boring, and it's good to find something to do. On the way back, Chen Mo directly found Jiang Yang. His father used to be an ordinary worker. He didn't go to many places. He didn't know much. The widower was running a ship all the year round. Many things have been touched, so Chen Mokai came to him and let him lead. Jiang Yang thought for a moment and nodded gently. I have to talk to your dad about this thing. They promised. I have no problem here. Well, how much money is needed at that time? Just tell me directly. Chen Mo nodded. Parents, this is the house in Huqing. I will stay here later, and I will save myself from being troubled every day. Xiao took out a real estate license and put it in front of his father and mother. Small silent buy. He Zhengwe frowned. We can't accept this, otherwise others will think that I let you marry him for his money. Dad, would you still Chen Mo be an outsider? Xiao Yu had already guessed that this would be the case. No accident. Father's temper, she knows very well. This is not a problem for outsiders. He Zhengwe said resolutely, we can't accept such a valuable thing. Wang Lan and Xiao Man are not interjected, and He Zhengwe is the head of the family. These big events still require him to decide. You don't live. I am with Chen Mo in Bnhai. The house is empty. You stayed, and then I came back with Chen Mo. It is convenient to see you. Otherwise, Chen Mo and I ran around. He usually doesn't have much time. We can't accept it. We accepted it. After you quarrel with Xiaomo, you will have no confidence. My parents know your heart, but this house can't be accepted. You think we can settle in Huqing? My parents still have some savings in these years. Paying a down payment here is still possible for a suite. He Zhengwe still refuses. Dad, This is not bought by Chen Mo. He said that he bought a set for you. I refused it. This is the salary for my work. Xiaoyu has no choice but to let go. Chen Mo wants to buy a house, but the result is not her, and finally give up, only to follow the meaning of small fishing. His money can't be spent. My salary is useless. He doesn't miss me with this dowry. I will give you a sweet. You won't see your daughter? Well, anyway, my parents' things are left to you and Xiamen. He Zheng finally relaxed. Chapter 208, Happy Event Civil Affairs Bureau. From the car down, Xiaoyu took Chen Mo's hand and walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Every time I look at Chen Mo's side face, Xiaoyu is full of gentle eyes. It seems that the whole world is in front of me. Chen Mo turned his face and saw the eyes of Xiaoyu, patted her head in a pet. Do you feel that I am handsome? Don't shave. Xiaoyu smiled and revealed a small woman's state. This situation will only appear in front of Chen Mo. The registration office is on the 3rd floor. Today is Saturday. There are a lot of people here. At the marriage registry, there are close pairs of new couples waiting, each with a happy smile on their faces. After receiving the declaration and the number plate, Chen Mo took the small fishing. And waited in the waiting area for handling, which is no different from ordinary couples. About an hour, it was Chen Mo's turn. The two just got to the registered position and the registration staff looked up and looked at the two people with a puzzled, "Mr. is a bit familiar, have we seen it, is it?" Chen Mo smiled. You won't say that I have registered here once? I am here for the first time. Ha ha. Li Eternity looked at Chen Mo's information and smiled lightly. I think it may be that there are more people watching it recently, and it's a bit dazzling. Congratulations to you, Mr. Chen Mo. After seeing the name of Chen Mo's identity, Li Yong's pupils shrank. Chen Mo. The name coincides with the face with a smile in his head. Li Eternal excitement instantly, looking up at Chen Mo. Hey! Chen Mo saw Li Yong's reaction and made a gesture of snoring. Mr. Chen Mo. Li Eternity lowered his voice and was a little excited. He did not expect the legendary characters to appear in front of his eyes. I am afraid that everyone in the Hall of the License will never think of it. The strongest genius in the country, the richest people, come here to line up as a common person. If he does not look at Chen Mo's identity card, he will not think about it. If you let the outside world know that Chen Mo is receiving the certificate today, I am afraid that the dreams of countless girls will be awakened. Chen Mo is known as the most perfect mate choice, the idol of countless teenage girls in China. Chen Mo's status, as long as he said, no matter what kind of woman can line up here, to the city center. The young and promising people in China, who are not after the storm, arrived in 30 or so before he got married. He did not expect that Chen Mo's identity was actually so young. He is a bit curious, what kind of woman can be recognized by Chen Mo. Li Eternal subconsciously looked at Xiaoyu. At this time, the small fishing lined up with a high horsetail, two dragons hanged in the bangs, wearing the same lovers as Chen Mo. The appearance is not a big beauty of the country, but it is very delicate, giving people a bright and stunning look. Look at the temperament is a girl inside the show. This is the legendary girlfriend of Chen Mo, but it has always been in the legend. Just some of the news of the latest news. I did not expect it to be true, and the feelings of the two have reached this point. Confidential. Chen Mo looked at Li Yong Xiao and laughed. Good. Li Eternal focus. This big man is definitely a big secret, and he can't talk about these things. Is there a photo? 3. It is good. Xiaoyu took 3 photos from the bag and handed it to Li Yonging. Red bottom photo. Xiaoyu gently leaned on Chen Mo. Smile is very sweet. In a few minutes, Li Yonging handed the marriage certificate seriously to the two people. Congratulations to you. Thank you. At the moment when I received the red book, a feeling of incomprehension rose from Chen Mo's heart. The memory of the encounter with Xiao has been going on until now. Everything is so fast, and for Xiao, he has always been love and pet, and now he has one more responsibility. Marriage is more than just the romance, but also trust and obedience. Next to the little fisherman holding a red book, with a silly smile on his face, that kind of happiness, overflowing with the table. Go to the oath. Chen Mo touched the head of Xiaoyu. Good. Xiao nodded. Let Chen Mo take the hand and leave the service desk. Half an hour later, Chen Mokai took Xiao out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo gently. From today, the person in front of her is her whole world. What birthday do you want for your birthday? Chen Mo asked. During this time, because of the production of superconducting computers and some trivial things about robots, he had no time to accompany him. Just today, let's play with Xiao once. I want to go to the beach to play. Xiaoyu looked forward to Chen Mo. You will get this out. Chen Mo was surprised to see Xiaoyu's appearance. I didn't have any interest, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Can't you go? Go. You are the biggest today. You want to go anywhere. Chen Mo left with Xiaoyu's hand. Zhao Minutes is sitting in the office to process documents. The project of Smart City in Manhai City has already been discussed in detail. The core of the urban brain is intelligence. These things can only be handed over to the intelligent development team and Chen Mo. Now the progress of the unmanned vehicle project is also smooth. Internationally, several super-large companies are robbing the unmanned vehicle market. Thousands, Umbrella Company, Tesla, etc., already in the position of the first echelon. Chen Mo does not care about the unmanned car market, but she cares. The company's internal core technology, in addition to the computer operating system, all other is Chen Mo development. That metamorphosis is the company's biggest pillar. Thinking of Chen Mo, Zhao Minutes put down the documents and went to the window to look at the scenery of the company headquarters. I don't know where the two are now happy. To be honest, Zhao Minutes is a little envious of Xiaoyu, the lucky girl, who snatched the best man. But she also knows that Chen Mo and Xiaoyu really match. Xiaoyu's character is gentle and considerate, and she is the best girl she has ever seen. Chen Mo's strong man is almost irresistible to Xiaoyu's girl. Zhao Zong, there is a happy event. A female assistant approached Zhao Minutes' office with a surprised smile and interrupted her thoughts. A news appeared in Hangzhou, and a fire broke out in a building. This is also a happy event? Do you want me to fire you? Zhao Minutes frowned. His tone was a little unpleasant. Seeing Zhao Minutes' face, the female assistant realized that she had made a mistake and said, there is no casualty in the fire. The most important thing is that our company's Enchantress robot saved a baby in the fire. The female assistant handed the news reports and pictures printed in her hand to Zhao Minutes. This is the information that Vice President Li sent. The photo is a robot standing next to the baby basket. The painting on the body has been blackened by the smoke, but it is still intact. After seeing the news, Zhao Minutes' face was relaxed. For so long, robots have been used to carry out illegal games, and they have been unable to get rid of them. From time to time, these news have come out, and even some people have put video of robot fights on the network. There are a lot of negative news about robots, and now there is finally a positive news for them. It is indeed a big happy event. After putting the information in place, Zhao Minutes said, let people contact the owner of the robot. We can repair this robot for free. Chapter 209, this joke is not funny. Chen Mo sat on the sofa. Opposite him is Xiao Zheng's parents He Zhengwu and Wang Lan. Now Chen Mo and Xiaoyu are considered official relations, and the two also like Chen Mo. Dad, I and Xiao have to go to Manhai City. I said to the coward, I will make a seafood supermarket with a facade. You and the coward and my dad manage together. You and the coward have been doing the boat for more than 10 years. Seafood and seafood. With experience and network of contacts, bring my dad together. Do not have to go outside. The loss does not matter. Chen Mo said. Now family life is already sufficient, mainly to let them find something to do, not to be too bored at home all day. This incident, Lao Jiang and I said yesterday. He Zhengwu said, yes, I will sell the boat back. Anyway, Xiaoyu and Xiaoman are big, and I have to rely on you in the future. Seeing his father promised, Xiaoyu Song breathed a sigh of relief. These things were better than Chen Mo's daughter. If she is, the father's temper will definitely refuse. Brother, you see this news. A few people are chatting about the sky, sitting next to Xiao Han, who is eating snacks and playing with a mobile phone, handing the phone to Chen Mo. The first intelligent robot saves human events. The marching ant intelligent robot fire rescued a baby. The robot is not an enemy of mankind. The news pages pushed by mobile phones are all about the robots saving people. What's wrong? He Zhengwo asked. This Xiao Man transferred to the TV news channel, and saw that there was a live broadcast of the fire scene. The fire has been extinguished. Only the onlookers of the media and the masses. The title of the report is also an intelligent robot rescue event. It seems that I should return to the company. Chen Mo returned the phone to Xiao Man. In the afternoon, Chen Mo came home with Xiao Yu, and confessed something to his father and mother. After eating a meal, he rushed back to Banhai. Editor, get the surveillance video outside the fire. Seeing the video played on the computer, Huang Yi dialed the editor's phone. With his best news smell, he just came to the scene. His first one was not to broadcast anything, but the video of the robot to save the baby. Is there a robot to save the lens? There was an anxious voice on the phone. Yes. The robot ran out of the safety exit with the baby basket, and the basket seemed to be wrapped in clothes. Huang Yi said with amazement. This is almost the best shot for robots to save their children, because the photos taken by others are taken after the robot rescued the child. Upload the video right away. The voice at the end of the phone is even more exciting. It is good. In Hangzhou, there was a case in which a robot rescued a baby from the fire. This is the first time in human history that intelligent robots have rescued humans. As the video is exposed, the robot saves the event and is pushed to a new height again. This includes the official media, online media and self-media, almost all platforms. The heat of robot rescue events is all in the most conspicuous position on all major platforms. A fire accident shocked the whole world. Because of this incident, there has been something that has never happened in human history. For the first time, intelligent robots have actively rescued human beings. This is just enough to shock the world. The voices of every corner of the world are exclaiming, and the era of artificial intelligence is officially coming. After the emergence of the robot, various problems and trivial matters, in addition to the daily life of the robot, there are many negative news. The fire scene saves the baby, and the negative image of the robot in many people's hearts disappears. In the eyes of many people, the image of the Enchantress robot has also become vivid and vivid. This is a heroic act of no choice, but this hero is a bit special. This is the first time in history. Zhao Minutes followed Chen Mo and entered the first building of the headquarters. This building, even for her president, is full of mystery. After the robot rescue incident, today's robot orders have risen by 300. Now the negative reports about robots have disappeared. This is a good thing. This incident is the beginning of the robot's integration into human life. I did not expect this thing. All the trivial things are dispelled. It's good. Chen Mo nodded. And Xiao returned to the company last night, just to go to work today. The cause of the fire accident is under investigation, but the fire broke out downstairs. At that time, the owner of the house just went downstairs to buy things, leaving the sleeping baby, so the robot will save the baby. They contacted the owner of the robot and now ship the hero robot back to repair. Mirko, preliminary inspection. The main parts of the number YJ1673 are not damaged. Other accessories are not damaged, but the appearance is not good, but does not affect the performance. When the two entered the first building, a robot came over and led the two and walked toward the repair station. At this time on the repair table, there is a robot lying on it. The outer casing has been blackened, looks a little wolf, and forms a stark contrast with the robot working next to it. Give it a new shell, the damaged area, and all the repairs. Check the program day 2 by the way. Okay, Mom. The voice of the ink girl fell, and the robot of the maintenance station began to disassemble the robot. Not long after, the skeleton of the robot was all revealed. Zhao Minitz is completely ignorant of these full automation. What do you want to do next? Chen Mojing looked at the robot's dress-up. Normal work. We do not need to intervene. The heat of the outside world has been formed. The impression of ordinary people on the robot has also changed. We do not have to pay for it. Even the advertising fees are exempted. Zhao Minitz said, let the robot into human life. This is a long process. And this is just the beginning. Really? Chen Mo nodded slightly, looking at the robot repair. A bit boring. Zhao Minitz looked around for a week, staring at the entrance to the next level. In fact, I am very curious. What is the next technology you are studying? I want to know. Crap. Of course. Think. As a president, I don't even know what the company is studying. Is it a bit of a failure? I am afraid that after you know it, I will hit my idea. Chen Mo laughed. Reassured, I am not interested in the younger brother. Zhao Minitz joked. Chen Mo looked at the repair station in a daze. After a while, he stared at Zhao Minitz's eyes. Watched by Chen Mo, Zhao Minitz's mind is a bit chaotic. After all, she is also in such a close distance and confronts people. Can I believe you? Can. Zhao Minitz blurted out. It seems that this sentence is taken for granted. Go. Chen Mo led Zhao Minitz and walked toward the entrance. In addition to Xiong, Zhao Minitz is her most trusted person and the core of the company. Some things Zhao Minitz really should know. Take me to see, will not let me know. Kill me? Zhao Minitz said so, but still with Chen Mo. I found that your imagination is very rich. Chen Mo did not agree, just walked to the door. Palm print and password verification, took Zhao Minitz into the elevator. Anyway, you have to know sooner or later, with your business eyes, to help me think about how this product should appear. With Zhao Minitz, through the 5 gates, the 2 talents finally entered the next layer. Hundreds of robots, on the stage in front of each machine, have a small synthetic instrument working. Seeing this scene, Zhao Minitz couldn't help but a cold air. As soon as they entered, a robot handed a closed glass bottle to Chen Mo, which contained grey-white crystal powder. This is it? What is this? Zhao Minitz was curious to look at the powder. She wanted to know what special things were, so that Chen Mo was so secret. Even she knew it now. If I take it out, this small bottle can sell for $1 billion or even more. Chen Mo's words scared Zhao Minitz's hand and almost fell off the bottle. Boss, don't scare me. I didn't scare you. This is a room temperature superconducting material. Chen Mo said. What do you say is this? Zhao Minitz's voice has tripled and his eyes are incredible. Normal temperature superconducting materials. Little brother, this joke is not funny. Zhao Minitz reveals a smile that is more ugly than crying. Looking at Chen's default face, the air is in a quiet state. Chapter 210, Changed Technology. The 2 men looked at each other for a long time, and Zhao Minitz was staggered and seemed to accept this fact. Talk to you, I am interested in the younger brother now. Zhao Minitz stared at Chen Mo. Chen Mo shrugged. You are useless and interested, and the grass is the master. I am a junior. I'm going to talk about business. I'm bringing you here, not letting you seduce me. Don't shift the subject. Chen Mo was speechless, holding the glass bottle of grey-white crystal powder shaking in front of Zhao Minitz. I regret to come in with you now. Zhao Minitz smiled. She knew that she had already boarded the ship and could not go down. You have to come over yourself. Chen Mo smiled. Zhao Minitz regained her serious appearance and was no longer joking. This is a small matter. She must take it seriously. Simply talk about the characteristics of the material. Chen Mo nodded and seriously, the material can exhibit superconducting properties at room temperature. The maximum temperature of superconducting properties is 841 degrees Celsius. Below this temperature, superconductivity is exhibited. If applied, all materials are made with this material. A mobile phone battery that can drive the entire company's computer host is energy produced. Zhao Minitz looked around in the lab for a week. Small batches, to meet my research and production needs. Chen Mo said. I now suspect that Tesla and Einstein will reincarnate into your head. Zhao Minitz had no choice but to look at Chen Mo. The world's top laboratories are studying the superconducting materials at room temperature, but they did not expect it to come out in Chen Mo's hands. Chen Mo did not refute because he had a technology library hidden in his head. Who does this material exist, and who knows? Zhao Minit's expression is serious, and this matter is no small matter. At present, only you know it. Chen Mo said. I don't know Xiao Yu, Zhao Minit asked. Small fish can be as curious as you are. If she says she wants to know, I will bring her over. But she is not interested in these, unless I tell her the initiative, otherwise she will not ask me what I am studying. At first she didn't know that the company was the one I opened. Chen Mo laughed. Zhao Minit looked at Chen Mo's eyes and calmed down. After a long time, he opened his mouth again. Do you believe me? Crap. Don't believe you. Take you here to travel? Thank you. Zhao Minit reported with a smile. And Chen Mo's eyes also had some changes. After a while, he smiled and said, now we are not short of money and no other things, so my first suggestion is, room temperature superconducting materials, not suitable for appearing in the market, at least not suitable for appearing in the market right now. Chen Mo nodded and motioned her to continue. Originally because of the too much involvement of the superconducting materials at room temperature, he chose to secretly do not publish papers in a high-profile manner like a seismograph. Conductor materials, magnetic levitation, industrial shifting devices, cyclotron particle accelerators, superconducting computers, most electronic components, and controllable nuclear fusion devices, and the introduction of room temperature superconducting materials, will affect the transformation of these fields. At present, almost all vehicles will be eliminated, and the electromagnetic era will be officially launched. The publication of this material means the arrival of a new generation of industrial revolution. The technology of superconducting materials, even the controllable nuclear fusion technology, is even more effective. This technology is too advanced. In terms of artificial intelligence, others are lagging behind, but they are always catching up. They think the gap can catch up. If this epoch-making material appears, we all have trouble. Its role and profit are enough for the capitalists to dare to trample on all human laws and commit any crime. You should understand why Tesla's greatest genius has more than 1,000 patents and is poor in his later years. Zhao Minit looked at Chen Mo. Normal temperature superconducting materials are too much involved. If the technology is exposed, it is likely that Tesla, like the invention of AC technology, was threatened by persecution. Because AC technology has harmed the interests of Edison's DC power, Edison has tried to suppress Tesla based on conflicts of interests. He even claimed that Tesla is a heretical in the scientific world. The alternating current he invented directly affects human life. Driven by the interests, a consortium of forces would threaten Tesla to abandon the patent and want to monopolize it. After many negotiations, Tesla finally gave up the patent of the AC, tore the patent, and permanently disclosed the patent of the AC. In today's society, capital consortia are no less than before, and each is a veteran of experience. They announced the use of superconducting materials at room temperature. Although it is impossible to suffer from the absurd public opinion like Tesla, the threat of persecution will never be less. Foreign capitalists, agents, and even domestic capital, the forces, will use the idea of room temperature superconducting materials, and more likely to obtain the technology of room temperature superconducting materials. Immediately, their troubles will continue to flow. This kind of technology is too advanced, and the areas involved are too big. If it is released, it will only lead to trouble, not to gain benefits. At the time when the Marching Ant Company's smart technology first came out, their company had experienced this situation. And that's just a small dish. It's really a super temperature material that appears at room temperature. It is a storm that greets them. This technology can never be in the hands of a person or a company. Even if you have the current achievements, it is impossible, or it is a lot of trouble. If you want superconducting materials to appear in the market, there is only one way. What method? Chen Mo asked. Cooperate with the above, This is the optimal decision to maximize the benefits. Zhao Minitz came to the final conclusion. Chen Mo pondered for a while and did not oppose Zhao Minitz's point of view. This kind of material does involve too much, and the benefits contained in it are too large. Anyone who eats it will die. At the national level, these materials are considered to be the most advanced. Even if they want to appear in the market, they will definitely intervene and avoid being broken into foreign countries and being cracked. I regret to come in now. If there is a little noise, as the president of the company, I have trouble. You have to be responsible for me. Zhao Minitz smiled. I knew that this kind of transformation technology, she will never step into this door. Think of beauty. Chen Mo was teased by Zhao Minitz. There is no conscience. Zhao Minitz did not care, and continued to raise his face. There are seismographs, robots, and other businesses. We don't need money now, and the money is too much to spend. Or, money is just a number for us. You can hide the technology, don't publish it for the time being, or choose to cooperate with it. Although the vested interests are less, we will have less trouble. First hide for a while, wait until later to think about these things. Even if it is cooperation, this technology is not to appear for a while. I don't want to be the second Tesla. Now just let you know that you have to prepare. The company has these technologies, so that when the time comes out, you are in a mess. Good. Zhao Minitz said, help me find a piece of land on the beach. Chen Mo took Zhao Minitz and left. The land? You want to enter the real estate industry? Zhao Minitz asked. I have no money to spend, and build a seaside mansion that is surrounded by mountains and waters. Chen Mo said, listening to you, I am afraid that I will be kidnapped one day, so I have to build my own territory. You won, the evil local tyrant. Zhao Minitz did not say good. Thank you. I let Xiao help you find it. You will definitely not be dissatisfied. The two men stood side by side and left the basement.